President. With that, we'd be happy to open up. Chad.
Thank you. We heard what Mr. Comer said about these investigations with the Bidens, but intimated here is that you have issues with the special counsel investigating former President Trump regarding January 6th. Why not at least look into this and find out what, if there was a problem there? You're okay going after the current president and trying to see where the facts lie there. What about this with former President Trump?
Well, here we have a case where it's not necessarily us going after the former president. It's people within the IRS who were looking into inappropriate dealings by the current president's family. And they saw things that looked very alarming. They tried to dig deeper into it, and they were told to stand down. And in some cases, because they were told to stand down, statutes of limitation ran out, meaning further investigation can't even occur because that happened. We surely don't see the same kind of coverage of this investigation and others like it that we're seeing anytime you see someone in the Biden administration go after Donald Trump. I understand they're scared of Donald Trump because he's the leading candidate, not just on the Republican side, but you see more and more Democrats don't even want Joe Biden to be the Democrat nominee. They need to remove the politics from this. They need to stop having this perception. And whether it's real or not, we have a committee looking into the weaponization of government. And unfortunately, there's example after example after example of the Biden administration weaponizing government against their political enemies. But it's created a problem within the country that people don't view justice as being administered fairly.
Are you suggesting that it's so brazen that they're going after him just because that this is an issue because there's a...
I'm just pointing out...
No, but I mean specifically to the 1-6 investigation.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's interesting that the same week that you have this whistleblower coming forward to testify before 3 different congressional committees, you see, once again, this isn't the only time it's happened. Over and over again, you see different attacks by the Biden administration against President Trump. And there are many things that you've seen President Biden do. Again, the documents. Raiding Mar-a-Lago when you have documents behind locked doors with Secret Service, and yet when Joe Biden had documents in his garage, in some cases in public view, surely not in the same secured places as you had at Mar-a-Lago, there was no raid. And so it begs the question, are people being treated fairly?
I didn't know if it was to answer, Mr. Are you finished?
Someone else can follow up. I've seen someone could say.
You're correct, Rules.
Yep.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin, I would like to let the committee and everyone watching at home that parental discretion is advised. I would also like to remind everyone that on our Oversight Committee, we provide oversight into all parts of the federal government, including their Department of Justice and their willingness to prosecute and their unwillingness to prosecute, and whether it's politically motivated. I would also like to say that when evidence and proof of a crime is presented, no prosecution should be denied, no matter who the person is. To the whistleblowers today, I thank both of you for your courage to come to the committee today and your commitment to truth. I have great respect for it, so thank you. I would like to talk with you both about Hunter Biden and his tax write-offs with his law firm, Owasco. I would like to ask Mr. Ziegler, when did you start your investigation? In your testimony, it was November 2018. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. During your testimony with the House Ways and Means Committee, you stated that through bank records, you identified Hunter Biden was paying prostitutes related to a potential prostitution ring. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
I've also reviewed those same bank reports, commonly referred to as SARS, Suspicious Activity Reports, and I'm very troubled by them. We read thousands of them in the Treasury. This particular excerpt from a SARS report talks about human trafficking and in regards to Hunter Biden and Owasco and payments he was making. What's even more troubling to me is that the Department of Justice has brought no charges against Hunter Biden that will vindicate the rights of these women who are clearly victims under the law. I would like to talk about, in your prior testimony, you stated that the prosecutorial team was investigating violations of the Mann Act. Is that correct, Mr. Ziegler?
That is correct.
Regarding the Mann Act, if a person is transported across state lines for sexual activity, such as prostitution, that could be a violation of a federal law. Is that correct?
I actually recently looked at the federal law regarding Mann Act, and I believe that that is correct, but I would refer you to the DOJ manual.
Thank you. I would like to present this to the committee. This is showing Hunter Biden paying for a victim's United flight from LA to Dulles. I believe this is a violation of the Mann Act. This is Hunter Biden's, this is his proof that he bought the ticket. He bought it for this woman right here. He flew her from Los Angeles to Washington on June 14th, flew her back to Los Angeles, California on June 15th of 2018. And I would like to point out that if he was purchasing her a plane ticket for sex and traveling across state lines, do you believe that to be a violation of the Mann Act, Mr. Ziegler?
So I can talk to specifically what's in my transcript regarding the Mann Act. So I know we were compiling the information together.
Yes, but Mr. Ziegler, as the law states, by the code of the law, it states traveling, paying someone to go across state lines is prostitution. It's a violation of the Mann Act. Let me just move on just one more second here. So when Hunter Biden paid for this woman to do this with him, to travel across state lines from California to Washington, D.C. on June 15th, this is a violation of the Mann Act. This was prostitution. Let me continue. Did Hunter Biden also use his company, Owasco PC, to pay prostitutes?
Can you hold on one second?
Chairman?
Yeah, we'll give you this additional time back.
Thank you.
That was.
So regarding Mann Act violations, what we can do is, given by the statute, we can turn those over to the House Ways and Means Committee, and then we can they can decide to vote to turn them over to you regarding Mann Act.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Ziegler. So talking about Hunter Biden using his company, Owasco PC, to pay prostitutes, this is also a suspicious activity report showing that victim one, the woman that was paid for prostitution, that traveled from California to Washington, D.C., paid for by Hunter Biden. This is an excerpt from a SARS report that we've read in the Treasury, and I think you all have looked at these too, showing that victim one was supposedly an employee of Owasco. But I would like to point out, this is not really what most paralegals do for law firms. And it's very serious that Hunter Biden was paying this woman through his law firm and then writing it off as business tax exemptions. Most people write off, write off things for their taxes through their businesses, like a meal or say office supplies. But can you confirm for me that Hunter Biden had written off payments to prostitutes through his law firm, Owasco?
I appreciate the question given by the statute. I'm limited in my testimony today, and I respectfully would need to turn those records over to the House Ways and Means Committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ziegler. One last question. You referred to one of the assistants as West Coast assistant. I believe this is the West Coast assistant. Could you agree with that?
So I can tell you that there were deductions for what we believe to be escorts, and then that $10,000 golf club membership. Yes, that was not a golf club membership. That was for a sex club payment.
That was for a sex club payment. Payments such as this from Hunter Biden to prostitutes. Also, Mr. Shapley. Come on.
Mr. Chairman, we're 1 minute and 53 seconds over. As long as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez can get equal time, she can keep going.
I will let Ms. Green wrap up. 5 seconds, and then I'll give Mr. Mafume additional time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shapley, you started an investigation into Hunter Biden, codenamed Sportsman, which opened in November of 2018. It was an offshoot of an investigation the IRS was conducting into a foreign-based amateur online pornography platform. This is evidence
Chairman,
of Hunter Biden
Chairman, it's
making
over time
sex
and
tape.
it's
Excuse me, this is my time.
unbecoming of
Making
this
pornography.
Should we be displaying this, Mr. Chairman, in the committee?
Gentlelady's time's expired and went 2.5 minutes over.
Chairman,
If
can I
Mr.
have a point of
Mafume
order?
wants the 2.5 minutes, he can have it. If he wants to yield some to Ms. Ocasio-Cortez when she goes, she can have it. We'll make it right, 2.5 minutes. You all
Mr.
have an
Chairman.
extra 2.5 minutes. Chair recognizes Mr. Mafume
Chairman,
for
point
5
of order.
minutes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Reynolds from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the witnesses, thank you for being here today. I want to get right to it because we have a lot to cover. Mr. Ziegler, you are the agent that opened up this investigation. From your transcript, page 17, what it says is that you were investigating a social media company, and through the process of that investigation, you found out that Hunter Biden was paying potentially for prostitutes in a potential prostitution ring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You also say that in the beginning phases of that investigation, reviewing bank reports, that there was evidence that he was living lavishly through his corporate bank account. Is that correct? And when I say him, I mean Hunter Biden. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Question for you, and also for Mr. Shapley. Is it a clear line of potential investigation if somebody is charging up massive living expenses through a corporate account and not doing that through their own personal accounts and not accounting for that properly on their income tax returns? Is that the basis of a criminal investigation?
Generally speaking, that would definitely be factors that would spur a criminal investigation, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Let me answer this question real quick. So there was reference to the WhatsApp text message referring to, and everybody knows it now, hey, I'm sitting here with my dad, tell the chairman to give me my money because we remember and we're not gonna forget because we're the Bidens and we have all these connections, yada, yada, yada. We all know that text message now. Mr. Ziegler, on page 105 of your testimony, page 105, gentlemen, you state, I know we wanted to get location data because I went to the prosecutors with this and they again came back at me with, well, how do we know that? He could just be lying and claiming that dad, Joe Biden now, that dad was there and dad was not there. Were you allowed to get location data dealing with the WhatsApp text message?
So from my memory of it and from the notes that were taken, I never obtained location data regarding that message.
Did Miss Wolf, the AUSA in Delaware, did she say, oh wow, look at this text message, let's figure out the location data and see where Hunter Biden was when he sent said message? Was she like excited about this as a prosecutor?
So, I mean, when I asked her about the location data, in her response right here, it was her responding with, well, how do we know that? It wasn't yeah, let's try and figure that out. It was like, well, how do we know that?
Well, did she read the text message? Because if I read that text message as a prosecutor, I'm saying, wait a minute, dad is sitting next to him and dad happens to be the now president, then vice president of the United States. Shouldn't we find out where Hunter was when he sent said text message? I mean, I'm not a prosecutor, I'm a finance guy, but that just seemed like common sense to me.
Yeah, and I think with the previous email that was referenced, 10 held by H for the big guy, now that you have those two things kind of correlating with each other, as a normal process or procedure that we would go through, you would want to figure out, is that information truthful in that WhatsApp message?
I totally agree with you, Mr. Ziegler, which is why I think it is the view of members on this committee, and frankly a lot of Americans at this point, that there are elements at the Department of Justice who did not want this information out, who did not want to go down the line of actually going through the evidence gathering process to see the depths to which this international pay-for-play scheme that was actually happening around Joe Biden, going through Hunter Biden, and all the money that the Biden family was incurring. That's not a question for you, that's just a statement from me. Last question, through your investigation, how much money did you uncover was coming from Ukraine, Romania, and China?
If you hold on 1 second, let me reference the 17.3 million approximately.
Okay, so 17.3 million through your investigation, and you and Mr. Shapley, you are the guys that investigate criminal tax evasion on an international scale, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, question for the chairman. Mr. Chairman, through the investigation of the Oversight Committee, about how much money have we seen come from Ukraine, Romania, and China?
Over 10 million.
Okay, so we have two separate investigations. One done by the investigative branch of the IRS that is charged with doing these types of investigations. These are the people you want doing them. And an independent investigation by the Oversight Committee. And we're coming up with the same amount of money, give or take a couple million, going through the same person in Hunter Biden. And his investigation is slow-walked. And we're supposed to sit here and think that Joe Biden knows nothing? I think, for the record, Mr. Chairman, that the relevant committee needs to have questions for Leslie Wolf, the AUSA of Delaware, for David Weiss, the Attorney General of Delaware, for Lisa Monaco, who is the Deputy Attorney General, and for Merrick Garland himself, the Attorney General of the United States. Because if this action is allowed to occur, and investigations are slow walk with this level of detail, this ain't Donald Trump, y'all. These are facts. I yield back.
Thank you.
I yield to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The question is who you're going to believe. April 26th, in front of the United States Senate, the Attorney General said David Weiss is in charge of the investigation. October 7th, in a meeting with Gary Shapley, one of the whistleblowers, David Weiss said, I'm not the deciding official. Who are you going to believe? On February 28th, I wrote the Attorney General asking him why there's no special counsel in the Hunter Biden investigation. He didn't respond, which is unusual in and of itself. They always respond to the Judiciary Committee when we write something to them. I wrote again on May 25th. Again, the Attorney General didn't respond, but David Weiss did. And here's what he said. June 7th, he said this, I have been granted ultimate authority over the matter, including responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges. That's what the U.S. Attorney said on June 7th. 3 weeks later, Mr. Weiss wrote me again, and he said this, I stand by what I wrote, but I wish to expand. Wow. Already changing his story 23 days later. And he said this, my charging authority is geographically limited to my home district. Well, wait a minute. You just told me 23 days before you have ultimate authority. Now you change it. Then again, on July 10th, Mr. Weiss wrote Senator Graham, and he said this, paragraph 2, to clarify, I have not requested special counsel designation. Rather, I had discussions with departmental officials. Mr. Weiss can't get his story straight. 3 different stories in a 5-week time frame. On June 7th, he's Tarzan. He's super. I got ultimate authority. I can do what I want, file charges where I want, when I want, and how I want. June 30th, well, actually, no, I can't. And then, of course, on July 10th, he says, to clarify, I haven't requested special counsel status, but I've been talking to the folks at Maine Justice. 3 different positions in a little over a month. You know whose story hasn't changed? These 2 guys. Their testimony has been consistent. Throughout, their testimony has been the same. And guess what? 2 days ago, an FBI agent confirmed their testimony. Who are you going to believe? The Justice Department can't get their story straight, changed 3 times in 33 days, or these 2 guys. The Justice Department that was found to censor Americans just 2 weeks ago from the federal court in Louisiana, the Justice Department that said moms and dads are terrorists, the Justice Department that said if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist, the Justice Department that can't get his story straight are these 2 guys. 10 years, over a decade of experience for each of them, the go-to guys in international tax evasion cases, the A-team when it comes to investigating these matters. All over the world they've done this, and who've been consistent throughout. I think I'll believe these guys. I think they're the ones telling the truth. And that is fundamentally what this comes down to. So God bless you guys for the work you've done, the courage you have, and for being here today, stepping forward because you care about equal treatment under the law. That's what's at stake, plain and simple. I yield back.
I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. Raskins of Maryland, for his opening.
The FBI helped censor our second witness, Ms. Morris's story. Her story in the New York Post about emails on the Hunter Biden laptop. And we know the FBI censored her because of work this committee has done to uncover what happened, and because of our third witness, Mr. Sauer, the lawsuit that he argued on behalf of Louisiana and Missouri in federal court in a case that they got the amazing ruling from on July 4th, just 2 weeks ago. You go back to, in the course of that investigation, course of that lawsuit from Missouri and Louisiana, Yoel Roth, former head of site integrity at Twitter, in his sworn declarations, it's brought out in that lawsuit, in his sworn declaration in front of the Federal Elections Commission, he said this: during weekly meetings, federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected hack and leak operations before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. These expectations were discussed throughout 2020. I also learned in these meetings that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. Now think about it. Weekly meetings throughout 2020, hack and leak operation in October involving Hunter Biden. 5 key things they pointed out throughout that year. And guess what? It all happens. It happens just like they predicted. How did they know? How did they know it was going to happen like that? Because they had the laptop. They had the laptop for 10 months before Ms. Morris's story on October 14th. Her story breaks that day. That same day, October 14th, 2020, Twitter meets with the FBI, specifically the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI. Later that same day, again, the day her story comes out, Facebook also meets with the FBI. The head of the Foreign Influence Task Force now is Laura Demlow, and this committee interviewed her just 3 days ago. And what an interesting interview that was. We asked her about these meetings. She stated in the first meeting, the FBI and Twitter, in that first meeting, she said, someone from Twitter asked, is the laptop real? They asked the fundamental question. That story broke. It was big news. Twitter asked the FBI. They're right there in front of them. They've been prepping them for a year. They asked the FBI, is the laptop real? Ms. Demlow conveyed to the committee this week, an FBI agent answered, yes, it is. Another FBI agent, a lawyer, very quickly followed up with no further comment. So again, here's the scenario. The story breaks. Twitter's meeting with FBI later that same day. Someone from Twitter asked, is this story real? Is the laptop real? The FBI answers yes, and then quickly followed by, again, all this conveyed by Ms. Demlow, the FBI lawyer says no further comment. In the later meeting with Facebook, again that same day, the FBI was asked the same question, and this time, the FBI gets their story straight. Ms. Demlow is the only one who comments, and she says no comment. Obviously, by the second meeting, the FBI had coordinated, and she conveyed this in her deposition, that they had deliberated what they were going to respond when that question was asked. So think about this. After being repeatedly told a hack and leak Russian info operation is coming for a whole year, it arrives on October 14th in the form of Ms. Morris's story, an accurate story. Our government knows the laptop is real. They know it's not a Russian information op, and they know the story is true. But when directly asked, they say no comment. And of course, Ms. Morris's story is censored. Visibility filtered, the term that the tech companies use. No, you can't direct message, you can't send it. Keeping the American people from valuable information just days before the most important election we have, election for commander-in-chief, election for the presidency of the United States. That's why Ms. Morris is here today. She knows what it's like to be censored. It's why Louisiana and Missouri filed the case. It's why Mr. Sauer argued the case. And frankly, it's why Mr. Kennedy is running for president. It's to stop. Help us expose and stop what's going on. This alliance, big government pressuring private entities to censor Americans. I think in Ms. Morris's testimony, which I read this morning, big tech, big government working together big media working all together to censor American speech. So we look forward to your testimony over the next few hours. But I will tell you this, just get ready. I think these guys, Ms. Morris, get ready. Last time we had a journalist sitting there, they were trying to get them to divulge their sources. So be ready, but I know you can handle it. We appreciate your willingness to come forward. We appreciate your willingness to fight for the First Amendment. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an...
The Ways and Means Committee is charged with ensuring that the tax code is enforced fairly. Clearly, the president only believes in making taxpayers pay their fair share if they don't share his last name. These two courageous whistleblowers provided my committee with devastating testimony showing that the government is not treating all taxpayers equally, and that DOJ and the IRS gave preferential treatment to the president's son during a criminal investigation into his taxes. These individuals in front of us today are credible and set for nearly 15 hours of interviews with both Republicans and Democrats. I personally took part in the interview with Mr. Ziegler. Here's what we learned from the interviewees. The IRS recommended multiple felony charges against Hunter Biden for tax years 2014 through 2019, relating to at least $8.3 million in income from foreign companies, including companies based in China, Romania, and Ukraine. And that is the only amount discovered despite the roadblocks and obstruction their investigation faced. The Department of Justice engaged in a campaign to delay, divulge, and deny that investigation. They delayed investigators for years, leading to the expiration of the statute of limitations for many of the crimes involved. They divulged key investigative details to Biden's attorneys and even the president's transition team. And they denied investigators the ability to authenticate evidence, serve warrants, question witnesses, and bring charges. This led to Hunter Biden's sweetheart agreement, announced 5 years after the investigation started, but mere days before my committee voted to publicly release this testimony. Would Americans in my congressional district or any other congressional district ever receive this same treatment? After raising their concerns internally at the IRS, these whistleblowers were discouraged and demoralized and turned to Congress as a last resort. They bravely reported wrongdoing to us. And what have President Biden's allies, including Hunter Biden's lawyers, done? They've responded with a vicious smear campaign to discredit these whistleblowers and discourage others from coming forward, and may have even coordinated with the White House on this effort. This is a disgrace. I urge any IRS employee watching today, if you know of misconduct, please come to the Ways and Means Committee so we can hold accountable those who are responsible. And let me be clear, there will be zero tolerance for any retaliation against whistleblowers by DOJ and the IRS. The American people expect answers about whether the federal government is treating all taxpayers equally or if the wealthy and politically connected get special treatment. Our committees are working together to get to the bottom of this abuse of power, and will work tirelessly to do so and to make sure it doesn't ever happen again. Americans should not have to accept two tiers of justice in this country. One if your last name is Biden, and one for everybody else. I want to thank both whistleblowers for coming forward publicly and for your testimony today. I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida who is chair of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Subcommittee of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Fox. Mr. Speaker, what do parents worry about? According to a national PTA survey, American parents worry most about their child being bullied, and they worry about their child struggling socially and emotionally. What's not on the list? Their school being taken over by illegal immigrants. You would think Americans, parents wouldn't have to worry about that. But yet, here we are. Because this is crazy town. And here in crazy town, the Biden administration is fixated on transforming America's public schools, our institutions for learning, into shelters for illegal immigrants. It's happening now, and we're already seeing elementary and secondary school facilities in cities like New York being converted into housing for immigrants who have illegally crossed our border. Let me be clear, this type of activity emphasizes the notion that an open border is the new normal. It's an attack on law and order and on American families who pay taxes into these schools so their children can get a good educational foundation. Housing illegal immigrants in school facilities creates a host of issues, including safety hazards, security threats, health risks for our children, and let's not forget, America's students are facing severe learning loss because our schools' closures during the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe our schools are for educating students, not for supporting unhinged policies. I believe teachers should be our educators, not ICE agents. I believe school gyms and rec spaces should be for physical education and not for motel rooms. House Republicans are calling President Biden into the principal's office. We refuse to let this happen, and that's why we are tackling this issue head on with H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelter Act. It says no to this dangerous initiative that threatens our children and distracts our schools from their core mission, educating America's kids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Fox, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller. Gentlelady, turn your mic on, please. Carol, we still can't hear you.
We'll try a different one then.
There we go.
I'll have to get a real long neck going here. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Kelly and Member Thompson. I'm pleased that you, Mr. Plowgen, have come here today to answer some of our questions. However, I am really incredibly disappointed and quite frankly disgusted by the Biden administration's abject failure to negotiate in America's best interests at the OECD. In my view, you and your colleagues have completely failed your fiduciary responsibility to the American taxpayers, American workers, and American companies. I realize that you haven't been involved in all of this, but you're here now, and this administration's failure is shameful. It's reprehensible and downright outrageous. It's really hard for me to believe. The American people empower you to negotiate on their behalf, and instead you've surrendered to global socialist tax scheme that will ultimately make America poorer and less competitive, placing our children and grandchildren, our children and our grandchildren, their future at risk, not to mention that you've denigrated our nation's status as a beacon of strength, democracy, and capitalism in an increasingly dangerous world. There are two news headlines just this week. On July 17th, the Wall Street Journal wrote that Europeans are becoming poorer. Yes, we're all worse off, says the Bank of England's chief economist. And from the Washington Post just yesterday, quote, Britain should stop pretending it's a rich country. These articles drive into how Europe's heavy subsidies, overpromised social spending, and the lack of innovation have led to slow growth, lower wages, and less spending and prosperity. Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit these two articles for the record.
So approved.
Mr. Plowgen, I just can't comprehend why the Treasury would put the United States in a position to be forced by unelected global bureaucrats to give up our strong economy to match the failures of our allies abroad. Is the Biden administration willing to reverse course and fight at the OECD to ensure our proven tax incentives like the research and development credit or the low-income housing tax credit are fully protected?
It's been a shared and consistent priority across the administrations that have participated in these negotiations to protect U.S. interests, to protect U.S. businesses, and to protect American workers.
That sounds more like no to me.
We continue to take input from Congress and from U.S. businesses into these discussions and continue to raise these important issues for the United States.
Like our chairman, I'd like to have proof of that, please. Do you consider socialism to be a key goal of the Biden administration? I guess that's no. The OECD Tax Project is a thinly veiled attempt to neuter the U.S. economy and drive America into the arms of global socialism. Europe's economy struggles to adapt to the modern world, and these countries aim to capture our U.S. dollars to fund their socialist programs and government handouts. So I'm just really concerned. While the OECD's proposed deal would protect refundable tax credits, also known as direct subsidy, most U.S. tax credits are not refundable, and for good reason. The U.S. is the most innovative nation on the planet, and we attract the best and brightest to start and grow their businesses here. We do not need direct government checks payable to industry, nor should we offer them. Many countries in Europe don't prize innovation or competitiveness like we do, and that's why so many of them come to the United States. So these countries have the sovereign right to determine their own tax code, incentive structures, and national agendas. They do not have the right to try and fund themselves with U.S. tax dollars, no matter what the Treasury Department might think. Congress writes the rules. The administration administers them. I yield back my time.
Thank you. My time. Because what I really want to talk about here is evidence. Evidence, evidence, evidence. Mr. Johnson was so eager to talk about what he called the hard evidence, and yet all we heard again was him repeating allegations without identifying any evidence. You can repeat all of these allegations as much as you want, but it doesn't make them true.
Well, gentlemen,
you are not witnesses. I don't have enough time, unfortunately. You are not witnesses to any of this conduct, and just because you say it over and over, it doesn't make it so. And if we're talking about censorship here, which I believe is presumably the reason why Mr. Kennedy is here, the tweet that you've identified was never taken down. Whatever the government may have tried to do, and I don't agree that it tried to do what you said it did, it wasn't taken down. So how can the government actually censor anyone if there's enough freedom within the companies they're talking to that they reject whatever request that the government makes? I want to focus now, Ms. Morris, on the laptop. There's been a lot of talk about the laptop being real, and that is true. There was a laptop, it's a computer, keyboard, screen, it is real, but you never got a laptop before you wrote that story, did you?
That's correct.
You got a hard drive.
Hard drive.
And you received that hard drive from Rudy Giuliani, right?
Yep.
Okay. Who had been openly associating with an agent of Russian intelligence in the months leading up to your story. You agree with that, right?
I guess.
Now, did you do a forensic examination of that hard drive before you printed your story?
We had tech people in the Post looking at it, yes.
That's a forensic analysis?
No, not.
I highly doubt the New York Post has the ability to do a forensic analysis of a hard drive. Okay. Ms. Morris, were you the primary drafter of this article?
Yes.
Bruce Golding was not the primary author?
No.
Drafter?
No.
Did he help with the article?
Yes.
And then isn't it true that he decided to withdraw his name from the byline because of concerns that he had?
I wasn't involved with that.
Well, isn't it true, whether you were involved in it or not?
I don't know the details.
But he did withdraw his name from the byline.
His name was not published.
Right. Well, I'd like to introduce for the record an article in the New York Times that says, the first line is, New York Post front page article about Hunter Biden was written mostly by a staff reporter who refused to put his name on it, two Post employees said. Now, I would note, you also said that this article was determinative of the election, but there was a pause for 24 hours, and there was a tremendous controversy. And there is no doubt that this article received far more attention because of the controversy than it would if it had ever been published without any controversy. And it is odd to hear my colleagues and Ms. Morris talk about their somehow expert knowledge about whether it affected the election, because we're not hearing a lot about Jim Comey, although one of my colleagues did say that he interfered in the 2016 election, and that is correct. He interfered on behalf of Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton by unnecessarily announcing an investigation 6 days before. The majority would like us to believe that there's some broad government conspiracy, but in reality, this government is playing by the book. That is why Joe Biden's Justice Department has allowed a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney to continue his investigation of the president's son, which is in direct contrast to what the former president did by weaponizing the Justice Department. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes himself. Hard evidence. Mr. Johnson said that.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, Biden wants Americans to believe his policies are working, but his borrow, tax, and spend Bidenomics created a 40-year high inflation, causing families to suffer from skyrocketing energy and grocery costs and discouraging increases of rent and mortgages. While Biden talks about his hourly wages have increased, the reality is that the prices have risen faster and incomes actually reduced. According to the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, using the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the number of hours worked per week have declined. This amounts to the average family losing $5,600 in annual purchasing power. The Republican House majority is working to correct this and having recently passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act to rein in government overreach and limit inflationary spending, creating jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders. I yield back.
Mr. Kennedy, I want to ask you specifically about the Hunter Biden laptop story. The total blackout on all social media outlets as well as telecom. You couldn't text the link to the Hunter Biden laptop story. This specifically was a form of election interference by the U.S. government in the 2020 election.
I don't know enough about it. I know that there was censorship on that story and other stories that, presumably could have changed people's minds about the election.
And we know the polling demonstrates that now. People have said they would have changed their vote had they been made aware of the Hunter Biden laptop story. Isn't that correct?
I'm not aware of that, but I'm not surprised.
Mr. Sauer, I want to turn to you. I want your reflection on this form of government censorship, specifically in the 2020 election, as a form of election interference, and what I believe is some of the, most egregious political scandals that, I will live through in my lifetime. Mr. Sauer, what are your reflections?
I strongly agree with your characterization of that form of censorship as election interference. The evidence in our case strongly supports that. It strongly supports, actually we have judicial findings now, that the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story was done at the instigation of federal officials in the FBI at a very high level of that organization. It was an orchestrated campaign of deception that was anticipatory, it was planned in advance, and it was is, I think, consummated with the testimony that I hadn't seen before that's been put up today from Ms. Demlow, characterizing how, at the very end, the FBI then clammed up at the last minute after spending months of seeding the record in these endless, ceaseless meetings with social media platforms about there's a hack and dump coming, it's going to involve Hunter Biden. Then when it actually came, they said, well, no comment. Our judge focused on that particular issue as kind of the coup de grace in this form of election interference.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Thank you. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for any questions he has for the panel.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate both of you coming to testify. If anybody say this isn't important, they're out of reality. They hadn't been in the real world. We've had projects in South Carolina. Development is what we do. I've had D6 caterpillars sitting on the sidelines waiting on I think it was a sandhill snail they were trying to find. How stupid it's like this long-eared bat. I mean, really? To hold up the progress for road building because of this? I see the bald eagle. That makes sense. I see the bears. That makes sense. But long-eared bats, I hope the white nose syndrome wipes all of them out. We won't have it to worry about. And the snail in South Carolina that we faced, I think it was a sandhill snail. It cost the state a lot of money. Think of the tax revenue. So it's laughable. And you got these bureaucrats making I actually don't think, well, Biden wouldn't know whether he really passed it or not. But it makes no sense, these bureaucrats he wouldn't know they wouldn't know a bat from a worm, really. They're just not in the real world. So this is very important. It's sad we have to deal with this and pass legislation to stop some insanity like this. And it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious. But we've been victims of it. People all over the country have with permitting. Imagine trying to find snails, going out digging for stupid snails. It makes no sense. Just like the prohibition that's getting ready to happen on, I understand, water heaters. What they tried to do with gas stoves, this administration. It's completely insane what they're trying to do. So thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for pioneering this. And I wish my friends on the other side of the aisle, particularly as it relates to climate change, the forest fires that they say is caused by acts of God. No, it's the thatch that's building up. It's the trees they won't allow to be thinned. Talk to the foresters. They have no idea they won't go to the experts that really know what they're talking about, other than these cowboy behind a computer making rules that are costing the American people. Thank you for what you're doing. I yield back.
House policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we are just 2 days away from the August district work period, and on Friday, our colleagues will return home to our 435 districts across this great country. I know on the Republican side, everyone will be holding town halls and roundtables, and they'll meet with constituents and business owners. They'll be with the people that we represent here in the People's House. And we have so much to relay to them. This has been a busy 7 months in this Congress, and House Republicans have passed a lot of important legislation. We're keeping our commitment to America that we ran on in the last election cycle. Here's a short list: the Lower Energy Costs Act. We passed that. It unleashed American energy production. The Secure the Border Act is the most comprehensive border security package ever passed by the United States Congress. The Parents' Bill of Rights ensures that parents have a seat at the table. The National Defense Authorization Act, which is full of important priorities for the people and pushes back on radical leftist policy in our military. There's so much more. I could spend the entire designated hour going through the list of major accomplishments. The House Republicans also, by the way, ended the COVID-19 national emergency. We rescinded 2 backwards D.C. crime bills. We've conducted rigorous oversight of an administration that has played fast and loose with the rule of law. Not long ago, just one example, discussion of the Hunter Biden laptop was literally blocked on social media. I mean literally. We have a 155-page federal court opinion and the landmark litigation, Missouri and Louisiana v. Biden, where the court looked at volumes of evidence and deliberated for months and issued a preliminary injunction order explained in this 155 pages, where the court says, the facts show very clearly, that the Biden administration and its agencies, including the DOJ, the FBI, the CDC, Department of Homeland Security, and others, were engaged in a sort of whole-of-government censorship effort. They censored and silenced and suppressed the viewpoints of conservatives, specifically online. They met routinely with the social media companies and told them to pull down voices and messages they disagreed with. So-called misinformation, which none of them obviously can define. They blatantly violated the Constitution, the First Amendment, and the court said, if all these allegations are true, and that's what the facts show, that it is arguably the most massive attack on free speech in United States history. That's what the court said, not Republicans. So we've been on that. We've been investigating that. News organizations just a few months ago called members who dared to question the narrative about the Hunter Biden laptop as conspiracy theorists and extremists. Now, though, thanks to the work of our various committees, not only has this information been verified, but we have uncovered a wealth of information, not only linking Hunter Biden to illegal activities, but very likely the president himself. We'll take this time during the August work period to continue to share all these important facts with the American people, and I am encouraged that people are following these developments and they're demanding accountability. Mr. Speaker, we have a great lineup of Republican members here tonight to speak during our hour, and I am happy to yield first to my good friend, the gentleman from Wisconsin and former Navy SEAL, Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
And yeah, I think we hear this from the other side of the aisle quite a lot. Well, we have to put this all into context, and there were a lot of mistakes made in the 20 years of war, and frankly, I think that's a sad deflection from the mistakes that were made, the debacle that this withdrawal was. I could fill this room with think tank reports and studies, some of which you authored, Mr. Kalinda, and that I participated in the Pentagon back under the Bush administration, which, by the way, talks began in the Bush administration, they continued in the Obama administration, all to varying degrees. And then we hear about, as we're hearing from the other side about, well, it was really about Doha. And heck, we even just saw that in President Biden's after action review. But at the end of the day, and this is the fact that people just can't get over, is President Trump's national security team went into him and said the Taliban are not living up to it, and he did not withdraw. They didn't live up to their end of the bargain, and therefore we stopped. And then we hear, well, the administration, the Biden administration didn't have any choice. They had no problem with getting back into the Paris Accord. They had no problem reversing course on Iran. They had no problem reversing course on the border. Heck, they even canceled an entire pipeline on day one. But yet we're supposed to believe that they had no choice when it came to Afghanistan. It's a bunch of crap. It's a garbage argument. And I think deep down, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know it in their hearts. So let's just stick to the fact at hand of this withdrawal and how it was handled. Colonel Crumrick, you are a senior staff officer in Central Command, and you're testifying that President Biden ignored the military advice of 3 4-star generals, General Miller, General McKenzie, and General Milley, correct?
That is correct.
And it's safe to articulate that our soldiers, their loved ones, were asked to do 2 conflicting missions: to completely get everything out as fast as possible in a full withdrawal, but yet also facilitate an evacuation. Is that accurate, correct?
That is correct.
Sergeant Major, you're testifying that your best military advice on using Bagram instead of HKIA was also ignored. Is that correct?
That's not the way it happened, sir. We did not do it out of Bagram.
And on Bagram, and this is critical to the family sitting behind you, was the prison holding 7,000 of the most hardened terrorists, including the suicide bomber that killed their loved ones at Abbey Gate, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And were you aware of any contingency planning? The Afghans were guarding it, but they needed the base for power, for life support, for supplies. Were you aware of any contingency planning as the Taliban are closing in on Kabul to deal with those prisoners should that prison fall or should they be released? Were you aware of any contingency planning? Anyone?
I was not, sir.
And Colonel Crump, finally, I'll just ask you, were you aware of any contingency planning to deal with our SIVs, key Afghans like ministry officials, journalists, women, activists, people that the Taliban would obviously had targeted for 20 years and would continue? Were you aware, or, including, heck, our own U.S. citizens, any contingency planning as part of this rapid withdrawal to get those folks out should our assumptions that the Afghan government could hold and the military and the Afghan military would hold would fail? Any contingency planning along those lines?
No, and it became very painfully obvious under extreme duress how big of a gap that was.
So this was an utter lack of planning that their loved ones paid the ultimate price for, and that our Afghan allies right now today are being hunted down as we speak, are still paying the price for, and future American soldiers have to go up and to go back and clean up this mess, as we've had to do in Iraq from the Obama administration decisions. I mean, there's a direct causality there, in your opinion.
There is.
Thank you. And what would happen to a leader in the military who ignored intelligence and failed to plan, in this case till the day before, resulting in troops killed? What would happen?
They would get court-martialed.
How does it make you feel that not a single official has resigned, been relieved, been court-martialed, even laterally transferred? Heck, how does that make you feel?
Terrible, and I would like one to take responsibility. You know, when JFK had the Bay of Pigs, he came out and said, the buck stops with me. You know, I am...
Not only are they not taking responsibility, President of the United States saying it's outstanding success, so it should at least Secretary Blinken, with the State Department in charge of this operation, in your opinion, at least resign? He's not going to be fired by the president. Should he at least resign?
I can't speak of what he should do, but I would say that senior leaders definitely need to be held accountable in that organization.
Well, they're not under this administration, Colonel, but this committee will not let this go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence, both chairmen, and to our families. We will not let this go. As long as I sit in this seat, we will drive accountability for you and for your loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. We now yield 5 minutes to Ms.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the reality of Bidenomics. We've heard the president say time and time again that his economic policies have worked. He actually believes that the American economy is better today than it was before he took office. Well, let's look at the facts, because we know this administration has a habit of changing terms, redefining issues, and really not looking at the facts. So let's look at the facts. Gas is up 34% since Joe Biden took office. Energy prices are up 28.5%. And the average American family is paying almost $1,200 per month on everyday needs. Now tell me, does that sound like an economy that's strong? The clear answer is no. The economy is not strong. It's actually a lot weaker than it was before Joe Biden took office. And the sad reality is that hardworking taxpayers are footing the bill for Biden's failures. I think it's time we tell the truth, that Bidenomics has been a complete and utter failure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman, I yield. Very good. Chair now recognizes Mr. Gomez for 5 minutes. Garcia for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's first zero in on the bottom line. What we have is two IRS investigators who clearly worked very hard on the Hunter Biden investigation, and thank you both for being here today. You both gave recommendations to prosecutors based on your work, which you've described today. And then Donald Trump's hand-picked prosecutor then made recommendations to charge Hunter. He acted independently, and he himself has confirmed this. You did your job making recommendations, and then the prosecutor did his job. You don't have to agree with his conclusions, but that's the bottom line of what we have today at this hearing. But today's hearing is like most of the majority's investigations and hearings. A lot of allegations, zero proof, no receipts, but apparently some dick pics. Now, at a certain point, the American people will need some actual evidence. Actual evidence. But we've seen absolutely none. So let's go back and review what's gone over the course of the last 7 months of this smear campaign against the White House. First, the committee is clearly obsessed with Hunter Biden, massively obsessed with him. Now, keep in mind, there's been no evidence of any wrongdoing or transactions of the person that's actually in government, Joe Biden. A lot about Hunter, not a lot about Joe Biden. And Hunter Biden, I want to remind the majority, is actually not the President of the United States. And I want to point out that no Biden family members hold government positions of any kind. Now, this is, of course, in stark contrast to the Trump crime family. The majority conveniently glazes over the Trump's family's foreign dealings. The Trump family, who, of course, were actually appointed to White House senior jobs, from Ivanka's Chinese trademarks to Jared's Qatari real estate bailout and $2 billion in Saudi private equity money. So where's that investigation? They were actually in the White House. And I think Chris Christie, one of the Republicans running for president, said it best, of course, in the former governor. This is his quote, not mine. The grift from the family is breathtaking. It's breathtaking. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Kushner walk out of the White House and months later get $2 billion from the Saudis. Continue. You think it's because it's some kind of investigative genius or investing genius? Or is it because he was sitting next to the President of the United States for 4 years and doing favors for the Saudis? Now, these are quotes from a man who's known Trump and the Kushners for years. These people are in the White House every day, formally making policy, unlike Hunter Biden. Now, the Biden family attacks, of course, went nowhere. And so they tried, of course, to create a new storm, a new conspiracy theory with the so-called FBI Ukraine document, another fake scandal. This new fake scandal had a lot of hype, a lot of scary headlines from our chairman, from a lot of members of this committee, but a lot of us actually read the document, and when you read the document, it was pretty clear this was all hype. Just a wild accusation being passed along to the FBI with zero proof. And where did this accusation actually come from? Rudy Giuliani. Just another Rudy Giuliani tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that went nowhere. Giuliani recommended that Rudy Giuliani, by the way, whose law license is being recommended to actually be removed. Now, Rudy Giuliani's longtime associate, Lev Parnas, just said that he's prepared to testify under oath that there is no evidence that the president or his son Hunter interfered with Ukrainian politics, and there never has been. The Republican U.S. Attorney Scott Brady, handpicked by Donald Trump, determined it did not have sufficient evidence to further investigate Rudy's claims. But members of this committee, even today, repeat this narrative over and over again. More accusations, no proof, no receipts. So what's next in the switch hunt? This man, Gal Luft. The Republicans were so desperate just last week to find someone who could tell them what they wanted to hear that they promoted and collaborated with a Chinese spy trying to influence U.S. policy while selling weapons to Iran and Libya. So why is the so-called whistleblower missing? We don't know. Skipped his bail, being searched upon after being arrested. Now we're so desperate to cling to this narrative that they're defending this alleged crook. I want to know, we have questions. Was the chairman, was the committee staff in contact with Mr. Luft while he was a fugitive? Do we know where he is? What vetting does the majority do to make sure that there aren't targets of foreign influence on this committee? These are the real questions that we need answers to.
If you're willing to yield, I'll answer that question.
Sure, I just want my time.
I've never met Gal Luft in my life. All I know is he was getting money from the same company that the Bidens were getting money from, CEFC. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to also if anyone from the committee or any committee members or committee staff had any contact with who is now obviously a Chinese spy, which you and the committee have been hyping up for weeks.
Well, is the president's son a Chinese spy? They took money from the only difference is the president's son took a hell of a lot more money than Gal Luft did.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, you were the one hyping up a Chinese spy and arms dealer for weeks. This is just another example.
Who cares if they had money from the same company?
So just to finish up my time, let me just say that it's clear to me that this majority will stop at nothing to try to impeach President Biden, the Attorney General, Secretary Mayorkas, and the list goes on and on. This is just another witch hunt that the majority continues to do week after week. The majority is trying to interfere in ongoing legal proceedings to cause chaos and to try to re-elect Donald Trump, who obviously is pulling this extremist agenda. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Gentlemen, welcome, and thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent from the rest of the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the distinguished gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it ought to be obvious. American schools are for American students. This should not be a controversial statement, yet in the last few months, cities such as New York and Chicago, for example, across the U.S. have started to use schools as shelters for illegal immigrants. All of this is a result of the Biden administration's failed border policies that have turned every state into a border state, regardless if they're actually near the border. The policies have only further encouraged more illegal immigration because of the promise of illegal immigrants being allowed to remain in our country with proper process and cushy food and housing. The tab for all this, of course, is being picked up by the American taxpayer. The recent expansion of these programs into schools is an insult to the reason public schools even exist, to provide a free education that teaches the kids necessary skills for them to be successful in life, all of which stand to be disrupted by illegal immigrants being housed in their school gyms, classrooms, and taking up the resources that rightfully belong to the American students. This is why we need the Schools Not Shelters Act by Mr. Molinaro from New York. We can't guarantee who are even coming into these shelters or if the information we have on them is at all accurate. And we certainly can't promise parents that there will be no harm to their kids. A controlled border solves these issues, and the Schools Not Shelters Act is a very important key to starting on that. I yield back.
The gentleman.
Phase, Chair recognizes Mr. Gosar of Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for your comments. 107,000 people died of overdoses in 2021, as you said. It appears 109,000 people died of overdoses from February of 2022 to 2023. No matter how the administration spins this, the problem's getting worse. There are many reasons for the drug crisis. Instead of dependency that we saw on drugs, now we're seeing trank and fentanyl being put together, and we're seeing instant death. Yes, there are more granular policy fixes that are worthy of focus. However, I would like to zoom out on this one problem. Biden's national drug control strategy is 150 pages. The words God and faith are not mentioned one time. People need a purpose to be happy. To quote Robert F. Kennedy, I know that's awful hard, quote, unemployment kills, end of quote. The left offers endless benefits. In other words, dependency, because dependent population votes for the providers of those benefits. But a human being needs a purpose, a good job, the ability to provide for a family, a belief in a creator in order to be happy. He or she doesn't need lockdowns and destroy their small businesses. He or she doesn't need free needles and syringes so they can inject themselves with deadly drugs. He or she doesn't need lower wages and more crime to thank illegal and alien invasion. That only raises anxiety. He or she doesn't need to fight in pointless foreign wars. Words related to race are mentioned 50 times in this same document. Racism and white supremacy have nothing to do with the fact that our population is being decimated by illegal drugs and high rates of suicide. The lack of purpose fostered by the left is the real culprit. Now I've got some questions for you. I'd first like to submit for the record the following article by the heritage immigration expert Laura Rise. The decision to allow 30,000 individuals from these very poor countries to enter the U.S. every month exacerbate or improve the drug crisis in the United States.
Thank you, Congressman. I will say that the levels have flattened. We need to do more. We need to create a recovery-ready nation, recovery-ready businesses, as you mentioned, and we need to have people find hope and purpose in their life. And we're taking all aspects of it. You mentioned faith. We are meeting with faith leaders across the nation very soon next month.
But I don't see it published. It's one thing to say that you're meeting with these people, but it's another thing to be acknowledged, right?
I can tell you that this is an important piece of what we're trying to do, is accomplish or bring all communities together, whether they're business, faith, treatment, public health, or public safety, law enforcement. It is important. All of us have a role to play. None of us can fix this problem by themselves.
I agree.
Recognize that.
But allowing thousands of people who do not speak English and who will have a very hard time finding a job to enter the United States will exacerbate the crisis in the United States. But that's not all. The Biden administration is bastardizing the use of federal app originally created by the Trump administration to facilitate cross-border tourism and commerce under the Trump administration, called the CBP One app. That allows illegal aliens to make an asylum appointment at a port of entry. 37,500 illegal aliens can enter the U.S. per month. According to RISE, if aliens entering through the Parole and CBP One app were added to the DHS official encounters numbers, then encounters would return to historic levels of 200,000 plus per month, numbers only seen under the Biden administration. Do you believe facilitating the entry of 37,500 aliens per month, many of whom do not speak English and will have a very hard time finding a job, will exacerbate or improve the drug crisis in the United States?
Thank you, Congressman. What we're trying to do is put technology at the border to make sure that where the drugs are coming through, we're stopping every piece of that drug that we can stop.
But you're not, because I'm from Arizona, and we see hundreds and thousands of pounds of fentanyl coming across the border. So no matter how you try to intercept it, it's going to make it worse. So I got limited time. The National Drug Control Strategy published by your office says advancing racial equity is one of the 7 priorities that your office deems to be most important in fighting the drug crisis. Another is harm reduction, which means facilitating drug use for drug.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many people talk about the southern border. I represent it. There's 1,254 miles in Texas. I represent 2/3 of that. Mr. Ramirez, I've been on your ranch. I almost didn't recognize you without your hat. I swear you would sleep with that thing. Thank you for being here today. And we've seen it. We've had the discussion firsthand. Ms. Tambunga, you look wonderful. It's great to see you up here. Mr. Tambunga, you look wonderful as well. Thank you for coming up here and sharing your story. There is not one person in my district, and honestly, throughout Texas, that doesn't have a story in some form or fashion, that isn't connected in some form or fashion to a tragic situation. Whether that's the high-speed chase that went through Ozona, whether that's a high-speed chase that went through Uvalde and wrecked a car that hurt the mother of one of my commissioners in Valverde County, whether that's Ronnie Dotson, who's a sheriff out in Brewster County, that every week finds bodies in his jurisdiction, whether it's ranchers in Dryden, Texas, that have had their water lines cut. I mean, there is not one person, whether it's the schools in Uvalde, thankfully we're in break right now, but that we're going into lockdown 3 times a week. And so I find it very frustrating to how do we get attention to this issue? It seems as if the federal government, to include Congress has an equal role and is equally responsible. The President of the United States and Congress have abandoned my district, have abandoned the 23rd District of Texas. How do we fix that? And to me, all roads go back to the President of the United States. No matter how I skin it, no matter how you look at it, it's the President of the United States that's going to have to enforce the laws that are on the books. But it's Congress's job to be the power of the purse and give them the tools to do that and update these very ancient laws that no longer make sense. But I'm frustrated. What do we have to do? How many people have to die? How many people have to drown? How many ranchers have to lose their property? How many schools have to go into lockdown before some action takes place? And I'm very offended because a year ago I hosted the President of the United States in my district, in Uvalde. And I pulled him aside and I said, Mr. President, now isn't the time or the place, but I'd like to sit with you and talk to you about the border and some solutions on how we can fix this. The man looked me right in the eye and he said, absolutely, Tony. A year later, the only discussion I've had is with a staffer. And round we go. And it's unacceptable. I don't know what it's going to take in order to get the President of the United States to engage on this topic. I was against impeaching President Trump. I view impeachment as in case of emergency, break glass. But are we at that point where this is an emergency? One. Two, is there something that Congress can do to move the ball forward? Is there even something small? Is there something Congress, not Republicans, not Democrats, can come together and do one thing in order to get this crisis under control? Ms. Tambunga, you brought up a piece of legislation that we're working on, the Emmy-Koch Act, which essentially creates an awareness. If there is a high-speed chase coming through town, you get notified on your phone to basically stay the hell away, get away. That may save lives. Are there some immigration things? Are there some work visa options that can get us to a point? How do we enforce the laws that are already on the books? How do we prevent bad actors from entering this country? But also, how do we abide by the laws that we already have? I think there's an opportunity there, but it's going to take some bold leadership. And I think it's going to start in this committee and others like it. And if we don't, round and round we go, we're going to find more bodies. There's going to be more innocent Americans hurt. And it's just it feels like we're at a dead end. But it's going to be Congress that solves that. And that should scare the hell out of everybody. But if Congress doesn't solve it, how is anyone else going to solve it? So thank you for coming here today. Thank you for giving your testimony earlier. This is an important issue that won't go away because of folks like you. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes for question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank all of our witnesses that are here today. Thank you for your testimony. And certainly anyone that's been impacted personally and their family or have had loss, I just want to send my condolences as well. I think it's...
Would you yield a question?
Yes.
You made the argument that Trump received $6 million from China or something, and Hunter Biden received the money from China. Do you know exactly what Hunter Biden did to receive the money from China? Because that's something we've had a hard time trying to figure out. I think I know what Trump's businesses were. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just know what his businesses are. I don't know what the Biden's businesses are.
And you don't know what it's not.
Well,
I'm sorry?
And you don't know what it's not either.
But what I'll say...
So you have no idea why or why not he received that money.
What I will say is...
You have no evidence about it.
Can I submit this MSNBC or this NBC article for the record as well?
Without objection, so ordered.
And I will say that in this article, it specifically says that the source of a number of Trump's monies, it was unclear. Okay. He just said that he did have businesses there. He did say that he had opened some bank accounts in China, but they could not find the source of the monies that were paid to him from China.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here today. There's a lot of information. Let's try to quickly lay this out for the American people, okay? So quick answers. How long has...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as the country deals with distractions that are, the truth of which is very difficult to get out of the White House or other sources, such as the missing Titanic submarine. When did it actually implode? Couldn't get the truth on that. Or where's the packet of cocaine that came into the White House? Who's responsible for that? Why can't they track that with their of security systems? Or silliness such as males competing in women's sports and being in women's places like their locker rooms. All these things distract away from they're important issues in and of themselves, but they distract from some really important issues that don't get a lot of press, a lot of coverage these days. Take the situation with Iran and its development of nuclear weapons. Now, that's a very unstable country and one that's a very well-noted sponsor of terror around the world in many areas. So let's harken back a little ways here. Under the Obama administration, everybody remembers that first pallet of cash that was flown into Iran of about $400 million, basically of other currencies because there were still sanctions at the time that we couldn't send U.S. dollars in there, so it was mainly Swiss francs and euros that were set in. of a total of about $1.7 billion that was sent in to help sponsor terror that Iran is so good at. So how are we supposed to ask our partners around the world to continue sanctions against Iran, whatever is still left in place, after the JCPOA was put in 2015, to help stop the major sponsor of terror in the world? How are we supposed to continue that? Indeed, the Biden administration has a plan, an idea of sending $17 billion more over there to help prop up their treasury. What in the world are we doing that for? With all the things we need to spend money on in our own country here, and we want to help prop up the treasury of the major state sponsor of terror that Iran is. The JCPOA, agreed to under the Obama administration, has been a complete failure, trying to limit the amount of uranium that they would be refining through their centrifuges. Our understanding is that they have 23 times the stockpiles of these uranium material provided for in the 2015 JCPOA. really adhering to that agreement, enforcing that agreement, it sounds like. And yet we're talking about, at this administration, sending $17 billion more to help prop up their economy and help them do more terror activity. 23 times the stockpiles. So at the point that Iran reaches 90% enrichment on its uranium, Israel's going to have some very important decisions to make, because Israel's already surrounded by a lot of people that don't like them in the Middle East, including Iran. If they get the weapons they need and the ability to deliver them, Israel's going to have some very, very tough decisions to make on preserving themselves and not getting much of a good signal coming from the current administration in the White House that the United States is going to be there to back up Israel like they need to be. What will that force them to do? Who knows? Probably some very extreme things. I don't blame them, but when the International Atomic Energy Agency can verify that they've reached already 83.7% of enrichment levels of a certain amount of stockpile that Iran has, they're not far from having nuclear weapon-capable materials. When they reach that 90% point, that's generally accepted as nuclear bomb ready. Now, is Iran a stable enough country we can trust them with nuclear bombs? That was what supposedly the whole JCPOA was about, to keep them from getting nuclear weapons. This isn't the Iran of old, where the United States used to at least have a relationship with them, and they had a lot more of a westernized culture with free movement, free activities for women, for many Iranians, pre-1979 and the Ayatollah taking over there. It's still a very unstable country and causes much instability in the world. So the idea of them gaining nuclear weapons very soon, when they reach that 90% mark, puts us all in a pretty perilous position. We're across an entire ocean from the situation there across the Atlantic and such. But our our great ally Israel, as well as part of Europe, what are they going to be facing with a nuclear Iran? We better get serious on not sending them $17 billion or more, but putting the sanctions back in place that will bring Iran to its knees and stop this nuclear proliferation and their ability to sponsor terror. I yield back.
I'll recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. I am the subcommittee chairman of the National Security and Border and Foreign Affairs Committee. Good afternoon and welcome to our joint subcommittee hearing on how the Biden administration's immigration policies have impacted border communities and communications across the country. I want to thank my colleague Andy Biggs, who has arranged frequent hearings, or for at least frequent tours of the southern border for congressmen from around the country. And I'd like to thank him for his leadership on this issue and his willingness to join in this hearing. I want to thank my colleagues for making the time to fly out here to learn more about this issue with me. It couldn't be more appropriate that we're here in the Tucson sector because the Border Patrol apprehended over 40,000 illegal immigrants in the month of July alone. That's the highest it's been in 15 years. Even though not all of us are representing southwest border states, This illegal immigration impacts every community in the United States. The Biden administration continues to lean into failed policies that cause a catastrophe on our southwest border. It's a problem that requires oversight. Under this majority, the House Oversight Committee this will be our 5th hearing, the 4th on this subcommittee alone, on border issues. We've conducted 7 transcribed interviews with chief patrol agents from sectors along the southwest border, and we've sent many demands for documents and information to the Department of Homeland Security and other relevant agencies to provide transparency. We intend to understand why the crisis at our southern border is only getting worse, even as more and more taxpayer dollars are committed to the humanitarian and security response. And something I'm reluctant to point out, but will point out, none of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have decided to join us today, despite an open invitation to participate. And I'll point out right now I'm on another special committee dealing with the drug side of this thing, the drug cartel side of this thing. At least we're invited to come down to Arizona later this month. Same thing. We haven't been able to get any Democrats to come down here. When I get around my district again and again, I hear, why can't you guys try to work together? And we just have a complete lack of sense of urgency. And I'll tell you from being down here and talking to so many in the past, you cannot know what's going on the southern border unless you've been here and talked to the people who live it, both law enforcement, ranchers, what have you. Despite President Biden claiming that his administration would bring transparency and truth back to the government to share the truth, even when it's hard to hear, the Biden administration has tried to hide the truth from the American people when it comes to our border security and the crisis they've engineered. By the way, I'd like to thank, we have a few members of the press back there, and I'm really glad to see that because we do need this being covered to alert the American public. Disclosures made in litigation between the Biden administration and Florida and Texas show at least 2 million illegal aliens have been released into the United States under the Biden administration. I am sure that is low. In fiscal year 2023 through June, Customs and Border Protection personnel have encountered 2.3 million inadmissible aliens at the ports of entry and between ports of entry, almost as many encountered in the entire fiscal year 2022. So in other words, with 2 months to go, we've already cleared what we did last year. Additionally, the CPB One smartphone app was created and launched in 2020 during the pandemic to facilitate lawful trade and travel for those with legitimate business before the agency. The Biden administration now uses CPB One app to let hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens into the country, overwhelming officers at the points of entry and leaving vulnerabilities in our national security. In other words, what's going on, the Border Patrol that expected and was hired to guard the border has to deal with paperwork at the points of entry instead, which is why you have such big gaps. The Biden administration's propaganda machine calls these unlawful parole programs lawful pathways. Make no mistake, these so-called lawful pathways are anything but lawful and are complete abuse of limited parole authority provided under the Immigration and Nationality Act statute. When the Biden administration isn't actively breaking our immigration laws, they pretend that everything is fine, repeating the tired rhetoric that they've created a safe, orderly, humane immigration system. That is not true. Look no further than how the Biden administration has mismanaged an influx of unaccompanied alien children, many who have been subject to horrible abuses by unrelated sponsors who traffic them into forced labor to pay off smuggling debts. And by unaccompanied children coming across without an adult. That's 8,000 to 10,000 every month across this border. Unbelievable. Earlier this year, I chaired a national security subcommittee hearing where the Office of Refugee Resettlement Director testified about their work to assist unaccompanied alien children. It was clear that the Biden administration prioritized speed over safety and failed to properly screen sponsors to assist in temporary care for unaccompanied minors. It was clear that the unaccompanied minors coming into the country face enormous pressure to work illegal, full-time jobs to support either themselves, their families abroad, or to pay off debts to cartels or their sponsor. I want to emphasize, we may or may not hear it today, that a lot of times these people come across, they are obligated by the drug cartels who let them in here to have to pay $8,000 to $20,000 for that trip, which is just unbelievable. It was clear that employees and contractors who raised alarm bells were retaliated against and silenced. Countless children, and I say countless because the administration couldn't keep track of tens of thousands of these children, are now being exploited across our country as a direct result of the chaos at the border. It's vital that the Biden administration continues to take steps to deter illegal immigration and reduce the impact of human trafficking on vulnerable children. Today, we'll explore how the Biden administration's immigration policies have affected our border communities in the nation. Our witnesses today will discuss how the reversal of deterrent-focused illegal immigration policies have had an adverse effect on American security, business, and livelihoods. We will also hear from experts on the big picture issues created by the Biden administration immigration policies and how these decisions have implications for the future of our immigration policy. I'd like to thank everyone who traveled from near and far to get here and to address this issue, which in my opinion is the number one issue in the United States right now. I look forward to your testimonies today. And now I'd like to recognize the chair of the Judiciary Subcommittee.
Before I close, I want to ask for consent to enter into the record 3 letters from myself, Judiciary Chair Jordan, and Ways and Means Chair Smith, to the Director of Secret Service, Director of the IRS, and the Attorney General, requesting more information pertaining to our investigation. Without objection, so ordered, as well as enter into the record the 2 bank memorandums that we've already submitted to our friends in the media that we're trying to teach financial literacy to. I'd like to enter those 2 memorandums into the record. Again, I want to thank you all so much for what you've done today. I can't imagine what you've been through. I apologize for what you have been through. This is what this committee is all about. The mission for the House Oversight Committee is to identify and root out waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the federal government. To do that, we depend on whistleblowers. Whistleblowers coming forward and telling their story. And that's what you all have done. And to think that there are people on the committee who have tried to question your credibility is it's a pretty low mark for the history of the House Oversight Committee. So again, thank you. And what we learned today, let's just go back 6 months when this investigation started, when we became the majority. The laptop, according to many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and many of our friends in the media, was Russian disinformation. And what we now know is the laptop contained many of the financial records, the financial documents, the communications between both the president as well as other members of his family, with many of these associates, with many of these foreign nationals. So there's a clear path of evidence. I say that investigating the Biden family influence peddling is like investigating a bleeding bear through a snowstorm. There's so much evidence laying around. We've confirmed today what we've been saying in this committee for several months, that the Bidens took in over $10 million, $17.3 million to be exact, from adversaries. We have no earthly idea what they did to receive that money. I think that's concerning to every American. We have evidence that Hunter Biden spoke to his father about his businesses, and that Hunter used his father's name to shake down the Chinese Communist Party backed person. We saw that in the WhatsApp message that you all released. We've seen that in other emails and correspondence from the laptop. We learned, unfortunately, that these brave, incredible whistleblowers have been retaliated against at the IRS and intimidated by the Biden shady legal team and their lapdogs in the press. And for that, I apologize, and I hope that that does not deter other brave, incredible whistleblowers from coming forward. You know, all roads lead to Joe Biden, the big guy, the guy who was set to go in business with the Chinese Communist Party linked entity that wired money to the Biden family, as well as to Gal Luft, who was mentioned earlier by one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Joe Biden was even set to share office space, according to an email, with this Chinese Communist Communist Party-backed entity. And that's a concern. That should be a concern to every American, because whether you're Republican or Democrat, whether you're rural or urban, one thing that we can agree on is that Americans detest public corruption. That's why we have an IRS. That's why we have an IRS criminal division. That's why we have an oversight committee. That's why we have an ethics committee. That's why we're supposed to have a judicial system in America that provides equal justice for all. But we have to work together, and we have to be honest, and we have to respect our checks and balances. And what we learned today, as troubling as anything, is that your investigation that you spent years of your life on, that we've spent 6 months investigating, where you see a pattern of suspicious activity, where money flows from shady foreign companies and from shady foreign nationals through shell companies that are then laundered, and that's according to 6 different banks in the suspicious activity reports, laundered down in incremental payments to the Biden family for things that we have no idea what they did to receive the money. And as part of that years-long investigation, the FBI is sitting on the whole time a document that alleges Joe Biden and Hunter Biden took a $5 million bribe from a Ukrainian oligarch, where there are bank records that show that the Bidens were receiving money from this entity. There was already evidence there to show that. Now, I don't know whether that allegation is true or not. I know the FBI never investigated it, and what we know from today, they never communicated with the IRS criminal division that spent years investigating this. So there's 2 things that's happening here with the Oversight Committee with respect to the President of the United States. There's the investigation of the Biden corruption, and there's the investigation of the cover-up. Again, I want to thank you all for the work that you have done over the years. We appreciate that. The American people appreciate that. The taxpayers appreciate that. And we look forward to receiving the additional information through the Ways and Means Committee, through the proper process as we continue our investigation. With that,
thank the gentlelady from Washington. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
Well, I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman. I continue to be shocked that this administration would cede U.S. sovereignty to allow other countries to dictate changes to the U.S. tax code. And this administration could not convince Congress to pass its extremist tax hike agenda. So it's basically given the keys to our tax writers to Paris. Whoever drafted this plan has to understand that this attacks our tax base, our economic strength, and it transfers wealth from the U.S. to countries abroad, and it benefits countries abroad. It benefits workers abroad, not American workers. So we've talked about this, but I'm not sure I've really gotten an answer. So the Joint Commission on Taxation estimates that the U.S. would lose over $120 billion in tax revenues. Do you agree with that number? I mean, you've given reasons why it may or may not, but do you agree with how they got to that number?
Well, as I've mentioned, the JCT analysis looks at multiple scenarios, right? And again, I think it's important to look at the baseline in the JCT analysis. The JCT analysis baseline is adoption of Pillar 2 by 40-plus jurisdictions, many of our largest trading partners and major economies. And again, the midpoint of their range for the impact of adoption by other countries of Pillar 2 on U.S. tax receipts is a $25 billion increase in U.S. tax receipts.
So that's the midpoint, but as you mentioned, I mean, they're looking at a number of different scenarios, which I would hope that our own Treasury would look at. So can you tell me what the U.S. Treasury has defined as would be the loss or the gain?
The Treasury Department has provided estimates on the adoption of the administration's Green Book proposals to enact Pillar 2.
So you've done an independent analysis?
On the adoption of the administration's proposals to enact Pillar 2, yes.
Okay, so have those been shared with
Those have been shared with Congress and have been made publicly available.
Okay, so what was your number?
I unfortunately do not recall off the top of my head, but it's multiple hundreds of billions of dollars.
So the Treasury is saying that as a result of this, we're going to make a ton more money, even though what we're doing is allowing foreign nations to be able to define our tax codes. And we are so sure that European countries are going to be so favorable to U.S. companies and not want to be competitive at all?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. No, the Treasury has provided estimates of U.S. adoption of Pillar 2, yes.
And this is based on which of the scenarios that JCT used?
This is based on U.S. adoption of Pillar 2.
Correct, but JCT used a number of different variables. What's the Treasury's variables?
I don't think it aligns perfectly with JCT's analysis.
So how could they be so far off?
Well, I think they do analyze different scenarios.
But you just said that you're using the same. So which is it? Is it similar or is it not similar? And what's the different numbers that they're using that you're not using?
I did not say that they were the same. So our Treasury's analysis assumes no change in foreign law, which is the convention for revenue estimating.
So we're expecting that they're not going to change anything and that we're just going to have a free fall of dollars. Okay, makes sense. I mean, no offense to our European friends, but the U.S. has taken a much more aggressive approach when it comes to corporate tax rates, and we have seen that we've been rewarded with growth. In 2008, the U.S. and EU were equally the same size. By 2022, the U.S. economy had grown to $25 trillion, whereas the EU and the U.K. together had only reached $19.8 trillion. America's economy is now nearly 1/3 bigger. It's more than 50% larger than the EU without the UK. So to be this tax deal seems like a race to the bottom and not what Republicans have been accused of at all. We continue to hear from the other side of the aisle that TCJA was a tax scam and created corporate loopholes. Yet in 2022, corporate tax revenues reached a record high of $425 billion, or 43% higher than the final year of the Obama administration. And on top of that, the TCJA included the world's first global minimum tax. So can you please define what's meant for companies by the phrase pay their fair share that continues to be used to justify this continued attack on U.S. Corporate base?
Well, I think the goals of the Pillar 2 project are to level the playing field for
No, I'm asking, can you define pay their fair share? Is there a percentage that the administration would deem fair? Is there an amount, a dollar amount?
Again, I can speak to the Pillar 2 project, which is to level the playing field for U.S. businesses.
Maybe, but you're repeating the same talking points. Specifically, the phrase pay their fair share continues to be used. And I'm asking, is there a dollar amount, is there a percentage that's, quote, fair?
I do not have a dollar amount.
Do you have a percentage?
No.
Okay, I yield back, thank you.
This is the gentleman from Tennessee. Seek recognition.
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are doing everything we can to investigate the politicization and weaponization of the federal government. In fact, the House Committee on the Weaponization of Government heard testimony from New York Post reporter Emma Jo Morris, whose reporting about Hunter Biden's laptop was censored by almost every social media platform in the country in coordination with the most powerful levers of the federal government to silence Americans' First Amendment rights to free speech. Let the record show that Ms. Morris's reporting was factual, as confirmed by multiple outlets after the fact, and that this egregious abuse of power was so serious and so detrimental to our free society that a federal district court has enjoined White House and government officials from communicating with social media companies for the purpose of censoring or suppressing free speech on their platforms. Mr. Speaker, these nefarious actions by the White House and federal government agencies are utterly shameful and frankly un-American and must never, ever happen again. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
I now recognize Representative Musser from the great state of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Mr. Inspector General, great to be with you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. So we're not really trying to assign blame here over on this side of the aisle. We'd like to try to find some answers and solutions. the numbers that are being offered by my colleagues are not just accurate. I mean, the EIDL was the primary loss from fraud. The PPP, as stated, was a heroic savior of our economy. 70% of the PPP went out under the previous administration. We're about slightly over 30% under the other. So there's if we want to, there's a lot of blame to go around, but my goodness, it's just a shame that that's the majority of the time being spent. Now, it does not dismiss the fact that the Administrator Guzman, under this terrible situation, okay, where fraud exists, is not here. I know damn well if I was the SBA administrator, if this was the case, I'd be sitting there trying to help solve the problem and explain it to the American people, how this occurred and where things are and what's being done to gain the collections, and what's being done to those who committed the fraud, whether it's institutions, whether it's Republicans or Democrats. That's why, Mr. Inspector General, we appreciate you being here, and your forthrightness and your honesty and your courage and willingness to help solve some of these issues. So let me ask you this, sir. Did you work with the banks and the lending institutions to gain the information to figure out which buckets the $200 billion in estimated fraud came from?
In some instances, yes. We were able to obtain lender files and conduct reviews to validate our findings.
Okay. And so the banks were obviously cooperative, saying this, even though I had know the customer or I didn't know the customer, you probably worked that data as well.
Well, the banks were incredible partners to us throughout the oversight of these programs. Matter of fact, probably within the first month, the banks had given me 5,000 fraud referrals of the first month.
Right. Did you find the know the customer was better, less fraud than lack thereof?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I found that that's how the banks were able to quickly identify, and not only identify, but basically gift wrap cases, or at least the evidence for the cases for us.
Yeah. And that's probably why the EIDL was a heck of a lot higher, right? 135 billion estimate out of, I think, 300. And meanwhile, PPP was nearly almost 880 billion, and we had still big number, but 60 billion or so of potential fraud.
Well, that was part of it for sure. Different rules as well, different requirements for, self-certification was an issue.
Yeah, so the SBA working in cooperation with banks, knowing the customer, is proven to show a tremendous level, less percentage of fraud.
I think so.
Yeah. So what about the fintechs? One hearing we had, it said 85% of the fintechs fraud that came from fintechs anyway came from 5 players. Have those players been arrested?
I cannot speak to the ongoing investigations, unfortunately.
Some arrests have been made. Some have been brought to justice.
The arrests that have been made are public, so they're out there.
Yeah,
and I can't specify in this forum.
Okay. All
Sorry.
right, thank you. No, that's fine. So, what would you like to see us help you with in order to claw back and provide resources to you as we're working to bring these fraudulent people to justice? As well, I'd like to ask, can you provide the data? I'm sure you had to the SBA. On those are huge discrepancies. I mean, that's another reason that Administrator Guzman should be here. I mean, $160 billion in difference here.
There's a couple of things to point out.
500%.
Right? Administrator Guzman and I are normally in lockstep. We work together very, very closely. I actually was surprised about the report, about the report, or that those words would be used. We meet every other week. We discuss these things, and we're very transparent and open with each other. We can have heated discussions.
And you probably were a little perplexed that they so quickly refuted your findings.
Caught a little off guard.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sir.
But support. Let's talk about. Can I get the support?
Yeah. Please. Please.
We obviously need full support for our 2024 budget, but there's one other thing, and it is access to already available government data
I will call you on that. We will discuss it if it's all right you. with you. Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, again, acknowledge the Gold Star families here. And I want to thank the 3 witnesses for your moral courage and clarity in your testimony here today. There's an old adage, if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. Benjamin Franklin, first chairman of this committee, Continental Congress, he was right. There was no plan. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. We have uncovered that there was a request that came from State Department to the Defense Department for an evacuation plan. However, that came on August 17th, 2 days after the fall of Afghanistan, the fall of Kabul, 4 days after our embassy was evacuated. And yet the president says we were planned for all contingencies. I think Colonel Crummick, you eloquently talked about how he recklessly disregarded his own National Security Council, his own generals, and the intelligence community, that we were being briefed at the same time. While we saw this rosy narrative by state, and yet this dire warning by the rest, the DOD and the intelligence community. And the result was this complete debacle and failure. And so, Colonel Crummick, my first question is to you. Was there a plan? Did you ever see an evacuation plan?
Thank you for the question. Chairman, the way the process works for planning is we'll get an initial guidance that we need to come up with courses of action. So CENTCOM, US 4A, built a number of courses of action that were very different. They were very unique in each, characteristics of each one. It could be timeline, it could be conditions, troop levels, and then the senior military members.
Colonel, could you pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you.
Thank you. So the senior commanders then will pick one and give them a recommendation and explain why that is. Now, feeding into this is also the intelligence community. So this is part operations, part intelligence, and they'll lay out, hey, this is the plan we think we should take. And in this case, General Milley, General Miller, General McKenzie all recommended we should not do the withdrawal until conditions are met, because violence had risen in Afghanistan, and their concern was the timing was wrong. This isn't going to give our allies a chance to be able to react accordingly to the Taliban offensive.
So in the 2 minutes, I just want to drill this down because, yeah, there was a recommendation, and you talked about the failure to meet the Doha Agreement, but the president disregarded that, ignored that. He disregarded the advice of his DOD and IC and National Security Council. Was there ever an evacuation plan? Did you see, I know there's discussions, did you ever see an evacuation plan?
I did not. The discussions were going on at this high level. The problem was those that would need to actually plan and rehearse it were extremely busy. I think Sergeant Major captured it eloquently of how busy and how few service members we had on the ground. They were not in a position to be able to plan and rehearse.
Now, we've issued several subpoenas. I have not seen an evacuation plan. If they had it, I think they would have produced it to this committee. And this led to the chaos. Who was in charge? We heard Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrew testify that he had the suicide bomber in his sights, but they didn't know what the rules of engagement were, for God's sakes. I mean, there's no plan. Rules of engagement are confusing at best. They don't know what they are. Did you know what the rules of engagement were?
I was not on the ground, so I can't speak to the specific rules of engagement. I know the military had a clear leadership position of who was in charge on the ground. What was lacking, from my perspective, was a Department of State leadership on the ground.
So when I asked who was in charge, if you have an evacuation plan, state takes over the evacuation, correct? Prior to that, the DOD is in charge, but nobody knows who's really in charge because there's no plan in place. And guess what? The Taliban takes over. My last question. The rules of engagement are confusing at best. You have mentioned a defensive strike would be a rule of engagement. If you saw a description of the suicide bomber along with your sniper team who confirmed this is the suicide bomber, would the rules of engagement provide that you could take out the threat as a defensive strike?
If I saw the suicide bomber and I saw the threat, I would absolutely kill that suicide bomber.
And yet when he contacts his commanding officer who we're going to interview, he says, I don't have that authority. And they ask, who does have that authority? He goes, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you. And in the interim time, guess what? The bomb goes off, killing 13 servicemen and women, 160 Afghans, injuring 45 additional U.S. servicemen and women. Massive. Because one man says you don't have permission to engage. We're going to follow up on that chain, but I think it all results because there's confusion on the ground. Nobody knows what the plan is, and nobody knows who is in charge. Yes, sir.
Sir, if I could just build on that, I think the point that you're making that there's nobody in charge is exactly right. There's nobody functionally in charge of our wars on the ground in theater. So what happens, if I could just draw a quick picture, is we deploy to combat zones in bureaucratic silos. So you've got the president and then National Security Council beneath him, of course. And then you've got these different bureaucratic silos, so it could be DOD, state, aid, the IC with their different silos. And there's nobody in charge of this group on the ground. And had there been somebody in charge of this group on the ground, then what you would have seen is a plan that not only synchronized the military withdrawal, but also the evacuation. So until we get this problem fixed, we actually have somebody in charge on the ground of our wars, we're going to continue to have high risk of these kind of disasters.
I agree. And by law, they're required to come up with a plan, and they did not. And that's the point the chairman's made over and over. And I thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Chair.
Americans' national security, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and without objection, the letters will be entered into the record. So ordered. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Tonko. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act. EPA has an important mission to protect human health and the environment, and this bill seeks to prevent EPA from fulfilling its responsibilities. It does not seem to matter that the proposed rule from EPA will save lives, or that it is expected to result in up to an estimated $1.6 trillion, that's trillion with a T, in benefits. EPA has an obligation under the Clean Air Act to protect public health by addressing air pollution, including from mobile sources. And we know that vehicles covered by this proposed rule will account for a large amount of greenhouse gas pollution, as well as other dangerous pollutants. But putting aside those health and environmental benefits, we should see this rule as an opportunity to further drive technological innovation. Over the last several years, or over the coming several years, the vehicle model years covered by EPA's proposed rule, we expect the cost of EVs to come down significantly, the performance and range of EVs to improve, and consumer demand for EVs to continue to grow. Let's stop looking backwards and stop trying to deny Americans the health and the economic benefits of EVs. And that includes significant job benefits. Because if we do this right, these vehicles will be built here with U.S.-made components and U.S.-made batteries. That is the vision imagined by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and by the Inflation Reduction Act. And by all public reports, that is exactly what is beginning to happen with the litany of private sector commitments and investments to build new manufacturing facilities all across our country. Rather than prejudge the outcome of a not yet finalized EPA rulemaking process, we should be working together to help overcome any barriers, real or just perceived, that may slow down EV adoption. In the meantime, we should not block proposed public health protections that will provide more than $1 trillion of benefits to the American people.
Yes.
With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize myself to strike the last word and speak in support of H.R. 4468, the CARS Act. At the Detroit Auto Show, President Biden said he believes the U.S. can own the future of the automobile market. Unfortunately, by using the EPA to institute government mandates and restrictions, he's handing the keys of America's auto future to China. We are offering a different approach with the CARS Act, one that encourages free enterprise and innovation. We want Americans to continue to have the ability to choose the best transportation options for their lives. Opening up mobility options has revolutionized people's lives. It's helped lift so many out of poverty. EPA's tailpipe emission standards for light and medium-duty vehicles force the auto market toward 100% battery electric vehicles only. The fact is, these cars are expensive and unreliable in many parts of the country where infrastructure like charging stations are unavailable. And the EVs is a market that China controls, the biggest polluter in the world. We win. The United States of America will win by innovating, building here at home, and letting people choose the cars they want to drive. Whether they are the more and more fuel-efficient internal combustion engines, hybrids, plug-in hybrids, hybrid hydrogen, electric vehicles, or maybe something else still to be created. We do not win by dictating to people and businesses that there will only be one option. The American way, and why the CARS Act revokes EPA's dangerous tailpipe emission standards and ensures that any future rulemaking do not mandate the use of specific vehicle technology. We should be proud. I'm so proud of our auto leadership over the past century and working to make sure that the United States continues to lead for the next 100 years. We shouldn't be ceding that to China. After all, we know China isn't focused on reducing carbon emissions. Since 2007, their emissions are skyrocketing. Again, China's the biggest polluter in the world. Today, China's building on average every week 2 coal-fired plants to meet their goal of electrification. China dominates access to critical minerals, controlling 76% of global battery cell production capacity for electric vehicles, 75% of lithium-ion batteries, the majority of the processing, the refining capacity for over half of the world's lithium, cobalt, graphite. Last quarter, it was China, ladies and gentlemen, that became the largest exporter of new motor vehicles, EVs, in the world, surpassing Japan. Forcing Americans to switch to EVs is playing into China's scheme. Chinese electric EV companies are developing a foothold in Europe and are expanding manufacturing now in countries like Mexico, right in our backyard. Now, you all know I've heard some of my Democrat colleagues and our current Secretary of Energy state that we need to follow China's lead. I don't agree. President Biden is implementing top-down government mandates that are going to drive up cost, stifle innovation, limit our choices, and benefit China. This bill and others before us offer a better approach, one that ensures people have access to affordable, reliable, functional means of transportation. And that should be a bipartisan goal. We cannot win the future with China making our cars. We cannot win the future with the federal government dictating our lives or sending our U.S. auto jobs overseas. We need to stay focused on the real goal, which is continued American leadership in the auto sector, while being good stewards of the environment. We've been doing this for decades, and the results have been that it's the United States of America that is leading in bringing down, lowering carbon emissions, while also providing more affordable, clean transportation options for people. The CARS Act and other bills ensure we continue to build on that important legacy. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support our solutions today, and I yield back. Further discussion? All right. The gentlelady from Florida.
Amendment.
Mr. Chairman. The chair, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Simple facts. You look back at the U.S. Census Bureau's American population numbers in 2010, there's 308+ million Americans. 2020, there was 331 million Americans. It's not quite a 10% increase. It's about 8%, or 23 million more Americans. Now, isn't it safe to assume that with 23 million more Americans, there's going to be a need for apartments, schools, homes, cars, even furnaces, air conditioners? How about electric vehicle chargers? There's going to be more power needed for electrical vehicle chargers. And for the ladies, hair dryers. Maybe some of the guys, I don't leave those out who want hair dryers. We're going to need more power for lights. We're going to turn on lights. We're going to need more power for air conditioning. And yes, even dishwashers. And God forbid that I would throw gas stoves into that mix. The government, the White House is clearly out of touch with the power requirements needed for America. And I think the gentleman from South Carolina said this. The grid doesn't support, is not supportive of enough right now for the hard times that we have. Certainly not strong enough for what the left is proposing. We need more robust power, a stronger, larger grid output of electricity. And what does that mean? That means natural gas and nuclear are still the most reliable. We like green renewable energy. Renewable energy is good. Renewable energy can play a supporting actor role in this play. It cannot play the leading actor role in this play. Natural gas and nuclear are the two best options and the two most dependable. But for Pete's sakes, there seems to be a lot of opposition to that plan from the left. California should have learned a lesson when the governor said don't charge your electric vehicles between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. I'm thinking that's when most people sleep, and they want to charge that vehicle to get them to go to work in the morning. And when they found out that they were having rolling blackouts and brownouts, and I'm told there's a sign at the California border that says, last one out of California, turn out the lights. So I love Californians. I love that they're Americans, free Americans, but I don't see that their climate policy is all that adorable, quite frankly. What we need from our friends on the left is a cooperation to understand that, yes, we need more power. Yes, it's going to be natural gas. It's more dependable. Yes, it's going to be nuclear. It's clean. We need to make the permitting safer, faster, quicker. What we need is cooperation so that, as some have said here, we can give Americans the right to make their own choices. And at the risk of sending out a pun at the end, why don't we empower Americans to do just that? Let's vote for this bill. The gentleman from Georgia, I will yield to.
Just a quick real-life story in my district. A three-generation Cadillac dealer was approached by Cadillac saying they were going total electric. He is now...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding this important hearing. Thank you to the witnesses for being here. I'm concerned just overall about where the administration is going when it comes to the production of electricity in this country, and the different sources. I think nuclear is exactly where we should be putting our resources, our innovation, and our time to enhance that. Recently, leading a trip to South America, you see where the CCP and their influence is everywhere. It's in Africa. I think my first question, I'm just going to start with Mr. Dorman. How far behind are we when it comes to exporting our technology, getting nuclear technology to other countries? How far behind the CCP are we?
I'm not sure I have a good measure for that. I think they clearly have an agenda to get into all parts of the world and have an influence. We have recently had the agreements in Poland, and they're planning to build U.S. technology. I think we are seeing from our regulatory counterparts a high degree of interest in U.S. technology and support from the NRC to enable them to be ready to license those.
One of the issues, we recently passed legislation about the NEPA process. Can you tell me how the NRC is going to implement those changes to reduce the timelines and to get to a realistic timeline for impact statements or analyses?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. So we're digesting that legislation, but we have a number of similar initiatives ongoing to reduce the magnitude of the documentation that we produce in our NEPA process, to reduce our costs and time in producing the sound decisions consistent with NEPA. There are a number of other areas that we're focused on. I think that's probably, if we can get standard reactors, I think that NEPA process is going to be the area that will be most important for gaining efficiencies. So, but in terms of your specific legislation, we're still analyzing that.
I use the term moving at the speed of relevancy, and we need the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to move at the speed of relevancy in order to not just get to an export, that was my first question, but also to domestically produce. And can either of you tell me how much, percentage-wise, how much electricity is produced annually from nuclear power?
In the U.S., about 20% of the electricity is from nuclear.
You guys are the first ones that have had a clue about electricity source generation. And Dr. Goff, you mentioned something about a carbon-free electrical grid. I'm interested to know what that looks like. I mean, what do you think the demand in U.S. electricity is going to be if the administration gets to just an EV mandate that they're pushing for by about 2032? I mean, where are we going in the country, and how is nuclear going to play a role in that? What will that 20% have to look like in order to service the demand?
I think that 20% will have to go up. But I think, well, we put out a report looking at the technology liftoff report, commercialization liftoff report from the Department of Energy. In that, we're projecting that we need on the order of 200 gigawatts of nuclear capacity between now and 2050, where we have roughly 100 gigawatts. So roughly 3 times the build out of what we have, and that's assuming what we have continues operating. So it's a significant amount of new nuclear, but it's also a significant amount of renewables and fossil with sequestration. There's a lot of new capacity that needs to be out there as you go to that decarbonization, and nuclear has to play a major role in that.
And it has to play a major role, and as you guys know, renewables are not baseload providers. So when we're talking about baseload capacity, and thank you for doing the math on it, I would encourage you to please share this with Department of Energy because they have not done the math. They've sat right here, and the Secretary of Energy does not know how much electricity the United States uses annually. That's shocking. And so my last question, Dr. Goff, can we source all of the uranium and other materials from the United States of America? If we were to be able to permit appropriately, can we source what we need from this country?
Right now, we're not providing a lot of the uranium resource, the ore. We're not mining a lot. We do have resources in the country, but we also have resources in Canada and other trusted allies as well, Canada, Australia. So we can provide it from trusted allies. And we do have, like say, reasonable reserves here as well. So.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Chairman yields back.
Now the second of our freshmen, talented freshman class, Juan Ciscomani for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to the panel for spending time with us this morning and sharing your expertise with us. Thank you to the staff, and obviously also thank you to everyone here that showed up to listen to this important conversation, and to my colleagues as well. Juan Ciscomani, I represent Arizona's 6th Congressional District down in the southeastern part of the state, Tucson, and also Cochise County, and well, I'll talk about the mines in a second, but Graham, Greenlee counties and Pinal as well. So about 5 counties, a lot of rural area, and obviously natural resources is very, very important to us. One of the committee that I serve on is the Appropriations Committee. That's one of them that I have the distinct honor of being the appropriator from Arizona, and that puts me in a position where I look at the funding, obviously, and what we're doing with it. And the last couple of months, we've been going through the whole appropriations process, and one of the areas that we've been focusing on is halting the burdensome EPA and the BLM rules. As we've heard today, government interference in this is really causing a lot of the issues that are unnecessary. We keep hearing over and over again how this is in our own making and how we are putting ourselves at a disadvantage against foreign countries that are not friendly to us and that they want anything but to see America succeed. Obviously, China leading the way on that. In the Interior and Energy Water Subcommittee, we're actively working to halt some of the burdensome regulations that the Biden administration is attempting to put in place, and we want to make it easier for Americans to mine critical minerals here in the United States. And that is where we're coming from. And speaking of critical minerals, I have a bill that deals with some of this, so I want to turn it over to the panel, and you all can, whoever wants to jump at this. I know Director Cabrera well, and I call him Director Cabrera because that's how I met him and worked with him for 80 years under the Ducey administration. But I'm wondering if you could talk about, Ms. Eller, whoever, about the importance of a mineral being designated as a critical mineral and why it's necessary that a mineral received the designation and status of being a critical mineral. I have a bill before Congress that designates copper as a critical mineral. We've just been hearing how important that is, how much it includes, and obviously being one of the 5 Cs in Arizona and one of the most, we lead the way in its production. We want to make sure that we keep it going and vibrant. So, Director, can you jump in on that?
One of the most practical benefits of being designated as a critical mineral is that then you become eligible for the FAST 41 permitting process. It is the one process that I've seen at the federal level that actually stands a chance of streamlining the federal bureaucracy. It's actually quite effective. We saw that during the previous administration. And so becoming a critical mineral also makes you eligible for the FAST 41 project. It also makes you eligible for a whole host of federal grants, a whole host of federal streamlining events. So I agree with you that having that designation is actually quite important for an element that's so important for our future.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Anybody else wants to jump in on that? Great. Well, for context, as I said, I'm very interested in copper being designated as a critical mineral. Southern Arizona leads the country in the development of copper, and it's home to just incredibly productive mines like Safford and Morenci. And as you all mentioned, copper plays a key role in the energy, technology, defense, consumer electronics, and many other important applications. And I want to ensure that we are not relying on foreign enemies for this mineral. That is key and essential for us, for our national security, and for our strength around the world, and also for our supply that we need here. So it's concerning to me that the USGS does not list this as a critical mineral, and we need to change that. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman. Now we're going to the third of our popular freshmen.
We're going to move into questioning. I'm going to recognize myself for questioning for 5 minutes. We have quite a task ahead of us as a nation to deal with what my colleagues have described as a worldwide migrant era and the immigration crisis that nations face worldwide. There's some truth to that statement, but America is a land of law and order, or else we're not. And this Congress is a body made up of 435 elected representatives of citizens of the United States of America. This is the legislative body of our government. We have a responsibility to serve and protect the citizens of America first. This is a simple acknowledgement of the foundational principles of our republic. it'd be difficult to find disagreement to that, the precept on either side of the aisle. And what we face on our southern border is a disintegration of law and order. Now, there's been argument that perhaps we could make the absence of law and order more orderly and conduct our business of allowing the violation of our sovereign laws in a more effective manner. But I would argue that I choose not to be a part of a better managed decline of our nation. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bensman to give us some insight there, but before I do, Mr. Bear, I'd like to ask you respectfully, sir, have you ever been to court for litigation, a traffic court, or anything like that?
Probably at some point, I don't remember.
I mean, have you ever had to go before a court for any reason?
I'm sure I've had a ticket before, if that's what you're asking me.
It's not a trap question.
Well,
the point is, we've all experienced that. And we arrive in front of that judicial procedure according to a schedule determined by the judicial system. We don't barge into the courtroom and demand that our traffic case be heard first. We don't overpower the deputies guarding the door and demand that the judge hear our case. This is what's happening in our southern border. It's overwhelming our system, and the backlog for judicial procedures is incredible. Impact similar to what Mr. Bensman talked about with our schools. This is injuring America. Mr. Bensman, your background gives you a tremendous experience covering national security issues extensively, specifically regarding immigration. How would you count the number of illegal aliens that are currently in our country, both from prior administrations and for decades of presence here in our country? What would you put that number at?
The Center for Immigration Studies, before this mass migration crisis held, we agreed with the 12 million figure. We can no longer say it's 12 million, though. We have to say it's 16 million. We can't just talk about the presence of illegals inside the United States as 12 million anymore.
So as we move forward as a Congress to discuss immigration law and border security enforcement, would we not, based upon your experience, is it not the responsibility of Congress to get a grasp upon the number of aliens actually present in our country so we can stop guessing?
Sure, of course. I mean, at some point, the government will have to resume interior enforcement operations. Interior enforcement operations have been suspended by and large for 2.5 years. At some point, we're going to have to, somebody will decide, well, there are judges' orders, removal orders that have to be enforced again, and we'll have to be able to plan.
Sir, I concur that would be ideal. My time has expired. Let me just close by saying that I believe the number is far greater, and I think it should be part of our narrative that we discuss across the aisle to determine the number of illegal aliens present in our country so we can get a handle on what needs to be done there. My time has expired, and I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I essentially concur with your statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do, Chairman Westerman, I did want to talk a little bit about the importance of this, and maybe you can share with us, what does this really mean from the practical standpoint for a farmer in my district? And the importance of having things like, when a species is listed as endangered or upgraded from threatened to endangered, it makes significant issues for those farmers.
Yeah, well, thank you, Representative Fishbach. And,
you know, for those who would want to downplay the importance of this, I would say go talk to the farmers in your district. Ask them, you know, how much extra burden do they need to be able to do the work on their land. It may be something from getting an additional permit, which can be a lot harder to, when you're dealing with the federal government, or it may be shutting down your activity totally. And also, if my colleagues want to minimize the importance of this CRA, the only reason we're doing this is because the Biden administration made a silly rule. They didn't follow the science. They followed their environmental activist friends, and they made a rule, and it's our duties as members of Congress to be the voice for the American people. So I don't think it's trivial at all that we would take this up. I think it has very strong impacts across the country and could hurt businesses and hurt the environment all at the same time. So when silly people make silly rules, and we have to have silly meetings to reverse their silly rules.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, because it really does affect the farmers. It really affects, and you mentioned a permit. Don't know how long that's going to take, you know, and could hold you up for months and months, potentially years. But and you know, I appreciate the effort for the long-eared bat, and the range includes Minnesota. But I do want to just highlight a little bit a long-standing issue for my state as well, and for many states, but the gray wolf. And I mean, my time in the legislature, we were dealing with that, and the species has long been confirmed as recovered, but it remains listed under the ESA. And can you talk about the ease in which it is to list a species compared to the difficulty of graduating a species off the list?
Well, I call the endangered species list Hotel California, because species go on and they never leave. And the gray wolf is a great example. The Biden administration, Fish and Wildlife Service said they're recovered. They're still listed as endangered. It undermines the whole intent of the Endangered Species Act, and it's why on the committee we're looking at doing a reauthorization on the ESA, because it hasn't been touched in about 50 years, and it's been weaponized and it's being used against people who work for a living in our country. It's going after the thing that allows them to do their job, and it's hurting the environment at the same time. So it's important that we take these issues head on, that we make it something that's really about recovering endangered species. You know, when it was first put in place, it had some success stories. The bald eagle, the grizzly bear, I don't think anybody doubts that, and I don't think many people think we should do away with it, but it should be something that works for species, not against species.
I absolutely agree with that, and I think it's disappointing when issues like this that are important to the people in rural areas and who are trying to, you know, make a living, they're trying to farm, they're trying to raise cattle, whatever the case may be, it's lessened somehow that this is not as an important issue that we should be addressing. So I appreciate your information on that. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 4469, the No Fuels Credit for Batteries Act. As Iowa has some of the highest production of biofuels, ethanol, biodiesel, compressed natural gas, and 50% of our energy in the state is from renewables, I strongly support this legislation. The No Fuel Credit for Batteries Act retains current incentives for cleaner biofuels and eliminates participation in the Renewable Fuel Standard program by electric vehicle manufacturers. The Biden administration continues to thrust its support behind a complete shift to electric vehicles, employing every available policy lever without consideration for consumer choice or feasibility for rural Americans. And I represent a rural district. This is all while forcing our country's baseload energy sources offline. This idea that's been put forth by the Biden administration of allowing electric vehicle manufacturers to participate in generating renewable fuel standard credits is unprecedented and another example of bureaucratic overreach if implemented. The RFS was not meant for electricity generated from an electric vehicle, even if that electric vehicle is charged using biogas that creates electricity. In fact, current law clearly states that the four renewable fuel categories under the RFS are biomass-based diesel, cellulosic biofuel, advanced biofuel, total renewable fuel. Absent this bill, EPA and others would be illegally acting as a legislator by allowing electric vehicles to supplant a marketplace that is large and is growing and is needed, especially as we look at future markets with sustainable aviation fuel and marine fuel. This bill is vital, and I strongly support its passage through this committee, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak? For what purpose does Gentlelady seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
So according to Brookings, United States...
Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few days ago, Treasury Secretary Yellen went to China as part of what the Biden administration is calling their thaw strategy with Beijing. It doesn't appear that Beijing is really interested in the same thing that the Biden administration is when it comes to that so-called thaw strategy. But also today, Secretary Blinken met with the top diplomat from China in Jakarta to also talk about the same strategy, to talk about and denouncing, Secretary Yellen literally denounced the idea of decoupling our economy from China's economy when she met with them a few days ago. Mr. Kazi, can you talk about maybe, give this committee an idea of what is the thaw strategy? What's the administration going for here?
Well, the idea is that supposedly a lot of pressure has been ramped up over the last 4 to 5 years, and that it's time to make sure that we're telling Beijing that we are not trying to get into a war with you. But if I may, I think right now the time is to clarify our intent, but to showcase that, we have resolve here, that there's the problems that we're facing, that we've been talking about, all the supply chain stuff, the investment stuff, et cetera, that we are going to be taking corrective measure here, and that's the message that needs to be delivered. There's very competent people in the administration. I wish, Catherine Tai, the USTR, would have more of a role in delivering America's messages.
So you're as skeptical of the thaw strategy as many of us on this committee are. It obviously doesn't.
Yeah, I think, again, clarifying intent is a great thing between two great powers, but now is not the time to say, well, look, we're not really trying to de-risk, we're not really trying to decouple, et cetera, et cetera. I think, we need to explain what the problems are and what solutions we're trying to implement.
Help us out, Mr. Kazi, as well. To what degree are U.S. financial investments powering China's military-civil fusion strategy?
The problem is that the lack of disclosure and transparency means that we simply don't know that today, to my knowledge at least.
Can you speculate?
Pardon me?
Can you speculate or expand on that?
So look, we don't know where American financial companies are investing their money, right? We don't know which companies are invested in, or even broadly what sectors they're invested in. I mean, that information needs to be obtained in order to answer the specific question you're asking.
Yeah. Would you agree that there's no such thing, we've already explored this question, but there's really no such thing as a truly private company in China?
Everybody thought the Alibabas of the world were the big, bad private entrepreneurial companies out there. Well, look, what the golden share policy that's taking place, how the Communist Party has a position on the boards of these big tech companies now. They will have a voice in the strategic direction of the company. So that gets at the point you're trying to make.
Yeah. So when Secretary Yellen goes and literally bows to her Chinese Communist Party counterparts and talks about the administration softening a stance on decoupling our economies, how damaging is that toward sending a clear message to Beijing that we're not screwing around anymore?
Yeah, I think we need to send a stronger, more powerful message. Responsible way, absolutely, but that we have resolve.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
To make this a bipartisan event, as it should be, this is an American issue, not a Republican or Democrat issue, and I just want to thank you for being here. With that, I'd like to recognize the chair of the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee, an Afghanistan veteran himself who sacrificed greatly the loss of his 2 limbs, Mr. Brian Mast.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a debt that can't be repaid. Literally nothing. Nothing can repay it. Their names have been said. I will say their names again because it's the only way that our fallen live on. It's the only way, is that we remember them. We remember their smiles. Remember the ways that we could get under their skin, the ways that we could make them happy, the things that would bug them, the things that they did. That's how people live on, is by remembering their stories, what they did, what made them great, what they wanted the world to know, and how they wanted the world to be better, and how they participated in that. Marine Sergeant Nicole G. Killed in action, August 26, 2021. Marine Staff Sergeant Darren Taylor Hoover, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Marine Corporal Hunter Lopez, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Lance Corporal Kareem Nakui, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Marine Corporal Dagan Page, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Marine Corporal Humberto Bert Sanchez, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Marine Lance Corporal Jared M. Schmitz, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Marine Lance Corporal David L. Espinoza, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Marine Sergeant Johanny Rosario Picardo, killed in action, August 26, 2021. Navy Corpsman 3rd Class Maxton W. Soviak, killed in action, August 26, 2021. It's not easy to say the names of those that we remember. Sometimes a song or a smell or a restaurant or something can make us think of those that we lost. But as I said before, it's important to say their names. Our president will not say their names. He hasn't said their names out loud. We will continue to do so that we never forget the sacrifices that were made that, as I said, can never be repaid. I thank you, Chairman, for convening today's roundtable. I will tell you personally, I cannot, and I pray that I never have to try and understand that very visceral daily heartache of losing a son or a daughter. I have 4 children. I know the anger and the hatred and the heartbreak of losing brothers. I've lost many in arms. And when I think about it, I know that I can recite their names and the dates that they were killed. And I remember the moments that took them, whether it was sniper fire or a tripwire attached to an IED or the spray of an AK-47. I lived through it often in my own mind, in my own memories. I know what they were saying in their final moments. They were the most capable operators. They were skilled, they were serious, they were deliberate in every action that they were taking when they were executing their missions, just like your sons and your daughters. They would do anything for our country. They took pride in it. I also know that when one of ours fell, we would scrutinize every detail of what took place, how they fell. How do we do it better next mission? How do we adjust our tactics? What did we miss? Was it just some kind of bad luck of war? August 26, 2021 was not bad luck of war that took your sons and daughters. It was indifference by Joe Biden. He did something that I thank God I never experienced during my time in combat. He sought to execute a political operation to win political points instead of a military operation to win a fight. It's why he chose September 11 as a withdrawal date. It's why he sent our fighters home and left the diplomats in place as Afghanistan was crumbling, only to have to bring them back. Bring back your sons and daughters and thousands more because of his foolishness. I said that he sought to execute. I did not say that he planned a military operation, because we know for a fact that there was a failing to apply any common sense to any level of planning that you could say took place. They operated on a mentality to count on the best possible circumstances, not calculate for the worst case scenario at all. Anybody that's spent a day in the military knows that is not how we operate. He refused to acknowledge the warnings given by his own people on the ground. Dozens of his State Department employees warned of what was happening in a descent cable. He did not read it, and to my knowledge, he has not read it to this day. He used our military as pawns for politics. He dishonored their duty to America. And he decided when he did that, that they were as expendable as the equipment that he left behind. I've spoken to many of you prior, and I know what you have expressed to me that you hope for, that something be learned, that their friends that are still in uniform not suffer the same fate because of foolishness, because of an unwillingness to reflect on how to do things better and what went wrong. We will make sure that that foolishness never happens again, that your sons and daughters are remembered, and that what they fought for is what this country will always be. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson for 3 minutes. I got that wrong on the other.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, for recognizing me at today's important markup. 3 of the bills we're considering today were advanced by the Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Materials Subcommittee to protect consumer choice and access to affordable, reliable, and secure vehicles and fuels. We discussed in depth in multiple hearings, as well as our recent subcommittee markup, that the American people are concerned. But here we are at the height of summer driving season, and the Biden administration is attempting a litany of tactics to interfere with the American people's choice and mobility. Thankfully, Republicans on this committee are listening to the people's concerns. Americans rely on their cars and trucks to commute to work, take their kids to school, check in on grandparents and loved ones, run to the grocery store, to the bank, to receive medical care, and many others. In my rural part of the country, in Appalachia, any number of these could be 30 or 40 miles away, and it's well known that mobility is essential for the well-being and welfare of all Americans, but not just physical mobility, it's also economic mobility, upward mobility. People must be able to have the vehicles they choose and need to get the job done and provide for their families. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has issued regulation after regulation to force electric vehicles on the American people before either consumers or the grid are ready for it. Not to mention, they ignore the true global environmental impact of EVs, which is likely not as, quote, green as proponents say. Luckily, Republicans have solutions to ensure that Americans can buy the cars they want at a price they can afford now and into the future. First, H.R. 1435 would prevent the EPA from issuing California a waiver for vehicle emission standards if the state's standards directly or indirectly limit the sale of new vehicles with internal combustion engines. This bill is timely because California recently submitted a waiver for its Advanced Clean Cars 2 proposal, which require all new passenger vehicles to be zero-emission vehicles by 2035. We can't let California force its disastrous policies on the rest of the country. Next, H.R. 4468, the CARS Act, would prevent the EPA from implementing what we refer to as the tailpipe emissions rule, which would require 2/3 of new car sales to be electric by 2032. Cox Automotive estimates that there are 90,000 battery electric vehicles sitting on dealership lots right now because American consumers don't want to buy them. This while automakers from Tesla and Ford slash prices and manipulate tax credits in an attempt to entice buyers. We aren't against the EVs, but such government mandates are not letting the free market play out. It's not sustainable. And lastly, we've got H.R. 4469, which would clarify that the EPA is not authorized to create an ERINS program. So with that, I want to, again, be very clear that none of these bills prevent the Americans from purchasing EVs if it makes sense for them and they want them, but we must ensure that they do not have to live with the de facto government EV mandates if they prefer another type of vehicle. I look forward to advancing this legislation on our agenda today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, for 3 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I express my opposition to the 3 partisan bills that have been advanced by the Environment.
I want to thank all of you for being with us here today, representing the service members who were murdered in a terrorist attack. You also represent the Gold Star families, all of them, through the Afghan conflict. Behind me are the photos of the 13 U.S. service members who were murdered in a terrorist attack on August 26, 2021 at the airport in Kabul. Their names are Marine Corps Lance Corporal David Espinoza, Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole G., Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Darren Taylor Hoover, Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus, Marine Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley J. McCollum, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Dylan Marola, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Kareem Nikoi, Marine Corps Corporal Dagan Page, Marine Corps Sergeant Jahani Rosario Picardo, Marine Corps Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz, and Navy Petty Officer 3rd Class Maxton Sobiak. Before we start, I'd like to take a pause for a moment of silence in remembrance of them. Thank you. These men and women were Marines, soldiers, and sailors. They were Americans. They were patriots. They were heroes. But to you, they were more than that. They were your sons, your daughters, your hearts. And they were ripped away from you in an act of violence halfway around the world. As a father of 5, I cannot begin to imagine your pain and suffering. Yet 2 years later, we are still here seeking answers. How did this happen? What went wrong? Why couldn't this tragedy have been prevented? These questions remain unanswered because this administration wants to sweep what happened under the rug. They know they bear the brunt of the blame, and they want to escape any accountability. Well, I will not let that happen. For months, the president's own generals and intelligence community warned that withdrawing all U.S. troops would result in a catastrophe. Our NATO allies begged the president to reconsider. When he refused to relent, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress urged the president to prepare for this ill-advised, unconditional withdrawal from Afghanistan. This was a disgraceful surrender to the Taliban. Through my investigation, we've learned that President Biden's own State Department and Department of Defense warned of increased violence that threatened the safety of our embassy and American citizens. In February 2021, before the president announced his decision to unconditionally withdraw all troops, the regional security officer at the embassy warned that there was a, quote, clear sign that violence in Kabul has risen sharply over the last 45 days. In May of 2021, DOD began planning for a non-combatant evacuation operation, also known as a NEO, stating that conditions in Afghanistan were rapidly approaching the point of triggering the NEO execution. But the State Department, the lead federal agency for a NEO, failed to request one from the Department of Defense. And they only did so after the fall of Kabul. There's an old adage, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. The This was the utmost failure. And on June 14, 2021, the embassy's regional security officer again warned of an increase in violence, noting that there was 325% increase in attacks from the same time in the previous year, largely due to the unprecedented Taliban attacks in the country. Yet President Biden ignored all of it. And as a result, the world watched the horrors unfold at the Kabul airport. People falling from airplanes, innocent women and children being beaten and killed by the Taliban attempting to escape to freedom. And your sons and daughter witnessed this. And then the unthinkable happened, a bombing at Abbey Gate, killing 13 U.S. service members and injuring 45 more. Before this committee, Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrews, who is here today, and Tyler, we want to thank you for being here, testified that Marine snipers at Abbey Gate spotted the suicide bomber before the explosion. Yet they were told by their superiors that they could not engage the threat, were not given permission to engage. The terrorist responsible for this horrific attack was released by the Taliban from a prison at Bagram Air Base, which the Biden administration abandoned. And in fact, thanks to the investigative work of Jerry Dunleavy and James Hassan, we learned the Biden administration asked the Taliban to raid an ISIS-K location near the airport ahead of the bombing that was believed to be a staging ground for an imminent attack on the airport. Not surprisingly, the Taliban did not agree. We also know that the U.S. military officials sought to strike an ISIS-K cell in Afghanistan 2 days before the Abbey Gate attack, and U.S. intelligence even predicted the exact day and time of the bombing at Abbey Gate. Yet, too, that request for an airstrike was denied by our U.S. military. In a massive slap in the face to every person who served in Afghanistan, the Biden administration viewed the Taliban as suddenly our security allies during this evacuation. I've heard from many of you, your sons, Taliban was the enemy, and then they had to work side by side with the enemy. This tragedy was a self-inflicted wound that not only killed 13 U.S. service members, but also killed 170 innocent civilians and injured 45 people in a massive suicide bombing attack. Simply put, it was hell on earth. And the saddest part is, it all could have been prevented. All I can do is offer you my promise. I will not relent in this investigation. I will fight with every fiber of my being and leave no stone unturned until we have the full truth as to how the hell this happened. This Thursday, this committee will be interviewing Ambassador Dan Smith, who led the State Department's Afghanistan After Action Review and is a key witness in our investigation. And in the coming months or weeks, after months of effort, we will finally be interviewing the commanding officer, the Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel Brad Whitehead. And I intend to personally be there for that interview. I will hold those responsible for this catastrophic event. I will hold them accountable, and I will get answers. You all, the Gold Star families, and our veterans deserve no less, and you deserve the truth. And this committee will deliver. As I stated, we have with us here today Marine Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrews and Army Specialist Aidan Gunderson, who both testified before this committee in March. And we want to thank you for your service and your sacrifice and your courage to come before Congress and tell the American people and these families the truth about what happened. I'd also like to recognize all the Afghan veterans who are here with us today. And for those veterans who are watching this, for those watching this here today, I have a message for you. Your service was not in vain. It is because of your heroism that we never witnessed a large-scale attack by the terrorists since 9/11 in the last 20 years. We will never forget, and we will never, ever allow this to ever happen again. Recognize Chris Smith.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for calling this important roundtable. I do want to thank Darrell Issa, too, for doing this a few weeks ago. I think a lot of us were moved almost to tears because I didn't hear all of it, but I saw some of it. But today, you have just touched all of our hearts in the most profound way and the American people. So thank you for doing this. Words are inadequate to express our condolences. We all feel inadequate to say that because you have suffered so much. And the cover-up that has followed for the last 2 years just adds salt to the wound and makes it that much harder for you, I'm sure, to process this. So again, I apologize on behalf of our government, especially the executive branch, for it not being candid with you and for engaging what I consider to be a gross cover-up. I saw the president's statement that he put out on the 26th, in which he said, we will always continue to support them, talking about you. Words are cheap in Washington, and it seems to me that these kinds of words, there needs to be an independent, comprehensive investigation. IGs do a good job sometimes. GAO does a good job most of the time, but there needs to be a truly independent investigation into all of the very valid questions you have asked and my colleagues have put forward with regards to our concerns as well. I think that the Biden, Blinken, Austin, and Milley ought to meet with you just like this, a roundtable discussion. No timetable. Don't let it say, you got an hour, you got 45 minutes. As long as it takes for you to convey to them the horror that you have faced, and of course the horror that your loved ones endured because of this. Yes, we had a hearing. We heard from Tyler Vargas Andrews, Sergeant. Thank you for that. And we were all moved. He had clear line of sight, could have taken out the perpetrator of this horrible crime, and yet he could not get permission. So thank you, Sergeant, for that. And that is, it just shows such a breakdown in the chain of command. So again, my final thought would be to all of you, an independent investigation, I think that has to be done. It has to be done well. Outside people, we can't turn to the Pentagon, which unfortunately has vested interests in perpetuating myths. We need to have honesty here, and we need outside people on perhaps even a blue ribbon commission to investigate this. High-level people who know how to ask hard questions. This committee will do it. The chairman has clearly indicated that he's doing it. We're all behind him on that. But we need answers. We need it now. And for it not to happen again, hopefully, God willing, we do need a next steps. So this kind of charade and this kind of spin, Greg Page spin, it just ends. It's got to be the truth and nothing but the truth. I yield back.
Welcome back, everyone. In the months that we were gone and the weeks, House Republicans have uncovered serious and credible allegations into President Biden's conduct. Taken together, these allegations paint a picture of a culture of corruption. Now, here's what we know so far. Through our investigations, we have found that President Biden did lie to the American people about his own knowledge of his family's foreign business dealings. Eyewitnesses have testified that the president joined on multiple phone calls and had multiple interactions. Dinners resulted in cars and millions of dollars into his sons and his son's business partners. We know that bank records show that nearly $20 million in payments were directed to the Biden family members and associates through various shell companies. The Treasury Department alone has more than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates that were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks. Even a trusted FBI informant has alleged a bribe to the Biden family. Biden used his official office to coordinate with Hunter Biden's business partners about Hunter's role in Burisma, a Ukrainian energy company. Finally, despite these serious allegations, it appears that the president's family has been offered special treatment by Biden's own administration, treatment that not otherwise would have received if they were not related to the president. These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption, and they warrant further investigation by the House of Representatives. That's why today I am directing our House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public. That's exactly what we want to know, the answers. I believe the president would want to answer these questions and allegations as well. This effort will be led by Chairman James Comer at the Committee on Oversight, in coordination with Chairman Jim Jordan for Judiciary Committee and Chairman Jason Smith on Ways and Means. Now, I do not make this decision lightly. And regardless of your party or who you voted for, these facts should concern all Americans. The American people deserve to know that the public offices are not for sale, and that the federal government is not being used to cover up the actions of a politically associated family. Now, I would encourage the president and his team to fully cooperate with this investigation in the interests of transparency. We are committed to getting the answers for the American public. Nothing more, nothing less. We will go wherever the evidence takes us. Thank you.
So you just heard this news that the Speaker announcing moving forward with an impeachment inquiry, but you had called for a vote to open up an impeachment inquiry. It sounds like they're not going to do one. Would that be a mistake if there's not a vote?
Well, Nancy Pelosi set the precedents, and so this is absolutely a formal way to introduce it by announcing an impeachment inquiry by the Speaker of the House. I think this is a warning to Democrats to be careful of the precedents you set, because now we too can do the same thing. But I'm very excited this has been announced. I think this shows bold and strong leadership by our Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, and this investigation needs to happen.
But you said that you wouldn't support government funding bill if there's not a vote to actually formally open up an impeachment inquiry. Is that still your position, and why?
No, an impeachment inquiry has been opened, so I can go forward now. I had said I wouldn't fund a government until we open an impeachment inquiry. Now one has been officially opened by the Speaker of the House, and I'm very excited to see it happen. I think Americans deserve truth, they deserve transparency, and we need this investigation to go as long as it needs to uncover all the corruption that has been involved in covering up Joe Biden's crimes.
But you're not insistent on a vote per se. There doesn't have to be a vote. Is that your view?
I'm only insistent on following the House rules, and a precedent has been set, and so the impeachment inquiry is now open.
What do you say to some of the members of your own conference in some of those districts, like swing districts, who are concerned about going down this route, concerned about not proving that Joe Biden took official action to aid his son, or politically speaking, that it could backfire on them in their swing districts?
I think they have nothing to worry about. Uncovering corruption at the highest level, Vice President and President of the United States, is our job. And this isn't political at all. This is about uprooting those that have not only covered up Joe Biden's crimes, but Joe Biden himself. And we've done months and months of work on the Oversight Committee, I think 8 months now. And we have uncovered more information, wire transfers, bank statements, SARS reports showing that the Biden family has benefited by approximately $20 million and counting by abusing and basically selling Joe Biden's seat of power.
Congressman Ken Buck says you guys have not proven your case yet.
I think Congressman Ken Buck is more interested in working for your network than he is for the district that elected him.
You don't think that he knows what he's talking about?
I think he is actually playing party politics. He's either looking for Joe Biden to appoint him to a position, maybe the open Republican FTC seat, or he's looking to be a CNN commentator. He's not upholding the Constitution that he swore to protect, because impeachment is very much a part of the Constitution.
Do you think he deserves to be reelected?
I think that's up to his district, but I've heard rumblings coming out of that district.
You support a primary challenger to him?
I support his district in making sure they send a representative to Congress that actually believes in the Constitution, no matter how much they brag about their law degree.
So you met with the speaker yesterday about this. What did he indicate about his plans on moving forward in terms of the timing and getting this done and actually bringing forward any sort of article of impeachment?
The speaker has been clear for weeks and weeks now, on interview after interview, that an impeachment inquiry is the right thing to do, that it's not political at all. And this is very simple. It's opening up an investigation that gives us the full power of the House to look further, investigate further, and have more power behind our subpoenas. It doesn't endanger any Republican member. It doesn't endanger any Democrat member. It's simply the right thing to do for the House of Representatives.
What is the article of impeachment that you would actually be charging? What is the charge against Joe Biden that House Republicans will pursue here?
I think that's a good question, because it's important for viewers and the American people to understand is there have not been any charges made. There are no articles of impeachment written in this impeachment inquiry. It's simply opening up a very big investigation using the power of the committees that Speaker McCarthy named, Ways and Means, Judiciary, and Oversight, led by our chairman, and we will be investigating where the corruption is. What's important to me is that it's not only an investigation into Joe Biden and how he abused his power, holding some of the top, highest, most powerful seats in our land, but I'm more interested in investigating the web of people, the gigantic amount of people in conspiracy that covered up those crimes. And I think that's what we truly need to show to the American people.
Do you want the speaker in the House to conclude this investigation by the end of the year?
No, I'm interested in going as long as it takes, because like I said, I want a very long, detailed list of names. We can already start with 51 intelligence community members that signed their name to a lie about Hunter Biden's laptop. That's a good place to start. We also know many others that have been brought forth by whistleblowers. David Weiss would be one of them, but I think we can uncover a lot more names.
Did the speaker indicate a time frame for you at all when you talked to him yesterday?
We have no time frame, and I'm committed to as long as it takes.
So just on government funding, so you obviously are fully opposed to moving on Ukraine aid at the end of the month. Did the speaker indicate to you how he plans to address that issue, whether to tie Ukraine aid to government spending?
I've been clear with Speaker McCarthy. I've been clear with my entire conference. I've been clear with my district and the American people. I will not ever fund any money towards a war in Ukraine. It's absolutely the wrong thing to do for our country. We should not be fighting a nuclear-armed nation, Russia. We should be fighting the Mexican criminal cartels that are killing 300 Americans every single day and responsible for $1 billion industry of human trafficking and drug trafficking.
And if McCarthy does move forward with Ukraine aid, what would that mean for his speakership?
What it means for me is a no vote. I'm clear on that. I don't think that.
What about him? Would he lose? I mean, would you support ousting him from the speaker? Is that how much, or no? Is that your bar?
No, I'm not part of the Burn It All Down caucus. I'm interested in saving our country, and I support Speaker McCarthy. I support what he just did. That was strong leadership. I also spoke to him about passing the aid money for hurting Americans that are suffering, like the ones in Lahaina and Hawaii, people in Florida, especially the people in East Palestine. They've been completely ignored. That's the funding I support. I do support funding the government responsibly. That means no money for COVID insanity, mask mandates, more vaccines. COVID is over, and Joe Biden signed a resolution stating it. No money for Ukraine, and no money for a weaponized government where the Department of Justice is abusing its power, arresting Joe Biden's top political opponents. This has got to end, and that's the only type of funding I support.
If McCarthy, Matt Gaetz may come to the floor in a matter of moments, and we'll see what he does, but there's some talk about introducing a vacating the chair resolution. What's your message to folks who are trying to oust him and try to actually force that vote on the floor?
I'm going to say that's going to fail, and I don't support it. And Matt Gaetz is a dear friend of mine. He's one of my top allies, and I'll always call him a friend. He and I are aligned on most issues, but I'm not aligned with a motion to vacate the chair, and I'm not aligned for this. What I'm for is Republicans coming together and accomplishing an agenda that serves Americans and Americans first.
Good morning. Welcome back. I hope you all had a productive August. We certainly did as House Republicans, and we're ready to get back to work this September. Yesterday, as you know, Speaker McCarthy announced House Republicans' intention to pursue an impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. This is about transparency and answers for the American people, and ultimately accountability for what I believe will uncover the biggest political corruption scandal in our nation's history. For the past 8 months, through the course of our constitutional oversight duties, House Republicans have uncovered that Joe Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge and involvement in his family's foreign business dealings, and that he has potentially committed multiple impeachable offenses. House Republicans' investigations have uncovered evidence showing Joe Biden repeatedly lied to the American people about his knowledge and involvement with his son's foreign business dealings. When Joe Biden was vice president, he joined dozens of Hunter Biden's business meetings by phone and in person. Detailed banking records show that the Biden family and their business associates received $20 million in payments from foreign actors in places like Russia, China, Ukraine, and Romania, including payments during Joe Biden's time as vice president. More than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks. And a highly credible FBI source alleges that Joe Biden received $5 million in exchange for pressuring for the firing of a Ukrainian prosecutor who was investigating the Ukrainian natural gas firm that Hunter Biden was on the board of, Burisma. These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption, and they warrant further investigation by the House of Representatives, which is why the Speaker has directed the House committees to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden. The American people deserve transparency, and this impeachment inquiry is an important next step to deliver transparency, facts, and accountability. We are returning, as I said, from very successful and productive August district work periods where members were able to discuss with their constituents our efforts to deliver on our commitment to America, an economy that's strong, a nation that's safe, a future built on freedom, and a government that's accountable. We heard firsthand about the problems facing our communities, including the destructive border crisis that is raging in my home state in New York. Over the August work period, I was proud to lead a bipartisan congressional delegation to the Indo-Pacific and spoke with government and military leaders from our key allies and partners in Japan, Singapore, and Thailand about the looming threat of communist China. Funding our military and bolstering our defense capabilities has never been more critical, which brings me to this week on the floor. House Republicans will tackle head-on passing our defense appropriations bill to counter communist China, eliminate wasteful woke programs infiltrating our military at the Biden administration's ordering, and supporting our brave service members with the largest pay raise ever. Today, we are joined by, I'm going to first turn it over to Chairman Jamie Comer for an update on oversight.
Thank you, Chair Stefanik, and I appreciate Mr. Emmer letting me jump in here. We have a committee hearing that will begin shortly. I just want to kind of go back to where we were in January when we started this investigation. This was the narrative. The narrative was that the laptop, the president's son's laptop, was Russian disinformation. Hunter Biden was a legitimate business guy, just like Jared Kushner. No Biden ever took money from China, because that's what Joe Biden said. No money ever changed hands while Joe Biden was vice president, and I actually believe that. Joe knew nothing about his son's dealings, and Joe never met with or spoke with any of the foreign nationals who had wired the family money. All of those things have been proven wrong because of the Republican majority and our investigation. Now, in addition, what else we found? We found 20 shell companies. A shell company, just let me make sure everyone understands, it's not a company that manufactures shells. A shell company is a fake company. The Bidens have 20 of these. 20 of these. And when you talk to the president, you could ask, what exactly do these companies do? What good or service do these companies provide? And the answer is nothing. They are not legitimate companies. We found, as Chair Stefanik said, 170 major bank violations. These were from 6 major banks. And they alleged that the Bidens were, among other things, money laundering and receiving suspicious wires from state-owned entities. You know what that is in banking terms? That's a foreign government. And you know what the state-owned entity was? China. So the bank alleging that the Bidens took a suspicious wire from the Chinese government and then laundered it through these shell companies. There's many laws broken there. And this was in Treasury Cabinet, and this is what I fought to go to Treasury to get. These are very serious allegations. Associated Press just wrote a story that said there's no evidence of wrongdoing. What a disgrace to journalism. And I don't complain much. I take it, but that's just not true. We also learned that 9 Biden family members have received money from foreign entities. 9 families, including the president's granddaughter, who received a wire that had been laundered to the shell companies from Romania days after the president left Romania when he was vice president. That's hard to explain. The Bidens received over $20 million. My question to you, what did they do to receive that money? No one can answer that question. $20 million. Is there not any curiosity as to what they did to receive $20 million? We also found a Form 1023, an FBI form alleging Joe Biden took a bribe. And what we learned from this is the FBI never investigated this allegation. And in the FD 1023, it said that investigators would take 10 years to figure out where these bribes went because of the various bank accounts that they wired the money through. That was written years before anyone knew the Bidens had shell companies and the Bidens were laundering money. And what we see in the FBI form that no one ever investigated is a consistent pattern with what we found in Romania and China and other places. We also discovered that Joe Biden's used at least 3 pseudonyms on over 5,000 emails. We know one of these, his son was copied in a pseudonym that pertained to Ukraine. We've also just recently discovered an email from the State Department, from the Obama State Department, to Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor who Joe Biden fired in Ukraine in exchange for the $1 billion, praising him for the great work that he did. But there was this narrative that Joe Biden created that said Shokin was corrupt and he needed to go over there and be fired. But we have an email weeks before Joe Biden went over there praising Shokin for the good work he had done in reforming corruption from the John Kerry State Department. So we also have testimony from Devin Archer saying that at that same time period Joe Biden went to Ukraine to fire the prosecutor, that Hunter was being squeezed by the owners of Burisma to call DC for help. This is all in a timeline here. This is why Speaker McCarthy launched the impeachment inquiry. And I think the CNN poll 2 weeks ago that showed 63% of Americans believe Joe Biden was involved in his family's business schemes is reason why we should be investigating this. Moving forward, we have requested unredacted pseudonym emails from the National Archives. There are over 5,000 of those that we want to review. We have to get President Obama has to sign off on those, so he's supposedly reviewing them as we speak. We hope to get those. We hope to get the president's son and brother's personal bank accounts. We also want to interview people who have knowledge of some of the things that President Biden may have done in exchange for the millions and millions of dollars that his family received from these foreign nationals. And lastly, we plan on having a hearing in September that will kind of evaluate some of the things that we believe have happened from the Biden family that are in violation with our laws. So with that, I hope I answered some questions as to the evidence that has been found, the purpose as to why we have moved to impeachment inquiry, and the path forward. What I said in January holds true to today. We are following the money, and we will see where that leads us. Thank you, and I yield back.
Great. We'll now go to Ken Calvert, our Cardinal on Defense Appropriations.
Thank you, Elise. We obviously have an appropriation bill up today, right after the rule. The defense bill is one of the most important bills that Congress will consider this year. As chair, I prioritize DoD funding on war-fighting mission instead of the culture wars. This bill increases funding to counter China, promote innovation, and eliminate bureaucracy. It enhances DoD's role in countering the dangerous flow of illegal drugs into our country, which is killing more Americans than any recent conflict. The bill also includes historic base pay increase, an average of 30% for junior enlisted members. While the Biden administration is pushing their own social agenda on our military, this bill focuses DoD's leadership to get back to their job, protecting the United States and protecting our interests abroad.
And we'll now hear from our whip, Tom Emmer.
Thank you, Elise. Good morning. Hope you all had a successful and restful August. It's good to be back in the People's House, where House Republicans are ready to continue delivering on our promises to the American people. One important aspect of our common sense agenda is actually protecting Americans' financial privacy, particularly when it pertains to this lawless administrative state. That's why I reintroduced a bill yesterday called the Central Bank Digital Currency Anti-Surveillance State Act, which puts a check on unelected bureaucrats and ensures that the United States digital currency policy upholds our values of privacy, individual sovereignty, and free market competitiveness. Recent actions from the Biden administration have made it clear that they are not only itching to create a digital dollar, but they're willing to trade Americans' right to financial privacy for a surveillance-style CBDC. This bill ensures the future of crypto is in the hands of the American people, not the administrative state, by prohibiting the Federal Reserve from creating a tool with unfettered insight into Americans' financial data. If not open, permissionless, and private, like cash, a CBDC is nothing more than a CCP-style surveillance tool that can be weaponized to oppress the American way of life. We're not going to let that happen, not on House Republicans' watch. And I want to thank the Financial Services Committee for considering our bill this month, and we're going to continue working to ensure that the digital economy is designed by Americans and emulates American values. And I return it to the conference chair.
Great. Happy to take questions. Yes.
So yesterday, a lot of the Freedom Caucus folks said that they may not be voting in favor of the defense appropriations bill. As of right now, do you have enough votes to get the bill passed? And if not, what's the plan?
Well, we can tell it's the first day of the week. This is always the question. We're going to work through the process as we have. We've been underestimated from the very beginning of this Congress. Our whip is doing a great job communicating with all of our members, and we're confident that we're going to continue to work through that and move forward the appropriations process. Yes.
Thank you. We understand House Republicans plan to put the disaster supplemental spending request in the Homeland Security Appropriations bill that'll come to the floor, we believe next week. Senate Democrats aren't going to support that bill. The White House is likely to support that bill. Is there concern within the conference that this strategy is going to hold up disaster relief funding indefinitely, that communities that are responding to these extreme weather events say they need now?
We are working through regular order, and I want to point out the Speaker traveled to Maui over the August recess. I also received a briefing when we were in Hawaii on the way to our Indo-Pacific delegation, and those conversations are ongoing with members to work through the appropriations process, but we're fully committed to making sure that we're working through that in regular order and getting all members' feedback. Let's take a step back here. In the past 8 years, the Senate has not worked through regular order when it comes to appropriations. They've always jammed the House with an omnibus, and because the House has been doing our job, we passed the Veterans Appropriations Bill and are working through regular order, and because of Speaker McCarthy's leadership, we feel that we're in a better place to continue to do work on behalf of the American people, and that includes disaster relief, but also making sure that important priorities like our defense spending, that we get that across the finish line. Yes, sir. Sure.
I'm interested, how confident are you that House Republicans will be able to do their part to avert a government shutdown by the end of the month, and will that take a continuing resolution?
We're just going to keep working with every single Republican member and try to keep doing the job that we've been doing.
Great. Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Higgins for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like unanimous consent to offer into the record a report produced on September the 6th of this year by DHS Inspector General Joseph Kafari.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be citing from that report during my questioning. Mr. Ballard, do you know Inspector General Kafari?
I do not.
You have the honor of meeting him soon if I can arrange that. He's a wonderful man. He's dedicated to his job. And his job as the Inspector General of DHS is to investigate potential criminal behaviors and unconstitutional behaviors from within DHS. And our southern border, 1,954 miles of our southern border, I've walked every foot of it, is 100% controlled by cartels on the Mexican side of that border. And under this administration, you all can believe whatever numbers you want. The number I'm about to tell you is real. We've had 9 million illegal crossings, 6 million undocumented, 1.5 million known gotaways, 1.5 million unknown gotaways. There's 9 million. When I went to grade school, that's what it adds up to. So the DHS that's executing the policies of this Biden administration is directly responsible for this rodeo we see at our southern border. From sea to shining sea, our southern borders. What we used to call a large gathering of unidentified subjects in various stages of disagreement and argument and fight. When I was a cop for a long time, when we'd roll up on a situation that looked like that, we'd just tell dispatcher, I got a rodeo over here. All the other cops on the radio would know what we were talking about. We have a rodeo from the Pacific to the Gulf in our southern border. And DHS, under Secretary Mayorkas, is responsible for that. And the human misery and suffering and death and 85,000 lost children and our own southern border now rated as the most dangerous land crossing border in the world by a highly recognized immigrant international organization. It's insane. So the guy that's responsible for investigating that is Joseph Kafari. He's produced this report just a few days ago and is quite condemning of the Biden administration. So what you think the Biden administration would do with an IG like that, Mr. Ballard, in your experience?
What do I think they'll do with his report?
No, what do you think they'd do with the man that produced this report?
Well, I hope they would treat him fairly and listen to his findings, because I haven't read the report, but I can imagine.
Hope springs eternal, does it not? This the Biden administration we're dealing with. They're going after that man in his whole office. So I'm telling the executive right now, you watching this, we're not going to allow you to crucify the inspector generals that's revealing the horrors of your policy. 85,000 lost children. Mr. Gallant, are you an attorney, sir?
I am.
You know, when I was a cop, we had a common saying, a bit of a chuckle. We'd say that I've known many convicts I can trust in my life and very few attorneys. You're here representing the ACLU, sir. Do you speak on behalf of the ACLU this day?
Yes.
You're here voluntarily?
Yes.
Are you here with counsel or are you by yourself?
I'm by myself.
Congratulations. These 85,000 missing children. What's your opinion about that? How's the ACLU feel about 85,000 missing children?
So,
you think their civil rights might be being violated?
Our view is that those children are not likely missing, that the sponsors don't simply answer the phone.
Yeah, the sponsors are not real. You know that, right? It's a racket. It's a sponsor racket. That's why they're not answering the phone. That's why you can't find who they are. The large percentage of these sponsors, these kids are getting sucked into sex trafficking primarily, human slavery. The policies of this administration are supporting that. We're partnering with the cartels for human trafficking. By God, I would hope there's many attorneys in my family. I was the one that ended up to be the Army grunt and the street cop. But I would hope that the ACLU would take a serious look at exactly what kind of cases the ACLU is taking up. And I have a couple of questions for you I'm going to submit for the record afterward. But Mr. Ballard, and in my remaining few seconds, can you assess from your perspective exactly what Congress should do to help our agents at the southern border?
First, we need to go find those 85,000 children, and we need to start enforcing the laws that Congress put upon the executive branch, which is to enforce the border. That's the most compassionate, and it's the only compassionate policy for children, is to suck the wind out of the sails of the criminal networks making $14 million a day trafficking women and children into our country. You end it by enforcing the border policies.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I appreciate the indulgence. I yield.
Good morning. Welcome back. I hope you all had a productive August. We certainly did as House Republicans, and we're ready to get back to work this September. Yesterday, as you know, Speaker McCarthy announced House Republicans' intention to pursue an impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. This is about transparency and answers for the American people, and ultimately accountability for what I believe will uncover the biggest political corruption scandal in our nation's history. For the past 8 months, through the course of our constitutional oversight duties, House Republicans have uncovered that Joe Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge and involvement in his family's foreign business dealings, and that he has potentially committed multiple impeachable offenses. House Republicans' investigations have uncovered evidence showing Joe Biden repeatedly lied to the American people about his knowledge and involvement with his son's foreign business dealings. When Joe Biden was vice president, he joined dozens of Hunter Biden's business meetings by phone and in person. Detailed banking records show that the Biden family and their business associates received $20 million in payments from foreign actors in places like Russia, China, Ukraine, and Romania, including payments during Joe Biden's time as vice president. More than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks. And a highly credible FBI source alleges that Joe Biden received $5 million in exchange for pressuring for the firing of a Ukrainian prosecutor who was investigating the Ukrainian natural gas firm that Hunter Biden was on the board of, Burisma. These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption, and they warrant further investigation by the House of Representatives, which is why the Speaker has directed the House committees to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden. The American people deserve transparency, and this impeachment inquiry is an important next step to deliver transparency, facts, and accountability. We are returning, as I said, from very successful and productive August district work periods where members were able to discuss with their constituents our efforts to deliver on our commitment to America, an economy that's strong, a nation that's safe, a future built on freedom, and a government that's accountable. We heard firsthand about the problems facing our communities, including the destructive border crisis that is raging in my home state in New York. Over the August work period, I was proud to lead a bipartisan congressional delegation to the Indo-Pacific and spoke with government and military leaders from our key allies and partners in Japan, Singapore, and Thailand about the looming threat of communist China. Funding our military and bolstering our defense capabilities has never been more critical, which brings me to this week on the floor. House Republicans will tackle head-on passing our defense appropriations bill to counter communist China, eliminate wasteful woke programs infiltrating our military at the Biden administration's ordering, and supporting our brave service members with the largest pay raise ever. Today, we are joined by, I'm going to first turn it over to Chairman Jamie Comer for an update on oversight.
Thank you, Chair.
I now recognize Ms. Green for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this excellent panel of witnesses before us. While Democrats on our committee want to widen the road and create a bigger invasion into the United States of America, enabling human trafficking, cartels making over $150 billion a year on selling little girls, little boys, and selling people into the United States and selling drugs Republicans are committed to securing our border, Mr. Chairman, and firing the people whose failed policies are killing Americans every single day. I want to remind everyone, we serve the United States of American citizens, not the rest of the world. That needs to be made clear. You need to remember your oath of office, people. Ms. Snodgrass, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
My children are 25, 23, and 19. I can't imagine what you go through, losing a
I
child.
can tell you that those cartels are targeting your children. They're targeting military-aged youth in this country from China and Mexico. They're targeting your children.
That's right. They're targeting everyone's children. Ms. Snodgrass, we had another witness come before our committee. Mrs. Rebecca Kiesling testified before this committee in March of this year. She lost her 2 sons to fentanyl poisoning like you lost your son. She lost them in 2020. And she passionately called out the current administration for its pathetic border security policies that aren't securing our border, opening our border, that made the fentanyl crisis even worse. However, she was laughingly mocked by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, for her criticism of the ongoing border crisis because that fentanyl they took came during the last administration. How did Joe Biden's comments when he laughed at her sit with parents like you who lost a child to fentanyl poisoning? How did that make you feel, Ms. Snodgrass?
Thank you for the question. I was here with Rebecca that day. And the next day, when that comment was made, she was devastated. All of us in the fentanyl family groups were devastated by that comment. It's unconscionable that this is not recognized as a red, white, and blue issue. This is American children dying on American soil. No one knows what their voting history is when they're sold a drug. She went underground for a month after that. We all will never forget. We will never forget the disrespect paid to us, and particularly Rebecca lost 2 sons. We'll never forget it. And to think that this could be talked about in terms of who died on whose watch is, there's no explanation for that. This country is being targeted. It's a war being won, in my opinion, on American soil. They're killing 112,000 Americans. That's war. We need drug terrorists to be declared as terrorists. Fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. This is a war being waged. We are not standing up to it. We need to turn the tables and take this war to them. Take this war to them instead of us responding poorly, in my opinion. Take this to them. Turn the tables.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I'm very sorry for your loss. Mr. Gellerant, I'm sorry, I can't see your...
That's all right, Gallant, sorry.
Gallant. You know, I find it so hypocritical of you to listen to you basically mock former President Trump's administration, attacking the policies of testing for DNA, keeping children safe while they are ensuring that they are with a parent, while this administration, under Secretary Mayorkas, under Joe Biden, this administration, Democrats have lost over 85,000 children in our country. We cannot find them. We cannot find them. And you know what? Here, listen to this. This is so disturbing to me. The very fact that this administration sent more than 100 children to the same address in Austin, Texas, while other Texas addresses received 44 and 25 minors respectively, that is outrageous. That is outrageous. And I don't have a question for you. I just want you to understand that there is no criticism of the former administration and the ridiculous numbers and the so-called separating children from their parents. No, that's called keeping them safe. Ms. Cantu, wouldn't you say that that's what your husband was able to do under the former President Trump's administration, was keep children safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does your husband feel now, and all of the brave men and women in the Border Patrol? How does it affect their mentality? How does it affect their marriages? How does it affect their families when they have their hands tied behind their backs? They're not allowed to protect these children. They watch regular Americans get fired every single day, but yet we can't impeach Secretary Mayorkas because that's impeachment theater. How has that affected Border Patrol agents?
It's overall beyond frustrating. These Border Patrol agents carry that weight with them every day. The fact that they cannot comply with the oath that they swore on the day that they graduated from their academy. This is a flag that classes wave in the academy in Artesia. This is the promise that they made. This represents a promise, the oath, the ability to protect this country, and that's their frustration. They no longer have that. They're no longer allowed to practice the laws that they were taught. Nothing even special. It's just the basic books.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish we had another round with these witnesses.
We do, if you want to stick around. Okay. We did say at the beginning that we would allow a second round of questioning. So,
for what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Missouri seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute, ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
And without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my strong support for the impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. House Republicans have uncovered serious and credible allegations into his conduct, a culture of corruption. We now know this to be true. The Biden family received more than $20 million in foreign payments from China, Russia, Ukraine, and Romania. That 10% cut for the big guy, well, yes, that was for Joe Biden. The Bidens created over 20-plus shell companies to conceal the money. Joe Biden joined 20 phone calls with Hunter Biden's business partners, texts invoking Biden to shake down a Chinese business partner for cash. Joe Biden using pseudonyms on emails and at least 150 suspicious activity reports. Joe Biden's pattern of behavior is deeply disturbing and concerning for our national security. Mr. Speaker, we need answers. We need those bank records. We need the truth. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Bishop for his 5 minutes of testimony or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ballard, I also saw the movie Sound of Freedom. And I don't know if others do this. Sometimes when I see a movie based on supposedly real life, I go out and do a little research and see how close to real life it is. And the most significant finding that I had from going to look at that, sir, is you are, from everything I've seen, a genuine and remarkable hero. There's one hero that surpasses you, and that is your wife, sir. How many children do you have, including the 2 Haitian children you've just mentioned that you've adopted?
There's 9 in total.
And when you did some fairly extraordinary things, as that movie depicts, and Jim Caviezel, I think, acts it marvelously, they could have put you in it because, you know, they usually get the leading man because he's good looking. You're not too shabby yourself. But, and I say it as an old bald guy, you know, but what was depicted in that story really happens, and you really did that, and your family, your wife was committed to it to a level that is remarkable. Would you repeat the statistic about what the experience is of a child who's trafficked, how long that can happen, and how many, just real quickly, because I want to use it as the basis to ask a question to Mr. Gallant.
Well, a child, the ones that we have seen, many that we have seen, they're sold over and over again, up 10 times, up to 20 times within a 24-hour period when they're with a criminal network that's organized that way, and there's plenty of those in the United States.
For how long?
Oh, 10 plus years.
Mr. Gallant, there are all sorts of human miseries in life. You've described, I think, in your lawsuit and the advocacy about it, depicts one that is certainly true, the separation of children from their parents. In most cases, it has turned out to be on a temporary basis, but nonetheless, one that you said is very traumatizing, no doubt. Which is worse? That sort of temporary separation or being exploited in sex trafficking up to 20 times a day for as long as the child, a decade? Which is worse in your view?
Yeah, I mean, Congressman, I am not here remotely to dismiss the horror.
Can you just say whether you wouldn't disagree with me that the one Mr. Ballard describes is a much more devastating misery?
A young child sex trafficked is as bad as it can be.
So here's the thing, and I'm sure you would be thinking, because you're very skillful, that as you sit there, that I'm depicting a false choice. That is to say, that the fact that you'd see that experience would not excuse the United States from abusing rights and separating children. And I actually totally agree with you. But you do have to think about the design of your policies, of all of our policies, and what you do and what results that entails. You've said that the 85,000 children that HHS has lost track of, you don't really think they're missing. And I understand your point there too. They just not soon, in a lot of cases, they'd like not to have official contacts. Let's say 6% of them, though, are in a different circumstance, sir. That would be 5,500 people, 5,500 children who've gone off the grid for some other reason. And I suspect in many of those cases, it's the reason that Mr. Ballard's presence here testifies to. And I think, Mr. Ballard, I'd like to give the last little while. I don't know that anyone in this room could contest or doubt your commitment to children. And yet you don't seem to be allied with Mr. Gallant about which is the biggest problem. Can you speak to that in the last minute and 16 seconds I have available?
Yeah, I find it curious the amount of attention on a policy that I actually agree with the witness. That shouldn't be repeated again. But we have something before us right now. 85,000 children are missing because if you understand the vetting process that goes into, for example, an adoption, or that goes into if you find a missing child in New York City or whatever city, what the vetting process that would go into anyone coming to claim that child. If that kid was released to anyone without that vetting process, you would call that child missing, especially when you called the number and they're not picking it up. Yeah, and we can suspect why they're not picking it up. So I think that we have before us a problem right now. Right now, this should be the focus of the Congress's actions.
Well said. And I'm going to take back my last 20 seconds because I want to make one other point that I think sometimes eludes us. The question is not that inside HHS suddenly bureaucrats have been uncommitted to vetting children's sponsors. The problem is we've gone from about 1,400 children to, I can't do the number, to 83,000 a year that have gone missing. These are people who have been, because the system is overwhelmed with the numbers of unaccompanied children that have been incentivized to come. Whether you believe that it is, honorable and humane or not, whether it is triggered by problems in other parts of the world or not, we have designed policy, others have designed policy for the United States that they believe is best. And so children are being sent here unaccompanied in massive numbers, and you make them massive enough, you cannot build a system sufficient to vet them. That is the end result, Mr. Gallant, of the policy you guys have pursued. I have great respect for the ACLU, actually, and I'd get into that if I weren't out of time. But I suspect that we've got to look at our overall picture and where the results have come. Thank you.
Mr. Burkeen for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since this administration took office, we're looking at numbers that tell us that about every year, the population of Oklahoma, the state that I represent, is what's coming across our border illegally. We're almost at the point of 3 times the population of Oklahoma is in our country illegally. It's bad when the mayor of New York City is saying, quote, this, talking about illegal immigration, is going to destroy. He used that word, destroy the city. He's talking about people coming from West Africa, Russia. This is the site of ground zero. We have 100 people every year, the last couple of years. We're now at 140. Those are on the terrorist watch list just for this year, 140. That have been encountered. Who knows the number of potential heinous actors have come across that we've not apprehended. Mr. Ballard, I think all of us applaud you, Jim Caviezel, Matthew Faraci, throw out Matthew's name, he's from Oklahoma. You guys are agents of light and the sound of freedom. What you've done to advocate and what you've done to shed light on the humanitarian crisis of the sex slave trade, thanks for being agents of light in a dark situation. Things that have been talked about today, the second largest criminal enterprise in the world is the sex slave trade. Every 30 seconds, a child is subjected to this heinous act. The U.S. being the largest consumer of child pornography, third largest consumer of child pornography, and largest consumer of child rape videos. God help our country in this cultural rot. Line upon line and precept upon precept, we have stepped away generation after generation from biblical virtue, and this is where we're at. That's an aside. But for every parent who's not wanting to wage in this battle of good and evil, of returning this nation back to our roots of biblical virtue, it might, if we stay silent, it's probably going to be easier for us, but it's not going to be easier for our kids and our grandkids. But now let's talk about those children that are coming across our border illegally. You'd shared with me earlier, the president of Guatemala told you something pretty profound. Would you expound about what the president of Guatemala told you as it relates to this trafficking issue?
Yes, I was with President Giamatti last week, and he was just talking about the horrifying things that are happening to his people. He started a campaign with his government called Haciendo Visible lo Invisible, which is to say, making visible what is invisible. And it's basically a warning to the people, don't go with these smugglers, because most of them are also traffickers. Most of them are abusers. And they might play a nice game and pitch a nice pitch in the beginning. Hey, don't worry, I'll pay you later. Well, you can pay me later. Yeah, they'll pay with their bodies. They'll pay with other things.
Did you tell me that 75%, he told you that 75% of all minors and women that are migrating are subjected to sexual abuse?
That's exactly what he told me. That's his understanding.
So I'm going to continue with that. So we had a border sheriff that told us that cartels are utilizing the sex trafficking slave trade, that are saying to parents, if you can't afford what we're going to charge you to come into the United States, because we've become the Uber service to get into the United States for free, and we're going to charge you. If you can't afford it, do you have a 13, 14, 15-year-old daughter that we can help pay off your debt? That's an interesting note that was told to this committee. I think you had said in your commentary, or something you said in the past, that there's $14 million a day, the dollars that the cartel is making. That corroborates another report by the New York Times that says it's $13 billion in 2021 the cartel made off human trafficking. We know there's 400,000 unaccompanied minors that have come across this border since this administration took office. And we've got this massive flow that the administration is not able to vet whether their families are legitimate families or, quote, fake families. Would you quickly tell me what the definition of a fake family is, and quickly just in reference to my time?
Due to the Flores settlement, it's a loophole that the traffickers and smugglers know that if they can get a kid and convince that kid to call her mom and him dad, the clients, you create a fake family. And that forces the Border Patrol to let them in within 72 hours, and they're all released. The kid gets used and recycled over and over again.
So I'm gonna showcase this. I don't know if the camera will pick this up. This is from U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. This is dated May 19th of 2023. Reversing under the Trump administration, we took DNA testing to verify whether or not those young adults were actually with a legitimate family member. This letter says, quote, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection familial DNA contract with certain technologies will end on May 31st of 2023. The testing will conclude on that date. Samples submitted afterwards will not be utilized. So we know that there's a grand jury in Florida that said that there were 100 kids sent to San Antonio, Texas, to one sponsor. What do you think really happening in those situations?
I think when you see that happening, you can expect exploitation. And when you've left yourself no option to investigate because you haven't done any follow-up, you haven't done any background work, those kids are now gone, and they are missing.
Is this administration complicit, whether knowingly or unknowingly, in advocating the sex slave trade because of these type of policies? They're allowing these fake families to move people into the interior of the United States.
I hate to say this, but yes, they are complicit because they do know. I've watched them learn, thanks to C-SPAN. I've watched them learn what's happening, and they continue to do the same thing.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields on.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Utah? Seek recognition.
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in full support of the House Republicans' formal impeachment inquiry into the President Joe Biden. 7 months ago, House Republicans returned oversight to the People's House. We worked consistently day after day to make our government more accountable, as promised in our commitment to America. Since January, concerning incredible allegations against President Joe Biden have emerged, including abuse of power, obstruction of justice, corrupt foreign business dealings, and influence peddling schemes that have led to tens of millions of dollars in the pockets of several members of the Biden family. I think we can all agree Americans deserve accountability from our president. Our impeachment inquiry is not a political ploy. It's an opportunity for Congress to continue its duty, digging into the potential of corruption and bringing facts to light. The evidence is deeply troubling. Our witnesses have testified to President Biden's involvement in phone calls, interactions, and dinners that resulted in significant financial gains for his son and his son's business partners. The Treasury Department alone has flagged more than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates as suspicious activities by the U.S. Bank. Even a trusted
Gentleman's time has
FBI...
expired.
Thank you, Al.
Time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the chairwoman of the full committee, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Dr. Ortiz. You know, I'm very concerned about the state of our nation's electric grid. We see electricity prices continuing to skyrocket since the beginning of 2021, almost 30% higher today. Our electric grid is becoming increasingly unstable. NERC has issued warnings that 2/3 of the nation is at an elevated risk for a blackout as our most reliable and affordable power plants are being retired and replaced with weather-dependent wind and solar. In 2023, EIA projects that 15.6 gigawatts of baseload generation will be shut down, which is enough electricity to power more than 10 million homes. So first, Mr. Rodriguez, do you agree that baseload power plants retirements pose a threat to grid reliability?
I apologize for the way I need to answer this, but in and of itself, retirement of power plants does not pose a threat. I believe the point of agreement between us is that if things aren't done in a thoughtful, deliberative fashion, you can cause reliability concerns around the ability to have power delivered at the time we need it.
Right, well, it suggests that it's not being done in a thoughtful manner then, because it seems that we are shutting down baseload and reliability is absolutely being jeopardized. Mr. Ortiz, has FERC been asked to model the impact of baseload power plant closures on the electric grid?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, and another question, Dr. Ortiz, are intermittent wind and solar generation reliability sources of electricity during extreme weather scenarios when demand, is there reliable sources of electricity during extreme weather scenarios when demand for power is spiking?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are intermittent wind and solar generation reliable sources of electricity during extreme weather scenarios?
If I may, I'd prefer to take that back to be able to look more closely at the data.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, I look forward to hearing back just what your analysis is as far as being dependent upon wind and solar when we have these extreme weather events. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, under President Biden, DOE has been moving aggressively to regulate dozens of home appliances that we all rely on to cook for our families, wash dishes, heat our homes. And you know, these regulations are really like a hidden tax. It's raising the cost of appliances. Unfortunately, seeing some weakened performance, eliminating choices like natural gas stoves, for example. So yes or no, would you support an amendment to the law to prohibit energy standards that increase costs for consumers?
The phrase increased cost to consumers is, quite frankly, a difficulty for me, because like any investment that you make that has a return year after year after year after year, if we look at a truncated what's the first cost, then there would probably no purchase that any American would make. I think the better view is to take a look at the life cycle costs, but the life cycle benefits as well, because that is what really helps Americans to reduce their energy bills.
Okay, do you believe American consumers should pay more for a dishwasher, for example, to offset the social cost of carbon emissions or the global effects of climate change?
I believe the American people should and actually enjoy the fact that there are products available that, while they might cost a little more at the outset than old, dated technology, they save them money every year, every time the lights go on, every time you wash your clothes. That is a financial return.
As a follow-up to that, then, does DOE plan to look back on any of the prior standards to see if they've actually saved consumers energy and money?
We actually have done that, and as a matter of fact, it's one of the great American success stories. The amount of money saved by consumers is only half the story, though. But the fact that we are reducing the amount of energy consumed means that it makes available resources that we have today more able to meet the needs of the American people. So it's a reliability
Thank you. I'd like to look
investment
at that. I'd like to look at that. Thank you. Do you have any idea how many of name brand American appliance manufacturers have actually been bought by China in the last nearly 20 years since this requirement put into place?
I know there are people in our department who look at that. I do not have that information with me today. I could look that up.
Thank you. I was a little surprised that my GE microwave is actually Chinese-owned. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Joe Lane yields back, and now.
Thank you, Chair Stefanik, and I appreciate Mr. Emmer letting me jump in here. We have a committee hearing that will begin shortly. I just want to kind of go back to where we were in January when we started this investigation. This was the narrative. The narrative was that the laptop, the president's son's laptop, was Russian disinformation. Hunter Biden was a legitimate business guy, just like Jared Kushner. No Biden ever took money from China, because that's what Joe Biden said. No money ever changed hands while Joe Biden was vice president, and I actually believe that. Joe knew nothing about his son's dealings, and Joe never met with or spoke with any of the foreign nationals who had wired the family money. All of those things have been proven wrong because of the Republican majority and our investigation. Now, in addition, what else we found? We found 20 shell companies. A shell company, just let me make sure everyone understands, it's not a company that manufactures shells. A shell company is a fake company. The Bidens have 20 of these. 20 of these. And when you talk to the president, you could ask, what exactly do these companies do? What good or service do these companies provide? And the answer is nothing. They are not legitimate companies. We found, as Chair Stefanik said, 170 major bank violations. These were from 6 major banks. And they alleged that the Bidens were, among other things, money laundering and receiving suspicious wires from state-owned entities. You know what that is in banking terms? That's a foreign government. And you know what the state-owned entity was? China. So the bank alleging that the Bidens took a suspicious wire from the Chinese government and then laundered it through these shell companies. There's many laws broken there. And this was in Treasury Cabinet, and this is what I fought to go to Treasury to get. These are very serious allegations. Associated Press just wrote a story that said there's no evidence of wrongdoing. What a disgrace to journalism. And I don't complain much. I'd take it, but that's just not true. We also learned that 9 Biden family members have received money from foreign entities. 9 families, including the president's granddaughter, who received a wire that had been laundered to the shell companies from Romania days after the president left Romania when he was vice president. That's hard to explain. The Bidens received over $20 million. My question to you, what did they do to receive that money? No one can answer that question. $20 million. Is there not any curiosity as to what they did to receive $20 million? We also found a Form 1023, an FBI form alleging Joe Biden took a bribe. And what we learned from this is the FBI never investigated this allegation. And in the FD 1023, it said that investigators would take 10 years to figure out where these bribes went because of the various bank accounts that they wired the money through. That was written years before anyone knew the Bidens had shell companies and the Bidens were laundering money. And what we see in the FBI form that no one ever investigated is a consistent pattern with what we found in Romania and China and other places. We also discovered that Joe Biden's used at least 3 pseudonyms on over 5,000 emails. We know one of these, his son was copied in a pseudonym that pertained to Ukraine. We've also just recently discovered an email from the State Department, from the Obama State Department, to Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor who Joe Biden fired in Ukraine in exchange for the $1 billion, praising him for the great work that he did. But there was this narrative that Joe Biden created that said Shokin was corrupt and he needed to go over there and be fired. But we have an email weeks before Joe Biden went over there praising Shokin for the good work he had done in reforming corruption from the John Kerry State Department. So we also have testimony from Devin Archer saying that at that same time period Joe Biden went to Ukraine to fire the prosecutor, that Hunter was being squeezed by the owners of Burisma to call D.C. for help. This is all in a timeline here. This is why Speaker McCarthy launched the impeachment inquiry. And I think the CNN poll 2 weeks ago that showed 63% of Americans believe Joe Biden was involved in his family's business schemes is reason why we should be investigating this. Moving forward, we have requested unredacted pseudonym emails from the National Archives. There are over 5,000 of those that we want to review. We have to get President Obama has to sign off on those, so he's supposedly reviewing them as we speak. We hope to get those. We hope to get the president's son and brother's personal bank accounts. We also want to interview people who have knowledge of some of the things that President Biden may have done in exchange for the millions and millions of dollars that his family received from these foreign nationals. And lastly, we plan on having a hearing in September that will kind of evaluate some of the things that we believe have happened from the Biden family that are in violation with our laws. So with that, I hope I answered some questions as to the evidence that has been found, the purpose as to why we have moved to impeachment inquiry, and the path forward. What I said in January holds true to today. We are following the money, and we will see where that leads us. Thank you, and I yield back.
Great. We'll now go to Ken Calvert, our Cardinal on Defense Appropriations.
Okay, I'd like to recognize my good friend, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. We're going to work our way for a question for Mr. Law, but we'll give a kind of a build up to the question. Earlier this year on my subcommittee regarding oversight, at the time we learned the Biden administration had lost contact with almost 100,000 unaccompanied minors. However, the director of Office of Refugee Resettlement didn't seem to know that. A shocking number of these children appear to be exploited by their sponsors, and they're forced to work to pay debts to their sponsors. I'm concerned the Biden administration is failing this vulnerable population. I mean, if a minor comes across the board and they're unaccompanied by anybody, that should be a real danger sign in the first place. But it appears that they've waived background checks and addressed verification requirements for potential sponsors. Similarly, the Office of Homeland Security has ended familial DNA testing at the southern border. I don't know why you do that. Further reports show Secretary Becerra personally pushed for faster processing and discharging of unaccompanied minors to the detriment of the children's safety, pressuring staff at ORR to treat UAS processing like a factory. The Secretary was quoted as saying, if Henry Ford had seen this in his plants, he would never become famous and rich. This is not the way you do an assembly line. When asked about those comments, an HHS spokesman stated he wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Mr. Law, do you believe the administration's policies, such as those I described, have created a humanitarian crisis among minors coming across our southern border?
Thank you. So I would say it's not just isolated to the minors. It's everyone. There's not a single illegal alien that makes it across the southern border without having to pay debts to the cartels and human traffickers. The exploitation begins the moment they get into that connection. It goes throughout the entire journey. And in many cases, like especially with the unaccompanied alien children, the exploitation continues once this administration quickly releases them to their traffickers.
So in other words, if a 15-year-old crosses the southern border, how much you think they're on the hook for with the cartels, you think?
My understanding, it varies depending on what part of the world you are from. But at the end of the day, most of these people are coming from far poorer countries than the United States, and these debts are, in the $5,000 to $20,000 range, money that they do not have, and the only way that you pay that back is through, sex slavery, worker, indentured servitude, things of that nature. It's really horrific.
Caseworkers at Office of Refugee Resettlement claim HHS regularly ignored obvious signs of labor exploitation, including red flags such as single sponsors sponsoring multiple UACs, hotspots in the country where most unaccompanied minor sponsors are not the children's parents, and even direct reports of trafficking. Do you believe, Mr. Law, that HHS and ORR turned a blind eye to signs of unaccompanied minor exploitation to maintain good optics for their agencies?
Well, having not been there, it's hard to know if they're turning a blind eye, but one thing that is absolutely clear is that the sheer volume is unsustainable. This is an administration that is trying to process and manage its way through the border crisis it created, and you just cannot do it. And so whether they're turning a blind eye intentionally or just the fact that they are overwhelmed, at the end of the day, they are streamlining the release of unaccompanied alien children to unvetted sponsors, and frankly, that seems to be a highly irresponsible decision.
This is exponentially higher than it was 2 years at this time. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Do you believe their policies are what's causing so many people to come here, including so many minors to come here?
Well, of course, open borders is a great business model for the cartels and the traffickers, which is why human smuggling and trafficking has turned into a multi-billion-dollar industry. As I've mentioned repeatedly, there are no enforcement policies on the books. All they're doing is trying to funnel illegal immigration to the ports of entry, claiming that that's lawful. It's not. And then they're trying to hide those who would otherwise cross the border by paroling them, which basically means if you have an international airport, you're a border state because they're just being flown in.
I'll ask you, how do these people find out about it? Okay, if I'm in Bangladesh, if I'm in Nigeria, how would I find out that the U.S. border is essentially open?
A combination of things. Those who came before you successfully got in, have been released quickly, have reunited with other family members, working, et cetera. And then the cartels, they're highly sophisticated, they're well aware of the policies. That's why you saw a slight blip in border crossings after Title 42 ended. Even their blip was the worst recorded times. And then they saw, no, there's actually no enforcement.
Are they advertising for people to come here illegally around the world?
The cartels, absolutely, and they are using a lot of the social media platforms to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Jimenez came in on me. My apologies, Mr. Lalota. I recognize Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just snuck in, sorry. Mr. Ballard, I watched the movie and that portrays part of your life, and it was a very powerful movie. And I'd like to get your opinion. What policies that are in place now are, if they are, helping the cartels, helping the human traffickers to traffic minors and other people in the United States?
Well, we know that what drives criminal networks who are making approximately $14 million a day, what drives them are the very lack of enforcing our policies, the lack of policies, the lack of enforcement of the policies that are in place. Because if you can get a person in and a child in that easily, that's what drives a criminal network. And so we have good laws on the books. We're just not enforcing them. There's another issue that we should be very concerned about. There's something called the Flores settlement, which is well intended. It's a court hearing ruling that compels a child to be released within 72 hours. into the United States, even if that child's with their parent. Well, the traffickers are always smarter than we give them credit for, and they've been taking advantage of that. What they do is they'll take these children who are unaccompanied, and they will pair them, and they will instruct them to call this woman and this man, the clients of the smuggler, mom and dad. And Border Patrol was noticing the same kids keep coming through as the kid of the family. And so that's a part of this conversation too, of this family separation. If there are real families being separated, that's devastating, that shouldn't happen. But let's vet it. Again, it's a lack of vetting, it's a lack of investigating. Is that kid really with that parent? Or is that kid being abused? Is that kid being used as a pawn in the game, in the trafficking criminal networks, efforts? So all those things, it has to do with taking children, in my opinion, making them the priority, investigating everything about them and who's coming to get them. That's what's lacking.
You know, it's interesting because when my last term, I went down to the border and to check out what was going on, and actually ran into about 6 migrants crossing the border, a father, 2 fathers, a couple teenagers, and it turns out that one of the fathers wasn't really the father. Later on, they found out they did some DNA testing and all that. So I'm wondering if that DNA testing is still going on to find out if these supposedly parents are real parents, and that we really have a big issue here. What would you do differently in order to stem the flow, of human trafficking that we have right now? Because you're quite right. I mean, the cartels are actually making more money on human trafficking than they are with drugs, which is really, when you think about it, that's a heck of a thing to say.
Yeah.
They're making billions of dollars on human trafficking. What would you do differently?
Well, for one, I would return the rapid DNA technology that was once in place, and the current administration took it away several months ago. I don't know why they did that. I've used this technology. It's like within 20 minutes you can get a positive or negative ID and confirm.
So the administration actually took that away?
Yes.
They did?
Yes.
And so we have an administration, and we have and that's saying that it's inhumane to separate families from each other, and yet they don't even know if the people being brought over are being brought by their family.
Right. Worse than that, anyone can show up and claim.
I wonder what the ACLU has to say about that. That's a rhetorical question. Thank you. Go ahead.
Investigate that.
Yeah. Okay. Now, see, I get upset, when I see injustice, when I see, what the human toll that's happening at our border in the name of politics, in the name of an open border, the human suffering that continues to happen in the United States. 85,000 children, at least, that are unaccounted for. Is that a tragedy, sir?
If the 85,000 are really missing and being exploited, absolutely. But we don't believe that the mere fact that the calls were not answered. And I just want to, if I could just make one point, we are all for when people show up and there's some reason to believe that it's not the parent or legal guardian, for some kind of vetting. And there's lots of ways to do it. And it's easy. DNA was mentioned, calling the consulate, checking documents. But what we don't want to see, and what we have seen repeatedly, is just someone says, well, we don't want trafficking, so we're going to take this family away, and then they actually are the parent. And the judge says, well, why don't you do a DNA test? And it becomes clear it is the parent. So I think there needs to be balance on both sides.
Thank you. My time is up. I wish I had heck of a lot more time, because I could have a lot more questions. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunt for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When 9/11 happened, I was a sophomore at West Point. I was sitting in my barracks, Eisenhower Barracks, as I recall, on the 3rd floor, and I watched with terror 3,000 souls leave this earth. At that moment, as a sophomore at West Point, I knew, and my classmates knew, West Point class of 2004, actually 3 of us are currently serving in the halls of Congress right now, we knew that we were all going to go to war. We knew that there was a chance that we would not make it back alive, but by God, we were going to do whatever it took to protect our country and to prevent something like that from ever happening again. And this is why protecting this country and protecting our southern border means so much to me. The open borders that we're seeing right now at our southern borders is a slap in the face to everyone who has sacrificed to keep anything like 9/11 from happening again in our great country. We lost a lot of blood, a lot of treasure to keep our nation safe, including many of my West Point classmates that are no longer with us. We were told that if we fought terror abroad, we could keep it from coming in our own country. And I still believe that to this day. It's because of Joe Biden, and we have now essentially turned our southern border into a welcome mat for terrorists. Now, the Biden administration would like you to believe that every person coming across our border is an asylum seeker simply looking for a better life. That's not only a lie, it's insulting to our intelligence. This administration says that illegal aliens are women and children wanting a better opportunity, and I have some numbers for you that would point out the contrary. Since October 2022, CBP flagged 75,000 illegal aliens in our country as national security risks. Last year, CBP announced that 98 illegal aliens on a terrorist watch list on our southern border. 98. That is 9 times the number of people encountered on the terrorist watch list than during Trump's entire presidency. But wait, there's more. Just last week, the Office Inspector General released their audit of DHS titled, "DHS does not have assurance that all migrants can be located once released into the United States." Quick recap of what's going on here. We have 75,000 illegal immigrants living amongst us who are a national security risk currently. CBP is encountering illegal aliens on the terrorist watch list at a record rate, and DHS is releasing illegal aliens, their national security risk, to the interior of our country, and you can't even tell us where they are. Why do we have a terrorist watch list? If people on our terrorist watch list can simply walk into our open southern border, then why do we have one at all? How is it possible that the FBI has no problem hunting down January 6 protesters years later, but this administration has lost track of illegal aliens who pose a real threat to our national security? We know this administration could track down anyone, anytime, anywhere. We've seen them do it. Why? It's my opinion that this administration views patriots, or as the Biden administration calls them, MAGA Republicans, as national security threats while viewing illegal aliens on the terrorist watch list as asylum seekers simply looking for a better life. We live in an upside-down world today where Americans are vetted and surveilled more than illegal aliens that we know have the propensity to break the law. It's not an oversight. It's not a mistake. This is a choice. We have billionaires right now that are putting patrons in space for sport. And you mean to tell me that we cannot stop illegal immigrants that clearly pose a threat to our national security from entering our country? And I have a report that says it. Now, many of my colleagues on the left, they want to say that, well, if you have border security, that's racist or that's wrong or you're xenophobic. I'm not. I'm pro-America. I am pro-preserving the values of our country and having a sovereign border. 6.5 million people entering our country illegally is ridiculous. Enough fentanyl has poured into this country to kill every American 6 times. It's ridiculous. And I'm somebody that's willing to die for this country and to keep it safe. We cannot continue this. It is time for us to fix our southern border. Thank you. I yield back the rest of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act. Democrats' radical Green New Deal agenda is once again being forced on the American people. This comes on the heels after the Biden administration has sold 40% of our oil reserves and none have been replenished, endangering our national security. They passed the Green New Deal and multiple bills, the infrastructure bill, to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations in the U.S., even though there is no mass demand for electric vehicles. They're also forcing Americans to go net zero by 2035, a date that our current president will unlikely ever even see. Forcing Americans to have no choice in the type of automobile that they drive, on the type of engine that they prefer, is forcing every American's knee to bend to China, our worst enemy. This is traitorous to auto workers, traitorous to auto unions, and traitorous to every American auto consumer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please yield a minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this bill. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but this is yet another bill that would overturn a radical rule from the Biden administration's EPA. The agency's recent actions to provide California a waiver request to strictly regulate vehicle emissions and its proposed emission standards combined to a de facto EV mandate. Allowing California to ban the sale of internal combustion engines by 2035 will significantly distort the market and manufacturing of vehicles throughout our country. This is entirely inappropriate. The federal government is not in the business of dictating consumer choice, especially when it can be detrimental to the lives of Americans from all walks of life. If people want an EV, they can make that choice. Many people have already made that choice, and I suspect more will, as these vehicles improve and become more accessible. However, they are not the right choice for all Americans. For most, they are simply out of reach. They are too expensive even when existing incentives and do not have the range nor the reliability consumers desire yet. Portions of my district are incredibly rural and simply not practical for EVs. My constituents deserve access to affordable vehicles that can be depended on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage of this bill, and I yield back.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are carrying the weight for giant corporations and special interests, putting their needs over those of the American people. There are many pressing issues facing our nation, from the epidemic of gun violence to protecting a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, and yet this committee, under Republican leadership, continues to spend its time working on behalf of the wealthiest, well-connected, and most powerful. At the direction of these large corporations, my Republican colleagues are pushing to outlaw, undo, and overturn rules that benefit low-income Americans who are seeking justice. Right now, all across the country, there are right-wing coalitions attempting to advance a conservative legal agenda, undermine judicial ethics and standards, and take this country back in time when people who look like me were not afforded the same rights and privileges of my Caucasian counterparts. That's what led most recently to the Supreme Court banning affirmative action in college admissions, and not to mention the Republican effort to implement a nationwide ban on mifepristone, the abortion medications. Republicans want to cut funding for the judiciary and federal defender services because they believe it's more important to game the system to their advantage rather than to ensure the system is fair for everyone. How far will they go? What is next? See, they have used the courts to rip up the constitutional protection for a woman's right to make her own health care decision. They have used the courts to throw out all kinds of common sense gun violence prevention measures, doing the bidding of the gun lobby. They have used the courts to attack fundamental tenets of our democracy, the Voting Rights Act, and the ability of the people to choose their representatives rather than the other way around. So, Ms. Clark, you actually touched on something that I'd like you to elaborate a little bit more on, which is how the court system is used and abused by large corporations and powerful special interests in ways the average person does not have access to.
Congresswoman Brown, as I mentioned in my testimony, the revelations over the last 6 months from journalists indicate that some members of the Supreme Court have accepted repeatedly rather lavish gifts from very wealthy patrons. And this practice of, one might say, fraternizing with this group, including, at least in a few cases, people who have matters before the court or whose interest could be affected by court decisions. This phenomenon absolutely undermines public trust in the Supreme Court. So I would just say that's why I think it's important for there to be an institutional response rather than simply vilifying the justices who have engaged in this behavior.
Thank you so much. Well, I want to end by echoing Ranking Member Raskin and a call for a hearing on judicial ethics and conflicts of interest posed by Justices Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito receiving gifts from GOP megadonors who have business before the highest court. I would think these significant issues of actual, proven conflicts of interest would be of the utmost concern of my Republican colleagues, given the time, attention, and resources this committee has dedicated to futile, fabricated, and reckless rumors about the president, which I will happily remind everyone have been a dead end every single time. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
You can yield back, but that statement was completely false. We're not going to strike it from the record because it's your opinion. You can have an opinion, but bank records don't lie. You should go to the Treasury Department and read, like we have, the 150 bank violations from this family. And I am excited about this committee's newfound.
For
You can
indictment.
go. You want to go, Ms. Crockett?
91 counts.
That what?
4 indictments, 91 counts.
We are very excited about your newfound desire and concern about influence peddling. And to answer your request, we're going to have plenty of opportunities to talk about influence peddling, and you're more than welcome to bring up the Supreme Court. You're more than welcome to bring up the previous administration.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Just
state your point.
But where exactly are we in the order of things? Whose time is being used right now?
Well, we are now yielding to me. It's my time. I ask questions.
He's always endured here. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. CEQ was originally created to issue guidance to federal agencies on how to comply with NEPA. Nevertheless, everyone in this room knows the CEQ has grown into an action arm for President Biden's radical eco-agenda. Look no further than a Biden administration settlement with the Sierra Club over a possible sighting of a rhesus whale in the Gulf of Mexico almost a decade ago. It's insanity. Instead of simply overseeing NEPA compliance, the CEQ is reshaping federal agencies as a vehicle of social change and leading the war on domestic energy production. CEQ and Biden's White House they care far more about ESG than they care about the American public and our livelihood and what we're going to do about having energy abundance for our future. Mr. Loyola, sir, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you mentioned that the American people need to understand that the goal of net zero is a fantasy, and given the delays and uncertainties of the permitting process. Could you elaborate on that, please? And for the record, sir, I'm from Houston, Texas. The entire energy corridor is in my district, so I can't agree more with this statement, but I would love for you to speak a little bit more about that, please.
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman Hunt. I would say that under current law, there are enormous constraints on the ability to deploy renewable energy on the scale and at the speed that would be required. Just to give an example, the Princeton Net Zero study talks about requiring 500 gigabytes of new solar capacity. That's about 1,000 utility scale solar plants that would need to be built. That's an area approximately the size of New Jersey covered in solar panels.
Wow.
And I'll just point out, in the Snake River dams that we've been talking about, there's many very sympathetic stories on the ground of stakeholders. Every single renewable energy project has similar stories and has similar people opposing them. And the problem with the NEPA process is that it elevates small pockets, what can sometimes be very small pockets of local opposition, over national policy priorities. And it's happening even with respect to the national policy priorities of the current administration, which hasn't been able to increase the rate at which renewable energy gets permitted because of this sort of local opposition. The problems operate at two levels. One of them is that the risks to any particular project are so enormous because of the uncertainties of the process that those projects in the project application phase, during the NEPA phase, have only very restricted access to financing. Only people who can afford to lose $25 or $30 million or $100 million on a permit application, who can literally afford to throw that money away, waiting for someone to call them back, and are only tempted to get into a project because of the promise of exorbitant returns on investment, which is a premium that is passed on to consumers eventually.
Always.
So all of these inefficiencies come at a great cost. And then the macro level issue, which I discussed a moment ago, which is that the entire process is so taxing of agency staff resources that the entire federal government's only able to produce 70 or 80 EISs a year. The entire federal government, in the last year, I mean, I don't know this for a fact, I'll take it for the record, but in the last year, I bet that the entire federal government has only issued 3 or 4 solar project permit applications. And in order to get to net zero, they have to build 1,000 solar plants and have them operational before 2035. So, I mean, I'm not a mathematician or anything, but doing the math, I don't see how they're going to get there. And so I think the principle that we followed in the Trump administration was that the uncertainties and inefficiencies of the NEPA process hurt everybody.
Yes.
And that making the process more predictable would be a benefit to everybody. Maybe not the litigation, the cottage industry of litigation groups that has grown up challenging agency actions. But again, I don't see this as a partisan issue of Republicans versus Democrats. I see this as public interest versus special interests. And so what we tried to do and what CEQ will hopefully do in the future is to put the public interest in efficient and effective agency action first and try to streamline the NEPA process as called for in the Fiscal Responsibility Act.
Thank you very much for your answer, and I will yield back the rest of my time. And thank you, sir.
I think the gentleman from Texas, the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for her 5 minutes.
All right, well, thank you so much, Ms. And a half minutes to the leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. She's doing a great job. We're so fortunate to be on this committee. I think the best committee in Congress, I really do. I rise in strong support of this legislation that I co-lead with Representatives Joyce, Latta, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte. The California ban would have far-reaching national effects, not only indirectly forcing EV vehicles into consumers outside of California and the 17 other states tied to California's standards, but also likely increasing the cost of all new vehicles nationwide and giving consumers fewer choices. We're all about choices, Mr. Speaker. Currently, auto manufacturers face significant losses with their EV divisions and rely on the profits from their gas-powered vehicle sales to maintain profitability. If this California rule stands, auto manufacturers will likely be forced to increase retail costs on all their vehicle options to remain profitable. Many of my constituents are on fixed incomes and cannot afford to humor California's or the Biden administration's radical green policies. So I urge passage of this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. And I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Law, In your testimony, you mentioned the Biden administration's decision to issue EADs, or employment authorization documents, to millions of illegal aliens. In order to mask the true invasion numbers, Secretary Mayorkas is misusing his parole authority, which is supposed to be offered to illegal aliens on a case-by-case basis, but instead the Biden DHS is releasing entire groups of illegal Americans into the country on parole, which removes wait times from asylum laws and instead immediately makes these illegal aliens eligible to work legally. Is that an accurate reflection of your testimony, your understanding of the situation?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Largely so. I would add the qualifier with parole that it's not just a case-by-case basis, but it must be for either an urgent humanitarian reason or a significant public benefit. The lack of detention space or the fact that somebody wants to come here but doesn't qualify for a visa meets neither one of those criteria as well.
Yeah, I would point out that it's not really a question of not having laws. It's our laws not being followed, as you know. So EADs can be issued to all aliens who request asylum in the U.S. pending the review of their asylum claims. And it's my understanding the federal government continues issuing EADs to aliens after they've been issued final orders of removal. So in other words, even after a federal immigration judge has found that an illegal alien is in the United States, again illegally, and orders him to leave, that alien can still get an EAD and keep working. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That is one of the work permit categories that, and then of course the notion of giving someone with an order of supervision, which means they've already received a final order of removal. They've exhausted all avenues of attempt to stay in this country, and this is it. But if you give them a work permit, they're not going to cooperate with getting their visa. They're not going to cooperate with their home country. And I believe we're approaching pretty close to 2 million illegal aliens with final orders of removal that remain in the country.
There's nearly 2 million. So there's nearly 2 million illegal aliens in the country who've been literally ordered to be removed by a federal immigration judge, but they're still authorized to work by Joe Biden's Department of Homeland Security. Right?
I believe that's the approximate number. It might be, it's hard to tell. This administration that promised to be the most transparent has gone out of their way to hide the work permit data that the Department of Homeland Security keeps track of. But there's over 1 million that they inherited through the difficulties that the sanctuary city states like California impeded President Trump's ability to deport illegal aliens. And it's only grown from there because this administration's not removing anybody.
And you would agree that if an illegal is here, but they've got that piece of paper from the government that lets them work legally, they're unlikely to ever leave.
That's absolutely correct.
Jumping to Dr. Camarada, I wanted to ask you a question with respect to, you conducted a report that showed that median weekly earnings for U.S.-born workers without a bachelor's degree increases more during periods of lower immigration than in periods of higher immigration. Can you discuss a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so the period 2017, 18, and 19 is interesting because it's a strong economy, and yet the level of immigration actually fell. We don't find that at any other time in the data. Usually immigration goes up when the economy is strong. So some of it seems to have been a reduction in illegal immigration, and some of it seems to be a reduction in legal immigration. It's hard to parse out exactly. Looks like it's both. But that decline in in overall immigration was a period of higher wage growth for Americans without a college degree. And it grew much faster than in the 4 and 5 years before that when the immigration level was higher, even though the economy was also expanding at that time. Interestingly enough, another paper in Economic Review recently comes to pretty much the same conclusion. They look at areas that had traditionally been getting a lot of immigrants in the earlier period. Then when there was the slowdown, 2017 to 19, in those high immigration areas where they got less people, wages seem to have done much better. And I also found that labor force participation improved during that period when immigration was lower. So it's kind of a real world test. And the test seems to show that less immigration is good, at least for the less educated in the United States.
Well, I would just add a comment from some of what's been said in the hearing. My friends on the other side often want to conflate immigration with the illegal border invasion, and they want to suggest if you criticize the invasion, then you are somehow against immigration when we're the most generous country in the world, historically and currently, where we allow some 1 million legal immigrants into our country. As Mr. Costa has pointed out, we are a nation of immigrants. We've got many millions of immigrants in our country, And just because you believe that we should control whom we allow into our country and ought to happen lawfully does not mean you're against immigration or merit-based immigration. With that, that concludes our time of questioning our witnesses, and I'd like to recognize. Thank you very much. Mr. Grothman has. Thank you, Mr. Scott. I'd now like to recognize my friend, Mr. Burleson from Missouri, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I thought this situation was crazy before I ever came to Washington, D.C., and now that I'm here, I think it's even more. It's just the height of lunacy for a nation to basically commit suicide in the way that we're doing so with our border situation and being a welfare state. Milton Friedman, the famous economist, said it's just obvious that you cannot have a free border state and a welfare state. It's just obvious to anyone who understands math. And yet here we are at a situation in which I'm asking the question, who benefits? Who benefits? Why in the world would any political party or any president of the United States decide, let's open up the borders, right? Because especially from your testimony, we hear the impact on uneducated, lower wage workers, that now that they're being crowded out by immigrants, okay? Not only that, but we have our schools that are being overrun in many parts of the nation. We have our centers who normally provide care and access for the homeless populations are now, the homeless Americans, many of them are vets, are being displaced by people that are coming here illegally. In addition, we also know that the impact on our healthcare system is enormous. And so because we have EMTALA laws, no one can be turned away. And so why in the world, this begs the question, why would anyone have the political lunacy to take on this public policy? What is the self-interest here? Dr. Camarota, I see you laughing. What do you think?
Oh, it's a complicated question. I don't doubt the sincerity, right? I mean, for progressives, they see desperate people fleeing desperate circumstances, and I think that is to their credit, but they do not consider the consequence of saying, well, if you arrive at the border, we'll let you in. If you use this app, we'll let you in. They don't appreciate the impact on American workers or the fiscal impact of doing that. But I do think their motives probably are off. Now, sometimes you could say, well, maybe it's political. They're hoping for votes. I don't think that's what's happening. I also think that obviously corporate America, which is aligned with progressives on this issue, that more immigration is always better, lower wages are better. You know, it's that kind of perspective.
And that's what I can't get my brain wrapped around, that if you were the champion of the working man or the forgotten man, to use a political term, if you were the champion of those people, why in the hell would you flood the nation with competition to those individuals and drive down their wages? We talk about increasing minimum wage laws like it's some lofty idea, but at the end of the day, you're not going to do that if you keep flooding the market with cheap labor, right?
Right. I mean, look, you could make an argument that we need to do more to enforce fair labor standards. That seems like a good idea to me, but it's a little bit of a non sequitur because you're still avoiding the fundamental increase in the supply of workers and this enormous problem of these people who don't show up as unemployed but are working age and doing nothing.
So back home, you've got people that are I would say lower wage labor, right? They might be doing oil changes. They might be doing tire rotations. They may be working at a restaurant. This is the forgotten man, and they're the ones that are asking the question, why am I paying for some of the benefits that these illegal immigrants are receiving? Can you elaborate from the moment that, because I went to the border and I saw it firsthand as well, from the moment they get here, what are the different welfare benefits and aid that are provided, and what's the dollar amounts associated?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have great dollar amounts. Obviously, you have all these immediate and emergency care, whether it's housing or immediate health care, that obviously runs into the millions. immigrants, including illegal immigrants, are not supposed to be using these programs unless they get asylum or they're refugees. Then they get access immediately.
But they're fast-tracking everyone on asylum.
Right. So what happens is, if we look at the actual data, like the survey of income and program participation, and look at non-citizen-headed households, yes, their use rates, over half of them access one of the major welfare programs. But what often happens is they get benefits on behalf of their U.S.-born children, or they fall into one of the other categories. So I don't think it's fair to say that people come for welfare, and yet it is true that, not surprisingly, immigrants with modest levels of education, not because they're lazy, but because they have low incomes, they have U.S.-born children, they make very extensive use of those programs. It's not a conspiracy, they just do. And there's no way to have lots of unskilled immigrants come in and not end up with a significant burden on taxpayers.
Well, and I think that you've been very reasonable today. We don't agree on everything, but I think we can agree that Milton Friedman was probably right when he said that you cannot possibly have an open borders nation and a welfare state.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To declare a recess of the subcommittee at any time. The subcommittee is meeting today to hear testimony on examining systemic government overreach at CEQ. I ask unanimous consent that all members testifying today will be allowed to sit with the subcommittee, give their testimony, and participate in the hearing from the dais. First, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, the gentleman here at the dais already from California, Mr. Huffman, and the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse. Without objection, so ordered. Under Committee Rule 4F, any oral opening statements at the hearings are limited to the chairman and the ranking minority member. I therefore ask unanimous consent that all other members' opening statements be part of the hearing record if they are submitted in accordance with Committee Rule 3.0. Without objection, so ordered. I'm now going to recognize myself for my opening statement. Thank you, Chairman Westerman, for joining us today. And thank you also, Ranking Member Stansberry, for her leadership on the subcommittee. And thank you all of the witnesses for attending today. Sadly, CEQ Chair Brenda Mallory refused to join us here today, and she refused to provide the opportunity for someone on her staff to testify on her behalf, which quite honestly could have been a great opportunity. In the words of Supreme Court Justice Louis D. Brandeis, sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. But as we have seen from the Biden administration time and time again, they would prefer to operate in darkness, insisting that Congress and the American people take their word for it. President Biden has repeatedly insisted that his actions and the actions of his family are above reproach. Yet, over the last several years, and largely thanks to the work of congressional Republicans, we now know nothing can be further from the truth. Nonetheless, the personal arrogance and lack of accountability from President Biden has infected his entire administration. CEQ was once a small office charged with ensuring compliance for the limited number of agency actions that triggered the National Environmental Protection Act of 1969, or NEPA. CEQ has a targeted role with a budget to match. Today, President Biden has transformed CEQ's role from overseeing NEPA's compliance to an agency with both a bloated budget and role in government policymaking. It is an entity charged with implementing his radical ego agenda, remaking federal agencies as vehicles of social change, and leading the war on domestic energy production. As you will hear from some of our witnesses today, CEQ's role in implementing executive orders and rulemaking vastly exceeds its statutory role and prescribed authority. Examples of this include: 1, refusing to implementing bipartisan NEPA reforms from the Fiscal Responsibility Act on a timely basis. 2, improperly and arguably illegally imposing greenhouse gas reduction requirements that deter investment in American energy independence. 3, egregious favoritism towards radical ego activists pushing to breach the lower Snake River dams. And 4, selecting an internal organization funded by one of the largest left-leaning dark money groups as a sole arbiter of emission reduction mandates for the federal contractors. On what now has become a routine matter, CEQ is ignoring the will of Congress, whether it be refusing to provide a witness for a hearing or to provide timely answers to routine congressional inquiries. No other federal agency has allowed this lack of accountability, and this behavior is unacceptable. It is Congress's responsibility to assess whether federal agencies and departments are operating in effective, efficient, and economical manners, and to gather information that may inform legislation. Instead, before he was president, Democrat Woodrow Wilson emphasized that Congress's oversight and informing function should be preferred even to the lawmaking function. Woodrow Wilson also added that unless Congress conducts oversight, the country must remain in embarrassing, crippling ignorance of the very affairs which it is the most important it should understand and direct. Time and time again, it appears that CEQ hopes that the public remains in crippling ignorance of its work. Well, I have news for Chair Mallory and President Biden, not on my watch. We will continue to hold CEQ accountable, and we will continue to seek answers on the very questions CEQ refuses to answer. We will also ultimately use every tool at our disposal to obtain the information we need from CEQ, including on rulemaking, on NEPA reforms, on CEQ's relationships with radical eco-activist organizations, and on CEQ's potential abuse of federal solicitation process to curry favor with dark money groups supporting Democrats. Despite the best efforts from Chair Mallory and President Biden, CEQ will not escape the watchful eye of Congress's oversight. Thank you to all of you. I look forward to the hearing. I now recognize the Ranking Member Stansberry for her opening statement.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, just moments ago, the distinguished gentle lady from California made the statement and asked why Republicans don't want clean air and clean water. I reject that premise, because this administration would rather mine in the Congo, where they use child slave labor, zero environmental standards, and zero labor standards to get to these EV vehicles. This administration has stopped mining in the biggest copper nickel find in the world, which is in northeastern Minnesota. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and this administration has stopped it. So don't come here and ask me why my Republican colleagues and I have the stance we have. We are environmentalists and we want clean air and clean water. That's an excuse. We can mine in this country. We do not have to put memorandums of understanding with the Congo, who use child slave labor. And that's a fact. We can mine in northeastern Minnesota using union labor with the best environmental standards and the best labor standards in the world. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to allow it to happen, along with this administration. Don't stand on this House floor and say this about the Republican Party and my colleagues. We are environmentalists as well. We mine in the United States of America. We mine in northeastern Minnesota. We can show the world, because when we allow China to take the demands for critical minerals, that pollutant gets in the jet stream and affects us all, as the gentle lady from California says. We breathe that disgusting air that comes from the communist country of China. So let us mine here, Mr. Speaker. Allow this administration to let us mine here. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this rule so we can consider H.R. 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act. This week, we read about horrific cross-country road trip President Biden's Secretary of Energy faced as she tried to travel the country in her electric vehicle. At every stop, Secretary Granholm struggled to charge her government-paid EV. She had to send staffers in gas-powered vehicles ahead of her to stand in line at the EV charging station, going so far as to block families from charging their own vehicles on hot summer days. Her gas-powered vehicle from her staff had to go sit in front of a charging station, waiting for her to come so she could charge her vehicle to make a statement and let that family suffer, waiting for the charging station to be opened. Now just imagine if Secretary Granholm tried driving across northern Minnesota in the middle of winter 20 below, 37 below, 50 below. By the way, that cold in Minnesota, we still go to work and we still mine and we still weld in the coldest of temperatures. Can you imagine her trying to do that? I'm not even sure her EV would even start. My constituents do not have the luxury of having government-paid staffers to advance their road trips and access EV charging stations ahead of time. My constituents cannot afford to pay an extra $17,000 on average for electric vehicle, especially as Bidenomics destroys the pocketbooks of my constituents who have had to pay an average of $10,000 more a year. If Americans want to drive EVs, they can, but they shouldn't be forced to. It should be their choice. Today, nearly 95% of Americans drive an internal combustion engine vehicle powered by gasoline or some form of ethanol or biofuels. If liberal elitists from California want to drive electric vehicles, so be it. But my constituents, Mr. Chair, should not be forced to do the same. I believe in choice, not mandates by the federal government. And I urge my colleagues to join me supporting this rule and supporting H.R. 1435, because it is time that Congress steps up and protects our constituents from ridiculous mandates that affect our way of life. And I yield back.
I'll reserve. To our ranking member, and I now recognize Chairwoman Fox for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Dr. Holtz-Eakin, there's a fentanyl epidemic in our country. In 2022 alone, the Drug Enforcement Administration seized enough fentanyl to kill almost 400 people. For working-age Americans, fentanyl overdose is the leading cause of death. Fentanyl has not only had a devastating impact on our society, but also on our workforce. In your written testimony, you said that between 2013 and 2021, opioid use accounted for the loss of more than 1.3 million workers. Could you discuss the impact that synthetic opioids like fentanyl have had on working-age Americans and the American workforce as a whole? But keep in mind, I only have 5 minutes.
I will be brief. Since 2013, we've seen overdoses go up by about 200%, and this is the leading cause of death, as you mentioned, for some prime-age workers. That has contributed to the labor force participation rate going down, particularly through the pandemic. We saw a sharp spike in the synthetic opioids, fentanyl in particular.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Law, in your written testimony, you highlighted that the Biden administration inherited a secure border. Yet in President Biden's tenure, more than 5 million illegal aliens, and that's the appropriate term to use, have been apprehended crossing the southern border, with approximately 3 million of them being released into American communities. Additionally, an estimated 2 million gotaways, bypass Border Patrol agents, have made it into the country. How have the Biden administration's border and immigration policies put Americans last and fuel this catastrophe?
Well, thank you. Again, the complete lack of deterrence, the ending of the migrant protection protocols in particular, which required asylum seekers to wait in Mexico until their immigration court dates. Our immigration laws are very clear. You can either be detained or you may wait in Mexico until your immigration court date. This administration has ended that policy and allowed millions of illegal aliens into this country, and now they have undergone an unprecedented campaign to get them work permits and into the labor market. I think there's been an interesting shift in the conversation here on the other side of the aisle, conflating legal immigration with illegal immigration, and what we're talking about today is the fact that every illegal alien who's in this country is someone who should not be here because they're in violation of our laws, and they should not be in the workforce, and that is a potential job that an American worker could have.
Thank you very much. Dr. Camerata, in your written testimony, you noted that the labor force participation rate of working-age Americans has reached historic lows, and that this rate tended to decline the most among the least educated. Without work, these individuals tend to have higher rates of substance abuse, welfare dependency, crime, and even early death. Can you discuss how the influx of illegal aliens across the southern border has made this pressing societal issue easier to ignore.
Right. So we need workers, right? We know the unemployment rate is low, and we're talking about the bottom end of the labor market here. Let's not discuss immigration generally. We're talking about illegal immigration. And employers want workers, right? But what we keep hearing is they keep saying to congressmen and their elected leaders, give us more immigrants, and not, hey, we need to get a lot more of these folks who used to be in the labor market back into the labor force. And what immigration does is it shifts the debate. Instead of trying to improve the lives of all these people on the economic sidelines, which is not necessarily easy all the time. It takes a lot of effort. Partnership, state and local, federal and public-private. It's a big issue, but we're not doing it because we have access to so much immigrant labor, and illegal immigration just adds to that. And so I doubt that we'll ever deal with it unless we actually enforce our laws and then force the business community and to address this problem. And as you say, it's clearly a problem. We know it's linked to all these social pathologies that you mentioned.
Thank you. I will say again what Republicans have said over and over and over again. We cannot talk about a, quote, comprehensive, end quote, immigration policy and overall until the border is shut down. That is the key to everything that we need to be doing. We need to close the border and make sure that that's done before we do anything else. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions will come to order. I note that a quorum is present, and without objection, the chair is authorized to call a recess at any time. America's workforce and economy cannot flourish with the unchecked, unfettered, illegal immigration that is Biden's border invasion. Through this hearing today, I intend to give the American workforce a voice by holding Democrats accountable for their disastrous open border policies. There's never been a country more welcoming to immigrants than America. Our legal immigration process has allowed millions of immigrants to achieve the American dream for their families, approximately 1 million per year on average. Our country has a unique American identity, a fact that is upheld and reinforced with a robust, merit-based citizenship process and a respect for the rule of law. Under President Biden, American jobs are threatened. Illegal aliens are competing against Americans for American jobs. Illegal workers provide many advantages for some employers since they cost $0 additional dollars in taxes and often accept lower wages for more work. American taxpayer dollars are also at stake. Americans pay for each border crossing, whether it's through government-purchased iPhones, stays in 4-star New York City hotels, or $450,000 monetary settlements, all of which are happening as part of the Democrat plan to incentivize more mass illegal immigration. These expenditures are in addition to the commonly accepted costs that illegal aliens impose on American society by participation in our education and healthcare systems. And overall, illegal immigration is estimated to cost taxpayers $150.7 billion per year. Real wages for the working class have collapsed thanks to the policies of the Biden administration. Under President Trump, blue-collar real wages rose 5.6%. Under Biden, blue-collar real wages have fallen 2.1%. Biden inflation is largely responsible for the economic hardship middle-class Americans are dealing with. Additionally, the decline of blue-collar wages is significantly affected by 7 million illegal aliens pouring across the border during this administration. Liberal Democrats used to recognize the depressing effect of illegal immigration on American wages. Bill Clinton constructed portions of the border wall in an attempt to curb illegal immigration during his time in office. The Obama-Biden administration built over 100 miles of border wall during its tenure. Where are those liberal ideas now? Why has the other side completely abandoned all hope of making our border secure? Why the Democrat Party has decided to turn its back on American working class and taxpayers is the political question of our time. I don't expect to answer it with today's hearing, but I do hope to explain some of the dire economic consequences of Democrat policies for our rapidly transforming country. With that, I look forward to the hearing today, and I yield to the ranking member, Mr. DeSaulnier.
Mr. Speaker, please yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act. I'd like to thank Congressman John Joyce for his leadership on this bill. You know, the electrification or nothing timeline of this administration is far ahead of what is possible, practical, and affordable. Giving California authority to dictate to the transportation industry for almost half the nation is just another tool of this administration is using to force EVs onto the American people. Fuel distribution for our transportation industry was built over the course of 100 years. It's not reasonable to assume the same can be done for an EV industry just in a few short years. While this administration seeks to mandate and subsidize electric vehicles at every turn, they lack any sense of a coherent plan to put this into reality. EV inventories are piling up on dealer lots because, simply put, nobody's buying them. This legislation would make important strides to protect Hoosiers' ability to choose the car that they think best fits their family. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Thank the chairman. I think it's a quick question to a friend from South Carolina with respect to prices. My other friend from South Carolina was talking about. Could you speak a little bit to? We've heard a lot about record high production in oil and so forth. Talk a little bit about prices, price impact, what's going on, you know, with respect to gas, oil, because of the constraints of this administration and my Democratic colleagues.
Yeah, so from day one, the Biden administration had a war on American energy production. They were very clear on the campaign trail they were going to do that. They ended production on federal land, offshore federal areas, and the OCS. They continued to use the Department of Energy and regulations to push green initiatives at the detriment to oil and gas producers, refiners, through regulatory environment. What we're trying to do is increase production in this country, increase delivery in this country through pipeline permitting reform and a build out of an infrastructure that's needed vastly. Utilize those resources to lower energy prices for Americans by the power companies, and then export cleaner burning U.S. produced natural gas to lower carbon emissions, but help our friends and allies in places like Europe that are relying on Russia and having to look west and look at other sources for energy. Allow more production at home, create jobs. I think the estimate of jobs that would be created here through increased energy production is somewhere between 220,000 and 453,000 American jobs by 2040. This LNG exports could add between $50 and $73 billion U.S. economy. Produce it here, keep the money here, keep the jobs here, and help lower global carbon emissions by allowing folks like Vietnam or China or anywhere else that wants to buy natural gas on a global market to lower their carbon emissions. India, I can go through a whole litany of countries that we could export gas to help lower their carbon emissions, while also sending it to places like Africa where they can raise their standard of living, actually heat and cool their homes and cook food over cleaner burning U.S. produced natural gas. It just works to produce natural gas and oil here in this country, be able to export it to help our friends and allies around the world, keep the money, keep the jobs here, and grow the U.S. economy. There is no national security without energy security, and we can do it through supporting a good export market. I yield back.
Energy prices have increased by 39% since Biden took office. Does that sound right to you? Gasoline up 53%, gas now $3.83 a gallon, electricity up 26%. Data I have says the United States could increase gas production 50% and LNG exports fourfold over the next decade if allowed to carry out its market potential.
That's correct.
We talked about China earlier. Better or worse to make China dependent on American natural gas? I mean, putting aside whatever you want to say about it, which would be better for our national security and for the world to make? Would it be better or worse if China were to be dependent on the United States American natural gas, particularly considering that China has 1,100 or so, give or take, coal-fired plants that are producing, I don't know, 2 a week, and we have about 250 or so and are producing none. What would you think? Better for us, better for the world if we had more liquefied natural gas going out and gas production and China consuming it, or no?
Better for us and better for the world, lower carbon emissions. And what's ironic about the power plants they're building, coal-fired power plants they're building, they're utilizing them to produce electricity, to produce the solar panels and the wind turbines and other things that they turn around and sell back to us as we push to lower the American standard of living by increasing more renewables.
Last week we had a witness, a Democratic witness, who couldn't answer the question about the fact that batteries for cars, in particular for EVs, that the cobalt that's mined to produce those batteries is heavily mined by slave labor and often child labor. Do you find that to be a particularly abhorrent practice, and that it might be better to live and produce live off of and produce American energy?
I agree with you. And in the mining aspect and the energy aspect, nobody does it cleaner and better and more environmentally sensitive than the United States of America. China's using child labor and raping the environment in places like Africa where they mine these critical minerals for the EVs.
If we had vastly expanded our ability to export natural gas earlier and weren't constrained by this administration, European dependence on Russia for energy would be reduced, correct?
That's correct.
Gas accounts for about 20% of the EU's power generation, and I believe Russia accounted for about 40% of EU gas consumption. In 2020, Russian gas accounted for 48% of Europe's natural gas imports. Is it better for our national security? Is it better for us to export liquefied natural gas in order to, I don't know, stick it to Russia?
That sounds correct.
In 2021, the U.S. became the top LNG exporter to the EU, accounting for 26% of total. However, pipeline gas made up 74% of EU gas imports. Are the current Democrat administration policies hampering our ability to compete and export LNG on the world stage?
They are.
Does that increase or diminish our national security?
Diminishes our national security.
Does that help or hurt, say, Russia and some of our competitors?
It supports Vladimir Putin's oligarch and puts money in the pocket to fund the war in Ukraine.
Overall, I would just suggest on the point about H.R. 1 and having another bill, it's hardly something new in this institution when we have a larger package that we break off an individual component of it and move it in isolation because of its critical import for the well-being of this country. Not because it's for some particular industry per se. I would ask my colleague one final question. The Inflation Reduction Act, talk about the benefit for a specific industry. Do 90% of the subsidies go to billion-dollar corporations of the big corporate subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act?
Generally in the green initiatives, yes.
Yeah, and are the lion's share of the subsidies for EVs and so forth going to families that make up to multi-$100,000 a year in order to use those subsidies?
Sounds correct.
Yeah, I yield back.
Speaker, pleased to yield 1 minute to the lady, gentle lady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act. When I first read the Biden administration's plan to increase fuel standards, which requires 67% of all new vehicles manufactured be all electric by 2032, I was appalled. This plan does nothing to benefit America and everything to benefit our greatest adversary, China. Electric vehicle batteries require at least 1,000% increase in materials extracted from the earth compared to a gasoline-powered vehicle. Well, who dominates the extraction and processing of these materials? You guessed it, China. Nearly all the growth in mining to meet this demand is expected to come from offshore, non-U.S. mines. Who has been buying these mines? You guessed it, China. China is the only one who stands to benefit from this drastic change in policy, and American consumers will suffer. I ask my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Ms. Manning, and now I'd like to recognize Ms. Houchin from Indiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee for having this hearing and to our witnesses. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The Biden border crisis has made every single state, including my state of Indiana, a border state. Every state is now impacted by an open southern border. It doesn't matter if we're in Eagle Pass, Texas, or back home in my home of Salem, Indiana, which is 1,288 miles away from the border. I was able to visit Eagle Pass in Uvalde, Texas earlier this year. I can tell you firsthand, as I'm sure you know, the border is not secure. And I have said to my constituents at home, if the president or anyone else had seen what I have seen and heard at the southern border, they would declare a national crisis and do whatever was necessary to secure our border and restore the sovereignty of the United States. That is certainly a mission that I am on, having been there and seen it firsthand. We're also well aware of the impact our border crisis has had on opioid and fentanyl-related overdose deaths. 220 of my constituents alone have died from drug-related deaths in the last year. What's not talked about enough is the impact of the border crisis on our workforce, so I'm glad we're having this discussion today. Dr. Camerata, you estimate that there are 8.8 million illegal aliens currently in the United States workforce. How did you come to calculate that figure?
Yeah, it's based on data collected by the U.S. Census Bureau on a monthly basis for the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's imperfect, but they do attempt to try to capture illegal immigrants, and then they ask questions about, are you working, what kind of job you do. So that's how we can get everybody from Pew to the Center for Migration Studies, the Migration Policy Institute. We all use that data, essentially, that survey and another one, to try to figure out what's going on with the illegal immigration. It's certainly imperfect, and there's a big caveat that I mentioned. The way the survey is weighted, even though I have data through this year, it doesn't take into account the border surge. So all the people being paroled and released, but it's the best we have. So there's probably an underestimate there. I do try to control for that, but I think that's an open question. But it's clear that there's been a surge of illegal immigrants in our workforce if you look at that data.
And I expect these numbers will continue to rise as the crisis at the border continues to worsen when we're continuing to be under destructive, what I would consider destructive open border policies. How concerned should we be about further increases in undocumented workers into the United States?
Well, obviously there are many issues, right? And we've touched on some of them, but I am focusing here on the labor force. And again, we have a crisis of non-work. They do not show up in employment. There's this silly, superficial analysis. We have this many unemployed and this many job openings. And look, there's incongruity there. And what do you know? We don't have any workers. And they're ignoring all the people on the economic sidelines. This has been a deterioration for 6 decades for men. There's some deterioration for women more recently, particularly the less educated, particularly people who say have only a high school education. And one of the things immigration is doing is it's holding down wages. There's some crowding out. I'm not arguing they're stealing jobs. That's a silly straw man argument as well. But I am arguing it's letting us ignore this problem. If we didn't have access to all this immigrant labor, employers and the American people, American society, would demand that we try to reinstill the value of work. Raise wages was one of the most important things to make work more attractive. Immigration lets us not do any of that, including the current massive flow of illegal immigration.
And Dr. Camerata, it's sometimes said that illegal immigrants only take jobs that Americans don't want. Can you respond to that claim? Is it true that American workers don't compete with undocumented workers?
As I said, most Americans more educated don't compete with illegal immigrants. But even if you were to look at the 24 occupations where we think illegal immigrants are most concentrated, there are nearly 6 million U.S.-born Americans in those same occupations. And this is construction labor and building, cleaning, and maintenance, right? And there's at least 2 million legal immigrants in those occupations. The majority, the overwhelming majority of workers there are U.S.-born. So the idea that if you have a majority of people being U.S.-born and somehow Americans don't do that work is absurd on its face.
And with the remaining time I have, I'd like to turn to Mr. Law. When I visited the southern border, I met with Border Patrol agents. I visited the unaccompanied minor processing station. I'm very concerned about the more than 300,000 children that have come alone to the United States. And on top of this, according to the New York Times, the Biden administration has lost contact with nearly 100,000 of these unaccompanied minors. As far as you know, is the Biden administration doing anything to address this issue?
No, they're not. They're actually making it worse. And this just goes to show that when you have an open border in a volume that is unsustainable, you cannot keep track of it, whether it's the unaccompanied alien children or single adults as well. If you're allowed into this country, this administration is losing track of you one way or the other.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irresponsible policies of Biden and the liberal Democrats have caused a 40-year high inflation, leaving American families in financial distress and jobs destroyed. Biden inflation has affected the cost of everyday goods and services and limited the annual purchasing power of families by thousands of dollars. Worse, Biden does not seem to comprehend the reality of these decisions, proven when recently describing his economic policies. Biden said, quote, "I don't know what Bidenomics is, but it's working," end of quote. Among the most damaging effects on families is the highest seasonal gas price in more than a decade, with the national average at over $3.80 a gallon. Sadly, American auto workers are being sacrificed to create dependency on Chinese batteries. The Republican House majority is working to correct this, having recently passed the Lower Energy Cost Act to streamline the permitting process and reduce energy cost to achieve energy independence, which President Donald Trump had achieved in his administration. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders. I yield back.
Welcome, you all. Just left the conference. I thought it was very productive. Look, we've got a real challenge before us in this country. We've watched our border be wide open. We watched the president is in New York City but can't even sit down with the Democrat New York City mayor based upon what he has done to that city. You got the governor of New Jersey, the governor of Massachusetts, all Democrats that have a real challenge based upon the president's border policy. We've got more people on the terrorist watch list coming across our border than any time in American history. Just in the month of February alone, we caught more people on the terrorist watch list than we caught in the entire last administration. The real question Americans want to know, why are they coming, who are they talking to, and what do they have planned? This isn't coming from a few countries down in South America. This is coming from 160 other countries. We've caught people trying to get into California from Yemen on the terrorist watch list. This is a real concern. Inside our conference today, we want to make sure that we can curve this runaway spending that the Democrats, when they were in the majority, proposed. We were able to cut quite a bit of that in the debt ceiling. We want to look at other ways that we can eliminate the waste, secure our borders to make it safer, and really stop the fentanyl that we watch day in and day out killing Americans. Almost 300 Americans will be poisoned and die today from fentanyl. It's the equivalent of an airliner crashing every single day in this nation, and this administration does nothing. They got a strike going on into our auto plants, to a president who calls himself the biggest union leader without even being able to solve that problem. We've had 5 embassies that they had to evacuate. We got an administration that just gave $6 billion to Iran, who sits there and helps Russia kill innocent people in Ukraine. We watched this administration fail time and again, and here we are on the cusp of government funding, and he can't even talk to the mayor of New York. We will not stand for that. We're going to pass legislation that curves our spending, secures our border, and puts America in a stronger position for the future.
Mr. Speaker, how? Because it seems like there's not consensus to that based on the conversation that you guys just had in your meeting.
No, I felt the conversation was really good. Were you in the meeting?
No, but just
Then
based
how-
on
then
what
what?
we've heard.
Then how did you hear if you weren't in the meeting?
I think you know people talk.
Oh, you're listening to the meeting?
No.
But I was in the meeting, so I mean, I
Can you tell us
thought it
how
was.
the meeting went and what the plan looks like going forward this week.
Okay, so that'd be different than your question because you predisposed what happened in a meeting you weren't in. So what I saw within this meeting was a number of all the members. How do we find to be able to get to a place at 218? You watched us do it time and again. You watched it when you said, why do we stand up to D.C. when the Democrats want to decriminalize all the crimes? Well, you know what? We passed that. We actually made it law when you thought it wouldn't even pass the Senate. You thought we couldn't get to 218 when we said we wanted to make the parents' Bill of Rights so they had a say in their kids' education. We were able to do that. To the debt ceiling. To H.R. 2, to be able to secure our border. To H.R. 1, energy independence. Every time we found a way, and you know what? Getting there is never easy, but we're willing to listen to all voices, something much different. We're willing to build up from the bottom up. And the one thing that we found is members got together over the weekend. They came up with solutions. We aired the solutions right here. I thought we had a very good discussion, and we'll continue that discussion today with those that have some more questions. Maybe there's a place that we improve it as well, and that's what I believe. In constant improvement. We will never give up for the American people, and we will continue to work for it. And if, you know what? America's too great to give up just because you have a tough discussion.
So but even if you improved to 218, though, was it worth all the hand-wringing? Because Leader Schumer has said this is not a serious proposal in terms of the CR.
Well, I haven't seen the Senate do anything yet, which is interesting. The only thing we've been able to approve on the Senate is because in our debt ceiling, we put the 1% cut across the board, so they passed something out of committee. And I would like to see same thing that we watched during the debt ceiling. Schumer didn't want to do anything there either. They just sit back. I don't think that's the way you govern. Put your ideas up. We are one body. The Senate is another body. If they have a different idea, put their idea up, and then let's go to conference and figure out the differences. That's the way government was designed in America. But if the whole idea is that the House has to agree to whatever Schumer wants, that doesn't work. It didn't work during the debt ceiling. He wanted to let the debt ceiling go off the cliff. I don't think that was right. I don't think it's right that government shuts down, and that's why I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. But if Schumer on the other end is doing nothing, he must want to shut down. I don't think that's right. I don't think Americans should hurt. I think we should do our jobs.
Speaker McCarthy, are you saying, can you blame your swing state members if Republicans can't coalesce around a deal if they sign onto a discharge petition?
Listen, I think the best way to handle anything is you work through this conference and you get the work done, and that's what we're doing.
Can we expect
the shutdown be for Republicans? How much are you certain that Republicans?
Look, I don't think anybody wins a shutdown. Think for one moment what a shutdown does. It stops paying our troops. How do you have more leverage in that situation? I've watched shutdown after shutdown. Everybody loses. Look, I don't know who gets punished in this. I do know that the American public wants to have their border secure. I do know they want to end the runaway spending because it's a hardworking taxpayers' money that you're taking. I do know they want to end the wokeism in government. And the only way you're able to achieve that is you pass the appropriation bills that we passed out of committee. That's why we've been working so hard. There are some members that have difference of opinion, but you know what? Don't stop the rule for the idea to come up. And let's debate the bill. We've got more than 170 amendments to a bill. If you've got an idea to make it better, that's the difference in this new Congress. People could actually have a say. It's not one way or the highway. Think about all the amendments we allowed. You know, for 7 years, we never even had an open rule in Congress. That's unheard of because you've got the American people who are lending their voice to their member of Congress. That voice should be heard. So that's exactly what we're doing. It might not look perfect to you. Maybe you want one person to decide everything. I don't think that's the way government should work. I like a lot of ideas to come up and have the best idea win, and I'm continuing to fight for that.
You said that there might be a bipartisan meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky when he comes to
There
Washington.
is on Thursday.
When you meet with him, will you commit to another round of funding for Ukraine?
Is Zelensky elected to Congress? Is he our president? I don't think I have to commit anything. I have questions for him. Where's the accountability on the money we already spent? What is the plan for victory? I think that's what the American public wants to know. Look, what Russia has done in invade is wrong. It's an atrocity, and we want to make sure that ends. I also have always said from the beginning, no matter what the issue is, I want accountability for whatever the hardworking taxpayers spend their money on, and I want a plan for victory. So no, I will listen to the American public. I will follow what happens in Congress, but I will have questions for President Zelensky.
Mr.
What needs to be changed in the bill to attract enough votes? Where are the areas that you think?
No, I think from a lot of places. Look, the challenge to change Washington, sometimes titles of bills people get upset by because they've watched Washington in the past do something. People call this a continuing resolution. It's not a continuing resolution in the essence of what you've known Washington to be a continuing resolution. This actually cuts wasteful spending. This secures the border. In the past, the continuing resolution was just continuing spending the money. So this is a much different, and so people at many times say, look, I don't want to support a continuing resolution, but when they look at the bill itself, they realize it's something different. So we'll just continue to work through and fine-tune where we need to go.
Are you still committed to bringing this negotiated CR between the House Freedom Caucus and the Main Street Caucus? Are you still committed to bringing that CR to the floor on Thursday this week? Could we
But
see
look, if I believe in constant improvement, we'll improve everywhere we can to get there. The number one thing to do is try to get 218 for it, and sometimes you have a vote, it helps you be able to get there.
So we could see additional changes to this CR then. Can you talk about what might change? What are members talking about?
That's the same question that was just asked. I'll give you the same answer. Our job is constant improvement. I think what they have written is very good right now. I don't know that you need a lot of changes. Some members had some concerns, so we explained it to them. It might be exactly as it is. But if there's a tweak or something, I think people in the room themselves were willing to listen to people. So,
if there's a government shutdown, are you worried that House Republicans will be blamed?
that's the same question that was asked earlier today, so I'll give you the same answer that asked earlier. Well, should you, now, you got to be early, not late. Okay, but so, look, I've looked right now, we've got a president of the United States that has strikes with the auto workers. He's got a Democratic mayor of New York, while he's in New York, that won't even meet with him based upon his border policy. He's got a Secretary of Energy that can't drive an electric car across the country without having citizens call the cops on them. You got challenges. And it's not just that. I mean, think for one moment. You're asking me all these questions, but not one of you have asked me about the border. But you know what? When Democrat congressional members went to have a meeting and a press conference in New York, they got heckled about the border. You've got the governor of New Jersey, the governor of Massachusetts. Those are not Republican states that now believe their state is a border state based upon the policies on the border. You just watched every single day 2,000 people just coming across. You've watched the terrorist watch list. How do you get on a terrorist watch list? Pretty dang difficult, is it not? Catching people coming across. Think of all the people we don't catch. So I will tell you, it might not be the question here for the Washington Press Corps, but you go across America, they want this border secure. They want fentanyl to stop coming across. And if that's what the Democrats want to fight and shut the government over, I think they're wrong. We're not going to do that. We're going to pass policies, and I don't care if Schumer dislikes it, because I bet the mayor of New York City wants it, that we can pass a continuing resolution that secures the border. If Schumer doesn't like that, tell me what he's for. That's the difference, and that's what the fight's about. So thank you very much. I hope you all have a great day.
Why Ukraine support has dwindled.
We're now going to recognize Representative Bolbert from Colorado for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sagama, would you agree that the efficiently approving applications for permits to drill is one way to increase energy production on federal lands and help drive down this skyrocketing inflation that we're seeing in the gas prices? Excuse me.
Absolutely. Certainty in leasing and permitting, it makes a more efficient system so that we can respond to prices faster.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the Biden administration, they've fallen behind on the permitting timelines that have been established previously in the Trump administration. In June of 2019, drilling permit review times averaged 94 days, and by the end of fiscal year 2021, the drilling permit reviews averaged 182 days. So in fiscal year 2022, the BLM had approved an average of 233 drilling permits per month. And in contrast, the Department of the Interior was approving nearly 400 drilling permits monthly in fiscal year 2020 under President Trump. So, Ms. Sagama, you discussed the increased bureaucracy around lease suspensions and permit extensions. What can we do in Congress to ensure that the agencies spend their time reducing the current APD backlog, something that you and I have discussed in the past?
There have been so many good legislative ideas, such as an H.R. 1 that would improve the process. I don't know that the House can really force the Senate to take that up. So I think you all have done your job in putting forward really good ideas for moving forward.
Certainly laying out the groundwork for future Congresses to work together. But would extending the APD term to 4 years instead of 2 years, as done rather than just justifying quarterly extensions, be part of that solution?
Absolutely. We think, and we're making that comment in our comments on the leasing rule, that BLM should just have a 4-year permit term. It keeps them from having to go back and revisit the permits every 2 years. Just one 4-year permit term. It stopped this cycle of continuing to justify an extension. The reality is we need many permits in hand before we can start, because you don't have any certainty on how long it's going to take BLM to get your permit done. So you can't have your rig come out and you don't have enough permits to keep that rig busy, because we're super efficient in drilling now.
Yes. So My American Energy Act, which you and I have discussed, which passed the House earlier this year under H.R. 1, that would do exactly what we're talking about here. It would require courts to remand lease sales and these environmental impact statements to agencies to remedy when necessary, rather than just allowing judges with political agendas to simply vacate these leases, and certainly extending the term from 2 years to 4 years. So Ms. Agama, last month BLM issued a supplemental environmental impact statement to its draft resource management plans of the Colorado River Valley field office and the Grand Junction field office in Colorado. This proposed land grab could lock up 1.6 million acres to future oil and gas leasing. This is something that we're continuously fighting in the western slope of Colorado. Can you elaborate on the jobs that will be lost in western Colorado, the negative impacts to hardworking Coloradans, and the loss of education funding and so much more that will result in this?
Unfortunately, we have just begun to look at that RMP because there's just so much regulation coming at us right now, so I don't have an economic analysis on what that will do. I think BLM's estimate of only 600 wells that will be prevented over 20 years is woefully inadequate. I think the intention is to stop the development of the very promising Mancos Shale in the Piceance Basin there in western Colorado, and I think that's very problematic. What I think is especially problematic is they're closing nearly 1.6 million acres under the guise of closing areas that have no known low potential or medium potential for oil and gas. The problem with that is 15 years ago, the Bakken was considered medium potential. 20 years ago, the Permian Basin in New Mexico was considered basically low potential. So now those are two of the most prolific basins in the world. So by cutting off the Mancos Shale to any new exploration, what was low that could become high potential, we would never know.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask one final question?
Thank you very much. Are you done?
I was asking if I could ask one final question.
Yes, you may.
Thank you,
yes,
Mr.
you may.
Chairman. So we all saw Joe Biden beg Saudi Arabia to increase their oil production to relieve high gas prices, and then of course he depleted our strategic petroleum reserves to drive down those prices in the name of a midterm election. What threat does begging terrorists for oil rather than producing it right here in America pose to our U.S. national security?
Well, the good news is if we actually developed our oil here in the United States, we make OPEC irrelevant. We could be producing 2 to 3 million more barrels of oil a day. OPEC would then be irrelevant, and global oil prices would be lower, and consumers would be paying less at the pump.
Thank you, Ms. Agama, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me that extra time. Thank you.
Proceed to Congressman Rich McCormick of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the witnesses for taking time out of your busy schedule to come speak to us today. Despite what the current administration would like to think, Iran continues to be a malign influence around the world. We've seen it both with terrorism, with overt gestures of weaponry, and what they're selling to people who would do us harm. In a real way, they're probably the biggest funders of terrorism in the world, in my opinion, as a military guy who's faced their weaponry all over the world and seen what they've done in terrorism. To be clear, we have a significant number of Iranian diaspora in the United States who are amazing people, but very much despise the theocracy that's oppressing the people that they love as well. At least from the aspect of what we've given as far as billions of dollars, we saw it previously in the Obama administration, I think 1.7 billion for 4 people who are given up as hostages, and now 6 billion for, what was it, 5 hostages. You can see that A, obviously it's encouraging the bad behavior, and B, inflation isn't just here in America. I think we can see that this is just getting worse as a policy, if you will. Now we've deflected this saying, oh, this money that we paid to them can only be used for what we say it's going to be. Of course, I'd like to use Joe Biden's words against him. Come on, man. That just makes no sense. We know that that money is going to go back to Iran. They're going to be able to spend more money on whatever they want to because it frees up more money to spend on arms and terrorism and everything bad. That's just common sense. This deductive reasoning, if you will. I think it was an excellent point that you made about that we lose all leverage and moral high ground when we say to other nations, you need to cut ties, you need to not benefit Iran economically, much to their detriment. We say, please do this as a collaborative effort, and then we give them billions of dollars to benefit Iran and their economy. I think it's pure hypocrisy. And what was really interesting, Ms. Maloney, is you actually surprised me. I love it when people surprise me because I learn. And you said something along the line that the Biden administration would be willing to use force against Iran if they saw them approaching something that we've essentially forbidden, if you will, or agreed upon, to keep them from using nuclear arms, we'd use force. The problem is that we look at our actions that Iran would feel empowered to seize an American ship, that they would feel empowered to seize American citizens, doesn't make me think that they take that threat very seriously, quite frankly. And that's what worries me, is that we're coming from what is a perceived weakness. You said whether they perceive it is the way I heard you, quote, say. That's my concern, is that we're not projecting power. We're not projecting strength. We're not seen as world leaders. And it's creating a void of world leadership. I'm all for individual freedoms in America. I believe in the American inalienable rights. The question I had to the panel is, should we, as a policy, not allow Americans to travel to Iran, given that we continue to have this bad behavior, if we're going to continue to have to bail people out? In other words, usually we give people the freedom to take the chances, but given the fact that they're just doing this over and over again, it becomes a source of income, should we literally say, no more, you can't do it?
May I take the question?
Please.
Yeah, I have no fear to say that the U.S. government must warn its own citizen not to travel Iran, because my beloved country, Iran, under Islamic Republic, is not land of tourists. It is land of terrorism. And that actually, there is proof and high-ranking member of Revolutionary Guard saying that we are suffering from economic crisis in Iran, and I have a solution. He's the main advisor of Ali Khamenei. He says that, Mohsen Rezai says that if we take 10,000 Americans hostage, we can actually help our economic situation in Iran. So it is clear. And I really want to say that. We spent like 1 hour, 2 hours, I lost the time. We're talking about nuclear deal. And this is the conversation that mostly American policymaker cares about it, and mostly they spend time to talk about this. But believe me, Iranian people, they moved on. The problem in Iran is not nuclear, deal. I'm not agreeing with everything Trump did. I'm not agreeing with, all his policy. But believe me, Iranian people were thanking him for walking out from nuclear deal. Believe me, Iranian people were celebrating when Qasem Soleimani got killed because he was a terrorist. He killed a lot of innocent people. Don't get me wrong. We're not encouraging, we're not warmongers. The true warmongers are the Islamic Republic actually killing their own teenagers. sending drones to Putin to kill innocent children in Ukraine. So for years and years, everywhere we go, we just hear talking about, we want to stop Iran from having a nuclear bomb. But how? How? You spend the resources of Americans for 2 decades. You achieved nothing. The moment when Iranian people calling Obama, you either with us or with the Islamic Republic, Obama was sending secret letter to the Khamenei, to the supreme leader of Iran, instead of supporting Iranian people. Believe me, we're not calling you to bring democracy for us. We're not actually asking Americans to help us. Clearly, we're asking you to stop helping the killers. Imagine in your neighborhood, there's an abusive man raping girls, raping teenagers. What would you do? You report him to the police. You're not going and giving him money and asking him, oh, okay, please stop, don't rape children. No, this is what the people of Iran are doing. We want to make the Islamic Republic, the terrorist regime of Iran, responsible, taking them to the court, to international court. And then in the middle of our way, we see, as our fellow panelists clearly mentioned, secret and parallel negotiation with the killers, with the rapists. So yes, I know that you want an Iran without bomb, but the Islamic Republic is not you cannot trust them. And what I want is clear, that help us to end this regime. Because an Iran without the Islamic Republic will benefit the United States of America as well. We, the people of Iran, are better allies for the Americans. You meet with Ibrahim Raisi, you meet with secretly at the United Nations, you meet with them, you secretly call the killers, but you don't even dare to meet with us. The Biden administration asked me to get disappeared. President Biden doesn't want to meet with me. Don't do anything when I got killed here at the United States of America. Now you have to listen to the voice of Iranian women. That's all we want.
And thank you very much, Congressman
Couldn't
Rich.
sum it up better.
Here.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Some of our other members will be joining us. The American people know that as a result of the Biden administration and Democrats' failed far-left policies, the national debt just reached $33 trillion. The border crisis is raging across the country, including in my home state in New York, and inflation continues to hurt hardworking Americans, families, small businesses, farms. It's still the #1 issue I hear across my district. Members of the House Republican Conference have been working tirelessly to come together to pass a 30-day continuing resolution with important policy riders to secure the border, including ending catch and release, restarting the Remain in Mexico policies of the Trump administration that were very effective, increasing detention capacity, and requiring safe third country agreements for illegal immigrants seeking asylum, as well as resuming the construction of the border wall. Joe Biden's open border policies have turned every community to a border community, devastating my home state of New York. And we know from our Texas and southern border colleagues, this has been an existential issue for years. Importantly, the CR includes cuts non-discretionary spending by 8%. It fully funds the disaster relief fund and includes language to give the DoD much-needed flexibility for the duration of the CR. This 30-day extension allows us to continue our hard work in the appropriations process to rein in reckless spending and ensure that we are good stewards of taxpayer dollars. In addition, this week we will also vote on a resolution condemning the unconstitutional action of New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham that suspended open carry and concealed firearms in New Mexico. This is a gun ban that deprives the citizens of New Mexico of their God-given constitutional right to bear arms. We are joined here today by some of the key negotiators and really leaders within our conference who have been working tirelessly through the weekend. They're going to continue working. Dusty Johnson, we have Chip Roy and Stephanie Bice to talk about the plan to avoid a government shutdown and secure the borders. First, I'm going to hand it over to our whip, Tom Emmer.
Thank you, Elise. Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning and welcome to the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs hearing, a dangerous strategy examining the Biden administration failures on Iran. Today we are examining the Biden administration's lack of transparency on Iran and the regime's nuclear program, American hostage negotiations, and the circumstances surrounding the dismissal of the Special Envoy on Iran, Robert Malley. Signed under the Biden administration, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA, was touted by the left as a fix-all to the Iranian nuclear dilemma. In reality, it did little to rein in the Iranian regime while rewarding it with literal pallets of cash. In May of 2018, the last administration withdrew the United States from the JCPOA due to Iran's continuing bolstering of its ballistic missile program and its funding of terrorist groups around the globe. Then candidate Biden pledged that he would return the United States to the JCPOA, but has since failed to uphold that pledge. Instead, the administration has negotiated in secret, has failed to be transparent with Congress or the American people on negotiations with the Iranian regime. The lack of transparency is occurring despite the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act's expansive disclosure requirements. In March of 2023, the International Atomic Energy Agency detected enriched uranium particles at 83.7%, prompting great concern as weapons-grade uranium is enriched at 90% or higher. In addition to its nuclear program, Iran continues work to perfect the ballistic missile program. In May of this year, Iran unveiled its fourth-generation liquid-fuel ballistic missile, which can carry a 1,500-kilogram warhead around 1,200 miles. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, continues to provide arms, training, and financial support to militias and terrorist organizations in Bahrain, Iraq, Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and Yemen. In 2020, the State Department estimated that the IRGC provides the terrorist organization Hezbollah $700 million a year in assistance. In 2019, the Trump administration labeled the IRGC a terrorist organization. The IRGC is also known to have funded groups that have used car-side bombs and missile barrages against U.S. forces stationed in the region. Since President Biden took office, Iran or its proxies have attacked U.S. forces in the Middle East almost 100 times. Last month, the White House announced it was negotiating with Iran to permit the unfreezing of $6 billion in sanctioned Iranian assets in exchange for the release of 5 detained Americans. And on Monday, as our nation remembered the horror of September 11th, the administration issued a sanctions waiver, freeing up another $6 billion for the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. The White House assured the public that the $6 billion could only be used for humanitarian purposes, but Iran has reiterated its position that the Iranian regime will decide how to spend its money. Well, I believe that it is imperative that we bring home every wrongfully detained American citizen abroad. It is also crucial we ensure that the increase in ransom payments made by the U.S. government does not incentivize hostile nations and groups like Iran to continue to kidnap American citizens. It's also vital that we ensure that these large payoffs, in this case $1.5 billion more than the cost of the USS Reagan aircraft carrier, are not used to fund the IRGC and the proxy terrorist organizations it supports. Finally, the circumstances surrounding the dismissal of Robert Malley, the Biden administration's first special envoy for Iran, are highly unusual. Malley's career has been marked by a long history of appeasement towards adversaries of the U.S. in the Middle East. In 2008, while serving in the Obama administration, Malley was forced to resign after he was found to have repeatedly met with the terrorist organization Hamas. In 2019, Malley also met with Iran's then foreign minister to undermine President Trump's maximum pressure campaign against Iran. More recently, Malley was increasingly absent from official duties and repeatedly ignored congressional briefing requests. The White House subsequently defended Malley, stating that he was taking personal leave, but it has since come to light that the State Department revoked Malley's security clearance and placed him on unpaid leave in June. The United States must counter the destruction and terror that Iran supports and funds around the world. We cannot rely on incompetent or compromised officials to achieve our goals. I look forward to hearing from each of our expert witnesses today on the reality of the dangers we face from the Iranian regime and clear-headed solutions. I'll now recognize Ranking Member.
Last week, Speaker McCarthy directed the House committees to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden. This impeachment inquiry is about one thing and one thing only, and that is providing answers for the American people. Nothing more, nothing less. Americans gave our House Republican majority a mandate to provide transparency and accountability, and that's exactly what we've done over the last 8 months. Chairman Comer has shown that the Biden family engaged in a disturbing pattern of corruption that included selling government access to foreign adversaries like China. Throughout our investigations, we found that President Biden repeatedly lied to the American people about his involvement in his family's corrupt business dealings. We also discovered that then Vice President Biden likely used his official office to coordinate with Hunter Biden's foreign business partners. Opening a formal impeachment inquiry will give our committees the full congressional authority needed to get the American people the answers they deserve. And if they uncover evidence of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, then and only then will the next steps towards impeachment proceedings be considered. I fully support Speaker McCarthy's commitment to follow the facts wherever they lead and ensure that no one, not even President Biden, is above the law. Elise?
Sure, we're going to go to Dusty Johnson next, then we'll hear from Chip Roy and Stephanie Bice. Dusty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Congressman Jackson for working tirelessly to stop Joe Biden from using our military to fund abortions and his woke agenda. Throughout this year, we fought to incorporate an amendment into the defense bill to protect the religious liberty of our service members and prevent the Biden Pentagon from funding abortions. The American people do not want the military paying for abortions. Biden's radical left-wing transformation of our military has created a recruitment and retention crisis, which puts our military readiness in crisis. I thank my colleagues in the House who have fought to keep our military from funding abortions. No taxpayer funds should ever be used to fund abortions, and I will continue to advocate for innocent life. As the saying goes, America is great because America is good. Abortion is evil, and we can never become advocates for killing innocent babies in the womb. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Brad Sherman. We now proceed to Congressman Mike Lawler of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to enter one of our witnesses, Mr. Behnam Ben Taleblu, his report on Iran's ballistic missile program into the record, specifically pages 21 to 29. Now,
it shall be admitted.
Thank you. On Monday, the 22nd anniversary of September 11th, 2001, the Biden administration informed Congress that it struck a deal with Iran to swap prisoners and release $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. And let me be very clear. Our president, Joe Biden, announced that he would give the worst state sponsor of terrorism $6 billion on the anniversary of the worst terrorist attack in the history of our nation. It is unconscionable. And while this administration claims the funds will be spent on humanitarian aid, the Iranian president said, quote, "This money belongs to the Iranian people, the Iranian government, so the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide what to do with this money," end quote. This administration should be absolutely ashamed of itself. We should not only never be trading dollars for hostages, and yes, we want those hostages to come home, but we traded hostages for hostages and gave them $6 billion. That's what you call idiotic. So it seems like either our administration is lying, or the Iranian regime is lying, or both. Who knows? What accountability measures are in place to ensure that this money doesn't fund terrorism or Iran's nuclear program? Does anybody know?
Sir, I think you can have confidence, and I want to be careful how I parse this. The administration is correct to say that all transactions in Qatar will be very carefully scrutinized and can be stopped if they go for non-humanitarian issues. Package one. Package two. This amount of money will likely free up a similar amount of money within Tehran that would have been intended for the same humanitarian purchases. This money can now be used largely to sustain the regime on the inside, but to fund in a highly meaningful and impactful way terrorism, the support of their security services, and the support of their missile program. And that will be very difficult to follow, and the administration will have great difficulty saying that isn't occurring.
So in other words, we just gave them $6 billion to shift around another $6 billion within their own country to fund the very terrorism or nuclear programs that we're trying to stop. Is that correct?
That is a fair statement, sir.
Do you all agree with that? Okay.
The money goes to morality police to kill more Mahsa Amini. The money goes to Revolutionary Guards to kill more children in Ukraine. The money goes to the relative of the Ayatollahs to actually promote Sharia laws to oppress more women in Iran. We all know that. And that's why I wanted actually to address that. The Ghazal Sharmad is here. That money was supposed actually to free a father who is on the death row. Her father is on the death row. American is in Iranian prison. If they hand out $6 billion, why they left Jamshid Sharmat behind? My chief of staff, Sardar Pashahi's brother, is in Iran being hostage in the hand of Iranian regime. So they found a tactic. When the U.S. government does nothing, they either get the dual national citizen and kill them or ask for more money, or they get the family members of U.S. citizens hostage inside Iran to silence us. So that is why we all believe that this money, with the help of the U.S. administration and the Iranian government, it goes to kill more people inside Iran, in the region, and in the heart of Europe, in Ukraine.
No question, which is why it never should have been released, period. In recent months, Iran has exported by some estimates more than 2 million barrels of crude oil, with the vast majority headed to China. Earlier this year, my colleague Jared Moskowitz and I introduced the SHIP Act to require the imposition of additional sanctions on the Iranian oil trade, specifically targeting ports and refineries that knowingly process Iranian oil. Do you think this legislation is critically important to apply more sanctions on Iran and countries like China who are trading Iranian oil in large quantities?
If I may take that, sir, I would say absolutely. It builds on a very helpful architecture of existing oil and petrochemical sanctions that the U.S. Congress has helped get the U.S. executive branch to implement and enforce. In the past, there were sanctions on the sale, supply, transfer, and insurance of oil. The Trump administration beefed that up with adding the storage of oil. This beefs that up further by adding the refining. So again, like an accordion, scaling up and down as Iran sanctions violating scale up and down.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Mike Lawler. We now present Burchett of Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I issue my disgust with what really is going on in Iran. Y'all believe that this administration's weak policies have allowed Iran to come closer to developing a nuclear bomb? And I'm sorry if you already answered these questions, but just act surprised and when I ask you these questions. Anyone?
Yes. In fact, there was a little bit of a timeline with respect I would take umbrage with what Representative Connolly said about the effectiveness of even previous measures that this administration is trying to restore. If you look at the timeline of Iran's nuclear escalation, Iran went from incremental nuclear escalation overtly violating the JCPOA in 2019, but significantly began violating the JCPOA in late 2020. At the end of 2021, at the end of the Biden administration's first year in office, Iran gained, according to outside nuclear experts, irreversible nuclear knowledge, doing things it had never done before. One, enrichment of uranium to 60% purity, a threat Iran made a decade ago, but only felt comfortable acting on in 2021. Two, the production of uranium metal using highly enriched uranium, which has clear applications for warhead designs and metallurgy. And three, phasing in, testing, deploying, and using more advanced centrifuges, the machines that spin uranium. So yes, quantitatively, qualitatively, it has grown under President Biden's watch.
Is there any way we can inspect these nuclear facilities, honestly? I mean, it's just going to be one of these made-for-TV specials that they just drive around with the little UN blue hats on and everyone makes a mockery of it. Sir?
The International Atomic Energy Agency's access to these facilities has been severely restricted. Cameras have been denied.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Cameras have been denied to the IAEA. Data from some cameras has been denied. At present, the International Atomic Energy Agency judges, and we should have confidence in that basic judgment, that it still understands the general capability of that program. But because of the erosion of its access, the time will likely soon come when the IAEA itself will be forced to say it is no longer certain that Iran's program has an entirely peaceful nature. And if I can add one more comment to
quickly,
colleagues'
please.
things. If Iran is permitted to keep 60% enrichment by the United States international community, which has no civilian application, have we not just agreed that Iran can have a military nuclear program?
I agree with that. I also, I'm worried about the money, this so-called humanitarian aid, where it goes. I mean, are we going to trust somebody that we don't trust? Obviously, it's going to be used to oppress folks. Something else that needs to be, maybe it's been stated, but what's going to happen, the only way you're going to take this out once they get it is through a military strike. And what I fear is it's going to be Israel that does it, and then when they do it, the people surrounding them will then possibly launch an attack on them. I don't know, how do you put the genie back in the bottle? Does anybody have any idea, other than regime change? Is there any other, we've decided to put instead of taking the gloves off, we put them back on dealing with these thugs, and I don't see the international community addressing this as it should. It should be sanctions. They've worked in the past, economic. I mean, if we're not going to send cruise missiles over there, then dadgummit, the only other thing we've got. Any thoughts on that? Any of y'all, ma'am?
I'll just say that I think effective American leadership can, in fact, rally the world against significant threats, as we've seen with respect to both Ukraine and China. I will also point out that where we've seen Iran's nuclear escalation, it has come after catastrophic U.S. decisions, such as the 2018 decision to exit the Iran nuclear deal, as well as the 2019 failure to respond to attacks on Saudi Arabia by Iranian missiles and drones.
I would also add to that, however, that the sanctions the Trump administration restored, what is popularly termed the maximum pressure campaign or maximum pressure sanctions, created the same, if not greater, macroeconomic damage to Iran's economy in 1 to 2 years than a decade of multilateral sanctions. So there is no substitute for American power. There is no substitute for American leadership. That's a critical thing to note, and we can afford no own goals in the management of our relationships with our transatlantic partners. In 2020, Europe laughed at the Trump administration for trying to unilaterally extend an arms embargo on Iran. In 2022, Central Europe was the victim of a widening radius of Iranian arms and drone proliferation. No more laughing at unilateral attempts. We need to build bridges, not destroy them.
Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee.
I'll recognize Representative Tiffany from the great state of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The representative of Nevada, I think, brings up a really good example of, in regards to leases. They should be spread out through more of the country. You shouldn't bear all of the burden. I think there's more of the western states where we have the dominance of the federal land that we should be leasing there also. I think you bring up a really good point, and I hope that happens with the Bureau of Land Management. Representative Curtis asked about emissions. Are emissions driving climate change?
Congressman, I will say emissions is helping to impact. As I sit here today, I cannot speak to what it's driving it.
Yeah, you said that you're not a scientist and you don't know, but that's what the administration is doing, is they're using this rationale of climate change or the green fantasy to try to drive their policy decisions. Do you agree that emissions from climate change are what, that it is actually causing the climate to change?
What I agree is emissions are having a significant impact on the climate change, and with the factors that goes along, it is a big impact.
So if we're reducing the amount of emissions compared to other countries, shouldn't we be producing these energy products right in our country?
I think what I will speak for here is trying to transition to that clean energy economy and ensuring we look at both renewable and non-renewable and using our public lands to help that.
Are you prepared to lead the charge in issuing more mining permits to be able to produce the gold, silver, and all the other minerals that are needed for what they call the quote-unquote clean energy economy, which is based on wind and solar? Are you prepared to issue a lot more mining permits on federal lands?
I believe we're prepared to issue permits that is on the lands that is appropriate for that development, recognizing again the multiple use of the land and the impacts from the various resources or the impacts to the various resources.
The key term there, Mr. Chairman, was appropriate. If you remember, we had the former head of the United States Forest Service here a number of months ago, and he said, we asked in regards to a mine in northern Minnesota, okay, where's an appropriate place to mine in America? Well, not where water is. Well, okay, how about Resolution out in Arizona? Not much water out in Arizona. Well, I don't know if that's a good place either. Whatever place that is suggested, there's always a problem, and you can't build a mine there. That's where the term appropriate comes, like we just heard from this gentleman. You said in regards to stopping, to withdrawing the land up in Alaska, you said the American people, or the people up there that have a subsistence living, that they would be affected. I think most of the American people, including those in northern Alaska, seek more than subsistence. If the tribal members in northern Alaska, if they would say to you that you did not consult them, if we hear testimony to that effect, would you reconsider that decision of the withdrawal in Alaska if consultation did not happen as they expected?
What I will say, the Secretary made a decision to cancel those leases, and her decision is part of looking at a supplemental to that analysis to determine how to move forward.
So you accept that the Bureau of Land Management, the United States government, did not consult properly with these tribal people?
What I accept is, and it's my understanding that consultation took place, and it's my understanding that, again, after the Secretary looked at the factors of the legal deficiency, she made a decision.
Is there a definition of fair return?
I'm quite sure there is.
Would you provide that definition of fair return that the Bureau of Land Management uses?
We will get back to you, Congressman. Thank you.
Yeah, so what we've been hearing consistently, all the costs, but they never mention the benefits of producing gas and oil to the American people that have been enormous over the last 150 to 200 years. But now we've got $4 a gallon gasoline, once again, where I live in northern Wisconsin, haven't had it for a couple years. Once again, we have that. The American people have a record amount of credit card debt. And we're talking about only reducing production by 14%, which will drive those costs even higher. These are misguided actions, Mr. Chairman, by this administration, and it's time to change course, and it's evident that this administration is not going to do it. The American people have a big decision before them in 2024. I yield back.
Thank you. And to the gentleman from Wisconsin, the consultation appeared to be with the Native community. that supported this administration's philosophy of anti-development. And the next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this week, House Republicans will pass a resolution condemning the actions of New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, a former member of this body. Late on a Friday night earlier this month, the governor took action to suspend open carry and concealed firearms in her state. Yeah, you heard that right. She claimed so-called emergency powers to combat a public health crisis, she said. And on a whim, she attempted to restrict the Second Amendment rights of every law-abiding New Mexico resident, the citizens of her state, the citizens of this country. Her action, of course, was overtly unconstitutional. It's functionally useless, and it will only divide Americans further. Someone with elementary level knowledge of the Constitution would, of course, know this. Fortunately, New Mexico residents and law enforcement openly defied her order, and it was panned by lawmakers across the country, even some of our Democrat colleagues in this body. Mr. Speaker, here's the interesting thing I wanted to note today. It's ironic that Attorney General Merrick Garland was here on the Hill and has been in our Judiciary Committee in an oversight hearing for the last several hours. He's America's top law enforcement officer and in charge, of course, of our top law enforcement agency, the Department of Justice. And one would think that this type of issue, this event in New Mexico, regardless of the politics, you know, that is something the DOJ might intervene in. But they haven't. Now, by principle, of course, we're conservatives, and we believe in less federal government intervention. The less the federal government is involved in state affairs, the better overall. But this is not the case. In this situation, the issue here is the DOJ's selective application of justice and its clear targeting of red states for passing laws that its duly elected representatives voted for. Think about this. A few examples. In 2021, the DOJ sued the state of Georgia for passing election integrity reform. That suit failed, and Georgia had record voter turnout just a year later. Months later, the DOJ sued the state of Texas over laws, your state, Mr. Speaker, passed to protect unborn children. And the Supreme Court refused to intervene, and statistics show that abortions in Texas have plummeted, thankfully, as a result. Earlier this year, the DOJ sued the state of Tennessee for a ban on child sex change procedures. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected the suit, and now it's state law. The DOJ, Attorney General Garland in particular, has displayed a penchant for filing public lawsuits against red states for passing conservative policy through their democratically elected legislature. And they do so with weak charges based on unconstitutional arguments in cases they know they cannot win, but that's not the point. They have politicized the DOJ. So here's the big question. Here's the big question. Given those examples and the trend of this Department of Justice, why hasn't Merrick Garland hosted a press conference or announced a federal lawsuit into the state of New Mexico for arbitrarily suspending the constitutional rights of its citizens? I'll tell you why. It's no secret. It's because New Mexico's action serves the Biden administration's stated political goals. The DOJ will sue red states for passing conservative policy while turning a blind eye to Democrat governors who unilaterally curtail constitutional rights. They'll put grandmothers behind bars for protesting abortion, but refuse to prosecute violent offenders who actually attack the pro-life pregnancy centers. They'll prosecute President Trump for allegedly mishandling classified documents, but they give President Biden a complete pass for even worse infractions. When we say that the DOJ has been weaponized, this is exactly what we're talking about, and this is what the American people see. Mr. Speaker, today the House Judiciary Committee, as I mentioned, asked Attorney General Garland about these questions and many more. 65% of the American people right now have no faith in the Department of Justice. It's because of his leadership. He has eroded the rule of law. He has destroyed public trust in an essential American institution. I used my time this morning. I was the first questioner on our side in the judiciary, and I asked the Attorney General about the DOJ's Hunter Biden investigation. This is a big question on the minds of my constituents and most of ours around the country. I asked him plainly. I said, quote, "Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?" You know what his answer was? He said, "I don't recollect the answer to that question." Really? Okay, so let me get this straight, I told him. The Attorney General of the United States cannot remember if he discussed an FBI investigation into the son of the sitting president of the United States? That's your testimony under oath? Yep, yes it is, he said. It's extraordinary. Mr. Speaker, frankly, we didn't expect full transparency today from this Attorney General. He and his top DOJ lieutenants have shown us, they've demonstrated over and over that they hold no regard for the rule of law and really are just acting as political hatchet men protecting their boss, President Biden. The Attorney General was clearly unwilling or unable to provide the essential answers that we needed today, and we will continue to press for them. That's our job. That's our constitutional duty on judiciary, to provide oversight over the DOJ. Mr. Speaker, we have a great lineup of members here to speak this afternoon on some very important topics to the country, and I'm delighted to yield next to my friend from the great state of New Jersey, Dr. Van Drew. Let me do it here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Congressman Johnson for his leadership. Mr. Johnson is focused. He is an individual who is bringing this whole body forward, and I look forward to working with him continually on these issues. You know, there's a saying, we all know it, the truth shall set you free. The accusations made against the Bidens more than require an investigation. These accusations have painted a picture of corruption, bribery, and shameful behavior unbecoming of our executive branch. Let's talk about them a little bit. Bank records obtained by the Oversight Committee reveal almost $20 million in payments directed to Biden's associates and family. These aren't Republican talking points. These aren't Jeff Van Drew talking points. This is the reality that we've already found. Over 150 transactions involving the Bidens have been flagged as, quote, suspicious activity. And that's not only by the banks, but also the Treasury Department. President Biden himself participated in phone calls with his son Hunter. It's a fact. Effectively acting as the merchandise that was being sold by his son Hunter, who was the salesman. And they closed deals, and we want to know what they're about. Calls that led to the funneling of millions of dollars to Hunter and other Biden family members and Hunter's associates. The list goes on and on and on. I'm only touching the surface. This is more. This is more than enough to garner the extra powers granted from an impeachment inquiry. Our goal is to get to the truth. As I said in the beginning of this conversation, the truth shall set you free. If there's nothing for them to worry about, they should welcome an impeachment inquiry. They should welcome producing the records. They should be welcoming producing the statements. It's just the truth that we want. Our duty, we have a mission, a duty, and a responsibility. Our duty is to restore the American people's faith in our institutions. Our mission is to reaffirm that no one person, no one group is ever above the law in the United States of America. This inquiry will move forward with full transparency and steadfast resolve. If there's nothing here to hide, there's nothing here to worry about. But if the allegations are confirmed, there will be and needs to be justice. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. You're exactly right, and we had no choice but to proceed to the impeachment inquiry phase because that's where the evidence has led us, as you noted. And we have a responsibility. I mean, Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution says very clearly that a president shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors. We have credible allegations of a number of those infractions. Bribery is one of them, high crimes and misdemeanors, and we have mounds of evidence now stacking up to support those allegations. So we do not have a choice under the Constitution but to proceed accordingly. And that's what we'll do. We'll do our constitutional duty. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to my good friend, the gentleman from Utah, Super Bowl champion, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my good friend from Louisiana. Today I rise in strong support of H.R. 684, the resolution condemning Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's unconstitutional actions violating New Mexicans' Second Amendment rights. The Second Amendment is not an optional legal provision that bureaucrats can toss aside at their whim. It's a fundamental principle to ensure that every law-abiding citizen has God-granted rights to protect themselves, their families, their property, and their liberties. Growing up in the Deep South, I witnessed how black codes and Jim Crow laws unjustly restricted minority communities from owning firearms. In the mid-1950s, Martin Luther King Jr. kept firearms for self-protection, but his application for a concealed weapons permit was denied because of the racist gun control laws in his state. Gun control laws proposed by Democrats and state legislations, Congress and the White House aggressively erode our basic constitutional rights. As it was in the civil rights era, the black community has seen this movie before. As Democrats abridge our rights to self-protection, they legislate away the common sense tools for black Americans to protect themselves. As they push defund the police and soft on crime policies, it is the urban black community that suffers. We're now experiencing all-time highs in homicide, robberies, car thefts, physical assaults, and destruction of black-owned businesses. The House Republicans will never waver in our commitment to defending the rights of all law-abiding citizens, regardless of race, creed, color, or zip code. We will continue to fight to safeguard America's inalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It is an honor to lend my support to this House resolution, and I pledge to continue to champion the second right amendments to all Americans. Thank you, my friend, Representative Johnson, for bringing us together for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. That's well said. And if time permitted today, I'm sure we'd have every Republican in the conference come to the floor and speak to the same issue, because it's so outrageous that you have this trampling upon some of our most fundamental freedoms, the Second Amendment, of course, being among them. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentlelady from Texas, a former mayor from down there, Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you very much. I rise today to discuss the Biden family business of selling out America. Here's just a sliver of what we know. The Biden family and associates received nearly $20 million in payments funneled through shell companies. They were paid by Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and Lord knows who else. Joe Biden lied about his family receiving over $1 million in payments from China through an associate. Hunter put Joe on the phone at least 20 times in business meetings with foreign nationals. Hunter Biden's business associates visited the White House at least 80 times while Joe Biden was vice president. There were more than 150 bank transactions involving the Biden family that U.S. banks flagged as suspicious. Not only was Joe Biden involved with Hunter's clients and flying Hunter around the world on Air Force Two to generate more business, but it's also apparent that Joe was using his office as vice president to manipulate U.S. policy. We see that with Ukraine, Burisma, and the firing of the prosecutor. Unraveling the mountain of Biden's lies, his shell companies, and Joe's actions as vice president is part of what we're going to be going on in these hearings and the impeachment inquiry. If you're going to sell out America, this is what it looks like. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. As well said. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, once again. So here we are. After nearly 9 months of investigations into the Biden family's influence peddling schemes, this body has uncovered mounting credible evidence of corruption. Evidence has come to light through numerous committee hearings, whistleblower testimony and interviews, document discovery, and rigorous congressional oversight. Despite the false claims of left-wing media outlets such as CNN and MSNBC, there is in fact evidence of influence peddling and corruption. Under the IRS whistleblower testimony, 2 IRS agents testified under oath that Joe Biden was present at least one meeting with Hunter Biden's foreign clients. Agent Joseph Ziegler, formerly known as Whistleblower X, testified that he was handcuffed and hamstrung throughout the IRS's 5-year investigation of Hunter Biden and was ultimately stopped from moving forward in the manner they believed to be appropriate for the offenses committed. Over $17 million were sent to Hunter Biden from companies operating in authoritarian, oppressive nations. The IRS whistleblowers also alleged that the DOJ would not let them pursue Joe Biden or any connections that would lead to him. They allege a campaign of delay, divulge, deny, surrounded their requests to pursue leads that led to Joe Biden. This allegation has been confirmed by a former FBI SSA. The special counsel was appointed to obstruct congressional investigations and inquiries behind the curtain of an ongoing investigation. The testimony of the IRS whistleblowers has been corroborated by the testimony of the FBI SSA and 2 additional colleagues that claim that they were fired from the investigation by order of Attorney Weiss. Devin Archer's testimony to the House committee is that Joe Biden is a brand. Archer alleges members of the Biden family used Joe Biden's position as vice president to sell power and access to interested parties. VP Biden would protect oligarchs from competent legal probes and investigation into foreign countries such as Ukraine. Hunter or another family member would be paid money, and then Joe would meet with the interested party in Washington, D.C. A quick summary: an oligarch pays money to Hunter Biden's company or associate, which then is paid to Hunter, and a portion of then goes to the big guy, his father. In the Shokin investigation in 2015, Hunter was pressured by Burisma to call D.C. to get help in removing Ukrainian prosecutor Viktor Shokin. Shokin was indeed later fired, and video evidence has surfaced of Joe Biden bragging about getting him fired in order for foreign aid dollars to flow to the Ukrainian government. Right on tape. Joe Biden and his family received $17 million from contacts in foreign countries, according to IRS documents. What was being done in exchange for this money? The National Archives have confirmed that Joe Biden also used pseudonyms when communicating with Hunter and his business associates from official government emails, including the Office of the Vice President. So you have DOJ misconduct confirmed by the FBI SSA, and the leadership of the DOJ, specifically Merrick Garland, prevented investigators from doing their jobs as best as he could. The FBI D.C. office tipped off the Secret Service of an interview with Hunter Biden that was being planned. FBI headquarters also tipped them off of a planned search of Hunter's residence, which gave time and forewarning for any incriminating evidence to be removed. No ordinary American would ever expect to receive such preferential treatment if they were accused of the crimes that Hunter and Joe have been. What they can normally expect is a 4 a.m. knock on the door or battering ram for even lesser crimes. Investigators were not allowed to ask about the big guy. Bank records show over 170 suspicious activity reports filed by banks on the Biden family financial transactions. This means banks believe that over 170 separate financial transactions in Biden family bank accounts were linked to bribery, money laundering, or other serious financial crimes. An FBI informant documented conversations that indicated to them that Joe pressured foreign companies to send millions to the family business. The claims from Democrats and their media allies that the impeachment inquiry was opened without evidence are not only false, but also illogical. Inquiries exist for the purpose of uncovering evidence. An impeachment inquiry at its heart is an investigation to whether an impeachable offense has been committed. It's not the whole scope of impeachment. It gives the ability to do further investigation. Where there's smoke, you'll probably find fire. There's evidence from whistleblowers and former associates that Joe Biden was intimately involved in Hunter's corrupt business dealings. This is an impeachable offense. Allegations that since his conduct allegedly only happened when Joe was VP and not while president, thus mean that an impeachment is not possible. That is false. Impeachment conduct includes high crimes, bribery, or other misdemeanors that occurred while the accused was in a previous federal office. Joe Biden has lied about his connections to his son's corrupt business dealings for years. Now, we're not supposed to take impeachment lightly around here. Indeed, it's been abused the last few years a couple of times, but House Republicans are going to go through a process, due process, and find real evidence. So the conclusion is that despite the desperate claims of the partisan media and their Democrat allies, there's indeed mounting evidence that President Joe Biden was involved in his family's influence-selling scheme and intimately involved in Hunter Biden's corruption. An impeachment inquiry will help House Republicans get to the bottom of this, and I hope Democrats will be interested as well. and then determine whether or not there is proof of these crimes. If there indeed is, then President Biden has committed impeachable offenses. Again, impeachment not to be taken lightly, not to be just thrown around for political purpose, but utilized. And this impeachment inquiry is a very important ability for Congress to answer the questions that many, many American people are asking about the obvious corruption that is coming forward thanks to whistleblowers and others that are bringing this evidence to the front. So with that, let's proceed. Let's do this properly. And I thank my colleague, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. It's very well said. And look, let's hasten to say we take no pleasure in this. There's a lot of big challenges that the country needs to fix. We don't want to spend time and resources investigating the president, impeaching a president, next to declaring war. That's the heaviest power that we have in the House of Representatives. But Article 1 of the Constitution does give us, quote, the sole power of impeachment here. And so we have no choice in the matter. Given the evidence, given the allegations, we have to pursue it. And we will. And we're often asked, why is the House majority, why are the House Republicans spending so much time investigating? If we had not done these investigations, we wouldn't have all of this evidence. Why? It goes back to the theme of what I was saying earlier. Because the Department of Justice is simply not doing its job. Under normal circumstances, the DOJ would be investigating all these allegations of corruption, but they simply look the other way. As I noted earlier, Attorney General Garland, who's just now leaving the Judiciary Committee, he's been here all day, he's abused his department to pursue political agendas. He's sued conservative states over their local policies. He's raided the home of President Biden's main political opponent. His department is obstructing at the same time the Hunter Biden investigation and impeding the House's impeachment inquiry into President Biden. What are we to do? We were home on the August district work period, and I was doing town halls in my district in Louisiana, and I'm telling you, at every venue, the number one question everybody has is, when will there be accountability? I mentioned earlier that 65% of Americans now have no faith. They don't trust the Department of Justice. We're losing faith in our institutions because the people do not see accountability. They don't see a fair system of justice. They see a two-tiered system of justice. And it's frightening. You cannot maintain a constitutional republic if the people do not trust the system of justice. They don't believe it's fair. They don't believe that they're going to get a fair shake, that every American, regardless of who they are going to have equal justice under law. That's the threat right now. There's nothing more serious than that. And so we will pursue the truth, and we will follow it wherever it leads. And we'll try to return that accountability to the people. Mr. Speaker, I will end the special order hour here and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Chairman Stauber. Mr. Ned, good morning. Good to see you. Thank you for holding this hearing. And I didn't know there was so much oil and gas exploration in Nevada. I do know there's a lot of mineral exploration, and it's hard to get a permit to do mining there as well. And Nevada is obviously blessed with a lot of mineral resources that would be critical to developing any kind of green infrastructure, unless we wanted to continue sending money to communist China, who's commanding the production of minerals and elements around the world. But I've got more of a procedural question, Mr. Ned. Do you plan to follow the changes made to NEPA in the Fiscal Responsibility Act?
Yes, Congressman.
So what is the Bureau doing to ensure that EISs are approved in 2 years and EAs are approved in 1 year?
As we prepare those documents, certainly intend to follow the law and looking to see how we can add adequate resources and take the appropriate steps.
So do you have a timeline? Are you going to be, you have EAs and EISs that are over the 2-year mark that you're working to get them approved immediately?
Congressman, I don't have a list with me here, but again, looking at those EIS and those EA and
just give me a couple of examples. Maybe not a list, but tell me a couple of examples of languishing permits that you're working on to make sure they're approved as soon as possible.
Well, again, there's a number of them in the hopper right now. And
can you list one of them?
Well, again, we have the Rock Spring EIS that has been going on way before this legislation was passed, but we're working, again, it's out in draft, and we're working to move that as expeditiously as we can.
I was in New York City yesterday dealing with the Park Service, and they want to build a migrant camp on national park land. And they basically said they're waiving NEPA, don't need NEPA to build a migrant center. So it's amazing to me how when there's one objective, NEPA's really important. When there's another objective, it's really not that big of an issue. But also 2 weeks ago, the department revoked 7 leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, which will push back the production in AMWR. So and I guess you're speaking on behalf of the administration, would you rather us develop oil and gas in AMWR or overseas in countries like Saudi Arabia or Russia, or just not develop it at all?
I believe the administration position is to transition to a clean energy economy and look at both renewable and non-renewable sources.
Can you tell me how much the consumption of oil and gas and coal has decreased globally under this administration?
I cannot speak to the global number, Congressman, and we'd be glad to get back with you.
Can you tell me how much U.S. coal, oil, and gas has decreased under this administration?
Well, I don't know if it's what we said decrease. What I will say, it's a less than 2%. I think when we look at some of the numbers, we're producing about 8.8% of gas from the federal land and about 14% in oil. And I don't have those numbers in my head from previous years.
One number that I saw just recently was that globally, there was a new record set for the consumption of coal. 10.4 tetrawatt hours of electricity were produced from coal globally. So the point I'm making is, as much as this administration pushes back, as much as the agencies push back and fail to help U.S. producers produce the energy here, it's doing absolutely nothing to slow down production and consumption around the world. It's just shifting it to areas that do it less safe, less clean, and with not near as much oversight and regulation as we have here in the U.S. The BLM's recent onshore oil and gas proposed rule would significantly change bonding for oil and gas on federal lands. However, according to your own statistics, there are only 37 orphaned wells on BLM lands, and the BLM's only called in bonds on 40 wells over the last decade. The data seems to show that BLM is doing a good job preventing orphaned wells currently, so why is the department proposing such a radical change that will be devastating for small businesses?
Yeah, Congressman, what I can say, the GAO has done a number of reports that clearly show that the BLM's bonding or the nation's bonding program was a risk to the American taxpayer, and they strongly suggest we looked at how to up those bonds so when we do have an orphan well, the taxpayer does not leave holding the bag. And so we're looking at those bonds that has not been adjusted for years and adjusted for inflation. We're proposing in the rule, and it's just a proposal right now, to raise those bonds so the American taxpayer doesn't have to pay for those.
Do you think 37 orphaned wells across the BLM is a dramatic number?
Again, 37 orphan well that have thousands of idle wells that, again, if proactively, instead of BLM has been working proactively to ensure that idle wells doesn't become orphan well, but when they do, ensuring there's bonds so the American taxpayer doesn't have to pay that bill.
I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Good afternoon. Rules Committee will come to order. I want to thank all of our members and certainly our witnesses for being here on short notice. Committee has previously met and taken testimony on H.R. 4365, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024, and H.R. 4368, the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and Related Agencies Appropriations Act for the fiscal year 2024. Today, we're building on those actions with testimony on 2 additional appropriations bills. The first I'll discuss is H.R. 4367, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024. No one in this room can deny the humanitarian and security crisis at our southern border. U.S. Customs and Border Protection have declared that well over 2 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at or near our southern border just this year. Over 140,000 have been apprehended in September so far.
That's more people than the entire city of Norman, Oklahoma, trying to cross into the United States, and the month isn't over. The Biden administration has lost operational control of the border. It's undeniable and a direct result of failed policies. Their open border agenda has wreaked havoc, motivating more and more migrants to come. Our security is imperiled as criminals, terrorists, and human traffickers and other nefarious individuals are empowered and taking advantage. And our communities are not only overrun, but are also watching American lives stolen from poisons like fentanyl streaming through the porous boundaries. House Republicans have committed to ending President Biden's open borders policy and securing our nation. That's why earlier this year we passed H.R. 2, our Comprehensive Border Security and Immigration Reform Bill. And the Committee on Appropriations has made those same objectives a priority as it assembled H.R. 4367. The bill provides $91.5 billion in total discretionary appropriations, including $62.8 billion within the bill's allocation, $5.8 billion in discretionary appropriations offset by fee collections, and $20.2 billion as an allocation adjustment for major disaster response and recovery activities. This funding level is $2 billion or 2.3% above the fiscal year 2023 enacted level. It includes $2.1 billion for construction of physical barriers on the southern border and provides nearly $500 million for 22,000 Border Patrol agents, the highest level ever funded. It forces Secretary Mayorkas to adhere to the law and resume construction of physical barriers immediately. And it also defunds the Biden administration's social policy efforts because funds should be targeted at deterring and delivering an effective system, not political or cultural wish lists. This is a strong bill. I look forward to considering it further on the floor. We will take testimony on H.R. 4665, the State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024. This bill provides $52.5 billion for the Department of State and Foreign Operations, a full $16.4 billion below the President's budget request and $7.2 billion below the fiscal year 2023 enacted level. This bill even falls $1.7 billion below the fiscal year 2019 enacted level. H.R. 4665 provides funds where they're needed most. It includes full support for key allies in the Middle East, like Israel, Egypt, and Jordan. It provides $4.4 billion for national security interests in the Indo-Pacific region, funding which is critical to countering Communist China's malign influence. It maintains longstanding pro-life protections, supports the expanded Mexico City policy, and prohibits the funding to the United Nations Population Fund and other related programs that support abortions. It also devotes investments to countering the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs in the Western Hemisphere and supports freedom and democracy by countering malign communist influence. H.R. 4665 is a strong, fiscally responsible bill, one that represents the best values of the House of Representatives. I'm pleased that we're moving forward on this measure today and look forward to considering it on the floor. I'll now yield to my good friend, our ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yields, I now recognize Mr. Strong for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to talk about the cost of illegal immigration that the taxpayers in my district bear the burden of. It's estimated that this year alone, immigration will cost Alabama taxpayers $524 million. Illegal aliens throughout America are destroying economies, school systems, hospitals, law enforcement, first responders, court system, and jails. 20,288 border wall panels are being stored by this administration in 3 states rather than being installed. This is a failed process that has cost the taxpayers of America more than $300 million to store since 2012. This border fence, it should be installed immediately. If members of Congress support this administration's failed Southern policy, speak up and let your support be known. I feel more than confident that Governor Abbott will be happy to direct buses to your district, and let's see how 100,000 illegals destroy your community. President Donald Trump's been talked about several times. Let's just get one thing straight. His process worked. He processed and returned illegal aliens to the country of their origin. This administration created this southern border circus. Secretary Mayorkas continues to testify. He has operational control of the southern border. And every American understands that he is full of hot air. Our country is under attack at the southern border. They're coming from Cuba, Haiti, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Venezuela, Iran, and guess what? They're coming from China too, and that's just to name a few. America has become the world's dumping ground for illegal immigration. The Mexican cartel is flying 17 drones for each one flown by Border Patrol, delivering fentanyl. Drones are crossing through U.S. airspace, and Secretary Mayorkas does nothing. If he wants to jam these drones or he wants to drop them, I can tell you this. I've got multiple companies in my district that can neutralize this threat within a matter of weeks. Secretary Mayorkas continues to chew his fingernails and does nothing. Mr. Borelli, as my colleagues have mentioned, the cost to taxpayers in New York is a little higher. This year, it is projected that illegal immigration will cost New York taxpayers nearly $10 billion. This year has also seen record inflation, which has impacted every American family. What have you heard from those in your district about the rising cost? Is this more difficult for them to make ends meet?
Look, the cost concern is more about, for them, the city spending and the impact that migrant shelters have on their lives. We have a shelter that opened up in Staten Island a few weeks ago where the neighbor who owns a house has the showers for the shelter essentially abutting his backyard. On the cost side, we're starting to see that play out now. I mean, in truth, when this crisis first started, if this was 5,000 people or 10,000 people in a $107 billion budget, we wouldn't have even noticed that. Now we're seeing the downstream impacts on cost. We don't have the luxury that, with all due respect, my friends here in the federal government have to spend in deficit. So when we take, an apple from this jar, put it in the other jar, it has to come from somewhere else.
Who do you think they blame for that?
I think they blame President Biden 100%.
Mr. Borelli, low English proficiency students have a negative effect on classroom environments and education budgets because these students are often behind and cannot speak English. Additional school funding to compensate for the language barrier is often costly. In fact, it's estimated that it costs $10,000 a year to educate your average student in Alabama. When they are a LEP student, it costs approximately $6,000 more each year, and on top of that, an additional $4,000 if that student is also impoverished. So it costs about 100% more to educate these students. It's estimated that Alabama has about 31,000 undocumented students. I'll let you do the math and what this is costing our education system. Mr. Borelli, can you talk more about the impact on school budgets and what you're observing in your district?
Sure. So we have hired 3,500 teachers proficient in ESL. We have an additional 1,700 teachers that are certified bilingual. Part of the problem is that a lot of those teachers are bilingual in Spanish, and now we're seeing languages from other parts of the world where we may not have readily available services for them. The cost per kid in New York beats you by a significant dollar amount. It's $38,000 per student, and I would estimate that's very close to the actual cost because many of these students would be on the high end of the spending spectrum because they are coming with certain special needs. In many cases, they're not up to speed on third grade or fifth grade levels yet.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irresponsible policies of Biden and the liberal Democrats have caused a 40-year high inflation, leaving American families in financial distress and jobs destroyed. Biden inflation has affected the cost of everyday goods and services and limited the annual purchasing power of families by thousands of dollars. Worse, Biden does not seem to comprehend the reality of these decisions. Proven when recently describing his economic policies, Biden said, quote, "I don't know what Bidenomics is, but it's working," end of quote. Among the most damaging effects on families is the highest seasonal gas price in more than a decade, with the national average at over $3.80 a gallon. Sadly, American auto workers are being sacrificed to create dependency on Chinese batteries. The Republican House majority is working to correct this, having recently passed the Lower Energy Cost Act to streamline the permitting process and reduce energy cost to achieve energy independence, which President Donald Trump had achieved in his administration. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders. I yield back.
Dave Joyce of Ohio, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Homeland Security of the Appropriations Committee. Gentleman's recognized for his testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 2024 Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act. The bill before us today provides $62.8 billion for the Department of Homeland Security, an increase of $2.1 billion above the fiscal year 2023 level. In addition, this bill also includes $20.3 billion for disaster response and recovery activities, including support for devastating wildfires in Maui, Hurricane Idalia. This administration's border security crisis has raged for more than 2 years. If you turn on your TV, it's clear that their policies and funding priorities have not worked. We have seen more than 2 million migrants cross the border illegally each of the last 2 years, and this year's numbers are on the same trajectory. The reason is obvious. This administration is sending all the wrong signals to the cartels and migrants with its open border policies and failure to enforce this nation's immigration laws. This bill forces this Biden administration to do what it will not do on its own to address the border security crisis that has been raging for the last 2.5 years. The funding and policy provisions included in this bill are in lockstep with the provisions of H.R. 2, which together will put us on a path to securing the border. Unlike recent homeland appropriation bills and the President's request, this bill will return to the tried and true border security approach by investing in methods that both secure the border and deter those who have no legitimate basis for entry. This bill includes $2.1 billion for physical barriers with explicit conditions that the funds will be put on the contract quickly. We all know that walls work. The bill also provides $500 million to hire more Border Patrol agents to reach an end strength of 22,000. This bill increases funding for border security technology so our agents and officers have the latest, most effective equipment to detect and deter illegal activity. Detecting fentanyl and other narcotics that are ravaging our communities is a priority for all of us. So the bill provides $305 million for non-intrusive inspection equipment at the nation's points of entry. Detention is a deterrent to those who seek to abuse our immigration system and falsely claim asylum. As a result, this bill provides funding for 41,500 detention beds, which is 16,500 more than this administration requested, to ensure ICE has adequate capacity to detain those with final removal orders or pose a risk to public safety, as well as migrants who cross our borders without a legal reason to do so. To counter the growing threat of Chinese influence on the Indo-Pacific, the bill provides an additional $335 million to the Coast Guard for fast response cutters. And to increase our presence in the Arctic, the bill provides funds for the Coast Guard to acquire a commercial icebreaker to extend U.S. sovereignty and counter Chinese and Russian expansion into our polar regions. Simply put, the bill before you today ensures that the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security who work tirelessly on our behalf have the resources and tools they need to protect this great nation. I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you again for holding this hearing. I'm looking forward to your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Dr. Burgess for any questions he might have for our panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, we could talk a great deal of time about this. Mr. Cuellar and I both represent border communities in our state. My border is with Oklahoma. which is a separate problem.
That could be a very dangerous border, especially when they take our football players.
Yes, they take our football players, you're right.
Actually, they come of their own free will, just in vast numbers, we're happy to say. But it's a friendly border except next month in October.
Except for football.
We'll see you in Dallas, deep in your own territory.
So, you and I, in 2014, all of the unaccompanied minors that were coming to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, and Ana Hernandez, the First Lady of Honduras, came to Texas, and she was asked, "Don't you want your children back?" And she said, "Yes, of course we want our children back." And the Obama administration accommodated and sent a lot of the children back. And the effect that had, if I recall correctly, was to dramatically reduce the influx of unaccompanied children at that time. So we do know that repatriating people or turning people back or remain in Mexico, whatever we want to call it, does work. I think we probably disagree a little bit about the functionality of a border wall. The whole idea is you get people to the port, you push them to the ports of entry rather than just what we've been seeing on our television screens. I mean, it just can't live like that. I can't believe the president would veto a Homeland Security bill with what has been in evidence the past, literally for years, but this past several days in Eagle Pass, it's just unbelievable. So bad that our governor has declared an invasion, which is kind of a bold step, but it's untenable. It can't go on. And the president's going to veto a Homeland Security bill? That's crazy talk. So, I think there are some things we could agree on. The Remain in Mexico policy, if it were enforced, and of course the Biden administration was told by the courts that it had to continue it, but they stopped enforcing it, and the numbers just really precipitously dropped off. We saw in the Obama administration repatriating children back to Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador really did result in a dramatic reduction. It's a lot of money that those families are spending to send a child or themselves here, and if there's no return on investment, then they've got this incredible debt with no way to satisfy that.
Yeah, and I do want to say that we do have to put resources, and I'm for border security. I don't stand for open borders, and it's just how we get there. For example, why don't we put more money into the USCIS and immigration judges and have them be at the border so they can give them a thumbs up or thumbs down and see who qualifies under credible fear or under asylum? Why don't we go ahead and give Homeland a little bit more authority where they can do the work outside the border? Because right now they're just playing defense. If you look at the images that we're seeing right now in El Paso and Eagle Pass right now, basically you have DPS. They're talking about sending another 800, 900 military down there, and then a border patrol. But what can they do? The policy repercussions, I agree with you, does apply. In fact, working with those countries are very, very important in providing resources to address that. At one time under the Obama administration, Mexico was actually stopping more people at their southern border than our U.S. Border Patrol. So again, this is why I emphasize extending our priorities will be very, very important.
Still, it's difficult to overcome the sophistication of the cartels. And they are, they've had decades to perfect their trade, and you and I both know they have. The communications method that they have, someone gets across, and I saw someone interviewed on television today. He got across, he's happy, he's here, and it's great, good future ahead of him, and he communicates that back downstream. And hey, those guys that were going to charge you $8,000, $9,000, $10,000, they got me here. It worked. I recommend you try it as well. And that's what drives the pressure. You have to interrupt that at some point. You can't, and I don't disagree with you. You're not going to interrupt it at the border, but you have to interrupt it. If I recall correctly, when the governor of Mexico put some additional resources down on their southern border, the cartels found ways around that, and they had rather big ferries that were bringing people across at probably high remuneration. I would also, and this is just me, but man, I would tax remittances to pay for all this stuff. I think we can afford a lot more than what we are investing. And there is a place to get that money without coming to the long-suffering American taxpayer.
Well, I think we're on the same page on disruption, because I have an amendment that takes the $2.1 billion away from the wall and puts it for HSI, so they can disrupt, put more on outside the U.S., so we can do that. We just got to be smart. Look, we all want border security. We all want to respect the migrants' rights and who qualifies, who doesn't qualify. But it's just being targeted on doing this and talking about, we had the vice president, we had the first lady down to the border. This weekend, the president, as far as I know, the president of Honduras, she's coming down to the southern border because, again, like you said, they want their kids back. Who wants to lose that generation? And I remember that. UK Ranger, myself, and other folks were down there. Thank you. We're on the same page. We just gotta. You gotta include us. You gotta include Democrats on the solution.
We're not exactly on the same page.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Diaz-Balart, I really so enjoyed your presentation today. You did an excellent job. I thought you were quoting from the Babylon Bee about North Korea at the World Health Organization. And I've fought for years to try to get Taiwan observer status at the World Health Organization. Maybe it's time just to eliminate funds for the World Health Organization. They really haven't, I think, provided anything of value to the American people. But thank you all for being here. We've got a long day ahead of us. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We're now going to recognize members for 5 minutes of questions, and I will begin by recognizing myself. Deputy Director Ned, was there any engagement with the leadership of the Alaska North Slope communities, the Native corporations, or tribal leadership, the individuals who live in the region, before making a decision to revoke ANWR leases or lock up 13 million acres in the NPRA?
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that there have been engagement, ongoing engagement, dating back many years, and that engagement continued through the Secretary's decision.
I beg to differ. I don't believe all people were consulted. In fact, many of them found out through the newspaper. Through a newspaper when it affected their livelihood and their economy and their way of life. I respectfully, Mr. Ned, respectfully disagree with your answer. The White House's national strategy for the Arctic region says under Pillar 3, quote, "We will also work with allies and partners to expand high-standard investment and sustainable development across the Arctic region." Do you believe, Mr. Ned, this administration's recent decisions are in line with that strategy?
Congressman, what I can say is that the administration is carefully looking at a careful balance of how to develop in the Arctic National Refuge, and after looking at the previous issue and the legal deficiencies in that analysis, decided to do supplemental. I believe, again, the intent is to do supplemental and comply with the law.
You said legal. Is it customary for the BLM to remove leases without litigation?
There have been cases where leases has been removed. I don't know when you say customary what you mean, Congressman, but they have leases that have been removed without litigation.
And where were they?
I can get back with specific, but I know in the lower 48, so over my 12 years of being a part of this program, 18 years of being a part of this program, that's happened.
So is it customary in the BLM to remove leases without somebody putting some forth a litigation? I think it's not, right? Would you agree that it's not?
Again, over my 18 years in this program, leases has been removed where there was no litigation.
Is it your personal opinion that the Bureau of Land Management agency officials did shoddy work in preparing the EIS for the Anwar leases?
I am sorry, Congressman, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it your personal opinion that the Bureau of Land Management agency officials did shoddy work in preparing the EIS for the Anwar leases? I'm trying to get why you canceled them.
I can say again, there were legal fundamental issues with preparing the analysis, and so the agency's taken a second look at that.
I want to make sure I understood you. You're saying that the agency itself, the BLM who did the EIS, didn't do the proper work, so you or this administration revoked the leases? Is that what you just said?
What I'm saying, Congressman, is after a thorough review, the conclusion was there were legal fundamental issues that required the agency to do additional analysis.
Did you work with the tribal communities?
It is my understanding, again, that throughout the entire process, communities were involved. As I sit here today, Congressman, I cannot give you the names of everyone.
Sure. No, I understand that, Mr. Ned, but I will tell you, in the last 2 weeks since this disastrous decision, we've had people in our offices, our Native community in Alaska, they're not happy. I don't believe that you consulted with them because they told me you didn't. When a community finds out through a newspaper that their livelihood was taken away, I don't think that's the appropriate way to do consultation in a press release, letting them know. I would just say, Mr. Ned, I do appreciate you and all that you have done at the BLM. And I appreciate your testimony today, coming here and taking these questions. You are a professional.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney. I'd now like to recognize Mr. Wahlberg from Michigan for his questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel for being here. Since President Biden took office, more than 300,000 migrant children have come alone to the United States, alone to the United States, alone to the United States. On top of this, according to the New York Times, the Biden administration has lost contact with nearly 100,000 of these unaccompanied minors. A shocking number of these children are exploited by their sponsors, who are often criminals, traffickers, and members of transnational criminal organizations. And they're forced to work in order to pay debts to their sponsors. In May, Chairwoman Fox, myself, and Congresswoman Chavez de Remer sent a letter to the DOL requesting documents related to DOL's coordination with other federal agencies regarding this serious matter. To date, the Department of Labor has not provided any of the internal documents requested in this letter. There are answers. There's data, but nothing has been sent back to us. Mr. Law, do you believe that President Biden's open border policies created this humanitarian crisis?
Oh, there's no question. With the change in administration, the border situation, it's night and day. You had the most secure border in our nation's history through a number of policies that I outlined in my oral and written testimony. And the Biden administration on day one, over the objection of career Border Patrol officials, tore it all down and encouraged a mass-scale immigration asylum fraud. They know that these people do not qualify. They're largely economic migrants, and while you may sympathize for their circumstances, you are encouraging them to be connected with traffickers, to take on debts that they cannot afford, to be allowed into the United States for a benefit that they do not qualify for, and then you put them in an uncertain situation where they're supposed to be ordered removed, but then this administration has essentially nullified and defunded ICE through their policies as well.
And our border agents are not allowed to do their job. And kids are being hurt as a result of this. The Biden administration has touted its creation of the Interagency Task Force to combat child labor exploitation. However, I'm concerned that this task force amounts to just window dressing. It's my understanding that as of June 14th, there has only been one meeting and not a single full-time DOL staff person dedicated to the task force. This is deeply troubling because I'm concerned that the Biden administration is failing this vulnerable population kids, and putting them in severe danger. I've introduced the Enhancing Detection of Human Trafficking Act, a bipartisan bill with my colleague, Representative Sablon, that requires the Department of Labor to ensure its employees are regularly educated on how to detect and respond to the instances of human trafficking and are even interested in doing it. This bill has passed the House previously with bipartisan support, and it's my hope that we can do it again. Mr. Law, as far as you know, is the Biden administration doing anything to address the exploitation of these migrant children?
I'm not aware of anything productive. I would say they are actually contributing to the problem. For example, they have stopped any sort of DNA testing at the border when you have a claimed familial relationship, a parent and child. Once the unaccompanied alien children are transferred to Health and Human Services, they are cutting them loose to sponsors who are unvetted. They remove the vetting requirements for people to work in those facilities. There is a significant likelihood that our federal government has essentially handed over these vulnerable migrants to their trafficking networks to be subjected to further abuse. And the New York Times, I think, has several articles that have exposed the horrific conditions that are the result of open border policies and not the compassion that was claimed by this administration when they took office.
And to think that our government has been part of the trafficking process, that's tragic. And that's something that has to end. Thank you for answering the questions, and I yield back.
Better move that over. Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations will now come to order. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Today we take stock of where things stand with the drug provisions implemented in the Inflation Reduction Act. I want to say at the outset that Congress needs to work to address high drug prices. Thankfully, this committee historically has a track record of working in a bipartisan fashion to address this issue. But most of the medical drug pricing provisions signed into law by the Inflation Reduction Act raise serious concerns. That legislation was ostensibly to allow negotiations for the price of Medicare drugs through the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Drug Price Negotiation Program. This would allow government bureaucrats to so-called negotiate Medicare drug prices. However, the scheme as written is unconstitutional. Recently, President Biden named the first 10 prescription drugs that will be subject to the so-called negotiation. I call it so-called negotiation because it's not true negotiation. It is a Godfather, mafia-style negotiation where bureaucrats at CMS make companies an offer they cannot refuse. A drug manufacturer has two options. One, voluntarily negotiate and face an excise tax of up to 95% of gross sales for that drug if they do not comply with the government's demands. Two, if the drug manufacturer doesn't wish to voluntarily negotiate, they are forced to withdraw all their drugs from Medicare and also Medicaid. Reiterating, a drug company is forced to either accept the drug price the government gives them out of the goodness of the government's heart, or the government will take up to 95% of gross sales from that drug. Or if they refuse to negotiate, the manufacturer loses access to Medicare and Medicaid. The federal government, through Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP, controls almost 40% of the legal drug sales in the United States. Last week, Health and Human Services responded to legal action claiming that participation in Medicare drug price negotiation is voluntary, and that the program does not compel participation. But you must participate or lose access to 40%, almost 40% of the U.S. market on all of your medications. And if you participate, you have virtually no bargaining power. The federal government can take from a private company more money on a medicine than the private company receives or makes from that medicine, unless the private company agrees to the offer they cannot afford to refuse. The private pharmaceutical company is just like the movie producer Jack Woltz in the film The Godfather. Take the government offer or else. This law clearly violates the Takings Clause of the Fifth Amendment. I raised this concern in 2019 when the bill was first presented. No matter how much elaborate wordplay big government apologist lawyers want to use in calling the plan a form of negotiation does not make it true. The fancy words do not change the fact their scheme is a taking. To paraphrase an old saying, calling a skunk by any other name does not make it smell any better. When a competing Republican measure with similar language was briefly brought forward, I voted against that one too, on constitutional grounds. Moreover, the Nonpartisan Congressional Research Service warned that the price-setting regime in the Inflation Reduction Act was on constitutionally weak legs. There are now 9 legal cases challenging this drug price negotiation program. I am confident that one or more of these lawsuits will be successful, and this program will be found to be unconstitutional. This hearing will help us in Congress to understand the aspects of the price control scheme that are most harmful to patients and innovation so that we can craft constitutional bipartisan legislation that brings relief on drug prices without crushing drug research and development. One study says 24 to 49 therapies currently on the market would not be available today if the Inflation Reduction Act was in place during their development. These therapies could range anywhere from cancer, rare diseases, or MS drugs. As our witnesses can testify to today, small molecule drugs and biologic drugs used to treat rare diseases are among those treatments most impacted by the Inflation Reduction Act. Patients rely on the incredible innovation we have had in the U.S., and the provisions we are talking about today will make the U.S. second-rate in the world when it comes to the realm of new drug development. We know the American people want lower prices on the most expensive prescription drugs, but we shouldn't sacrifice access to life-changing treatments in the process. That's why it's so important for Congress to fix the worst impacts of the drug pricing negotiation program, and in a manner that is consistent with the United States Constitution. I yield back and now recognize my colleague, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Castor, for her 5-minute opening statement.
And for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to each of the witnesses for participating today. President Biden and Democrats in Congress continue to push the false narrative that there are leases available out there that oil and gas companies are just choosing not to use. President Biden said that there were 9,000 unused permits available that could be accessed at any time. This false number was abused by the Democrats until they realized they couldn't defend it anymore, and they began to use the 6,000 number. When Director Stone Manning from the BLM was here a few months ago, she kept referring to a statistic of some 6,000 or so unused oil and gas leases, suggesting the BLM and Department of Interior had done their part and that it was up to these companies to do theirs by using these old leases without issuing any new ones. Commissioner Novotny, can you dispel this myth for us? Explain where the idea came from and why it is so important that we are able to continue to lease.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hegeman, I really appreciate this question. And as this administration has rallied about this ever-changing number, the honest fact is it's just not 9,000. The facts are that in Wyoming, many of these approved permits are unable to be developed because they are on leases that are being litigated by environmental groups. We're talking about millions of acres of litigated leases. In other cases, operators may only have one approved permit, but would like to pad drill, and that's several more wells at a time. And pad drilling specifically means drilling more than one well off of that footprint. And instead of spending millions of dollars to move a drilling rig, you can save costs and produce a greater area. It's just good business practice. Not being able to pad drill can severely harm the economies of a drilling program, which brings up a larger point. The number of approved federal permits at any given time is only a small portion of the bigger development picture. Companies have to balance what they believe is the productivity of the quality of the rock with those commodity prices, because let's face it, oil and gas, these are commodities. They're sending out what we call authorities for expenditure to find those investors to determine how much of that $10 million that it could be needed to pay up front to produce that. And they are securing surface wells, surface use agreements access agreements for those pads and those locations and securing rights of way for transmission lines, pipelines, and others. They are negotiating gas agreements and multi-million-dollar contracts with rig operators. They are determining whether the summer drilling program will be a single well or 50 or 500. They are juggling wildlife stipulations, especially as you and I know in the state of Wyoming with sage grouse, plus seasons and weather. They are juggling thousands of factors determining when and where they're going to drill. According to the BLM, in April there were 6,443 approved and 4,851 pending. In April, there were 1,972 approved permits and 496 pending permits in Wyoming. And today, we only have 20 active drilling rigs.
Okay. Well, I appreciate those statistics and that information. You also have highlighted that just how significant a single well has on your county, citing up to $400,000 in tax revenue in a single year. This tells us either that the Biden administration is unaware of how significant oil and gas is to our state, or they simply don't care. In your opinion, why does this administration insist on exporting our economy and our jobs to other nations that do something that we can do better?
I have, Mr. Chairman, Representative, I have no explanation for the decision of this administration to be so anti-oil and gas. These are good-paying jobs in the trade industry, jobs that my grandfather was able to enjoy and send his kids, the first in his family, to go to college. These are wonderful jobs that produce the revenue and the resources that fund our American economy.
And I appreciate that as well. Deputy Director Ned deflected from answering my questions regarding how this administration's policies have created serious energy poverty and the fact that their favored unreliable energy resources rely on child labor in places like the Congo, by claiming that he didn't know what I was talking about or hadn't researched it or hadn't looked into it. Don't you agree that the BLM, in pursuing these radical policies, should make even a rudimentary effort to get an understanding of the consequences of their decisions?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hageman, absolutely. My constituents are facing a 30% rate increase on their energy production when we are retiring perfectly good coal and gas-fired power plants within the state of Wyoming and across this country. As we wait for that next-gen nuclear facility to be built near Kimmer, Wyoming, we are stifling our economy. We are taxing our folks directly and indirectly through inflation and regulation out of house and home and their ability to sustain themselves. Oil and gas leads the way, and we can do it domestically appropriately that protects the environment, protects wildlife, and ensures for future generations that we are a successful nation.
Seems like that this administration has a different agenda in mind. Thank you, Mr. Novotny. Thank you to all of our witnesses. And I yield back.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the past months, this committee has exposed the lawlessness unfolding at our southern border. What we have not discussed is the burden the American taxpayer carries because of Biden's failed policies. And let me tell you, the drain on our financial resources is staggering. $151 billion is estimated the cost of illegal immigration to this country each year. That is billion with a B. And what's worse, the number's growing. As our national debt reaches $33 trillion, we can't afford to keep spending this much money when we know there is a solution. A recent DHS report estimated the cost of a physical border wall to be $20 billion. This is 1/8 of the yearly cost of illegal immigration in this country. This investment would pay off immediately and save taxpayers billions each year. Mr. Lyons, do you think building a physical wall at our southern border is a physically responsible decision?
That's one of the tools that we should utilize. And when Secretary Mayorkas was in Yuma, he made a commitment to Mayor Nichols and myself that he would fill 9 of the 11 gaps that we had in Yuma, and so far we have 3 that have been completed. But that was done with new material, not the material that had been previously purchased and laying within 50 yards of the new installation material.
As a former sheriff, I know the challenges of stretching every dollar we had in our budget to ensure the safety of citizens in my community. With a massive influx of illegal immigrants since Joe Biden took office, the financial stress is falling on states and local law enforcement to protect public safety and combat national security threats. For example, in your home state of Arizona, $20 million has been allocated to a border task force. When states are having to spend millions of dollars to combat illegal immigration, what strain does this put on the state and local budget to ensure safety?
Well, Arizona has been disproportionately affected as far as our state, local, and federal augmentation of implementing border security, and that state task force has done well to work along the corridors of the interstate, where they work with federal and local partners, our sheriff and other sheriffs, where they've been able to interdict the fentanyl. And those people who tend to bypass the safer areas and go straight across the desert, which is extremely dangerous. We also constructed a border wall out of Conex boxes, and that provided additional assurances directly around the city of Yuma, where we had people walking through fields and walking directly into homes or to other areas seeking assistance when Border Patrol was overrun and unable to take them in for processing.
Mm-hmm. Recently, the sheriff of a county on our southern border testified that border-related booking costs totaled $4.3 million in 2022. On top of this, over 1,500 suspects were booked into county jail for the border-related crimes. What are counties doing to afford these extra costs, and where are they finding the space to house these extra prisoners?
So in Yuma County, last year, fiscal year, our cost specifically related to the illegals that were detained was $1.3 million, of which I believe maybe we were reimbursed 10% or 10 cents on the dollar, I should say. But we continue to see other costs attributed to that as well. Especially our first responders, I apologize.
Exactly.
Who have to respond to 911 calls on the border, and most often people are just looking for a ride.
Your testimony today on what the farmers at the border are going through stuck with us. We hear stories of the toll this administration's policies are taking on every day in American lives constantly. What's frustrating, the Biden administration seemingly does not care. These illegal aliens aren't staying at the White House, they're flooding into your backyards. I wonder, Mr. Lyons, what do you think it'll take for the President and the Secretary of Mayorkas to take this problem seriously?
Well, first and foremost, a visit to the border would be in order. I appreciate Secretary Mayorkas being there. I appreciate the one-third commitment that he has fulfilled. However, we are still far short of what is needed. Aside from that, all of our surveillance equipment on the southern border has been removed that was previously installed. And so we have a completely open southern border with surveillance equipment having been removed.
Who removed that?
This administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Is recognized for 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie, and the data shows a staggering, unmitigated disaster continues at our southern border. 5.8 million illegal crossings since Biden took office, 1.6 million gotaways, nearly 24,000 pounds of fentanyl, and 146 crossers on the terror watch list. Mr. Speaker, Biden's open border policy is a cancer on our country, and it's making our nation very sick. One statistic that stands out to me in the wake of the manhunt for the escaped fugitive in Pennsylvania, a murderer who came here illegally and terrorized Pennsylvania communities for 2 weeks, is the number of criminal non-citizen arrests, Mr. Speaker. Over 10,000 illegal aliens have been arrested this year who had serious convictions on their record. That's compared to 2,400 in 2020 during Trump's last year in office. And these weren't petty convictions. These were for murder, rape, assault, DUI, drug trafficking, weapons trafficking, and more. Mr. Speaker, this administration's turning a blind eye to our immigration laws. If the White House won't stop it, this House needs to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questioning. In earlier hearings this year, I referred to the observation from a reasonable man's perspective that our nation has suffered a generational trauma brought upon our citizenry by the Biden administration policies as enacted and executed by Secretary Mayorkas is that I stated at the time it would be difficult to measure just how significant the impact would be. I reflected upon the possibility that in the coming decades, America would be seen as that this was sort of a dividing era between a level of success and prosperity of our nation and the impact of the Biden administration policies at the southern border, that Americans 10, 20 years from now would speak of what America was like before President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, and then what was America like after President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. And I believe those observations are accurate. I didn't imagine at the time it could get worse, gentlemen. But in our research on this committee and in my constant communications with officials and boots on the ground throughout Central and South America, and in observing the expansion of the Biden administration border policies all the way through Central America and into South America, to see the CBP One app twisted from its original intention to allow for what they refer to as legal pathways into our country and have processing pushed down into Panama, Guatemala, in Colombia, to see the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of human beings sucked into the vacuum of this policy, into an incredibly treacherous and deadly pipeline run by cartels to feed the disintegration of our sovereignty that was established by the Biden administration. Let me just say that I expand upon my original observation. The Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas, as his Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, directly responsible for executing the policies and agenda of the president, they brought generational trauma upon the entire Western Hemisphere. It's impossible to measure. There's no matrix that could fulfill what this hearing is designed to investigate and reveal: the historic dollar costs of Mayorkas' open border, the health care costs, hospital and emergency services costs, the law enforcement costs, the financial burden imposed on cities and towns across the country, the cost to ranchers, farmers, and border industries. The list goes on and on. I think it's impossible to measure at this point what the true and deep financial impact of the last 2.5 years will be upon our nation and the citizens we're sworn to serve. Mr. Lyons, I would ask you to address the observations that I've shared, sir, and perhaps your own perspective.
I love my small community that I live in. One of the challenges that we face if we do not secure this border is a rise in the criminal element directly to our south and east. The New Generation Cartel is in control of that area. They prosper. They charge anywhere from $8,000 to $60,000 for somebody to cross the border. And while they are charging for these people and sometimes holding them hostage until their families pay more, as has been reported by the mayor of San Luis Rio, Colorado, the violence continues to rage, where we've had over 350 assassinations in that area. 2 days ago, they attempted to arrest the chief of police in San Luis Rio, Colorado by the military, because of some of the challenges surrounding this specific item of illegal immigration and control of narcotics coming across. It won't be long until this spills into our country, and it has been, and the situation continues to rage out of control.
I thank the gentleman.
Yeah, I'll just speak against Mr. Negus's amendment. Look, we have a situation in Texas that is unprecedented. Our governor had to declare an invasion of his state by another foreign country, and the President of the United States won't lift a finger and has in fact threatened to veto the the Homeland Security Appropriation Bill. That's why the urgency is attached to this. It is an unprecedented situation. We need to be providing the security to the states that was promised in the original compact that brought us all together. And it's not happening right now, and the president refuses to do it. He is looking the other way. He is encouraging the invasion. So we need as strong a language as we can get, and if this is what it takes to get the Senate off its haunches to get something done, then I'm in favor for it, and I speak against the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, recognized.
I want to welcome everybody here. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Today's hearing is an opportunity to discuss an issue every household in America is familiar with the clear failure of Bidenomics and the crisis caused by this current administration's reckless spending. Joe Biden likes to say that Bidenomics is just another way of saying restoring the American dream. I beg to differ. But just last week, the Consumer Price Index showed prices have risen 17.4% since Mr. Biden took office. That means that 26 months of consumers watching their paychecks disappear before their very eyes due to the rising costs of living. Worse yet, mortgage rates have nearly doubled since Joe Biden took office, making it much harder for Americans to buy a new home. And that's clearly not the American dream. Joe Biden likes to say Bidenomics is about building from the middle out and the bottom up. That's a clever slogan, but it doesn't reflect reality. But those hurt by the rising prices are low. In fact, let me say this. Those hurt most by these rising prices are low-income households and seniors that are relying on Social Security for their monthly retirement. Wage growth has fallen behind the pace of inflation in 20 of the past 22 months. And most Americans are now unable to pay for the surprising expense of, if there's something that costs $400 suddenly, they're struggling to pay that bill, something that was unforeseen. And that's not building from the middle out or from the bottom up. Joe Biden likes to remind us he promised not to raise taxes on anyone earning less than $400,000 a year, but as of June 2023, the average worker was paying an inflation tax, kind of an invisible tax, because what inflation is a tax on everything that we need and have to buy, which is effectively, that 13.5% is effectively like a second federal income tax, particularly for low-income earners. The truth is, Bidenomics has been an abject disaster, and I think most of the American people know it. A recent poll found that 80%, let me say that again, 80% of Americans credit Joe Biden's policies for the current state of the economy, and 70% agreed that their incomes were not keeping pace with inflation. And if you see any poll in the last year and a half, 2 years, you've seen that the Biden administration scores, of all the major topics that we discuss, they score the worst on the economy. Our current economic track is nothing short of unsustainable, yet the Biden administration really doesn't seem to be concerned. In fact, Joe Biden considers the current environment a huge success, and he said that often on the campaign trail, proudly taking credit for every failed business that couldn't stay afloat under his crushing regulatory regime, or parents that are forced to pay bills with a credit card and then going into debt because their wages were not keeping up with inflation. According to Joe Biden, we're supposed to believe that we're actually better off today than we were when he took office, but the facts tell a very different story. The pain households are experiencing can be tied directly back to the disastrous policies pushed by this administration, which was so much reckless spending into the trillions of dollars. Now we're about to cap over $33 trillion in debt that our grandchildren and their grandchildren will have to pay. In the early days of COVID, emergency spending did make some sense. It clearly did. I wasn't in Congress at that time. I believe my colleague, my ranking member wasn't either. But the country was thrown into a tailspin, and we had to ensure that our economy didn't capsize. However, this administration plowed forward, maintaining these quote-unquote wartime spending levels long after the spending was necessary and really long after the pandemic was a national emergency any longer. It's been said, never let a good crisis go to waste, and they did not. From the American Rescue Plan to the Inflation Reduction Act, the administration has wasted no time throwing mind-boggling numbers at varying crises at their choosing with seemingly no regard for the consequences. The Biden administration apparently doesn't care if a gallon of milk costs $6. I know I do, or how much gasoline costs or an airline ticket, so long as it forces everyone to purchase an electric vehicle that costs more than the yearly median household income. Decades ago, Republicans banded together with the contract with America to bring about some of the most impactful economic reforms seen in generations. By combining a series of targeted, fiscally conservative policies into one unified agenda, House Republicans paved the way for Americans everywhere to prosper. We have already seen the blueprint for what works, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We should go ahead and achieve that kind of success again, or at least that should be our goal. We have also seen the blueprint for what doesn't work, and thanks to Bidenomics, we have an ugly reminder of what anti-growth policies bring. I want to thank our witnesses, all four of y'all, for being here today, and I look forward to a thoughtful discussion. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Bush for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Proud he's serving on this committee and love his passion, and now yield to my friend and one of the most ardent fiscal hawks, Bob Good from the mother state of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thought I'd hit the button. There we go. Just not close enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to also thank you for the work done by this committee and the staff, the leadership you've shown, Mr. Chairman, in also leading the Republican Party for the pathway forward to get us to fiscal stability as a country. We all know the current spending path for our nation is simply unsustainable. Our national debt's grown to $33 trillion. That's $100,000 per American citizen with 330 million Americans. It's nearly 30% larger than the entire U.S. economy. We haven't had that since World War II. At the same time, Americans continue to feel the strain of the longest sustained period of excessive, reckless borrowing, spending, and deficit growth in American history. And they're being crushed by the resulting inflation and interest rate increases. The Democrats and the Biden administration are clearly not up to the task, but rather seem to be addicted to the out-of-control spending, bureaucratic tyranny, and taxation that has caused Biden inflation to run rampant. And they seem to be oblivious to the harm caused to the American people. But this Congress, this Republican-controlled Budget Committee, is trying to use our majority in the House to chart a path toward righting the fiscal ship. We need effective leadership and a willingness to enact true reforms for this to occur. This budget from Chairman Arrington balances the budget in 10 years and implements many conservative policies to stop the out-of-control spending and start solving the problem for the American people of today and of tomorrow. So we must pass this budget in order to deliver on the commitment the Republican conference and Speaker McCarthy agreed to, resetting spending levels to fiscal 22 and implementing conservative policy reforms. By passing this budget with strict spending levels for the next 10 years, we provide the roadmap for the future Congresses and administrations with the hope and expectation they will be held to the standards set forth in this budget. Passing this budget is a good faith agreement that Congress is committed to balance the budget in 10 years and achieving $16 trillion in deficit reduction over 10 years and implementing the conservative policies that the voters sent us here to accomplish with the Republican majority. The budget includes several of the measures we promised the American people we'd pursue. The REINS Act, which would stop the Biden administration's rulemaking spree that consists of 850 executive actions totaling $1.5 trillion since he took office. It includes the Limit Save Growth spending levels. It includes the Lower Energy Costs Act to restore American energy independence. The president's budget request, on the other hand, was going to result, which it has been soundly rejected by this Republican Congress, but it would result in $82 trillion in spending over 10 years and $65 trillion in taxes over the same period and plunge our nation $19 trillion higher into debt. The president's plan is not in America's interest, and thankfully we have this budget instead. I support it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia and now yield 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the witnesses. I just want to say the administration's energy policies are not practical and frankly not doable, and everybody knows it. Secretary Granholm kind of proved that herself by trying to take an electric car across America, and you saw the result of that. Without any infrastructure in place, even after months of planning. Imagine a citizen in Sullivan County, Indiana, without the benefit of a whole cadre of staffers planning their trip to try to travel to grandma's house in a nearby state with the current infrastructure in place. So it's ridiculous. I have to say this hearing is timely for my constituents. Increasing electrical bills are starting to create some real concerns within communities across the Hoosier State, and at drawing attention to the media. Just in the last week, I've read several articles in state publications discussing rising costs, real-world concerns. While the cost of electricity has risen 19% nationwide since 2012, it's risen 35% in Indiana. And part of that is we depend on coal in Indiana. The short-term answer is that producers have been forced to move away from that, an affordable and locally available source of energy, to alternative sources when there isn't yet the proper infrastructure in place to do so. I'm not going to argue the merits of coal versus other sources of energy. Every energy source, as we know, has pros and cons, which I'm very familiar, and I believe in an all-of-the-above approach. In fact, last week I spent touring and learning about some of the energy production sites across my district, from a coal mine to a hydropowered dam on the Ohio River. We discussed wind, solar, natural gas. I heard firsthand from the industry that a rush to green agenda is coming with an unsustainable price tag, which means higher bills for my constituents. I support diversification of energy supplies, but we cannot put policy before practicality. Affordable energy and reliable energy is the key. What I can't seem to figure out is the disconnect between the administration's Department of Energy priorities and the actual real-world experiences of everyday Americans, particularly in my district. Over and over again, you put out rules that fail to consider practical realities. For example, implementing standards on coal-fired power plants with unrealistic deadlines that force closures within a few short years. I understand that people want to get rid of coal, but we have to have other infrastructure in place to replace it. We don't. For all these reasons, I'm pleased to see that the GRID Act would ensure that federal agencies cannot finalize regulations that are likely to have a significant negative impact on the reliability of our bulk power system without considering and responding to input from FERC and the relevant electrical reliability organization on such reliability impacts. Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to change subjects here, but I'm a little bit. I was recently in North Carolina where they had for a field hearing where they had a shutdown because transformers were attacked by what is considered, I think, domestic terrorism. So what can you give me real specific, and then I was subsequently, let me just say this, I was at CenterPoint Energy in Houston, and we're talking with them about their large transformers and what would happen if something went down to one of their ones that roughly 2 million people would lose power. And they said it would take 2 years to replace it with the current supply chain situation we're in. So are there any real specific examples of what DOE is doing to strengthen and diversify the supply chain for distribution transformers, since we only have one company left producing electrical steel in the United States? Are there things we're doing actively to support this?
Yes, sir. Let me start with the pocketbook issues first. There's $10 million in rebates for more efficient transformers on market right now, $10 billion in 48C tax credits. That's foundational. The things that we're doing out of my office as we speak are, again, I talked about this collaboration. It's probably been done before, but I do not know of a collaboration that has been more congenial and more focused than the one we have right now with the power sector, to try to find ways to ensure that we can improve the ability of the manufacturer's existing capacity to meet the needs of the utilities today. And some of that means changing standards, et cetera.
Sure.
The other part of that is the longer-term view, as I referenced earlier. We can't just keep treading water and fixing this problem over and over again. So we're working on design solutions that use more readily available products and materials that can be sourced right here
Okay.
in America to
Thank
build
you.
transformers of the future. May I say one
kinda-
last word?
Yeah, I'm out of time, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to get this in. I mean, for example, the city of Washington, Indiana, in my district, shared how the supply chain issues have delayed or even prohibited new housing developments, infrastructure upgrades, and the community's overall growth because of this issue, transformers and the supply chain issues. So I'm happy to hear that you're working collaboratively with the industry to solve this problem. And now you yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen,
Thank you
time's
very much.
expired. I'll now go to Texas. In the interest that's been brought up, the interest cost that is clearly running away from us will double, according to CBO, and in the 30-year projection, will eclipse the discretionary budget, Social Security, Medicare. It's completely out of control. Thank you, Ms. Spice. And now I will yield to a champion for ag producers in rural America, Ms. Fishbach from the great state of Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the spending in D.C., and especially from the Biden administration over the last few years, is hurting families across my district and across the entire nation. Inflation has skyrocketed, while wages have fallen 4.6%, equivalent to more than $5,000 lost in income per worker in just 2.5 years. As the cost of everything continues to rise, families are having to make hard decisions about where to spend their money. And it's time for Congress to do the same. It is time for us to get serious about getting our fiscal house in order for the sake of our constituents that are figuring out how to retire, our constituents that are figuring out how to raise their family, and for the future generations of our constituents. Somehow, despite the ample evidence to the contrary, some of our colleagues still think that we can somehow spend our way out of debt. This is our opportunity, and it is our responsibility to reverse the curse of liberal spending, and this budget gives us the roadmap to do it. As Chairman Arrington said, you can't have responsible budgeting if you don't have a budget. So I thank all of you for your work and the work of this committee for developing this blueprint, and I'm hopeful that this will be a serious conversation where we can all be honest and realistic about where we can cut and where we need to cut to balance this country's budget. And I dare say, work our way out of debt. Thank you so much, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Folger.
Thank you.
Lugar.
That's okay.
For 5 minutes.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I represent the Permian Basin, and this area is the largest and most important and most productive area for oil and gas and energy, quite frankly, in the United States. We're constantly facing different threats. The threat of the day right now is the threat of an unattainment redesignation, and really the economic impact of this would be in the billions. But it's not just the economic impact, it's actually more the impact to citizens in this country, the 330 million people who depend on affordable and reliable energy production. And despite the administration's best efforts to kill the oil and gas industry, it still remains strong. And whether it's petrochemicals, whether it's plastics, whether it's going into an emergency room and seeing the PPE gear, it depends on feedstock that comes from a cleaner and more efficient area, and that's the area that I represent. Mr. Hamer, you referenced in your testimony the Oxford Economics study on the cost of the EPA's newly proposed fine particulate matter standard. I know you've talked about this here today, and found that they could affect us to the tune of 160, maybe even close to $200 billion in outputs. When you look at the cost that are in addition to the hundreds of billions of dollars in potential industry cost of the newly proposed standards, do you think these estimates sound reasonable?
I do, Congressman. These estimates, unfortunately, are reasonable, and it would cost the Texas economy billions of dollars and thousands of jobs. And I just appreciate your great leadership. The Permian Basin is keeping this country going economically, and is also helping our allies abroad through a very difficult period of time.
Well, let me thank you for that. Do you believe the Biden administration's proposal for lowering the standard recognizes and balances these economic risk with the other ball that's in the air, which is climate affordability?
it's absolutely not balanced, and we heard earlier today how unbalanced it is. And Congressman, we would like to see a holistic approach that balances out these different issues. 84% of the remaining PM 2.5 is from wildfires, road dust, and other non-point sources.
Does it leave enough headroom for businesses and attainment areas to obtain the permits they need to grow? I mean, and we're just now we're not even talking about the energy industry. We're talking about any manufacturing, any building, anything that we do in this country.
That's exactly right. This rule would have a very broad negative effect on the competitiveness of the American economy.
Yeah, the facts, despite not actually looking at the facts, you know, we're actually hurting ourselves in the national security of this country. You know, speaking of wildfires, Mr. Byrd, if wildfires increase because of limitation of the prescribed burns, which we do in my area, manufacturing being driven to countries with less stringent environmental standards, the exporting of CO2 to places like China, and the other impacts we've talked about, is it possible that these standards could actually have an adverse effect on our air quality despite in name being something else?
Yes, Congressman. As we've looked at the air pollution that impacts our state, of course, international transport is part of that. There are provisions in the Clean Air Act that are available to let states address that in the planning process, but those have not been either allowed or approved by EPA in the past. And so that is a concern for us. We're seeing a greater contribution and a greater relative contribution to local emissions, even from international emissions as far as China.
I'm glad you brought that up. One of the most bipartisan issues on this committee is China. So let's talk about, Mr. Hamer, the competition with China, and if we go to this new proposed rule, what that does, and I've got one more question after this, what does it do with our competition to China?
Well, I will say the Communist Chinese Party would be very happy because it will simply make them more competitive. It means for semiconductors, for energy, for advanced auto manufacturing, all of those different areas will make China a more attractive place to do business, and that's obviously very negative.
When you look at the Clean Air Act and the toxins like nitrous oxide and some of the others, I personally don't see CO2 as a toxin. In fact, when you look at the life expectancy, it's increased as a result of places that have clean energy. So, Mr. Byrd, can you give us your opinion on CO2 as a toxin?
Yeah, it's not a toxin, but it's currently regulated under the EPA regulations.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. Yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. Ms. Sheffield, in my district in North Texas, I've heard countless constituents, you know, they complain, I mean, I feel it myself, about the cost of things. And that, like, for instance, I believe, roughly speaking, the average gasoline across the country was $2.39 when this administration took office, and it's now, depending on where you are, national average is about $5. Well, actually, that was in June of last year. It's a little lower than that now. What examples like this would it say about the quote-unquote success or lack thereof of the Biden administration's economic policies?
I would say just looking at the numbers, but going beyond the numbers as well, just talking to people that the headline inflation is certainly not actually how families feel and how they're actually experiencing when you're talking about food inflation, fuel inflation. You know, my esteemed colleague, with all due respect, his graph that he has here when he's comparing the inflation to other countries, it excludes energy, food, and housing, which are pretty much what you need to survive. So would
it be fair to say those three things are main
Yes.
economic drivers?
Absolutely, and especially for the people that are in your district, that's the personal, it's their everyday life, and so that's why Bidenomics is failing them.
Mr. Anthony, what's been the impact of the expiration of the expanded child tax credit on poverty, and what has been the impact on inflation, the impact of inflation on poverty?
Thank you. In terms of inflation, well, I think we'll probably best to discuss that one first, because inflation is actually the only thing that can increase the poverty threshold. And so as inflation has outpaced earnings during the Biden administration, it has caused more people to fall below that poverty threshold. That is literally just what the numbers tell us. There is nothing else that can increase that poverty threshold. In terms of the expansion of the child tax credit, you would expect that once that went away, that you would simply return poverty rates for children to the level that they were at previously. But that's not what we've seen. We've instead seen the rate go much higher. And again, the reason for that is because inflation has pushed that threshold so high that many people's nominal earnings haven't kept pace with inflation and have therefore fallen below the threshold.
And while we're visiting, what's the impact of supply chain disruptions on inflation? Disruptions, rather.
Mr. Chairman, in terms of supply chains, the disruptions there, it's a very, well, let me put it this way, it's very similar to what we just said on poverty, in that if supply chains really were the only driver behind inflation, if it had nothing to do with fiscal and monetary stimulus, then once those supply chain issues were resolved, not just inflation would come down, but prices would come down. Prices would simply return to where they were previously, and that's not what we've seen at all. Actually, the last several reports from S&P Global, their Purchasing Manager Index that analyzes global supply chains, showed that there is no more pandemic-era impact in terms of supply chains. In other words, things are back to normal, and yet prices are not. And the reason for that is because the fiscal and monetary conditions today are not back to where they were.
So you're saying that
before the
there's
pandemic.
too much, there's an increased money supply, and the goods and services, the goods are out there, they remain steady. So when you have more money relative to the goods cost more. In very simplistic terms. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to wrap your mind around it. Now, is it true that real weekly earnings have exceeded inflation, the annual rate of inflation, for 26 of the 31 months of the Biden administration?
Yes, it is. You can see on page 6 of the testimony that I submitted, only the first 2 months of the Biden administration and now the most recent 3 months have seen positive annual real earnings compared to inflation. But in the 26 months in between, it was negative, which is a record.
Thank you. Mr. Mulligan, you're an expert in economic growth. That's one of the purviews, of course, of this committee, as well as regulatory reform, yet another purview of this committee. Before the pandemic hit, the Trump administration demonstrated some of the most pro-growth policies that we've seen in generations. How has the Biden administration policies reversed the possibility of growth, and what do we need to do right now to get on the right track and get our economy moving again?
All the policy levers have been pushed in the opposite direction of President Trump to the extent they could. President Trump had a tax cut that needs some renewing, I guess, and that might not happen. A lot of the regulations have been totally reversed. Not all of them. And both of these things go toward reducing productivity. Rather than productivity growing, like you see in energy, where we're pumping more and more and more, we're less productive. We're less able to do what we used to do.
My time has expired. I yield to the ranking member for her 5 minutes of questions.
Political. Look, I've watched their political actions taken before. I don't know about this case. That doesn't mean every action they're going to take is political, but I've watched them use political plays many times before, and I think the country has...
So this doesn't sway you at all?
What you're proposing right now, getting the appropriations bills through that you can, and then a short-term CR with the border provisions, do you have the votes for that?
Well, I would sit back and think, if the highest elected Democratic governors and mayors, it would seem to me there would be some Democrats who would want to do this.
But within your own party?
Well, I wouldn't know who in our own party would want to side and take the position of Biden on the border. I can't think of anyone that would want to do it.
Mr. Speaker, yes. You called on Bob Menendez to resign.
Did I call on him, or did you ask me?
Well, you did over the weekend. You said he should resign. Do you think that George Santos, who's been indicted on federal criminal charges, should also resign?
No, I think George could have his day in court, and I think Menendez could have his day in court.
Mr. Speaker, why do you think he's resigned then?
It could be his choice what he wants to do.
Are you worried that enough Republicans will join
press on a discharge petition to talk about the government with a clean CR?
I'm not worried about that.
Mr. Speaker, when do you want to meet with the president?
Well, I would have wanted to meet with him long before. I've been trying on many different issues. I mean, but I just think today, when I see, think about it. New York is a very Democrat state, wouldn't you think? Even though we elected 5 new Republicans from there, I think those people in New York aren't happy with their leadership up there. But the president was just in New York. He was in the New York City to deal with the UN. Can you imagine? Probably one of the most prominent mayors elected in the country comes from New York. They couldn't even meet because they're at a crossroads about the southern border. The governor comes out and says, go somewhere else. Massachusetts, there's not one Republican member of Congress from Massachusetts, and the Democratic governor of Massachusetts declares an emergency because of the southern border. How many times are we going to hear about another American being poisoned and killed from fentanyl coming across this?
I understand.
And how many times are we going to continue to hear this secretary say the border is secure when no one believes it? You see the thousands of people every day coming.
Mr. Speaker, right now the Senate is working on passing its own sort of clean version of the CR. We're waiting for text. Are you closed to bringing that up for a vote before the shutdown could happen?
You know, it's interesting. I waited a long time for them to do something on the debt ceiling. They never did. I waited a long time for them to do something on the border. They never did when we sent them HR 2. I waited a long time for them to do something about the Americans being hurt by the energy costs so high when we passed HR 1 that would make America energy independent, stronger jobs, lower the price of gas, and they did nothing. I heard all this time they were going to pass appropriation bills all month, remember? You all wrote about it. They were the good chambers. They haven't passed anything yet. So when they pass something, come back and ask.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, all of the bills that you're trying to move through the floor this week don't have the votes to go anywhere in the Senate. You weren't even able to pass this. It's controlled by Democrats. They're saying that you're passing bills at different spending levels than the ones that you're moving through the House. So
wait. State your question again. Were you stating that the bills we're putting on the floor, they do not have the votes to pass?
in the Senate.
So what bills did they pass? Hold on, which bills did they pass in the Senate?
They passed a bunch out of committee.
Okay, well, what did they pass in the Senate?
They're getting ready to bring up the
What
CR
bills have they passed in the Senate?
I'm trying to ask you
I know, but I'm trying to ask you because you phrased something to tell me our bills can't pass the Senate. I'm just wondering, has the Senate passed any appropriations? Yes or no? Have they passed one?
They're working on passing a CR. Will you bring it up this week?
Well, they were working on passing appropriation bills all month.
Are you ruling out passing a bipartisan CR that the Senate sends over to you?
Questions that never seem to become true.
Here's another question. You've talked about this bill that you would like to see President Biden sign. When would you put that bill, that CR, with the border on the floor for a vote?
It'd be this week. I'd like to possibly, I want to see how fast we can do these bills and then put it on.
Do you need to see these bills done before you put a CR on the floor?
I just, looking at the timing, I'll work with the leader on the timing.
Do you think
but
you
I
will put it on the floor before Saturday?
Oh, yeah, will.
And Mr. Speaker, what?
I just didn't want to give you the exact day, then you come to me. If I said Wednesday, we had to do it Thursday because we're doing.
Mr. Speaker, what continuing resolution will that be? Will it be the one that you unveiled in committee last week, or are you going to make changes?
I like that one, and I know there are some other ideas that some people have maybe to add to it. A little
What would
something.
be added?
No, we'll look at what people are talking about.
So it's not even final yet.
I think that was about 30 days. I think 30 to 45 days.
Well, which one?
So it's
30?
not.
Yes, I'm sorry, what?
Would you definitively rule out whether Ukraine aid will be part of it, or is that still on the table?
I don't think Ukraine aid should be taken up in the supplemental. I don't quite understand
For the CR?
when you have all these people across the country talking about the challenges happening in America today, that people would go and say, oh, we need to do Ukraine and ignore what's happening along our border. I think that would be the wrong approach.
Did you mean CR? You said supplemental.
Or both? You mean both?
I said, well, let me phrase that. The question you were asking me, would it be on the CR? My answer would be no, that should be dealt with in a supplemental. So those are two separate things. I'm only talking about keeping the government funded during.
But Mr. Speaker, it sounds like that bill's not final, right?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
so what seems to be some of the major concerns that are still on the table that you need to work with with other Republicans in the House? And then if you can you also provide a response to the president going out to the auto workers strike?
We've got a big table to work on all the issues. It's interesting to me. The president goes out to the United Auto Workers strike. He created the reason why they're on strike. They're on strike because their jobs are going away. Why? Because this president subsidizes electric cars over everything else, and the Democratic Party starts eliminating all other cars, which is moving their jobs overseas, so now they're picketing. That'd be the last person I'd like to go picket with me. He's the person causing the problems.
Mr. Speaker, is your speakership on the line here in the shutdown debate?
Why?
Some of your members have told us they've been thinking about motions to vacate.
That should make me worried, huh? It's the same thing you asked me before I got elected speaker. I'm not worried about whether there's a speakership and things like that. The only thing I care about is fighting for the American people. And you know what? That means securing our borders.
But
that means lowering the cost of energy.
A government shutdown
But if that-
can be
if that-
avoided if you say put in some border provisions, but also work with Democrats to get across the line. Why not?
I would love
But why
Democrats.
not go talk to the Democrats?
Okay, tell me when you're done and I'll answer.
I'm done.
Okay. I would love Democrats to join with us on a continuing resolution that would secure the border. There are enough Democrat leaders out there that are calling for it. So I don't understand. I would think everybody in Massachusetts, if you are a member of Congress from Massachusetts, your governor has declared a state of emergency. Now, if you have the opportunity to stop that, to actually vote for securing the border, that would show a lot. If you're in New York, you've got your governor, you've got your mayor, all calling for it. It's the #1 issue. So you'd have an opportunity. There's lots of opportunities. If you're a Democrat, you're down in Texas, you're in Arizona, you have this opportunity.
What do you think of what President Trump says to Republicans? They should get everything they want, if not, shut it down. Do you agree with that message?
I think the President, Trump, always, the art of negotiation, he's always putting different out there. I think, in my understanding, what I've always told you before, I like to keep government moving. I like to keep government working in the right direction. That's why I think this President Biden, should actually do something that everybody across the country is asking for. All you have to do, it's your policies that created this. You don't even have to write a law. You can just say, you know what? I've listened to the Democrat governors. I listened to what's happening in Massachusetts. You've got a state of emergency there. I've listened to what's happening in El Paso. I've listened to the families that their children have died from the fentanyl. And you know what? I'm going to work with the Republicans too. We're going to find common ground. Maybe you don't provide everything, but take the first step. Pull something back. And let's fund this government for a short time period while we finish all the approaches. Now, I don't know how long it'll take the Senate, but the way you guys report on the Senate, I'm sure they'll get it done tomorrow.
But
so we'll be all right to get there.
But you think that's been helpful for the former president to say, shut it down? Is that actually?
I don't know. The president's always out there negotiating, so.
What's your gut instinct? What are the chances of a government shutdown right now?
I don't know. You'd have to ask President Biden.
You
Why
are
would he
you
hold
are
back?
the most important
Why
leader
would
on
he
this.
hold back and keep the border this way when Democrats and Republicans across the country just begging him, families of those who have died and been poisoned from fentanyl? Would it be too much to say, you know what? I'm going to work with both sides. I realize 11,000 people came across yesterday, but that's too much.
But your members
I realize, I'm not finished my answer, and I realize that these new records each moment, that catching these people on the terrorist watch list, that's wrong for this nation. I see the trains coming, the people being hurt. You know what? We should do something different. And I think one of the best signs of a leader is acknowledging when they should correct, when they should do something different. And I believe this is a moment in time that he should reach across the aisle with us, and I want to work with him. I'll be the first one there to work with him just like we did on the debt ceiling. Let's do something on the border, keep government open, and show this nation that we can do it right and solve the rest of our problems as we go.
Mr.
Thank you
Speaker,
all
what
very
should
much.
we make of this messaging change from you?
Thank you. You know, we have staffs that help us with our comments because we're spread a little thin. But I took some notes during this hearing, and I wanted to share them with you. So you hear members from each party make claims, and then they cite statistics and studies. And if you had lived on another planet or another galaxy and you came to this hearing, you'd be scratching your head going, I don't know who to believe. So let's just talk about some indisputable facts. Number one, inflation is now at a 40-year high. Nobody can dispute that. Number two, interest rates are now at a 22-year high. That is also indisputable. Real weekly earnings have exceeded annual inflation for 5 of the 31 months, 84% of the time, during this administration. And if you want to talk about generational wealth, generational wealth is built on a foundation of 3 things to start. Number 1, graduate high school. Number 2, have a full-time job. And number 3, do not have children until you're married. If you do those 3 tenets, regardless of race, religion, creed, region that you live in, it's very difficult to live below the poverty line. I'm sure CNN or MSNBC will find somebody that did all those 3 things and is below the poverty line, but it is absolutely the exception and not the rule. Then we talk about only the only federal spending program that progressive members ever want to talk about cutting is defense. That is the only one. Now, they ignore the fact that we live in a very small world, a very dangerous world, and a very interconnected world. When you cut defense, and while they're all too comfortable, in fact, perfectly comfortable with cutting defense, they're also willing to give Ukraine a blank check for Ukrainian defense, which I find a little bit hypocritical, or at least inconsistent. And then when you look at, say, 2022's deficit, which is the debt for that particular year, it was $1.38 trillion. So if we didn't spend $1 on defense, we'd still have over $500 billion in deficit spending. Defense is not the issue. In fact, defense has been the slowest growing major federal spending category since 2000. And even that 2000 year base, that base year, was following 10 years of post-Cold War cuts. So the U.S. military, as a share of GDP, remains the lowest level since World War II. So more spending is not the solution to inflation, because if all of those spending programs worked as well as my Democratic colleagues have claimed, well, why did we stop at $3 or $4 trillion of spending? Why didn't we spend $40 trillion if it's so good? And then let's talk about, because the American people, or my friend from the other galaxy that attended this hearing, need to see contrasts. So my colleague and ranking member mentioned about student loans. Said that student loan forgiveness she fully supports. Well, I completely disagree, because it's not student loan forgiveness, it's student loan transfer. First, that program would cost, general consensus is it cost about $400 billion. And it would benefit, ironically, the highest earners will reap about 2/3 of that benefit, of the giveaway. And then you have to think about, what about the folks that had never went to college? What about the folks that went to college and didn't take out a loan? What about the folks that went to college, took out the loan, and then paid it back? Is that fair to them? And the answer to that question is, of course, no. It's patently unfair. It's patently un-American, in fact. The outstanding federal loan debt is about $1.7 trillion. There's 255 million adult Americans. 45 million have student loan debt. So that would make it that 210 million adult Americans would have to bear the burden for not this forgiveness, but this transfer. And the median borrower, they did a study in 1992, and they just recently did another study, and they have found the same thing, that about 4% of their monthly income is spent on student loans. They got plenty of money to pay off their loans. And it also sets a horrible precedent to folks that willingly went into an agreement to say, I'll borrow money and I promise to pay it back. And then what about future borrowers that say, hey, they give loan forgiveness, I'll sign this thing, but I'm probably going to get forgiveness in the future, or again, more accurately, transfer. It's simply unfair. And so we have to recognize the fact that we do have a $33 trillion debt. And I believe, from CBO, that if we continue to spend at the rate we're going now, that in 10 years, half of the federal budget will go to loan repayment, will go to paying service on the debt. That means that there's going to be less money for defense, there'll be less money for infrastructure, and there'll be less money, ironically, for entitlements. So I remember this very hyperbolic commercial that some organization put out where you had an actor playing Paul Ryan, and he was pushing grandma off the cliff. Well, it seems to me that folks that don't want to address this runaway spending, which would be my Democratic colleagues, or at least most of them, are proverbially, hyperbolically, are they pushing grandma off the cliff? Because it's going to be a heck of a lot less money for entitlements if we don't get our fiscal house in order. I want to thank the witnesses for coming today. Thank you for your testimony and your knowledge and sharing your points of view. And with that, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there is no further business and without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, so what seems to be some of the major concerns that are still on the table that you need to work with with other Republicans in the House? And then if you can also provide a response to the president going out to the auto workers strike?
You've got a big table to really work on all the issues. It's interesting to me. The president goes out to the United Auto Workers strike. He created the reason why they're on strike. They're on strike because their jobs are going away. Why? Because this president subsidizes electric cars over everything else, and the Democratic Party starts eliminating all other cars, which is moving their jobs overseas, so now they're picketing. That'd be the last person I'd like to go picket with me. He's the person causing the problems.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. I want to start by asking you, Mr. Beshears, whether or not you believe so-called green energy subsidies are effective at reducing inflation.
So the green energy subsidies will benefit people that want to buy electric vehicles, which is predominantly going to be very wealthy people. The typical lower to middle income person is probably not going to benefit from the EVs in the same way. The overall effect of the Inflation Reduction Act's green tax credits is going to dramatically increase deficits. And that is the primary cause of the inflation that we've been experiencing. The inflation, when the federal government is spending substantially more money than it is taking in, there are 2 ways that can manifest itself. It can either manifest itself in higher inflation or in higher interest rates. For a while, the Federal Reserve was absorbing a lot of that Treasury debt that was being issued, and therefore it was what we were seeing was inflation. Since then, it's changed its tack and it's started raising interest rates, but that's got its own set of problems.
Well, thank you. It's funny that the Biden administration claims that this act is there to reduce inflation when one of the primary strategies they're using is inflationary by nature. The subsidies themselves, while supposedly funded to relieve financial pressure on consumers, instead impose radical, short-sighted, and incredibly expensive so-called green energy policies on working families. And that's exactly what we're seeing in my home state of New York. The IRA allocates almost $9 billion on 2 separate rebate programs, all for electric appliance installation, and one known as the Homes Rebate Program. These rebates are offered to consumers who make improvements to their homes that achieve energy savings benchmarks. However, last month, the DOE issued guidance telling states to ban homes from accessing these rebates if they intend to upgrade their liquid or gas-fired appliances to more efficient models. The document says they should only be allowed to do envelope improvements, such as install efficient doors, windows, or insulation, even if their HVAC technician suggests the heating system upgrade will realize the greatest energy savings for their home. Dr. Beshears, I'm sure you'll agree that these rebates don't seem to benefit consumers?
In my estimation, would be no.
So, Dr. Beshears, who do green energy subsidies largely benefit?
The companies that are engaged in the green industry, they will obviously benefit. The overall effect, I think, on the economy, though, is not going to be creating jobs. It's not going to be creating new wealth. It's simply reallocating it, and in fact, the total size of the pie is going to be diminished because we're moving to less and less efficient companies, less and less efficient products.
Dr. Bashirs, have you heard of the Drive Clean rebate for electric cars? It's an offer in New York State through the state's Charge New York initiative. I know there's similar rebates in other states as well.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay. Most green energy rebates, including the electric vehicle subsidies, do not benefit the majority of consumers. Yet many states, they offer them through the IRA, and this is concerning due to China's control over critical mineral supply chains. The Oversight Committee, we recently discussed the possibility of Chinese firms funding litigation to hinder American energy development. If we don't produce our own energy and mine critical minerals, we risk dependence on China for the Biden administration's priorities. And if China cuts off our access to critical minerals, it could lead to a significant price increase affecting all of these priorities. Do you think America could face a green energy bailout if there was a significant supply chain interruption?
I think the possibility of a green energy bailout is actually pretty high, given what you're seeing in terms of all the grants and loans in the program. I think we already saw today. Ford was noting that they were having large losses from their EV business. So I think the probability of that is it's certainly not low.
Yeah, I spent a lot of my time in recess talking to different retailers, especially auto dealers, and they can't move this product. I mean, this is the government picking winners and losers, and right now it's looking like a loser from my perspective. Thank you. This mistitled Inflation Reduction Act is nothing more than an attempt to push the green agenda by the Biden administration on American citizens. Subsidies were sold as economic relief have actually led to increased inflation that's disincentivized investment in industries not eligible for tax credits. The administration's green agenda hurts the everyday American, and I'm glad we were able to have this conversation with you today to bring this to light.
You make me stay up late? Yes. It's okay, I'm from California, it's good time now. Chad, it passed. So many of you asked the question many times, could you pass the rule? I understand why you asked the question, but now I just want to let you know that the rule has passed, and let's understand what the rule is. That means we'll be bringing up 4 of the appropriation bills we've been trying to do since July. Finally, we got the members together to be able to make that happen. If we're able to finish those 4 along with the ones we already, that would make it 73% of all the discretionary funds that we're supposed to appropriate for this time. Now, if anybody can answer the question, how much has the Senate passed? How many appropriation bills? Oh, that's 0. No, that's not true. We have passed, so you're wrong. Go back to school on that one. The Senate has done nothing this entire time. The House will continue to act and lead to make this happen. Another thing with the Republicans taking the majority of something we just learned today that we would not know. President Biden had lied to Americans again. What we have just found on a trip in 2013, while he was vice president, taking the vice president plane to China, his son, Hunter Biden, went with him. His son made sure he set up to be able to shake hands quickly with Jonathan Lee, a Chinese individual. We now have found today that when President Biden was running for the presidency, when he told the American people that my family has never received money from China, is wrong. We now found today that there were 2 checks wired from Beijing, from Jonathan Lee, $250,000, to Hunter Biden, and you know the address was Joe Biden's home. Now, I'm not sure if Hunter was living there at the time, because in his book, he says he was living in California at that time. His attorney said he had never, the Biden's attorney said they had never received money from this individual. That was a lie. We also found out this individual, not only did he become good friends with Hunter Biden, the president said he never talked business and never worked. Devin, Hunter Biden's partner, says no. Joe Biden called in. We've now found that Joe Biden not only became friends with this individual, he wrote letters of recommendations for his children for college. So this idea that when the president told us they never received money from China, that's wrong. Not only did they receive money from China, the money, what was wired, used the address of then Vice President Joe Biden. That Vice President Joe Biden took his son to China, where he met this individual that they were doing business with. He even wrote letters of recommendation, Joe Biden did, for the children. So all this talk of what Joe Biden has said has not been true to the American public. And we just found that out today. As we continue to walk through and get these appropriation bills done, we see the other failure of President Biden, our southern border. Every single day, Americans are dying from the fentanyl. We see trains of illegal individuals coming up through there. We see our border agents bloodied in the fights that are happening at the border. The president continues to ignore it, but no more. The policies have only shifted by his presidency. The president needs to secure our border. We will move a continuing resolution, bring a rule to the floor to secure our border and keep government open. Why are we doing this? Because America's asking for it. In Massachusetts, a state far away from the southern border, where there's not one Republican member from Congress from Massachusetts, the governor has declared an emergency based upon the illegal immigration. The governor of New York tells those who are coming to go somewhere else. The mayor of New York City says it's destroying his city. El Paso mayor says it's about to cripple them. These are Democratic leaders that are calling out for this president to do something. We are going to give Democrats and this president the opportunity to actually do that and keep this government open, and hopefully the Senate will be able to start moving some appropriation bills. With that, let me introduce the Congresswoman from New York, who can explain to you the #1 issue in New York that the mayor and the governor talks about is the illegal immigration that's coming into their city. Congresswoman Malliotakis.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. This morning, our city put out an advisory that the people of the city of New York should carry around Narcan with them. That's how bad the fentanyl crisis has gotten. Recommending the citizens of New York walk around with Narcan. We had a 1-year-old baby die last week at a daycare center where there was a drug ring in the basement of that facility. Between the bail law of New York that allows drug traffickers and drug dealers back onto our streets and the open border, this is the crisis that we're seeing, unprecedented. In addition to that, our mayor has already said that this crisis will destroy New York City. He is well on his way to bankrupting New York City by saying New Yorkers have to pay to provide the housing and every other service for citizens of other countries. Today in court, and I'm part of a lawsuit, the judge in the New York Supreme Court actually struck that down and said that there is no precedent for that. There is no law that says that the mayor needs to provide this housing. So we're urging the mayor to stop and instead tell the president to secure our border. This was a school that's closed, a Catholic school that went to now it's supposed to be a public school, at 1,000 classrooms taken away from our families and turned over to migrants. Yesterday, I was with a 95-year-old veteran who was among senior citizens who were forced to leave an assisted living facility on Staten Island, only so the nonprofit organization that runs it turned around and entered a shady deal with the mayor to provide migrant housing. Tomorrow, Natural Resources will be having a hearing on our federal parkland being taken over to provide encampments. This is out of control. It is completely out of control, not only from a fiscal standpoint. Taxpayers in New York can't afford it. The mayor's saying a 15% cut across the board. We are in $33 trillion debt in this country. If the mayor wants more money, I don't know where he thinks it's going to come from. But as the speaker said, it is dangerous. It is dangerous for everybody involved. It is dangerous for those people who are dying from fentanyl, from the drug traffickers that are bringing it over. It is dangerous for the migrants who are taking this treacherous journey. The president should not encourage that. Why is the president encouraging a process that enriches the drug cartels and allows them to overrun our Customs and Border Protection. We need to get this done. We need to secure the border in this process, and it is shameful that the leader of the House and the president of the Senate are from New York and have said nothing about this. Nothing, not a word about the crisis that their mayor is saying is destroying the city of New York. With that, I yield back. I would like to introduce my good friend, August, who's been a real leader on this issue and goes to show you that this crisis from the southwest of the United States to the northeast of New York.
Everybody's talking about a shutdown, and that's all that's been in the news. I'm talking about a shutdown too. We need the southern border to be shut down. I just came from Eagle Pass yesterday, and if you want to talk about heartbreak and tragedy, meet the woman that was brutally assaulted, kidnapped, separated from her husband, 30 stitches in the back of her head, kicked in the face by cartel members. I blame Joe Biden for that, for allowing the cartels to have operational control of the southern border, for allowing the cartels to smuggle and traffic over 7.5 million people in the last 2.5 years, for allowing over 150 people who match the terror watch list to enter this country illegally just this year. Failed policies, not allowing our Border Patrol agents to actually do the national security mission. Only 10% of our agents right now today are in the field protecting our country from those people who are trying to evade capture. I blame President Biden for the 53 migrants south of San Antonio in the July heat that roasted in the back of a tractor trailer. That's not humane. It is his failed policies that have led us to this point. We passed the most comprehensive and the best border security bill in decades. That bill needs to go to the Senate, and the president needs to make a decision. If he wants to keep the government open, he needs to shut down the border. Texans have had enough. The 100,000 families who have lost their loved ones due to the poisoning of fentanyl have had enough. Even my friends from states like Massachusetts, as the speaker mentioned, even Democrat friends are saying we're getting pressure to do something about the border. Come to Texas. Where is mainstream media? Go to Eagle Pass. Go meet the migrants that I met. Go hear their story through the Darien Gap, where I was at this summer. Go ask them. Go ask that young lady who was kidnapped by the cartel members what her story was. We have complete chaos there, and it is completely avoidable. Reinstate, remain in Mexico, have consequences. Every Border Patrol agent will tell you that there are no consequences. No border security, no funding. It's time to shut down the southern border. With that, I introduce my friend Claudia Tenney from New York.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I just want to talk about the fact that we started a Northern Border Security Caucus. My colleague Ryan Zinke from Montana is going to speak about that as well. But it was so urgent what's happening at the southern border that we diverted all these Customs and Border Patrol agents to go from the northern border to the southern border. Now we have a crisis at the northern border, and we have huge issues with the Mexican cartels creating passports, shipping migrants, going on commercial flights, landing in Canada, getting to the cartels, getting them across the Canadian border, and once they get into New York, up in the Buffalo and Swanton sector, very dangerous parts of New York now because of the shift in focus, Kathy Hochul, our governor, issues legal driver's licenses, privileges reserved mostly to citizens and permanent residents, and now these driver's licenses can get them anywhere in the world. And when I met with the northern border agents, they said we are basically the same. It's an open border. They can go anywhere in the United States. And tragically, right after I visited the northern border, a family was killed in a marsh right on the border in the Swanton sector. And these people are coming across, they're being trafficked. It's a tragic situation, but they're also violating our laws, and they're also displacing and hurting the residents of upstate New York. So it isn't just New York City, although we have a lot of focus on New York City. We have a number of counties upstate that SUNY State University of New York campuses were taking migrants at the request of Kathy Hochul, who welcomed them in. Then these migrants wouldn't leave when the students went back to college in August. Now we have incidents in Erie County, up in the northern end of the state, near Buffalo. We have tuberculosis cases. We have a rape case. We have a sexual assault case. We have numerous crimes being committed. Migrants aren't willing to they have to be evicted now by the border security and our local governments. We had a murder in Rensselaer County from an illegal immigrant, and it continues to happen, and the taxpayers of New York are paying for this. It's $11 million a day to bring these, to house these migrants in New York City, and they're being shifted upstate because Mayor Adams has, rightly blamed Joe Biden, as we all do. But Kathy Hochul has been an accomplice on this. She has been part of not standing up to President Biden, and incredibly, she came to Washington to see President Biden to talk about this issue, and he didn't have time for her. She finally got to catch him at a fundraiser in New York City recently, but there's still no solutions, and still, our speaker, as my colleague from Staten Island mentioned, our speaker from New York City has said nothing about this. Our majority leader, from the state of New York, who travels around the state proudly with his sign that says, "Come meet Chuck Schumer," hasn't spoken with our residents of upstate New York, among the most beleaguered taxpayers in the nation, who are coming up with the money to house these migrants at their own expense. And so that's why we formed the Northern Border Security Caucus. The northern border states, it's a very long border. It's very porous now because we don't have the resources we need. And it is time to close the border. It's time to give the agents the resources they need. And it's time to make sure that the Democrats stand up and stand for the American people. This is an 82% winner in New York State. The polling shows 82% of residents in New York across all demographics and all parties support doing something about the migrants and making sure that this burden isn't on the taxpayers. And we've been fighting for this for a long time, and now the taxpayers are speaking out. In my district, which is not Erie County, I kudos to my local governments. They have stood up and done emergency orders and have refused to take the migrants in spite of Kathy Hochul's order and our governor. And the problems have been alleviated to some extent. And this is a real problem that we've got to resolve. And we are standing strong on this. It must be passed. I know everyone's talking about shutdowns, but this border issue is the issue of the day. It is the most important issue we face as a nation. It's undermining the wealth, and I talk about relative wealth of our senior citizens, our taxpayers, who are dependent on whether it's their Social Security or their small 401ks or pensions. They are paying for this in upstate New York. We are paying with unfunded mandates for this crisis, and it's looking like $5 billion it's going to cost by the end of the year. Kathy Hochul, our governor, has already put $1 billion in new taxes against the taxpayers of New York to pay for this crisis, and it's all coming upstate, and it's completely unfair to us, and we're going to continue to put forward a bill, and I think this bill is great. It's comprehensive. I give kudos to the Speaker and everyone who has contributed to making this bill comprehensive, humane, and something that's going to benefit our citizens. It's going to benefit our taxpayers, and it's going to be giving us an alternative to this disaster we're seeing at our border. So I just want to say thank you so much for Ryan Zinke, my colleague from Montana. The congressman has been a real leader in the Northern Border Security Caucus, and I just want to introduce him to say a few words. Thank you.
And I'll make my remarks short. So where are we? We agreed as a caucus that we'd go through regular order. Last time regular order was Denny Reberg had my seat. It's been decades. So we'd agreed to have 12 bills. We agreed on two fundamental things. We would curb spending and we would remove the woke. And we did on all bills. 10 of the 12 bills are through, and we'll get the other two through. Now before us are the three, in my opinion, three of the most critical. We've passed VA and MILCON, and we kept that whole because we're going to keep our promise to our veterans. Defense. We segregated out largely Ukraine because I think that deserves a discussion from the administration. What are our goals and objectives? But defense, we got rid of the woke. And look, I don't think the government and our military should be paying for sex change operations and hormone therapy for new recruits. And they are. And they are. So enough. So let's get back to the basics on defending the country. So what we're about to do is we've passed the Veteran Affairs and MILCON. We will pass defense to defend our country, and we will pass security, homeland security. And Ukraine, a lot of people don't see Ukraine. A lot of Americans don't know where Ukraine on a map. You ask a lot of Americans, where's Nebraska? It's one of the square states out there, right? Well, you ask them where the Dunbar is. Where's Crimean? A lot of people don't know. They don't know. So, but our border, they do know, because we see it in every city. And that's not just on the northern border, the southern border. We see it in Billings, Montana, as we do in New York. We see the problem with not having a border. And what the border security does is, people ask me, what does it look like? Well, it looks about 32 feet tall and about 1,000 miles long. And it empowers the Border Patrol and ISIS to do their job. It gives more sophistication on the border. But our Border Patrol and agents, they need some help on rules of engagement. So it does that. So the critical things before us as a country and a Congress is, look, you see the problems we have. You see the votes. But surely this caucus in America will stand behind, let's secure our border, let's defend our country, and let's honor our veterans. And if we can get that far, we're in a little trench warfare, we'll admit it, but even a couple yards is a long ways in trench warfare. So I'm an optimist that we'll get through that, and I thanks the Speaker's leadership on it. The other thing, from a secretary, I got to tell you, I was secretary during the last shutdown. And I can tell you, a secretary has a lot of latitude on what we deem critical and essential. When I was secretary, I didn't shut down the parks. I didn't shut down inspections on our oil rigs. I didn't shut down transportation. I didn't shut down permits. But when a shutdown becomes political, you can do a lot of harm as a secretary to the innocent. For instance, what happens to our military when they don't get paid? As a commander, is that most of our military operates under the poverty line. For a lot of junior enlisted, they get about $10 an hour, which equates to 40 hours of work week. And I can tell you, when you're in deployment, you do a lot more than 40 hours. So when you threaten the pay of a petty officer or a corporal, what does that mean? It means probably not going to make a car payment, probably going to miss rent, young families starting, diapers, groceries. We get it, right? So what I don't want to do is I don't want to put in jeopardy the people that are serving this country over a political argument. So, I'm an optimist. We have great leadership, but I think America also knows that we want to do the right thing. We said when we come in office, we'd do two things. We'd curb the spending, and we'd remove the woke. And we did. And I think everyone agrees the right thing to do is pass the appropriation bills and then move to the Senate to negotiate them and come and do our job as a Congress. So with that, thank you. It's going to be a long night for everybody. God bless, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. One thing we have found is we want to make sure government stays open as we do our work. We're going to be here working late tonight. The Senate has not passed anything yet, but it really comes down to the President. He has people across this nation, from Massachusetts, New York, any place, calling on him to secure our border, which we want the President. The only reason the border is not secure today is based upon his own personal policies. He can change that overnight. We're asking the President to do just that. Yes, sir.
When do you plan on putting a CR on the floor?
We've got these 4 bills coming up, so this will take us to Thursday, probably on Friday. We'll be able to do it. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Can you please comment on the CR that the Senate leaders just rolled out this afternoon?
I don't see. Have they passed that?
They just unveiled it.
All right. Ask me when they
They
pass
had the
it.
first procedural vote, though, and it passed with widespread bipartisan
All
support.
right. So let me know.
Mr. Speaker, that said, there's 77 members bipartisan voted over there on the motion to proceed.
Is there some sort of a disconnect between you and Mitch McConnell on this? Obviously, he sees this differently. He said as much on the floor, which is very different from what you're
I would
saying
see
tonight.
something much different if they want to put and focus on Ukraine and not focus on the southern border. I think their priorities are backwards.
Mr. Speaker, we all have heard you say, and we know what the Senate has and has not done. You are the leader of the House. So I want to ask you a question about the House.
Sure.
How do you explain to Americans that the House has waited until now to get these appropriations bills moving when clearly you've known for months that this was the deadline?
Well, I've been trying to move them for months. You've been following the House for a long time, right?
But question, why did you fail to get that done until now?
So when did we post them at Rules Committee? Well, if you're asking the question that we failed, then we've been waiting. So the question to you is, when were they posted at Rules to be brought up? The answer would be July. So that would be a long time ago, right? Unfortunately, in a tight majority like this, 4 members can stop anything. So a number of members have been stopping the rule from coming up. Now we are able to get members in a better place and be able to move forward. But the great thing is, I never give up. So the deadline's not yet, and we're working. We'll work late into the night. So if your deadline is for a paper to be done in school, but you still get it done on the day, does it still work? Yeah. So we'll do it.
So
Yes,
last
ma'am.
week, the votes weren't there for a GOP CR. I talked to a number of those same holdouts tonight who say they are still not for a CR, even if you guys add HR2. Why do you think the dynamic is going to be any different?
Because I don't understand how a Republican is going to sit and support what is currently happening on the border and defend President Biden on keeping the border wide open. I don't understand how someone can do that. I mean, I'm hearing from Democrats that want something done there. So I'm not quite sure how they would defend that position.
Speaker McCarthy, have you spoken to Leader McConnell about that bipartisan proposal that they put forward to avert the government shutdown? And at this point, is that something that you're going to review at this point? You seem a little dismissive of it. Will you put it off until something actually gets passed?
I think in the House, we'll take up ours. I did talk to Leader McConnell tonight. Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to take up the House CR with the border security no matter where the vote count is?
Yeah.
Or only if the vote count is solid?
No, we're going to take it up. Yes, ma'am. Can you what?
Can I ask, are you going to be able to pass these 4 appropriations bills? And hold on, will you only bring up the CR if you pass all 4?
No. I'll bring up the CR regardless. Because remember what it is. This is a stopgap funding to keep government open and securing the border. I don't know anyone who's opposed to that. I think that's where people would want to be. We have something much different. You know, one of the things when we took the majority, we wanted to change Washington. First of all, you see people in the building. Members have to show up to vote, no proxy voting. The other thing is change the behavior where you can individually bring bills up, something we've been trying for months to get done. Luckily, we finally have some members to be able to solve that problem. The other thing that we found is we allow amendments, right? So we have hundreds of amendments to take up in these bills. So members on both sides of the aisle can bring up ideas. So we'll see as we go through that to make sure if bills change that we can be able to pass them.
Can you pass these 4 bills, do you think?
I think we're going to work very hard, and I think we're going to get them passed, yes.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you.
A few CR proposals have floated last week on the House GOP side. Could you give a bit more details about where yours include, like a top line, for example?
Okay, go look at the rules that we posted, and you'll find out the one we did, yes.
But just a similar question, will it be a lower spending level or a CR to extend the current spending levels?
No, it'll be a lower level.
Would it be that 1.471 trillion?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
If the House passes its CR on Friday, and let's say hypothetically the Senate passes its CR, are you going to try to conference those, or what would the process there be if we see 2 different CRs?
Well, we're both separate bodies, and that's normally how we deal with it. We go to conference, just like we would do as we pass our appropriation bills, and if the Senate eventually passes theirs, we'd go to conference. That's why you would keep government open while you're dealing in conference with the differences.
Mr. Speaker, if the House doesn't pass the CR on Friday and the Senate does give you one, what's the play then? Do you amend the sentence? Do you send it back? How do you move forward?
Ask me then.
Matt Gaetz made another threat to your speakership on the House floor today. Are you worried at all that
No.
he'll bring up a CR? I mean, what do you make of the threats? He's made them for quite a while.
Have you seen Matt and what he said about me when we first started this? Look, people have got to get over personal differences. I'm focused on America. I think that's where America's looking right now as well. He never voted for me to start out with. I don't assume he's changing his position. He said a lot of things, and we waited through. The one thing I will always tell you is I'm never going to give up on America, and that's where my focus is going to be. If somebody has a personal difference with me, that's fine. They have the right to say it. They have the right to do it. Do whatever they
Does
can.
that distract in this process, though, when he keeps hammering you on this? Is that a problem? I mean, he comes out every day with a little more pushing the envelope.
Does it look like it bothers me?
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
No. If it doesn't,
But is that distracting from this whole issue to fund the government, address
no,
the
but it seems to do something for you.
Well, no, let's get a
Go ahead.
copy of
Would you all be willing to accept any CR that doesn't have those border provisions? Like, is there any way that you all would make it?
Look, we look across this country, what's happening to our country, based upon the president's policies. I think it's incumbent upon the president to sit down and work on securing this border. We passed H.R. 2 when the Senate did not. We passed a bill to lower the gasoline price to make us energy independent. The Senate did not and didn't do anything there. We actually took up a parent's Bill of Rights, so parents have a say in their kids' education. The Senate did nothing there. But we've watched what's gone on, and we passed a bill that we can secure our border. We think this is an opportune time that everybody can work together. There are a number of Democratic leaders across the country that are crying out for it, that are saying their state is in a state of emergency. It's interesting. Leader Schumer comes from New York. His governor is crying out. His mayor is crying out. Well, shouldn't he listen to them too? I think that would be important.
How likely is this?
Yes, sir.
About 10 years ago, around the same time, people were preparing for a shutdown caused by the House Republicans. They were repealing the bond rule. In about 16 days, nothing much came out of it aside from the Murray-Ryan deal. Why would a shutdown over border security be any different?
Because you don't have to repeal anything. These are simply the president's policies. And you've got now the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. 300 Americans will be poisoned and died today. That's the equivalent of an airliner crashing. So I think that would make a difference. I've watched millions of people now come across this border. I've watched states say it's a state of emergency. I think that matters. If the president doesn't think that matters, I think that's a difference of opinion. But I think the rest of America believes it matters. Yes.
The Senate CR has FAA reauthorization till the end of the year. Is that something you guys would accept at all in your version?
So we passed an FAA bill, right? Did the Senate pass an FAA bill? Oh, no, they didn't do that either. So the one thing that, when I became Speaker, I wanted to change how Washington works. The Senate would never even bring appropriation bills through committee. So we put in the debt ceiling, a 1% cut across the board if you didn't do your job. So kudos. They actually passed the bills in committee. That was a change. But I don't think that's the way you govern. I mean, name me all the bills that the Senate have passed. Okay, I can still wait. I believe the best way to do it, they're a different body than we are. They should pass bills, we can pass them, and we can go to conference and solve it. All right, last question.
I just had if you can just explain a little bit more your stance on the Ukraine funding. I know you said it would be, you want to consider it in a supplemental. Is it the wrong move for that deal from the Senate to include additional funding for Ukraine?
Yes. Yes, it is wrong. I just went out to Maui and watched the devastating fires of Americans killed. I've been to California, watched the floods and the hurricanes, Florida, Vermont, Ohio, on a train derailment. They're picking Ukraine over Americans. Look, I know there's problems out there. What Russia has done is wrong. And we can defend that. But we also what is watching happen right here in America right now. Why can't we deal with the border and our emergencies too? Why is that taking? They have money already. They have enough money to carry them through for the next 45 days in Ukraine. But why does that take precedence over what's happening on the border? Why does that take precedence over the 300 families that are going to lose their loved ones every single day in America? What does that do? Why can't we do these things and get them done? Look, this isn't that difficult to happen. All the president has to do, call us up, let's go sit down and get this done before the end of the week. He's changed this by a simple stroke of his own words of how this border is happening. He can change it back, just like the Democratic governor of New York, the Democratic governor of Massachusetts, the Democratic governor of New Jersey, the Democratic mayor of New York, the Democrat mayor of El Paso is crying out for him to do. So don't take it from my words. Take it from the millions of people across America that are asking something to happen. I want to keep the government open. I want to do the job. I know we're going to have to give the Senate more time. They haven't passed FAA. They haven't passed a border security bill. They haven't passed an appropriation bill yet. Are they still here by chance? Oh, okay then. I rest my case. Thank you all.
And a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, it decreases the salary of the Deputy Undersecretary of the Food and Nutrition Services. And Madam Chair, I would like to reserve for the time being.
Gentlewoman reserves. Does any member seek opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
In opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The amendment targets a dedicated leader in nutrition for apparently doing her job as the law required. With all of the challenges that we face in feeding our nation, we should not obstruct the agency charged with carrying out our nutrition policies. This House should hold its actions to the highest standards and not engage in attacks on individual officials in the executive branch. With that, I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado.
Madam Chair, one moment. My apologies. I do not have amendment number 77 in front of me. But Madam Chair, I do urge adoption of Amendment 77 to be considered to decrease the salary of the Deputy Secretary. The Deputy Secretary. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado.
Please. Madam Chair, I yield the gentleman 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, look, the Thrifty Food Plan, this is the official, the political appointee who decided that the SNAP benefits weren't high enough, that they devised a new food plan that was used as a vehicle to just increase the SNAP benefits. The bottom line is we're spending over $100 billion a year. We have a $2 trillion deficit. We should reevaluate that increase in the Thrifty Food Plan that has resulted in a double-digit increase in SNAP benefits. And what this amendment does, it sends a clear signal to the administration that this probably wasn't a well-thought-out idea. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Deputy Undersecretary of the Food and Nutrition Services of the Department of Agriculture, Stacy Dean, to $1. As the Deputy Undersecretary for Food, Nutrition, and Consumer Services at USDA, Mrs. Dean has spent her career helping bureaucrats use loopholes and gimmicks to gut requirements for able-bodied adults and bypass federal eligibility requirements, even going as far as to help states make millionaires qualify for the program. The last thing Americans need are higher prices, fewer jobs, and the largest expansion of our welfare state in a lifetime. The Biden-Harris administration expansion of the welfare state abolishes work ethic and promotes a new generation of government dependency. I've lived under government dependency, and I'm thankful that I have broke free of that cycle, given my life experiences and developing work ethic. I am one of the few who are able to break free of that cycle of dependency. Stacey Dean, without congressional approval, unilaterally increased Title IV of future farm bills by no less than $256 billion. Stacey Dean has spent her life's work concocting ways to expand the welfare state and was given latitude to do so under the Biden administration with no consequence, no oversight, and no boundaries. No amount of endless government checks can address the underlying challenges families face. The best way to help American families is with good-paying jobs, not endless government checks. 25 years ago, in the face of rising welfare caseloads, long durations in poverty, and no work for millions, Republicans and Democrats came together to reform the nation's welfare system. These reforms were based on one simple idea: the best way out of poverty is a job. Even the Bible says, if you don't work, you don't eat. Ms. Dean has also allowed 25% increase to food stamp benefits, which was not only unprecedented, but abandoned the cost-neutral policy the department had followed for 45 years. 25 years ago, in the face of rising welfare caseloads, long duration in poverty, and no work for millions, we said this was enough. That cannot be reiterated enough. This move displayed Dean's blatant disregard for program transparency by failing to even consult USDA's own chief economist. Worse yet, this move went far beyond congressional authority granted under the 2018 Farm Bill. All thanks to Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean even went as far to expand woke LGBTQ plus free school lunch policies, absent congressional approval and direction. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and hold Ms. Dean accountable for going rogue
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Administration that has ignored the direction of Congress. And with that, Madam Chair,
time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. So it's now in order to consider amendment number 78, printed in Part F in House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 78, printed in part.
You cannot drink yourself sober. You cannot spend yourself rich. You cannot borrow your way out of debt. And you cannot tax your way to prosperity. And yet those are the three principles upon which Bidenomics is founded. No nation in the world has ever spent and borrowed and taxed its way to economic health. But many, many nations have spent and borrowed and taxed their way to economic ruin, bankruptcy, and collapse. Before any nation can ensure domestic tranquility or provide for the common defense or promote the general welfare, it must be able to pay for them. And our nation's ability to do so is coming into grave doubt. I believe this budget is a good faith effort to apply the principles of fiscal responsibility to federal spending before we're faced with a crisis that we can no longer pay for. History is screaming this warning at us that nations that bankrupt themselves simply aren't around very long. Let that not be the legacy of this generation, and let that not be the epitaph of the American Republic. Well said. Thank you, Tom. From the Palmetto State, as I mentioned, a guy who desperately wants to ensure the prosperity, the freedom, and the security that all Americans deserve, but certainly what he expects to hand to his 17 grandchildren. Ralph Norman.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member Hova for holding the hearing today. President Biden's harmful border agenda has been felt by states far from the border nearly since the day he took office. Democrat leaders in sanctuary cities enacted President Biden's leftist immigration policies, and the crisis quickly spilled into rural states hundreds of miles away. If President Biden, Secretary Mayorkas, and other administration officials were serious about controlling immigration and securing our border, we would not have this hearing today about New York State and the National Park Service. Our country's national parks are some of the greatest treasures. To allow illegal immigrants to set up camp in these parks and hamper everyday Americans' rights to visit and enjoy these parks is just another example of Biden and his cabinet putting their leftist agenda above the need of Americans. Just the other week, it was announced that over 100 migrants are going to be settled in Billings, Montana. What concerns me the most about this is that they are likely just the beginning of a process that will see many different states forced to accept these illegal immigrants and refugees. Where will the rest of the 100,000 Afghan refugees go? I can assure you, they will not be sent to sanctuary cities. Montana has many great and historic national parks. The last thing we need is the federal government coming in and telling us that the bedrock of our tourism and a significant factor in our economy will now be used against its intended purpose and instead for housing illegal immigrants. I hope that this committee can help shine some light on this issue and we can prevent the administration from trying similar tactics in states such as mine. Ms. Ariola, how long is the Department of Interior proposing to house these illegal immigrants in or on Floyd Bennett Field?
The current lease is for 1 year, and then it has an option to extend for 2.
2 additional years, so a total of 3 or a total of 2?
No, for another year.
For an
additional year, right.
Okay. So the general public and the American taxpayers are only authorized to stay in Floyd Bennett Field for a maximum of 14 days, consecutive days. Yet Interior wants to violate their very own rules and basically grant an unlimited duration of stay to these illegal immigrants?
That would be correct.
You mentioned in your testimony that 1 million people a year enjoy Floyd Bennett Field. What kind of impact will housing these illegal immigrants have on the local economy, community safety, and the areas surrounding the national park?
What we've seen in the areas where there have been asylum seekers and illegal immigrants, we've seen crime tick up. We've seen what Representative Malliotakis said. There have been violent crimes. There have been shoplifting has upticked. We have seen a lot of different crimes: rape, muggings, assaults, robberies, burglaries. These are all upticked since we have had this vast migration of illegal immigrants coming into our city.
Do you think that type of activity is conducive to promoting tourism and economic development in your area?
You can't have tourism when all your hotels are full of migrants.
Mr. Spencer, I'd like to ask you a question. I don't have a law enforcement background. If you have 2,000 military-aged men that are contained in an area like that without tasks to be performed each day, so that they basically have a lot of idle hands, as my father used to call it, what is the likelihood for more criminal element to take place, crimes to take place?
I appreciate the question, Congressman. We are definitely concerned. The fact that premises is going to be put directly close to where there's going to be a lot of children is one of my primary concerns for the officers I represent. We really, like I said, we're already so short-staffed that it's going to be difficult to police 2,000 extra people that takes away from our day-to-day operations. It's not even just the concerns that, putting 2,000 men on Floyd Bennett Field. It's also the concerns that we have for their safety as well, because if something happens to one of them, EMS typically in that area of New York City, they know how to get to Floyd Bennett Field, but if there's a specific area where one of these migrants are injured, they may not speak English, they could get hurt, one of our officers have to break away and escort them to that location just to make sure that they can be found. And so that leaves one officer available during that time.
Be very, very susceptible to having something tragic happen.
Correct, sir.
Lone officer. Very good. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I do see my time has expired. I would yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman or the gentlelady from Texas. Mr. Hunt, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today. Really, really appreciate you all being here. Thank you for your time. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Behind me, you see a picture that speaks for itself. This is what I call sheer chaos. And by the way, this photo was captured in 2021. A little background on me. I'm a combat veteran, deployed to Baghdad in 2006. That's about what it looked like when I was there in a combat zone. This is what happens when you refuse to control our border and our sovereign nation. We're overrun by cartels trafficking in migrants, drugs, and crime. These are all realities in Joe Biden's America, except now they're being felt well beyond our border states, like mine in Texas. It's not just Republicans sounding the alarm now. This is happening with Democrats as well. Next picture. Mayor Eric Adams, as we've heard a few of the congressmen say on August 22nd about New York, I'm proud that this is the right to shelter state, and we're going to continue that. That's the leader of the largest cities in America. And if you remember in 2022, he even met migrants as they entered New York. Let's fast forward to May 2023, and Mayor Adams, through executive order, has suspended the law he was so proud of. And it seems that even Democrats are starting to see the light. It only gets real when it's in your backyard. This is something that we've been experiencing in Texas for the past few years. We've had 6.5 million people enter our country illegally at our southern border. This is the most we've seen in my lifetime. It's absolute chaos. It's a crisis. I get text messages every single week from people finding dead bodies on their ranches. And yet we sit by here and do nothing with this current administration. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to, and I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York. Those are his words. Next up, Kathy Hochul, the governor from the great state of New York. In December 2021, Governor Hochul said, and I quote, "As you know, the Statue of Liberty is inscribed, and it says, 'Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. You're welcome with open arms, and we'll work to keep you safe.' Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of her teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beyond the golden door." That's actually what it says. And I know it by heart because I learned it when I was a child. That's what this country is all about. This is actually what I fought for. So please, no, I'm not xenophobic. I love my country. I want to die for it. My parents took me to the Statue of Liberty and made me memorize that. This is not that. This is a disgrace. Do not try to pawn this off as if this is Ellis Island and people that are trying to come to this country to find a better way for themselves, because right now, we ain't got it. Don't do that to me. Don't insult my intelligence, and don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Now that we have these people coming here en masse, it's go somewhere else. Can't sit here, seats taken. All of a sudden, the governor turns into Forrest Gump. And in Biden's America, from it seems like to me, for him, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And that's the way he's governing our country right now. We don't even know what we're going to get. But now the governor is saying, if you're thinking of coming to New York, we are truly out of space. And you're going to leave your country, so go somewhere else. This is what happens when we don't abide by the laws that we have already set in our country. Are we a sovereign nation or not? Are we a nation of laws or not? This has now become the United States of lawlessness. Ma'am, you talked about, Ms. Williams, I saw your testimony earlier on TV, ma'am. You said you don't want this to be political. I hate to break it to you. Unfortunately, it is. And if you can't see the dichotomy between what we are saying on this side of the dais and our colleagues on the left, pay attention, ma'am. I wish this wasn't a political issue, to be honest with you. I wish we can all agree that having 6.5 million people enter our country illegally is not a sustainable model. We cannot afford it. We bring in $5 trillion a year from the American taxpayer, the hardworking American taxpayer, and we're spending $7 trillion and then bringing in 6 million people that we can't afford. Enough is enough. And that's why we have hearings like this, to elucidate the American public, to let them know we are fighting tirelessly just for our country. We are not xenophobic. Trust me, I'm not racist. I just want my country back. Thank you all so much for being here. I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Please do. I can run as fast as I could run before the shooting, I guess. But as Emmer would say, it wasn't that fast.
So that said, obviously I understand the reasons Republicans are fighting on the border. I understand the importance of that to the party and from your guys' vantage point. But to make this ask at this late a time, when the Senate just moved a bill with more than 3/4 of their members here, that's not a route to avoid a government shutdown. Explain to us, based on your bill and based on the Senate bill, and ne'er the twain shall meet, how that funds the government by 12:01 Sunday.
Yeah, this isn't a new issue, by the way. We passed H.R. 2 months ago. The Senate's ignored that bill. The Senate has ignored this problem just like the president has. So they're culpable in this problem. But again, I think mainstream Washington thinks the problem just goes away if they don't talk about it. America knows this is a problem.
That's not a path this late to fund the government. I understand you passed
It's a path. It's a path if we pass the bills. And also, look, have you seen President Biden engaged in this debate? Of course not, because he wants the problem to go away. If we're able to actually pass the legislation, and we're not at the midnight hour right now, I wish the White House had engaged in this debate months ago when we passed H.R. 2. I wish the Senate engaged in this debate when we passed H.R. 2, but they didn't. But we were doing our job months ago, but it wasn't the midnight hour, so people don't pay as much attention. Well, now we're here, and we're still talking about the same issue, but you know what else is happening? The whole mainstream media is talking about this issue. That wasn't happening 6 months ago. And so people all around America are talking about it. The mayor of New York is talking about it as one of the biggest threats to the city of New York. He wasn't talking about that 6 months ago. And so the dynamics of this issue have changed all around America, because now every town is a border town, and that's crystal clear to everybody but the White House and maybe the Senate. But you know what? If we keep talking about this as part of what needs to happen to properly fund the government, how can they pass a CR that funds Biden's open border process and call that a victory for anybody but Washington insiders? That doesn't solve an ounce of the problem and actually makes the matters worse, because it continues to send the magnet across not just South and Central America. We've got people coming from over 150 countries, people on the terrorist watch list being identified over and over again. We don't know how many. You can't find out how many. Anyone in the press can tell me an honest number of how many people on the terrorist watch list have been caught. We all know they've been caught. We just don't know how many, because the administration won't tell you. They know a number. I promise you they know a number. And it's a low number because they haven't caught everybody. But has the White House been honest with anyone in this room, including the press, about how many people on the terrorist watch list they have caught coming across our open southern border? They can stop that, and they don't want to. So the American people want this problem solved. We're going to keep at it. Yeah.
What's the plan to get some of those GOP holdout votes, those no votes, to go with Speaker McCarthy's new short-term measure?
We've had a lot of really good conversations, even in conference this morning. You know, you're seeing a lot of dialogue. And again, this has been going on for weeks in the whip's office, in Rules Committee, in a number of different settings where members who, I won't speak for any members, and we don't talk about what happens in conference, but there was a member, probably was on the internet, there was a member of Congress who stood up and said, I've never voted for any of these 4 bills, and I'm voting for all 4 of them. You know, that's the kind of headway that's been made because members are talking to each other in a different way right now because there's so much at stake. The country is in such a volatile spot right now, and President Biden's put the country in this spot to the point where Democrat leaders don't even want Joe Biden to run for re-election. This country's at a perilous moment, and at least you've got one House that's standing up and saying, let's confront these problems. And again, the Senate, this is the way the game's played in the Senate. They'll sit around and wait till the midnight hour, and they'll find enough votes to cobble together 70 votes maybe to just keep things going down the track where the train's going to run into a wall. That's not leadership. Somebody's got to take the reins and say, we're going to address the problems facing this country, and House Republicans are doing it. And I really do think if we put the skins on the wall, if we pass the bills this week to do that, the Senate will follow, and the White House will have to follow because the country's there.
Last question. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
I was wondering if I could direct my question to Mr.
You
Hart.
absolutely can.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know. Where do I direct my answers?
Over here. So I know this was similar to the question, but yes or no, do you have the votes to pass the CR?
Actually, it's a great question. This is an ongoing process. I would add to what our leader was talking about. What's different? What's different is what Michael Cloud talked about. There's an open process that I've been here, this is my 9th year. The members that I was elected with, including Elise Stefanik, Elise and I have never, since we've been here, been involved in an open process when it comes to the appropriation process. Members being able to weigh in with their own amendments and have debates over really important issues. That is going to make a difference as we go to the finish line this week, but that's not the finish line because we're going to have probably more in the next couple of weeks to come. And as the process goes forward, everybody will be heard. We'll see what happens.
And do you have the votes for the DHS bill coming to the floor today?
So the problem that you have right now is that we went till, what was it, 1 a.m. this morning?
Yeah.
1 a.m. this morning, and we've got open whips, and we're talking to members to see if there are issues still and what their challenges are. We're just going to do our job. And the beauty of it is, we don't tell members what they have to do. They will do what's best for their constituents and for themselves. And I think the bill that was put out last night, the Homeland Security bill, is one of the better efforts of the appropriations process. David Joyce and company, Michael, everybody on that committee did a great job. So I'm confident, but you got to wait. You got to work through the process.
And there are no bills in final passage today. Tomorrow is with that. Today we still do amendments on the remaining bills.
Could you take, we're about to face a shutdown, could you take
One
more
more.
than 3 questions?
How compelling of a case is that? Sure, because you asked it in such a compelling way.
Thank you,
All right.
thank you.
And then we have a meeting with the speaker that we don't want to keep him waiting.
Sure, yes, please. Your conference is united on the border. We hear that, we've heard that from your members all morning, we've heard that from you right now. But the reason we are facing this shutdown right now is overspending concerns. You talked about that today, too. Members coming out of the conference this morning, a group of them were saying they will not support a CR until all 12 appropriations bills are passed. Can you explain to the American people, we've known this deadline was coming for months, why it is that the House has not been able to get to those 12 bills when you knew your members wanted them and you had all this time? Why are we just now at the deadline dealing with this?
Yeah, and we've got dual track conversations going on. I mean, dual track meaning border security being one of the big issues we're discussing. H.R. 2 is a policy bill that's passed tied to the appropriations bill, which is the Homeland Security package, which funds a lot of those initiatives, including more border agents, which is critical in the Joyce bill. If you look at the overall spending levels, and we talked about that this morning again in conference, these are ongoing conversations. There's 2 different numbers, but the numbers have been moving lower, and we've been talking. And look, there's a lot of members on a lot of different sides of our conference that as you go lower, they get nervous, and you've got to work through that as well. So we're having these conversations on an ongoing basis, and which areas can we get into, the remaining bills. There's some members that aren't supporting those remaining bills. There's a reason those bills haven't come up and passed. DOD rule couldn't pass last week. So there is you know, that there is a vote issues as well. And as long as the votes are there, we'll pass the bills, but there's still questions about members that don't want to vote for certain bills. I mean, look at state and foreign ops. When's the last time a state and foreign ops bill has been passed? Years. And yet we're bringing that bill up, and, you know, hopefully we can pass that bill. But some of these bills are bills that haven't passed as standalone in years because they're just complicated bills with members of Congress. And you got to work through that, and we're working through that right now. So we're going to keep those conversations going. We'll see y'all on the floor.
As we move forward with this investigation, it's like a puzzle, and every single day we get more and more pieces. People ask, why do you want to get this information out there? And quite frankly, after having read the testimony, after having looked at the emails, the picture is coming very clear. Not only do you have a two-tiered system, not only do you have politicians at the highest echelons of our U.S. fabric who are willing to sell themselves out, sell their country out, sell their positions and enrich their families, but you also have bureaucrats that are so embedded in the system that they are happy to play along and protect these people. What we have found with our whistleblowers is people who are hard-working American federal workers who want to get down to the bottom. They are non-political. They don't care. They have a job and they take it seriously. And what you see time and time again from these emails is they're thwarted from doing their job. They have policies that are thrown in front of their face. When they're getting ready to travel, to go investigate, to go talk to a witness, they're told, oh, you didn't fill this paperwork out. We changed it at the last minute. We've changed our policies. When they continue to push forward, you get them, oh, no, you can't talk to that witness. No, you can't ask those questions. It's too political. It's too close to the campaign. When they keep pushing forward and they show that there's probable cause, you've got those same embedded bureaucrats who sell them out and actually tip off the people who are being investigated. This would not have happened if or not the connection to Joe Biden, then Vice President Biden. And then you have to look at the emails. You have got to look at the questions from CNN themselves, who have actually connected an email from Hunter Biden that said, hey, I thought all of this stuff was going to go away when my dad became president. Do you think anybody else would have received that type of treatment? Absolutely not. The two-tier justice system has got to be exposed. And not only do we have to expose the politicians who are corrupt and endangering our country on a daily basis, but also those bureaucrats that protect them and are all too willing to play along.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a former United States attorney, and I think that I'm the last Senate-confirmed U.S. attorney in the House of Representatives. What we've seen from the Department of Justice, either slow walking or deliberately stalling charges or letting charges expire, should be appalling to everybody. I know it certainly is to all of us. First of all, I appreciate the two whistleblowers coming forward at the expense of their career, the possibility that their careers could have been ended, because they were also concerned at what they saw as the miscarriage of justice. One person being treated differently than the other, along with the possible involvement of Joe Biden. And if I could, this email that Chairman Smith referred to a moment ago, I want to point a few things out. It is from Leslie Wolf. It is dated August 7th of 2020, about 3 months before the election. This BS SW draft, SW is search warrant draft, I think BS is Blue Star. This is giving permission to have the search warrant executed. That last line of Leslie Wolf's email, there should be nothing about political figure one in here. I know we all have this concern, and I think all of our constituents, everybody in America should have the concern, why is this assistant U.S. attorney removing any possibility of having anything in the search warrant related to Joe Biden, who was the former vice president, who could be a future president? Again, political figure one is identified as former Vice President Joseph Biden Jr. It's about a two-tiered system of justice. If Joe Biden's name had been Smith or Jones or Johnson, he would not have been excluded from the search warrant. But yet he was. And we wouldn't have known that unless the whistleblowers came forward. And you wouldn't know it, and the American people wouldn't know it unless we just took this vote to release the information to the public. There are a lot of documents, a lot of emails that have been just been voted on to be released. Pay attention to that. Also, if you would, pay attention to the Ziegler affidavit, the first exhibit. He says a lot of things in that exhibit, dated, that affidavit, August of this year, August of 2023. He identifies over $19 million in payments, over $19 million in payments to Hunter Biden from foreign sources. That's why all this is important. I appreciate the effort of Chairman Smith, this committee, these two investigators from the IRS who are willing to come forward.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing this proud New Yorker to wave onto your committee this afternoon. And thank you as well for your leadership and commitment to this issue that is so important. There is no question from everything we've heard today and hearings that we've had across Capitol Hill over the last months that President Biden's failed immigration policies, his dereliction of duty alongside Secretary Mayorkas, has led to an unprecedented crisis at our border. And now that unprecedented crisis at our border is no longer at just our border, but it's at states throughout this country, like the great state of New York. And what baffles me the most is that during the campaigns of Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul, they praised the fact that certain areas were sanctuary cities. They were going to welcome everyone with open arms. And now we realize that there was actually no plan in place to be that sanctuary. It was just complete pandering for their base. There was no plan in place to have migrants sheltered correctly. There is no chance that migrants leaving their homes, risking their lives, leaving their families, coming to this country for a better way of life, coming to this country to achieve the American dream that so many of our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents have achieved. They never thought they were going to come into this country, and that American dream was going to be living in a vacant hangar at JFK Airport. That's not the American dream. What we've seen is that there were no plans in place, and now panic has set in. Just a few weeks ago, and it's probably the first and last thing that Mayor Adams and I will ever agree on, he said that this issue, the migrants coming into New York City, could, quote, destroy New York. In essence, the lights dimming on Broadway. And now what we see is you have a letter that many of you have referenced, a letter from Governor Kathy Hochul to President Biden asking for the use of places, national parks. There's also been talk of using military bases to house these migrants. Now, prior to becoming a member of Congress, I was proud to serve as a member of the greatest police department in the world, the NYPD. And I look back now on my brothers and sisters in blue who call Floyd Bennett Field essentially their office. Aviation, some of scuba, members of special operations, different specialized units within the NYPD who took an oath to protect and serve the Constitution, who took an oath to stand that line between good and evil. Not only did New York State and the democratic policies of this country legitimately take the handcuffs off of police and put it on off of criminals and put it on police. But now they want to cut the budget. And now they have to share an office with migrants at Floyd Bennett Field. So, Councilwoman, I ask you, New York City is going to face unprecedented budget cuts. Mayor Adams has said 15% over the next 9 months in agencies that are dealing with these migrants the most. And if this was asked already, I apologize. But what do you see, and Ms. Williams, what do you see as the results that are going to face New York City as a result of these budget cuts and the changes being made in New York City because of the unprecedented levels of migrants, because of the failed policies of Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas?
The 15% cuts that are being spoken about between now and April will reduce our essential services, fire department, NYPD, the DSNY, education, all the different things that we need to keep our city going. And if we don't have NYPD and we don't have overtime, we don't have extra patrols because we have a diminished police force. If we don't have overtime for our firefighters, we don't have firefighters on every shift. And we have a very big problem with the migrants and their motor scooters with their lithium-ion batteries.
We sure do. And just, I don't want to cut you off, but just one last thing because my time is running out. It's estimated that in 2024, and I believe this number is going to be higher, that it's going to cost the city close to $5 billion with a B dollars for migrants. And in 2025, that number is going to be higher. It's going to be close to $8 billion. We had a Homeland Security hearing, and I'm sure there's some members of this committee that sat here earlier. Those numbers are higher than their entire state's budget. It's baffling. And Mayor Adams is right. This issue, this problem that's been created by President Biden and Mayorkas is going to destroy New York City and many other cities throughout this country. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for allowing me to wave on. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from...
The gentleman's time's expired. I now recognize fellow first responder, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the staff and especially the members from New York. Y'all have been great hosts. You might tell I'm from also across the river. I'm across the Tennessee River, okay, but it's an honor to be here with you. He mentioned first responder. My father was a 23-year fire chief. Inspired me. 39 years myself from a junior firefighter to assistant chief. 4 commissioners and a chief. I'm honored to be here before you. You think about it, a lot has changed in 22 years, from VHF radios, UHF radios, to digital interoperability. That's what we learned from this. It's unbelievable how many lives have been saved. Ms. Weiner, you mentioned you were a grant, I think, of $120 million. Does it concern you that the mayor, Mayor Adams, is considering cuts because of so many illegal aliens coming to New York?
As we are here today and think through all of the terrific collaboration that has sustained our operations here, and all of the other issues that are confounding our government, whether it's federal agencies dealing with other problems now, great power conflict problems, or our city, which is grappling with humanitarian crisis involving migrants. The funding that we've just been talking about to support our counterterrorism operations here and to make sure that as we navigate collectively all of these other priority areas, we do not forget our counterterrorism operations is critically important. So again, federal funds are what allow us to continue to do that and to make sure that September 12th, 2023 is a reminder that we will never go back to September 12th of 2001.
Thank you, I agree. I stand amazed after 22 years to see how many people have chosen careers in the U.S. military, police, paramedics, and firefighters. That's the one thing that really stood out, especially yesterday. In 2020, immigration and enforcement spending totaled about $4 billion across departments and agencies that today make up the Department of Homeland Security. President Biden's fiscal year 2024 budget request for immigration enforcement was $25 billion. I think Americans would agree that we haven't seen a proportionate increase in immigration enforcement, particularly in the last 2 years. Ms. Weiner, do you think this administration's immigration and border crisis has diverted valuable time and resources away from our national security mission?
You know, the fidelity that we apply to the counterterrorism ecosystem here in the city and across the country sustains our ability to protect the city. That's critically important for all the reasons that we've just been talking about. And, you know, I'm not in a position to say what is or isn't a diversion. Unfortunately, we're in a period of time globally, not just in this country, but around the world, where we have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We have a number of competing issues that we have to deal with adroitly. And so from where we sit here in this space on this day, we understand the importance of continuing our posture on these issues.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryder, your testimony, you testified about taking away the rights of law enforcement to fly drones. Would it surprise you that the Mexican cartel is flying 17 drones for every one flown by U.S. Border Patrol?
Absolutely not. Of course they are. And that's why, again, we have to be right every time. They only have to be right once. They're practicing every day. They're drilling every day. They come up with new ideas. They got nothing to do but wake up every morning and figure out how they're going to mess with the system. We have to go to work every day and make sure the system works.
Would it surprise you that the Secretary of Homeland Security continues to tell the American people that he has operational control of the southern border?
From my personal opinion, there's very little control of that border right now.
I totally agree. I'm from Rocket City, USA, Huntsville, Alabama. We have the ability to jam or drop these drones. This administration allows them to fly freely in U.S. airspace, and we cannot tolerate that any longer. Our homeland is under attack once again at the southern border, and you start looking at this, first responders, each of you and the people that work under your direction sees it every day. I've worked over 200 overdoses myself. We're watching as fentanyl is killing a generation of Americans, and something has got to be done about it. Illegal immigration, fentanyl poisoning, human smuggling. This border failure is not a Republican issue. It is not a Democratic issue. It is an American issue, and it is time that it be addressed. You look at it, America deserves better, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Since assuming our Republican majority in January, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee has uncovered a mountain of evidence revealing how Joe Biden abused his public office for his family's financial gain. For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business schemes. At least 10 times, Joe Biden lied to the American people that he never spoke to his family about their business dealings. He lied by telling the American people that there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his personal life. Let's be clear, there was no wall. The door was wide open to those who purchased what a business associate described as the Biden brand. Evidence reveals that then Vice President Joe Biden spoke, dined, and developed relationships with his family's foreign business targets. These business targets include foreign oligarchs who sent millions of dollars to his family. It also includes a Chinese national who wired $250,000 to his son. Joe Biden also lied to the American people about his family making money in China. He continued to lie about it even when the House Oversight Committee uncovered bank wires, revealing how the Bidens received millions from Chinese companies with significant ties to Chinese intelligence and the Chinese Communist Party. Just this week, we uncovered 2 additional wires sent to Hunter Biden that originated in Beijing from Chinese nationals. This happened when Joe Biden was running for president of the United States, and Joe Biden's home is listed as the beneficiary address. To date, the House Oversight Committee has uncovered how the Bidens and their associates created over 20 shell companies, most of which were created when Joe Biden was vice president, and raked in over $20 million between 2014 and 2019. We've also identified 9 Biden family members who have participated in or benefited from these shady business schemes. Now, what were the Bidens selling to make all this money? Joe Biden himself. Joe Biden is the brand, and Joe Biden showed up at least 24 times with business targets and associates sending signals of access, influence, and power to those prepared to pay for it. The American people demand accountability for this culture of corruption. They demand to know how these schemes have compromised President Biden and threatened our national security. They demand safeguards to be put in place to prevent public officials from selling access to their public office for private gain. Under the leadership of Speaker Kevin McCarthy, House Republicans have now opened an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. By opening an impeachment inquiry, our investigation is now focused on whether President Biden engaged in impeachable offenses under the U.S. Constitution. It empowers Congress, elected by the people, to continue providing the answers, transparency, and accountability that the American people demand and deserve. In recent history, Democrats inflicted much damage on the credibility of congressional investigations by peddling the Russian collusion hoax. But this committee, under this majority, will not pursue such witch hunts based on manufactured allegations, innuendo, and no real evidence. Today, the House Oversight Committee will examine over 24 pieces of evidence revealing Joe Biden's corruption and abuse of public office. This includes emails, text messages, bank records, and testimony of Biden business associates. We will hear from legal and financial experts about this evidence and crimes that may have been committed as Joe Biden was sold around the world. The House Oversight Committee, along with the committees on the Judiciary and Ways and Means, will continue to follow the money and the evidence to provide accountability so that Americans know their public offices are not for sale.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This is a tale as old as time. Politician takes action that makes money for his family, and then he tries to conceal it. Never forget 4 fundamental facts. Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma, gets paid a lot of money. Hunter Biden's not qualified, fact number 2, to sit on the board. Not my words, his words. He said he got on the board because of the brand, because of the name. Fact number 3, the executives at Burisma asked Hunter Biden to weigh in and help them with the pressure they are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine. Fact number 4, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine on December 9th, 2015, gives the speech attacking the prosecutor that starts the process of getting that guy fired. Those facts, by the way, are consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and the FBI recorded in the 1023 form, the same form that the Justice Department didn't want to let this committee see. And all those facts, all of that was further confirmed yesterday with the information that the Ways and Means Committee released from the whistleblowers Shapley and Ziegler. Here's a communication from Hunter Biden to an executive with Burisma. Devin and I do feel comfortable with Blue Star strategies and the ability of Sally and Karen to deliver. Hunter Biden put Burisma in touch with Blue Star Strategies. What were they going to deliver? Well, that was in a communication released yesterday as well. U.S. officials in Ukraine and in the United States need to express support for Burisma and Nikolai Zlochevsky to the highest level decision makers, the president of Ukraine, the president's chief of staff, and the prosecutor general. That's what they were going to deliver. And were they successful? The Interior Minister confirmed that Zlochevsky is no longer wanted. We won in less than a year communications between the folks at Blue Star and Eric Sherwin, who was Hunter Biden's business partner. Awesome work. Congratulations to you guys. Those are the communications. That's what they got done. And remember, when this happens in October 2016, when the pressure is taken off, the case is dropped against Zlochevsky, this is the second prosecutor. Joe Biden fired the first one. The second prosecutor comes in, drops the charges. That's exactly what they wanted done. And the final step is the Biden Justice Department tries to sweep it all under the rug. They slow walk the investigation. They let the statute of limitations lapse for the most important years, 14 and 15, the Burisma years when all that income's coming in. They try to put together this sweetheart deal and get it past the judge. And we learned yesterday in the search warrant examining Hunter Biden's electronic communications, they weren't allowed to ask about political figure one. Political figure number one is the big guy, is Joe Biden. And they would have gotten away with it all. They would have gotten away with it all except for two brave whistleblowers who sat in those seats 2 months ago and told their story. And their story has stood up. Two brave whistleblowers and a judge in Delaware who said, we're not going to let this happen. That's why we're here today. That's why this inquiry is so darn important. It's the oldest story in the world, and those are the facts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes. I now yield to Jason Smith, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released new documents showing President Biden was not just aware of his son's business dealings, but he was connected to them. In a newly released message to a Chinese business executive, Hunter Biden mentions preserving the, quote, keys to my family's only asset. That asset, Joe Biden. New evidence released in response to questions raised by members of the committee on both sides when Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, the two IRS whistleblowers, testified in July, paints a disturbing picture of a revolving door between Joe Biden's office and Hunter Biden's business partners. According to a worksheet provided by IRS whistleblower Ziegler, then Vice President Biden's April 2014 official visit to Ukraine occurred only days after a series of White House meetings with Hunter Biden and his business associates regarding Ukraine. Shortly after Joe Biden returned stateside, the Ukrainian company Burisma announced Hunter Biden's appointment to its board. New evidence provided shows Hunter Biden using his father's position to gain favor with billionaire Miguel Alemán, including having Joe Biden host them at the White House in February of 2014 at the vice president's residence alongside Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim in November of 2015, and then in 2016 using Air Force Two to shuttle Hunter Biden and his business associate to Mexico City. Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand. The Biden family and their associates received millions in payments from foreign sources, including from Russia, China, Ukraine, Romania. In one email, Hunter Biden even bragged that he cut a deal for $10 million from just one company for, quote, introductions alone. And yet the DOJ wanted to keep the spotlight as far from Joe Biden as possible. One of the items we released yesterday was an IRS interview with James Biden, the president's brother, in September of 2022. The agency was barred in the interview from asking him about Joe Biden and about whether Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden's deal with a Chinese energy company. And when Hunter Biden had his tax liability of over $2 million mysteriously paid for by a Democrat Party donor named Kevin Morris, who he barely knew, something IRS investigators saw as a possible campaign finance violation, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf said she did not want any of the agents to look into the allegation. On the board are notes Agent Shapley took from that meeting. He notes that Wolf told investigators that she was not, quote, personally interested in pursuing it. This is the same attorney, Wolf, who in an email we released yesterday responded to IRS investigators seeking approval for a search warrant with, quote, there should be nothing about political figure one in here, that being a reference by definition of Joe Biden. The Biden family sold access to Joe Biden's power, and the Biden Justice Department protected the Biden brand. We must continue to follow the facts. I yield to Jim. I yield to
Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you. Professor Gerhardt, it wasn't just a speech. He leveraged $1 billion of American tax money, and he did so at a time when our government was supportive of the prosecutor. Here's what our government said. The Assistant Secretary of State, we have been impressed with the ambitious reform and anti-corruption agenda of your government, written to the Prosecutor General, who Joe Biden leverages our money to get fired. The United States fully supports your efforts to fight corruption, she further wrote. The Interagency Policy Committee said this on October 1st, 2015. The IPC recommends moving forward with a third loan guarantee to Ukraine in the near term. And even after Joe Biden gives the speech on December 9th, the European Commission said, their report said the anti-corruption benchmark is deemed to have been achieved for Ukraine. But the most telling evidence is what his business partner said. Devin Archer, when we deposed him under oath just 2 months ago, said this. Here's the question. The request was help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from their prosecutor. You know what Mr. Archer's response was? That's correct. Next question. What did Hunter Biden do after he was given that request? He called his dad. That's what we're investigating. That's one of the three things Professor Turley talked about, the influence peddling scheme. I want to go to those three things, Professor Turley. False statements, influence peddling scheme, and Joe Biden might have benefited. Let's do the third one first. Is a benefit to your family, can a benefit to your family be a benefit to you?
It is. There's been repeated statements that you need to show that President Biden accepted direct money in order for this to constitute a benefit, even under criminal cases that deal with bribery, extortion, the Hobbs Act. The courts actually have rejected that. They've said that money going to family members is in fact a benefit, and I don't really see any legal basis for that. Obviously, the strongest case is if you have a direct payment. But this idea that you can have millions going to a politician's family and that's not a benefit, I think is pretty fallacious.
Yeah, how about the false claims thing? In your written testimony, you said, to the extent that the president has used the White House, I think this is a little broader, to the extent the president used the White House staff to maintain false claims or resist disclosures, it can fit into the type of Nixonian abuse of power model. We know all kinds of false statements have been made by the White House. Joe Biden's made them. He said it was a lousy question when they asked him, have you ever been involved, talked to any one of your son's business partners? We know that was false. Ron Klain said, the president's confident his son didn't break the law. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said, never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. What do you think about all those false statements from the White House in this abuse of power issue?
Well, the involvement of White House staff and executive branch staff has been really one of the tripwires that we saw in Nixon, to some extent even in Clinton. The degree to which you enlist support for a false narrative or to obstruct Congress can go into things like abuse of power. One of the things that I suggested is that if you look at past impeachment inquiries, and once again, this is an inquiry to find evidence, you're not voting on articles of impeachment, those allegations tend to develop last, and you look at what you have found.
Yeah. How about the Attorney General? I'm concerned about statements he made. March 1st, 2023, in front of the Senate, he was asked a question about Mr. Weiss's investigation. He said this in response to Senator Grassley. Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. Last week, the Attorney General told us that Weiss had the authority because I promised him he would have the authority if he asked it. That seems to me to be something different. So what he said to the Senate, he's got full authority, no problem. Last week he told the House Judiciary Committee he had authority because I promised if he come talk to me, I would give him the authority that I already told the Senate he had. Do you see a concern there with false statements coming from the Biden Justice Department?
Well, there is a concern. You don't have to prejudge the evidence to say that obviously this is part of the inquiry. And what I don't understand is the opposition to the inquiry itself. It seems to me the test is, would the alleged conduct, if proven, establish impeachable offenses? And is there a credible basis for those allegations? I think the answer is clearly yes, that there is a basis to look at the president's conduct without prejudging whether that qualifies at the beginning of that inquiry as an article of impeachment.
And let's be clear, you don't need a full vote of the House to proceed in an impeachment inquiry phase of our constitutional duty to do oversight. In fact, the Democrats did it. 4 years ago, I was in an impeachment deposition run by Adam Schiff in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, and I went to the floor. So I'm in an impeachment deposition, and I went to the floor to vote on opening an impeachment inquiry. They did the same darn thing because you have that authority as a Congress when the Speaker of the House makes that designation.
The Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, did in fact initiate the impeachment. In some cases, then you have a later vote. I've said in my testimony, I consider that the best practice to have a vote of the House. But the court that was referenced earlier looked at this and said that the Constitution does not require resolution. Actually said if you look at all the impeachments, often there wasn't a resolution. That doesn't mean it's not a good practice, but the Constitution itself does not require such a resolution.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Dubinsky, I want to come to you quickly. A lot of talk about evidence. On the screens in the room, we have an organizational chart from the IRS investigative team that was looking into the business practices of Hunter Biden and his associates. This org chart is from 2014. Now, Mr. Dubinsky, in my former life, I was in community banking, and I'm comfortable with looking at organizational charts. When I first saw this chart, the first thing I thought about was a real estate holding company or a developer, and this is not to demean developers in the great East state of America, but developers typically have multiple companies that float with various business interests and business lines. But the funny thing is that in the business dealings of Hunter Biden, there is no real estate, none at all. So, Mr. Dubinsky, in your professional experience, looking at this organizational chart of business structure, what do you see here?
I see a very complicated structure of entities that are interrelated and would give me concern. If I were an investigator, I would want to know what's going on in these entities, who's behind them, how's the money moving between them, and what is the substance of the transactions? What's really going on here?
Mr. Dubinsky, do you think it's in the interest of this committee that is now in an inquiry phase to actually find out all of the flow of money between these entities and what the purpose was?
Absolutely.
Next slide, please. For my colleagues on the other side, we're going to start talking evidence now. This is now a slide of the organizational chart of the Hunter Biden business companies and with associates from 2018, from the same IRS investigators who were broke down the business structure in 2014. Does this slide cause you the same concern, Mr. Dubinsky?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now let's talk about some more. Actually, one point I want to make on this. Ladies and gentlemen, and I know it's kind of small, so I would love to submit, I will submit all this for the record. I would love my colleagues on the other side to see this. In 2014, one of the key owners was Devin Archer, who did testify and was under deposition under oath by the Oversight Committee. In 2018, Devin Archer is no longer listed, but his wife, Krista Archer, is now listed. Mr. Dubinsky, when you see a situation where ownership interest moves from one spouse to the other, is that a concern of some level of fraud potentially?
I would call it a red flag. That's something I would look at and again, try to get to the bottom of what happened there. Was it just transferred? Was there money behind it? What was going on?
Okay, thank you. Next slide. Now this is to a text message. This is a text message between, it's going to Naomi Biden. That's what this one is. Hold on, wait, so let me get my stuff back. There we go. Sorry. This is the WhatsApp text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. In this text message, it clearly says, anyway, we can talk later, but you've been drawn into something purely for the purpose of protecting Dad. This is between Hunter Biden and Jim Biden. Last time I checked, the father of Jim Biden and Joe Biden is now passed away. So I'm assuming this is Hunter Biden saying to Jim Biden, the president's brother, that you've been brought in this for the sole purpose of protecting Dad. Ms. O'Connor, do you think that this text message would lead this committee to get further information about the business dealings of Hunter Biden and how that actually links to Jim Biden, the president's brother, and why they are so concerned with protecting Dad, AKA Joe Biden, AKA the President of the United States?
Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This is a text message between Hunter Biden and Naomi Biden. And this one is a famous one. Everybody knows this one. This is a famous one that says, I hope you all do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. It's really hard. But don't worry, unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary. Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this in a potential money laundering operation or a potential pay-for-play operation, would you be looking for information related to money going from son to father?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Thank you. Next slide. Oh, this is a fun one. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is from 2018. This is about 4 months before Joe Biden launched his campaign for president of the United States, December 2018. The highlight is, this is a text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was in a bad way, by the way. He was really strung out. He lost a bunch of money. He needed help. Jim Biden says, "This can work. You need a safe harbor. I can work with your father alone." It'll probably take several months and everybody can read the text. Ms. O'Connor, Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this between the president's brother and the president's son, wouldn't you be concerned about them trying to give plausible deniability for the president of the United States to not have any knowledge of said business dealings?
It's worth.
Gentleman's time's expired, but please answer the question.
It's worth investigating.
Mr. Dubinsky?
I would agree. I would investigate this.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Before our chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2019, Representative Raskin didn't think a House vote was needed for an actual impeachment inquiry. And to quote Representative Raskin, he said in 2019, "There's no formal constitutional or statutory or even the House rule for how an impeachment inquiry is to begin. And so it means different things to different people." I don't want to hear another word from the left or anyone across the other side of the aisle about impeachment inquiry. This is complete and total hypocrisy this morning. Today, we're going to bring the facts. Today, we are going to bring the evidence. In 2017, the Joe Biden family teamed up with Chinese company CEFC to make millions off of granting access to Joe Biden. Hunter even arranged for Joe Biden to share office space with the CCP-aligned company CEFC. My Democrat colleagues say none of this is relevant because Joe Biden wasn't vice president while his family did these shady deals. Turns out that's complete and total bullshit. It's a lie. Hunter Biden referred to access to his father as the keys to his family's only asset. Those words are going to come back and haunt Hunter Biden and his family forever. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released an FBI memo on the interview they had with Tony Bobulinski, a former Biden partner in crime. I'll read a bit of that right now. The work conducted by CEFC, Gilliar, Walker, Hunter Biden, James Biden, and Yee over the preceding 2 years was discussed in detail. In particular, CEFC was closing significant investment deals in Poland, Kazakhstan, Romania, Oman, and the Middle East during this period of time. Period of time is in reference to the years 2015 and 2016, when guess what? Joe Biden was vice president. As an aside, Rob Walker, in previous testimony, also confirmed that Joe Biden attended a meeting with the head of CEFC. So now we know CEFC was working with the Biden family while Joe Biden was vice president. And I'll continue reading from Tony Bobulinski's report, which says, and I quote Bobulinski, "Hunter Biden and James Biden did not receive compensation because Joe Biden was still vice president during this time period. There is a concern it would be improper for payments to be made to Hunter Biden and James Biden by CEFC due to its close affiliation with the Chinese government. Hunter Biden and James Biden both wanted to be compensated for the assistance they had provided to CEFC's ventures. In particular, they believe CEFC owed them money for the benefits that accrued to CEFC through its use of the Biden family name to advance their business dealings. The Bidens, coincidentally, were paid over $1 million by CCP-affiliated Chinese company CEFC shortly after Joe Biden left office as vice president. Now we know why, because it was back pay. I'm going to show another image. This is a text message between Hunter Biden and Gong Wendong, an agent of CEFC. Hunter says, "My uncle will be here with his brother," in all caps, "who would like to say hello to the chairman." He goes on, "Jim's brother, if he's coming, wants to say hello." His uncle's brother. I wonder who that could be. I can't quite figure it out. Hunter puts brother in all caps, and it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, but since I'm not always dealing with geniuses, and Washington, D.C. has been illustrated today, I'll spell it out. The brother of Hunter's uncle, Jim, is Joe Biden. Why was Hunter so secretive about his father? I'm going to tell you why. It's because Joe Biden didn't want the American people to know he and his family were getting paid millions and millions of dollars from a company closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party. CEFC knew paying Biden family members was bad, so they covered it up. Hunter knew Joe Biden hanging out with CCP businessmen would be a bad look, so he tried to pull a genius move on us with this whole my uncle's brother bullshit. We already know the president took bribes from Burisma. I also want to add, betraying your country is treason. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this text message between Hunter Biden and Gong Dong and the FBI memo regarding their interview with Tony Bobolinsky, showing Joe Biden's connections to CFC during his vice presidency.
Without objection, so ordered.
Professor Turley, we got 30 seconds. In your experience in reviewing cases of fraud, do people who are conducting legitimate business usually go through these efforts and hoops to keep their foreign entanglements hidden?
Yes, the issue with influence peddling is that it can, in some circumstances, be legal, but it's not something that necessarily is made public. The public does not buy into the idea that you can sell your family brand if it's influence peddling. So what happens with influence peddling is that you often have the commission of crimes that conceal it, and to take steps so that it's not public. That may include, but it's not necessarily the reason in this case, but it may include the failure to pay taxes, the failure to register as a foreign agent. And part of the purpose of an inquiry is to see if there is a linkage between those acts and, more importantly, a linkage to the president. Can I briefly respond to the earlier attack? You may have additional questions. I don't want to take your time.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, the gentlelady's over time.
Okay.
But we'll work with you on that because I do think you need to respond to that ridiculous statement. Now, Chair recognizes Ms. McClain from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start with my line of questioning, I just want to make two comments. First, to Professor Gerhardt, I love the analogy that you used about the speeding ticket with Hunter Biden. Let me also see if you would agree with this analogy. If a criminal pulls a trigger for a murder, he's guilty, right? And we can prove it. But don't you also agree with me if somebody ordered that hit, we would charge him too? It's interesting that you don't use that analogy. That's number one. Number
I have
two,
a reason for not using it, but yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit the narrative is the reason.
No, because
Number
there's no
two,
evidence
I'm
of-
amazed at, and I love the fact that Trump lives rent-free in the Democrats' heads every day. That is a beautiful thing, even though we're here talking about the impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. With that said, I want to talk about the damning evidence of Joe Biden's role in his family's business schemes in Romania. While Joe Biden was president, he was directly involved in the United States policy and anti-corruption efforts in Romania. That's a fact. On May 21st, 2014, the then Vice President Biden delivered an anti-corruption speech in Romania, right? On September 28th, 2015, the president visited with the then Vice President Biden, the Romanian president visited with the then Vice President Biden at the White House to discuss anti-corruption efforts, right? Got a theme of corruption, anti-corruption, right? Gabriel Popovich, a corrupt Romanian oligarch, in the subject of a criminal probe, he's a subject of a criminal probe and prosecution for corruption and bribery in Romania. This committee has reviewed transactions showing that the Biden family received money from a foreign company run by this Russian oligarch, corrupt Gabriel Popovich. 5 weeks after the Romanian president visited with Vice President Biden, Popovich begins paying Hunter Biden and his associates, Rob Walker, through his company, Bladen Enterprises. The money from Bladen Enterprises is deposited directly into Robinson Walker, LLC. Now, this LLC is directly operated by Hunter's known business partner, Rob Walker. These are all facts, right, that we found through the investigation. In November 2015 and again in March 2016, Hunter Biden, who is not registered as a foreign agent under FARA, meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania. Red flag. Then, coincidentally, over $1 million flows to the Bidens. I'm not much for coincidences, and I don't think the American people are either. Let's run through the numbers together. Between November 2015 and May 2017, Bladen Enterprises deposited over $3 million into Robinson Walker's LLC business account. But then the Biden family accounts received more than $1 million from Robinson Walker's accounts after these deposits were made. Ironically, 16 of those 17 payments occurred while Joe Biden was vice president. Now, I think most Americans would find it suspicious that, ironically, these payments ended shortly after Joe Biden left office. Another coincidence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Oversight Committee's May 10, 2023 Second Bank Records Memorandum showing Joe Biden's involvement in his family's business schemes in Romania.
Without objection, so ordered.
I see three problems here. One, while Joe Biden is touting anti-corruption efforts in Romania, Hunter Biden is employed by a corrupt Romanian oligarch. Interesting. In direct violation of FARA, Hunter Biden meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania while being paid by Gabriel Popovich. What was Hunter Biden selling to the Romanian oligarchs for millions of dollars? I'd still like to see a contract of that. Professor Turley, I know I'm almost out of time, but you've previously said that Hunter Biden could be charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Can you explain why?
Gentlelady's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Much of the conduct described in these disclosures does seem to fit what we saw with the charges of Paul Manafort in terms of being a foreign agent. Some of this does appear to be that type of lobbying on the part of Hunter Biden. The failure to register as an agent, of course, helped conceal that, but that's not necessarily the motivation behind it. The question is, should he have registered as a foreign agent during the course of this conduct? And it just seems to me, looking at the Paul Manafort indictment, that there's considerable overlap in terms of the type of actions taken.
Perhaps there's a two-tier justice system. With
Mr.
that,
Chairman,
I yield back.
May I ask unanimous consent to enter Ms. McLean's chart into the record?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Chair now from Wisconsin.
Okay, I'm concerned about the seriousness of these allegations. And what bothers me a little is that I'm beginning to think Americans are beginning to think this behavior by the Biden family is normal. I'm kind of afraid that they're going to say, well, President Biden's a politician. They're going to look at the news with regard to Senator Menendez the last couple weeks, and they're just going to say this is how it works. I don't think it's the way it works. I think this is this corruption that appears to be, we have all sorts of smoke, maybe not fire, but all sorts of smoke, is almost an historic low for our country, and it deserves a strong response from this body. Look at Senator Menendez's latest indictment. There's no tolerance for putting yourself before your constituents, unless it seems your last name is Biden. I applaud my Democrat colleagues who've asked Senator Menendez to resign, but we know how that ends. There'll be a new Democrat to replace him, no political risk. But here we're talking about the presidency. If the response is, well, Hunter Biden wasn't an elected politician, I have to know just what was Hunter Biden selling. We can't become numb to these facts. The allegations are extraordinary. In fact, I'm not aware of these type of allegations where we have a sitting president accused of bribery, accused of taking payments, whether it be directly or through his family. and these are not empty allegations. We continue to have evidence. Just look at what's come in just the past couple of days. Is President Biden compromised? It's particularly relevant because of the interaction between our country and Ukraine, interaction between our country and China. Doesn't look good, and the facts demand we continue to investigate. Mr. Turley, I want you to really discuss how historic this really is. What do you think is the what do you think is the most concerning piece of evidence that you heard of today?
I think the most concerning, obviously, you have to start with the bribery allegation that was the subject of the FD 1023. Now, I say in the testimony that you have to only take that so far because you have a lot of information about a secondhand account. But when you put it into the context of this labyrinth of accounts and companies used to transfer money, and you have the statements of Hunter Biden, that's what makes this a credible inquiry. And the question is, did the president know? Did he encourage this type of corruption? And the key here, once again, which is what I stressed in the testimony, is you have to begin with a recognition that what Hunter Biden and his associates were doing was corrupt. That's what influence peddling is. It's a form of corruption that our country globally has combated. Now, the only question is for an inquiry is whether that body of corruption, which it is, also encompass the actions or the knowledge of the President of the United States. The only way you will be able to get that information is to follow this evidence. And what I suggest is you do so without any prejudice, you do so without any assumptions. In fact, I hope that the President will be able to show that there is no such nexus. But you won't get those answers until you ask these questions.
So we're really obligated to have this inquiry.
I believe it's your duty to determine if the President is involved in what is a known form of corruption. And that's what I believe has already been described. I believe many people have accepted that this was influence peddling in its rawest form.
Okay, could you elaborate for us the impact bribery of a public official can have on the execution of their duties? And how about if it was the President? Can you explain why the American public ought to care about this?
Well, you know, Alexander Hamilton talked about impeachment in Federalist 65 as a violation of the public trust. And that's really what this ultimately goes to. I'm hoping that there's not much disagreement that public corruption falls within an impeachable offense, because if it does not, then it makes a mockery of what the framers were talking about. You know, during the Clinton impeachment, Michael and I testified, and there was a lot of, I think, good faith discussion between us and the other experts as to the executive function theory and what constitutes an impeachable offense. I would hope that it would be agreed that if a nexus was established with the President, that he participated in the corruption of influence peddling, that it would be a potential impeachable offense, or it would be the basis of impeachment.
We have millions of dollars flowing to the Biden family. That's been proven overwhelmingly. Are you aware of any precedent in this country where there's been any case of bribery and corruption of a public official or of a president of this magnitude? I mean, is there any historical precedent in this country where
Gentleman's time's expired, but please answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Certainly, this has the assumption, as the ranking member, you know, has contested the degree to which all of this money went to the Biden family members. That has to be, as the ranking member said, it has to be established. But no, in terms of the figures, yeah, I've been a critic of influence peddling by both Republicans and Democrats for 3 decades. I've been writing about this a long time. Influence peddling is the favorite form of corruption in Washington, D.C., and this city is awash with it. But have I seen anything of this size and complexity? No. Just as an observer, no. But we still need to know the scope of this and whether all of these financial transfers link the President in any regard, and I'm not going to assume that it does.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Words mean things, or at least they should. Here's Joe Biden's words from August 28, 2019. First of all, I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything to do with their business. From September of the same year, I have never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings. October, same year, quote, I don't discuss business with my son. Were Joe Biden's words true? No, they were false. So why did he lie repeatedly? In an interview back in 2019 with The New Yorker, even Hunter admitted that he talked to his dad about business, specifically Burisma. Many of Hunter Biden's business associates have testified Joe Biden met with them. Two of the ones closest to Hunter, Rob Walker and Devin Archer, were among them. So they not only spoke to him, they took, a lot of the business associates took photos with him. They played golf with him. Joe Biden gave them White House tours. He wrote letters of recommendation for their children and shared fancy dinners as well. So let's also talk about patterns. Yuri Luzkov and Yelena Baturina. They are Russian, they were married, Russian oligarch billionaires. Michael McFaul, the U.S. ambassador to Russia, ID'd Luzkov as being corrupt. Yelena Baturina wires $3.5 million to Hunter Biden. Soon thereafter, who does she have dinner with? Then Vice President Joe Biden. Kenez Rakishev, and Karim Mazimov, Kazakhstani nationals. Mazimov used to be the prime minister. He's now in prison. Rakishev wires $142,300 to Hunter Biden. The very next day, Hunter Biden buys a Porsche for $142,300. And then soon after, who do you think Kenez Rakishev has dinner with? Say it with me. Then Vice President Joe Biden. Vadim Pazarski and Mykola Zolchevsky, the CEO and CFO of Burisma. U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, calls Zolchevsky a poster child of corruption. Those two fellas paid Hunter Biden's shell companies a total of $3.3 million. And who do you think Vadim Pazarski had dinner with? Again, say it with me all at once. Then Vice President Joe Biden. So here's a pattern. You have crooked foreigners that deliver pallets of cash to the Bidens, and then they have dinner with Joe. And apparently Joe Biden is one hell of an expensive dinner date. And if that's not selling political access, I don't know what is. My Democratic colleagues report ad nauseum when they talk to the media that there's no direct evidence linking Joe Biden to his son's crimes. Really? This is a FD 1023, which is used by the FBI when confidential informants give them information. This 1023 is only as good as the source. It could be garbage or it could be gold. The FBI describes this source as somebody that is highly reliable and very trustworthy. In fact, they've worked with him for over a decade and paid him well over $100,000. What he has given to them is always checked out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is gold. Consider this with weight and gravity. So what does this say? I don't know what the confidential informant's name is, so I'm going to call him Ivan. Ivan is not his real name, but Ivan describes Vadim Pazarski directly admitting to him in a confidential conversation that they hired a not-so-smart Hunter Biden to protect us, quote, through his dad from all kinds of problems. Then Ivan speaks directly to CEO Zolchevsky, and Zolchevsky confides that Hunter Biden will take care of those corruption issues through his dad. Zolchevsky is being investigated by Viktor Shokin, a Ukrainian prosecutor. Joe Biden suddenly begins to call for Shokin's removal. Now, Ivan is also told by Zolchevsky that it cost him $5 million to pay one Biden and $5 million to pay the other. This is direct evidence of naked corruption and bribery. Zolchevsky also admitted to Ivan that both Bidens pushed him to pay them and to keep Hunter Biden on the board. Please keep in mind, these were confidential conversations. Also interesting that Zolchevsky referred to Biden as the big guy, and I doubt he knows Tony Bobulinski. Shokin seized 2 homes, land, and a Rolls-Royce from Zolchevsky. When he was fired, the Ukrainian president admitted in a phone call to none other than Joe Biden that Shokin didn't do anything wrong, but at your behest, we fired him. And then $1 billion of aid that was being withheld was given to Ukraine. And lastly, after Shokin was fired, Hunter Biden and the other members of the Burisma board wrote a letter to the new prosecutor demanding that the investigation into Zolchevsky ended. And you know what? Shockingly, it did. The message was sent, and the Bidens delivered. Mr. Dubinsky, in your experience in financial investigations, You follow, quote unquote, you follow the money. If you were investigating this and looking at $5 million payment from Burisma to Joe Biden, what kinds of information or patterns would you be looking for?
Well, I'd want to know who, what, when, where, and why. What's going on? Why is the money moving? What's it for? What's the substance behind it? And talk to people. Look at documents and talk to people. That's what we do in investigations. I would venture to say everybody in this chamber, if they were the CEO of a company and they saw money moving like that within their own company, they'd want to get to the truth. They'd want to find out, why is that money moving? Why is somebody paying that money out? Those are the questions that need to be asked and get to the bottom of.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request. I'd like to enter into the record a July 9th, 2016 letter from 3 Burisma board members, including Hunter Biden, to Yuri Lutsenko, who replaced Shokin as the prosecutor general, expressing concern that Mr. Lutsenko had initiated an investigation into Burisma.
Without objection, so ordered.
Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, current U.S. policy towards Cuba is best described as continuing the sanctions and policies of Donald Trump. Every day, our policies hurt the Cuban people. One thing the United States can do to provide relief is to remove Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list. There is absolutely no reason for Cuba to be on that list, none, and its impact affects nearly every global financial and economic institution. Many European nations and U.S. allies want to help relieve the suffering of the Cuban people, especially in the areas of health and basic needs. But their hands are tied because of the SST list and its onerous financial restrictions and punishments. Our policy is a relic from the Cold War, and quite frankly, it's cruel. It drives increased migration to our southern border, and it makes no sense. It's an embarrassment. Madam Speaker, I voted for Joe Biden, not Donald Trump. The President needs to do better. He could begin by removing Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list today. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Biden had dinner with Hunter and his business associates, including Yelena Baturina, a Russian tech and energy oligarch who was married to the mayor of Moscow at the time. Hunter then received $3.5 million in payouts from Baturina. She was not sanctioned after the invasion of Crimea. Joe Biden has maintained for years that he was not involved in his son's business dealings. Yet we have proof that Joe Biden attended business dinners with his son while he was Vice President of the United States of America. Here you have an excerpt from Devon Archer's transcribed interview. On the screen, if we could get that up there. During his interview, Archer testified to the fact that on multiple occasions, then Vice President Joe Biden attended functions with business associates of his and Hunter Biden. One such example is laid out on the screen for us. Mr. Archer is explaining here that in the spring of 2014, if we could get this slide up, Devon and Hunter had dinner at Cafe Milano with several of their business associates. One of these attendees was Yelena Baturina. Ms. Baturina was, at the time, the richest woman in Russia, and she was married to the former mayor of Moscow, as previously stated. Interestingly, on February 14th, 2014, Ms. Baturina wired Hunter Biden and Devon Archer $3.5 million. It is still uncertain what legitimate service Hunter Biden provided to Ms. Baturina in exchange for this large sum of money, if any at all. Furthermore, it is concerning how Hunter Biden and Devon Archer moved this money from bank account to bank account. And it is also convenient that the U.S. government never placed Ms. Baturina on their public sanctions list after Russia invaded Crimea. This billionaire continued to invade public sanctions lists even after Russia invaded Ukraine. I want these facts to be clear to the American people. The billionaire continued to evade the public sanctions lists after Russia invaded Ukraine. Joe Biden's attendance at this dinner shows that Joe Biden's involvement in Hunter Biden's deals was more than just the illusion of access. It was access. There were direct benefits leading to Hunter and his business partners after Joe's attendance at this Cafe Milano dinner. This pay-to-play type of engagement was selling direct access to Joe Biden and the office of the Vice President of the United States. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record the third bank records memorandum produced by this committee on Oversight and Accountability on August 9th, 2023.
Without objection, to ordered.
Mr. Turley, as an expert on constitutional issues and impeachment, where does selling access to an executive office fall in terms of what justifies an impeachment inquiry, and what is deemed an impeachable offense?
Well, it's two separate questions. What I've suggested is for the four areas for articles of impeachment that you can explore, you can look at some of the criminal code, and that includes things like bribery under 201, Hobbs, the Hobbs Act cases, and those have different standards that I think are relevant. In terms of the impeachable standard itself, there's been obviously decades of debate about that. I would hope that there would be general agreement that public corruption, if the president engaged
Selling any access.
right, if
Yes.
if he engaged in public corruption involving
Any sort of peddling of influence. Now, as a follow-up, in previous impeachment inquiries, have actions such as influence peddling and pay-to-play schemes like this been deemed as offensive to the conscience of the American people in such a way to warrant an investigation?
Well, I think that there's certainly a basis for this inquiry to go forward. There's, you know, my position is simply that this is early on in an inquiry in terms of linking these, which are still just allegations, to the president, and that's the linkage you have to establish.
Thank you, Mr. Turley. It is far time for Joe Biden to stop lying to the American people about his shady foreign business deals. He intentionally misled the American people by using complex maneuvers to pocket millions of dollars from our adversary. He lied when he was vice president. He lied as a candidate to gain the office of President of the United States. Now this committee has uncovered the truth, and it is time to impeach this compromised commander-in-chief. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Lady yields back.
Chairman, point of order, if I could. I didn't want to interrupt the good gentlelady from Colorado, but you cannot engage in personalities against the President of the United States.
We've established that, Mr. Ranking Member.
Okay, and so you cannot say that Joe Biden lied. First of all, he didn't lie.
Mr.
But
Ranking Member,
even if
we've
he had,
established this at the beginning of the hearing.
You can't say it, Mr. Chairman. I hope you
This
agree
is-
with me.
this
You get a
is-
ruling from
this
your
is-
parliamentarian.
This is.
I can provide you all the
Thank you,
cases.
Mr. Chair.
This.
I have a unanimous
Reclaiming order. Chair now recognizes Mr. Ivy.
I have a unanimous consent motion before Mr. Ivy goes.
Mr. Goldman.
I would like to reintroduce once again the Devin Archer transcript and especially point to when he says that Hunter
Mr.
Biden
Goldman,
was
Mr.
not
Goldman,
involved
we've re-entered it.
in the
This
Elena
will be the fifth
Baturina
time.
$3.5
Without
million.
objection, we've re-entered the Devin Archer transcript for the fifth time. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Gosar for 5 minutes.
The CEFC of China Energy. Who is Chairman Yi? Chairman Yi and CEFC reportedly had connections to the Chinese military. Though it was in theory a private company, CEFC has layers of Communist Party committees, which are usually staples of state-owned enterprises. This CCP-affiliated entity was closely connected with China's Belt and Road Initiative, and there's evidence Joe Biden was in business with it. Joe Biden was engaged so closely with Chairman Yi and CEFC that he planned to share office space in Washington, D.C. with him. Joe Biden was actually considered a partner. Let's break down the evidence. The email I have on display shows on September 21st, 2017, yes, we'll talk about that in a minute, Hunter Biden emailed the general manager, House of Sweden, a building in Washington, D.C., to request that keys be made available for office mates Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Jim Biden, Gong Wendong, Chairman Yi's CFC emissary. Not only did Joe Biden share office space with the Chinese Communist-affiliated CFC leadership, his son, Hunter Biden, asked that the signage for the venture be listed as, quote, the Biden Foundation Hudson West, CEFC US. In case it isn't clear that Joe Biden wasn't a partner in these business dealings with CCP affiliate entity with a key to shared office space, the email I now have on display shows that Hunter Biden specifically referenced Joe Biden as his partner in this venture. Hunter even shared the personal phone numbers for Joe Biden, to whom Hunter Biden refers to as his partner, along with Gong Wen Dong, Chairman Yee's emissary, and Jim Biden. The management was told to call Joe Biden if they chose. CEFC Chairman Yee additionally gifted Hunter Biden a diamond worth $80,000 during their business relationship. Chairman Yee was detained in 2018 by Chinese authorities. It was initially reported by Chinese media that his detention in China was ordered directly by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent at the end of the record this email dated September 21st, 2017, showing Joe Biden's involvement sharing of office space with a family CCP-linked business partner, Chairman Yi Ying-ming.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, let me ask you a question. Who do you think I'm referring to? Who has a family of high-ranking government officials receiving tons of money, cars, and luxury items from a foreign government? You might have said Senator Menendez, and you would be right. But Hunter Biden also received those same things. Mr. Turley, in your experience, is it concerning that a public official such as Joe Biden is involved with the CEFC, China Energy, a company with ties to CCP, and Chairman Yi, who was later detained by China for fraud?
Well, it's certainly a concern that some of these individuals have been either accused of or has been convicted of fraud, including one by the United States government. The question is whether that conduct extended to the vice president or the president today, and whether that's part of a continuum of conduct.
Mr. Dudinsky, when you see a pattern of problems, particularly in corruption, doesn't that pattern usually continue? It's a cover-up. Do you agree with that statement?
I do. We call it pattern evidence, and that's what we look for when we're doing investigations, to see what's continuing in that regard.
So if you were started prior as a vice president, we would continue through this as a private citizen. You'd see it also as a president. So those would be aspects that you would follow through, right?
Absolutely.
Now, for all three of you, real quick. The other side has said over and over again, you've given no information. But isn't it true that we should be looking to you for establishment? I'm not an attorney, neither are a bunch of these folks here. Shouldn't we be utilizing your expertise to go get that information to make sure it's valid? Mr. Turley, would you agree with that?
I agree. My testimony tried to lay out the historical baseline for an inquiry. This is just the beginning of that formal inquiry.
Ms. O'Connor?
My testimony was to aid in understanding what the whistleblowers had brought forward.
Mr. Dudinsky?
And my testimony was centered around conducting an unbiased investigation and getting to the truth.
See, unbelievable. I think this is so perfectly set up. We wanted the very basis of this, and we wanted a slow, methodical, make sure it is done appropriately. You know, it just overwhelms me when we start to see the rhetoric that comes out of that aside, and especially the show that we just saw. You know, that belongs on Saturday Night Live. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For years, we have heard shifting denials and deflections from President Biden relating to his son's foreign business deals and ventures. In fact, we know that President Biden has lied to the American people at least 16 times about his family's business schemes. In August 2019, Joe Biden told reporters, quote, "First of all, I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything having to do with their business, period," end quote. Joe Biden continued to double down on this statement throughout the 2020 presidential race. In September 2019, Joe Biden again stated, "I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings." These lies continued throughout the 2020 presidential race. It was only recently that the Biden administration has grudgingly begun to shift their answer on what Joe Biden knew about his son's foreign business deals. In June of this year, the White House changed its position by claiming that the president was not in business with his son. Moreover, media and members across the aisle continue to run cover for President Biden, repeatedly shifting the goalpost and repeatedly peddling the notion that Hunter Biden was selling the, quote, illusion of access. Evidence discovered by this committee in its investigation into the Biden brand, however, has revealed Hunter's product went well beyond illusions of access. On display is an example of actual access to the then vice president. During his transcribed interview, Devin Archer was questioned about how many times Hunter Biden had put his father on speakerphone while in business meetings. Now, Archer made it clear during this whole 10-year partnership that Joe Biden was on speakerphone maybe 20 times while Archer was present. And when later interviewed by Tucker Carlson, Archer went on to say, if you're sitting with a foreign business person and then you hear the voice of the vice president, that's prize enough. That's pretty impactful stuff. Archer later stated, in the rear view, it's an abuse of soft power. Now, President Biden's involvement in Hunter's business deals was not overt. Joe Biden did not email Hunter asking for Burisma's quarterly reports. All it takes for Biden to be involved in Hunter's business dealings is Biden crafting and implementing policy based on promptings from his son and receiving payment in return. Mr. Turley, have you ever had your parents call in during an official business meeting?
No.
Okay. Members across the aisle have characterized Hunter's speakerphone calls during business meetings as, quote, casual conversation and niceties about the weather and what's going on. Now, during a business meeting, have you ever answered a call from a parent or put them on speaker and then proceeded to discuss the weather?
Not in my case, no.
Okay. Would you say that such actions are generally out of the ordinary in the business world?
I couldn't speak for the whole business world, but it strikes me as being odd.
Yeah. Looking at the evidence like this transcript of Devin Archer's testimony and other evidence discussed in today's hearings, can you contrast the level of thoroughness of this committee's investigation compared with the Democrats' impeachment inquiry in 2019?
Well, I was highly critical of obviously the Trump impeachment and the first Trump impeachment, which I felt did not develop a sufficient record to support the articles. I actually said that the investigation had merit to go forward, but that they hadn't established the basis for the articles. In the second impeachment, they used what I call the snap impeachment. They jettisoned any hearing at all, which I think did do damage to the impeachment process.
Now, looking at this transcript of Devin Archer's sworn testimony, would you agree that there are inconsistencies with President Biden's statements that he never discussed business with his son, or even later that he was not in business with his son?
Well, I think my understanding is that Devin Archer himself was asked that question and said that it was patently false to suggest that President Biden was not aware of his son's business dealings.
Very good. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very disturbed about what I've heard here today. There's a saying among country lawyers that if you have the facts, you pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, you pound the table. When you can't pound the table, I guess some of my Democratic colleagues choose to pound the witnesses. That was inexcusable. What just happened in this committee, attacking the witnesses personally instead of addressing the merits of the evidence being presented, indicates to me that my Democratic colleagues know the evidence is becoming increasingly conclusive. It reminds me of a line from a movie, A Few Good Men, Jack Nicholson, "You can't handle the truth." The evidence will either convict or acquit in any criminal proceeding or civil proceeding. If there's no wrongdoing, the evidence or the lack of evidence will support that conclusion. The problem of the suspicion of wrongdoing is compounded by the withholding of evidence, the misrepresentation of the evidence in hand, and the obstruction of an investigation but not denying access to information that would be or could be evidence. At this point, there's a growing public perception, and it's reflected in the polls, Mr. Chairman, that President Biden, his son Hunter, other family members, and business associates were engaged in some form of criminal activity. It is the responsibility of this committee to pursue the truth and report it to the American people. I'm not sure that's what's happening on the other side with my colleagues. It is vitally important that our efforts be conducted openly, without prejudice, with no other agenda other than arriving at the truth, regardless of our politics. It is vitally important. As Professor Turley has pointed out, You don't undertake an impeachment inquiry lightly. This has profound implications for the future of this country and our ability to govern ourselves. We have seen repeatedly obstruction efforts to deny this committee access to information that's material to this investigation. Now, I want to ask Professor Turley a question. In your view, could the promise of foreign access to any government official, whether it's the vice president or anybody else, that only materially benefited a family member, could that be influence peddling?
Yes, and as I point out in the testimony, courts have found that various benefits to family members can be attributed as a benefit to the principal. That has included everything from throwing a golf contest in the favor of a son of a politician to paying for gifts. In fact, I was lead counsel in the last Porteous trial, in the last impeachment trial for a judge, and that was the trial in the U.S. Senate. My client, Judge Porteous, was accused, among other things, of benefits going to his family. And so there's certainly precedent, not only in criminal cases, but in impeachment cases for making that next.
Okay, I want to be more specific. If Vice President Biden used his office to influence domestic or foreign policy for the financial benefit of his son, even though Vice President Biden may never have received a dime, but it resulted in millions of dollars going to his son or to his brother or other family members or business associates, and used his office to influence either domestic or foreign policy for their benefit, could that be a violation of the public trust?
Absolutely. In fact, it's perhaps the most quintessential violation of the public trust, because you're not acting in the public's interest. It's a form of public corruption that this government, this country, has declared as corrupt in other countries around the world. Sir,
Mr. LaTurner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The mischaracterization of what this hearing is about by my colleagues on the other side is astounding. Throughout the presidency of Joe Biden, the White House has attempted to claim that the president did not talk to Hunter about his business dealings. Joe Biden even said during the 2020 presidential debate that no members of his family received money from China. He said, and I quote, "My son has not made money in terms of this thing about China. Nobody else has made money from China," end quote. The White House strategy has been deny, 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 lie, and then counterattack, but the evidence and the facts have forced the White House to change its story time and time again. The White House handlers continue to shift the goalposts, and President Biden continues to lie. How can President Biden continue to maintain that Hunter's private business was simply that, private, when it's clear from bank records, emails, and testimony that Joe Biden was intimately involved in Hunter's pay-to-play schemes and crooked foreign business dealings? This image shows an email between Hunter Biden and his business associates stating the setup of equity in a Chinese-owned energy venture. This particular business deal was with CEFC, a Chinese-owned energy conglomerate. This email lays out the payment structure for equity in the company, which was known to be tied to the Chinese Communist Party through its owner, Chairman Yi Jinping. The committee's investigation into the Biden family, including evidence turned over through various document productions, has shown that these men were all in business with Hunter Biden at one time or another. James Gillier, Tony Bobulinski, and Rob Walker on separate occasions, along with other Hunter business partners, have confirmed what this email said, that they were all getting a cut. Who else was getting a cut?
What is the date of that email, sir?
This is my time.
I'm just asking the date.
This is
you're
my,
entering something
this
into
is my
the
time. Mr. Chairman, I ask that my time be restored.
Please restore Mr. LaTurner's time.
Thank you. Who else was getting a cut? According to this email, 10% was going to the big guy. What I'm sure my colleagues on the other side are asking themselves is, who's the big guy? Well, let me tell you. We learned in the FBI's FD 1023 that Zlochevsky called Joe Biden the big guy. Tony Bobolinsky also has corroborated that Joe Biden is the big guy. Rob Walker, an IRS whistleblower, say that Joe Biden is the big guy. And finally, the Justice Department obstructed investigators in Delaware who wanted to look into, you guessed it, the big guy. Listen, folks, it is obvious. Joe Biden is the big guy. And so what do we have here? We have the president saying that he had nothing to do with, that Hunter Biden and no one in the family profited from China. And we have evidence here that the big guy was getting 10%. Let me read you a definition of a trendy word here lately. Gaslighting. It's a form of psychological manipulation in which an abuser attempts to gain power and control over the other person by distorting reality and forcing them to question their own judgment and intuition. I would say to the American people, look at the evidence before you and make a judgment, and do not allow the White House or our colleagues on the other side of the aisle try to convince you that what you're seeing isn't the truth, trying to convince you that you're crazy. Mr. Dubinsky, you have extensive experience as an expert witness and consultant in the areas of white-collar crime, financial fraud, and corruption. Is it characteristic of these types of crimes that actors hide behind nicknames or other pseudonyms to mask their identity?
It's very common.
What about this first email image is characteristic of financial crimes that you have investigated or provided expert testimony on in the past?
Well, typically you'll see code names used, and money is being paid to somebody under that code name, and that's how these processes work.
Let me ask you something. You're very experienced. When conducting an investigation, if your boss prevented you from taking investigative steps, how would you react? How would it affect your findings?
First, it would be extremely troubling if I was told not to continue to investigate something, and if I was put in that position, I'd probably withdraw from the investigation.
Has the Department of Justice ever restricted any of your investigative steps?
No, they have not.
It's amazing. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Last night, the House did something none of you sitting here thought we can do. The number of questions I could take and the number of weeks about doing appropriation bills. I told you don't give up on us because we're not giving up on the American people. We passed 3 appropriation bills: defense, state, and foreign ops, and homeland security. My biggest question is I don't understand why the Democrats voted against funding the government. In all, we have 4 appropriation bills done. There's 12 overall to get done. It's the discretionary spending every year the government is supposed to do. We have now in the House passed more than 70% of the discretionary spending on appropriations. Need I remind you how much has the Senate passed? 0. Not one appropriation bill has passed the Senate. We've done what many have said was impossible. When I became Speaker, I said we're going to change Washington. And we did that by keeping our commitment to restoring regular order. Bills that passed committee in June and July have been open for amendments for months. Struggled with a number of members who wouldn't allow it to come up, but I never gave up. 440 amendments were considered on the floor this week. And for those who are historians, we are the first Republican majority to pass the State and Foreign Ops bill through regular order since 2006. My entire political career as a member of Congress, the Republicans have never been able to do what they just did last night. As we continue to get conservative wins and return to regular order, we actually need a stopgap measure to allow the House to continue to finish its work, to make sure our military gets paid, to make sure our border agents get paid as we finish the job that we're supposed to do. Another reason for the stopgap is to address President Biden's historic failure on the southern border. This is how bad things have gotten under President Biden's watch. In 5 days, there's been more than 50,000 illegal border crossings. Put that in perspective, in just 5 days. That's more than twice as much as the average for the entire month in the last administration. A wide open policy hurts America. We've heard it from Democrat leaders across the country. But despite the chaos, the president still won't go to the border, setting new records every day. Fentanyl at an all-time high, killing Americans, and he refuses to go to the border. He's been one time in 50 years. One time in 50 years. He's had more dinners with Hunter Biden's foreign business partners than he has going to the border. Think about that for 1 minute. Something he said he's never done. He's done more than he's ever been to the border in 50 years as an elected official. He was less than 200 miles from the border this week in Arizona. Less than 200 miles. And he couldn't even stop by for an 87-second photo op. Really makes you believe that President Biden is deliberately letting this happen and trying to continue to ignore it. If Biden won't visit the border, why won't he at least listen to the Democratic leaders that are elected across this nation? Mayors of New York City say Biden's border policy will literally destroy the city of New York. Governor of New York says illegal immigrants should go somewhere else. The governor of Massachusetts declared a state of emergency. Mayor of El Paso says the city is at a breaking point. Mayor of Eagle Pass, Texas, says President Biden has abandoned them. Not one of these individuals is a Republican. Why does President Biden and congressional Democrats continue to ignore the border and ignore their own leaders? That is why I'm putting on the floor a stopgap measure that will fund the government and secure the border. No longer can the president ignore a problem he created that kills Americans every single day, destroys some of our greatest cities, and puts states in a state of emergency. Every member will have to go on record of where they stand. Are they willing to secure the border, or do they side with President Biden on an open border and vote against a measure to keep government open?
An amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Palestinian Affairs Officer George Knoll to $1. On March 13, the Office of Palestinian Affairs in the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem posted on Twitter photos of its director, George Knoll, visiting the tomb of Lazarus north of Jerusalem. The post referred to the tomb as, quote, an important religious site maintained by the Palestinian Authority's Ministry of Tourism, end quote. Mr. Knoll praised the Palestinian Authority's, quote, work preserving beautiful historical and religious sites like this throughout the West Bank, end quote. We all know the truth. Instead of preserving beautiful historical and religious sites throughout Judea and Samaria, the Palestinian Authority is deliberately destroying them. Shortly after this exchange, the State Department published its country report on human rights practices. The section on Israel was incredibly hostile. This report attacks Israel for denying prison furloughs to Palestinian terrorists, fighting terrorism, and preventing unrestricted illegal immigration. From Knoll's praise for the Palestinian Authority, which is committed to erasing Jewish history, to the State Department's denunciation of Israel's right to defend itself and enforce its laws, the Biden administration's abusive treatment of Israel needs to end. As we all know, the Palestinian Authority is also known to pay the families of terrorists lavish monthly pensions for attacks against Americans and Israelis as a part of their so-called Martyrs Fund. The taxpayers here in this country should not be footing the bill to pay a government employee to praise a terrorist organization. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Once again, the target of this amendment has been a career member of the Foreign Service for 26 years and served all around the world. Now, the majority already passed an amendment to defund the Palestinian Affairs Unit at the United States Embassy. It's very clear to me that what the majority is attempting to do is to decimate our Foreign Service and its public servants. And I hope the country understands what this means in terms of the lack of a presence throughout the world in our efforts to achieve global peace and security. Once again, it's a shame and disgrace, but the pattern is here. We understand the motives, and the motives are to decimate the State Department. Thank you, and I reserve the balance.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Colorado is
Mr.
recognized.
Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady from Colorado reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from California has the right to close. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
I urge my
Gentlelady from
colleagues
California.
to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Now it's a privilege to yield to not only a friend, but a neighbor of my district in the great state of Florida, Mr. Donalds, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $2 trillion deficit, $33 trillion in debt, and Washington just wants to continue to grow. 20% inflation year over year, crippling every family in our country, and 8% mortgage rates, squeezing our real estate market. And Washington just wants to grow and grow. Our cities are overrun with migrants because of the reckless policies of the President of the United States, and fentanyl is killing 85,000 Americans year over year. And the congressional Democrats refuse to secure the border. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. This bill does one very important thing, really two very important things. Number one, it returns our government back to pre-COVID spending levels of 2019. COVID-19 is over. Why can't our government live within its means? Our people have to live within their means. Our government should as well. I remember when there was a baby formula shortage and mothers couldn't get food for their infants. Joe Biden was nowhere. Congressional Democrats were nowhere. All they said was spend more money while the problems persisted. When they're building shelters in parks in New York City to house migrants, congressional Democrats say there's no issue at the border, even though everybody sees the problems that exist. This is the time to secure the border of our nation and to cut wasteless spending in our government. If we're going to have a society and a government worthy of the people that we serve, Washington has to do something that Washington never seems to want to do, America: restrain itself. We have a fundamental obligation to secure this nation and to secure the people that we all serve. Coming out here talking about what's going to happen with WIC is not going to solve the problem. Talking about the fiscal health of this nation is going to solve the problem. Our national debt has been downgraded twice now. The Democrats want to spend more money. Support this measure. I yield back.
Gentleman yield.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In an attempt to establish some patterns here and get to actual facts out, the media won't report. The president's son seemed to benefit often from government positions. As far back as 1996, he refused his first job at MBNA. Then Senator Joe Biden had supported the controversial bankruptcy bill, which really favored the company to the peril of average citizens, and he got the name Senator for MNBA. After which Hunter then, he continued to benefit from his father's public positions. And in 2011, he was contacted by Che Fang, who's a Chinese politician and businessman. They wanted to form a joint investment firm that then became a subsidiary of the Bank of China. Now, it seems like the president's the president's son's only skill is leveraging his family name. It essentially seems like it comes to him like swimming comes to a fish. If we could put up on the screen an email from between Devin Archer and the president's son. And if you can see here where he's asked, why does the super chairman love me so much? And the answer is, it's easy. It has nothing to do with me and everything to do with my last name. That's the president's son. That's not me saying it. That's the president's son. He openly acknowledged it doesn't come from education or business acumen. It comes from his name. And let's face it, it is his name, but it's not his name that was garnering all the attention. Both were selling their name, one to MBNA and the other to the highest bidder. Devin Archer, in his transcribed interview, if you'll put that on the screen, please, he confirmed it. If I can get Mr. Archer's testimony on the screen. Well, while it's getting up there, because the clock's going to...
It's not up there.
Biden family, he confirmed it and said the Biden family was the product or the brand. And it's fair to say, in quotes, that Joe Biden was the brand and obviously brought most value to the brand. I make that case because the president's son was addicted to drugs and he was frequenting prostitutes, so I suspect his value of a brand was pretty low compared to his father, who was the vice president of the United States. I mean, companies brand their products, whether it's a food company or a car company or shoe company, they brand it because it provides trust by their buyers or from their buyers. Now, this committee first released a bank memo on March 16, 2023, that showed that less than 2 months after the vice president left office, State Energy HK Limited sent Robinson Walker, again, a very close friend and business associate of the Biden family, $3 million. Shortly thereafter, literally the next day, and within the next series of days, Robinson Walker sent over $1 million to the Biden family and associated businesses, and they were sent in suspect incremental payments. And it follows a pattern. I can give you other instances where the exact same thing occurred. 1/3 for Robinson Walker, 1/3, 1/3 here, 1/3 there. That's how it worked out. Now, the Biden family provided no legitimate services, yet Hallie Biden, reportedly working as a school counselor, was provided some of this money. For what? What was the product or what was the service? Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into record the first bank record memos dated March 16, 2023, new evidence resulting from the Oversight Committee's investigation of the Biden family's influence, peddling, and business schemes, showing that the Biden family members and Biden-associated businesses received over $1 million from State Energy HK Limited, a Chinese company.
Without objection to order.
Thank you. Mr. Turley, thank you for being here. What is influence peddling?
Influence peddling is to sell access or influence to an office holder to achieve some end. There's sometimes a very clear quid pro quo, which is a specific act that you want. Sometimes it's a general pattern of corruption of favoring someone. I actually, in my testimony, gave I believe it was the Canadian definition, which I thought was a particularly good one under their law. But the United States also signed off on a convention on public corruption that also has definitions that are relevant.
Mr. Dubinsky, in the remaining time, this money, these wires are being sent to family members with no apparent legitimate services being rendered. Is this something that you would find interest in and would yourself, if charged with it, would investigate on your own?
Gentlemen, time's expired, but please answer the question.
It would be a red flag, and I would follow up on that and see where it leads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, it would appear that many in the Democratic Party have taken it upon themselves to offer their talents and considerable abilities to help determine which information is reliable and which isn't. But no thanks to Mr. Chairman, in September 2021, the Department of Defense offered NewsGuard, a self-proclaimed fact checker, a $750,000 grant to effectively censor conservative viewpoints and opinions. Want the proof of NewsGuard's censorship efforts? I'm more than happy to provide undisputed facts. NewsGuard has given extremely subjective and clearly biased ratings to several conservative news outlets, including The Federalist, a 12.5% accuracy and credibility score, Newsmax, 15%, the Epoch Times, 17.5 score, and OAN, 17.5%. I'm sure these conservative news outlets have lost out on crucial ad revenue from these ratings. It's censorship. It is fundamentally pathetic that this administration thinks they can sideline conservative viewpoints and demonize conservative platforms without the American people finding out about this. All this is happening while Politico, NPR, the New York Times have previously received a perfect 100%. CBS, 95%. Mr. Chairman, we're supposed to have an open and free press. There should be no censorship. This is the United States of America. And the fact that we are funding an organization that is censoring viewpoints and news is untenable. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. NewsGuard is a service that provides tools to counter misinformation, and it's been around since 2018. It uses tools to catalog and track all of the top false narratives spreading online, which is an effective in countering hostile misinformation targeting democratic governments like our own. There's no doubt that China, Russia, and Iran and other bad actors are trying to influence our country through its mis, dis, and malinformation. We need every tool available to determine what's real and what's not, and what comes to being reported by the press. The amendment does nothing to weaken our ability to do that, so I oppose this amendment, and at this point in time, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it should be noted that Newsmax TV is more than just online. CBS isn't just online. The New York Times isn't just online. These are news outlets with multiple platforms. So it's not about censoring online, it's about censorship. The irony here is abundant, especially when considering that these leftist news outlets parroted the lie promoted by 51 intelligence officials and our disaster of a Secretary of State that the Hunter Biden laptop story was a production of Russian disinformation. Only in America could a guy who helped steal an election and undermine our democracy be promoted to oversee our nation's policy on Ukraine. But that's the story of Anthony Blinken in a nutshell. The Hunter Biden laptop debacle was literally the biggest story of the 2020 election, and a story, if taken seriously, might have resulted in a different outcome. Instead, our government is subsidizing a self-identified fact checker who completely whiffed on the biggest story of a presidential cycle. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you. Just a few facts about NewsGuard. Journalists are employed by NewsGuard. They have technology people that score websites based on their reliability and general trustworthiness. It's not censored. People still have the freedom to read, to believe whatever they choose to. But this analysis is designed to be transparent. And it also includes the name of the staffer who analyzed the staff. So if somebody has a dispute with it, they know exactly who made the score system happen. Let me just kind of a couple of things, Mr. Chair, what they do. They look at the frequency of publication that has inaccurate information, the extent of sourcing and original reporting on information, the degree of demarcation between news and opinion journalists. You know, and this is something that, Mr. Chair, that I attended both public and private grade schools and colleges, and I remember the good sister saying, "You're entitled to your own opinion. It should be said so respectfully, but you're not entitled to your own facts." So one of the things that they try to do is ferret out what is hard news and what is somebody's opinion. And we're entitled to read people's opinions, but when opinions somehow get interwoven that they become fact, it becomes very confusing for people. And so what NewsGuard tries to do is kind of help separate that out. The accuracy of headlines, including those that are bait-click headlines, and the degree of disclosure of the website's owner. So if you're reading something and you want to know whether it's who owns it, is it owned by your next-door neighbor? Is it owned by an American company? Is it owned by a Chinese company? Is it owned by a foreign national? It discloses all those kinds of things. So I'm the daughter of a librarian. I'm not about censorship. But I am about people being able to sort out in this day and age what is opinion, what is fact, and who is writing what, so we know what their bias is. And that's why I strongly oppose this amendment and believe that NewsGuard is a service that provides some tools to counter misinformation and they've been around since 2018, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, while I appreciate my colleague's perspective, it should be noted that when conservative versus other news sources are compared with similar metrics, that the more liberal-leaning news outlets are ranked 27 points higher. This has a direct impact on revenue streams. And so to say that they are somehow unbiased literally defies the facts that I've laid out before you, in that you have conservative news sites on the bottom end of the spectrum, whereas the more mainstream liberal-leaning news sites are at the top. Mr. Chairman, it should also be noted that NewsGuard is known to be reliant on and working with the WHO, the World Health Organization, which is known for disinformation and lying and is unduly influenced by the CCP. This is a grant that should not be authorized, it should not be continued, and they should not be relied upon. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to see your source for NewsGuard working directly with the World Health Organization. They might report things from the World Health Organization, but that's different than working directly with, because that implies something else. So I'm going to just close this up just saying, there are many people who want to, when they're sorting through something, just want to know that there's a fact check. And I'm sorry if the gentleman, Mr. Chair, feels that somehow or another some of the papers or the websites or the news programs he wants to watch don't have as high a rating from NewsGuard. He's still free to watch and do that. But for people who just want to make sure that things are fact-checked, they want to know who owns the site, who's operating the site, where they're getting their sources and sites from. That's what NewsGuard's function is. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment.
Point of order right away.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. What's your point?
Mr. Chairman, when a member of the committee impugns the integrity of a witness, is it against the rules to allow those witnesses to respond to that malicious statement?
I'm quoting the article.
I'm asking. I'm not asking you. I'm asking the chairman. I've asked for a ruling on that.
Mr. Chairman, he can use his own time to question any witness he wants.
I was recognized on a point of order.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I mean,
my point is that
I'd ask for a ruling on my point of order.
The way we've always proceeded,
I'd ask for a ruling on my point of order.
Mr. Chairman, in
I'd
order
ask
to
for a ruling
rehabilitate,
on my point of
Mr.
order
Chairman,
first.
Okay, here's the ruling. The witnesses have the opportunity to address that during a line of questioning. If Mr. Turley wants to address that during another member's line of questioning, then he's more than welcome to do that. Remind everyone we're on their 5-minute clock, and now The chair recognizes Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden has sent over $110 billion of taxpayers' hard-earned money to Ukraine and wants to send even more. Yet his son failed to pay any taxes on the millions of dollars he received from Ukrainian companies. Many folks in East Tennessee can't afford to buy even their dadgum groceries, let alone a home or an automobile. But these decent people and Americans all over the country still pay their taxes. The fact is, if your last name is Biden, you don't have to play by the same rules. Who's going to write the check for the money Hunter Biden didn't pay now that it's too late to bring charges to these taxpayers? Who's paying taxes on the $250,000 that China sent to President Biden's Delaware address? I'll tell you who. It's the hardworking Americans that got to get up every morning, that don't come into work at 10 o'clock and take 2 hours for lunch and then walk out of here in their Brooks Brothers suit with their jacket thrown over their dadgum shoulder, claiming that they worked hard, because they know they didn't work hard. The people back home are working hard, and they're paying their dadgum taxes. Yet, the Biden family doesn't have to. This past July, 2 high-level IRS agents, Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, testified before our committee. They painted a very disturbing picture, worse than the one of Hunter Biden's paintings, by the way, of misconduct and obstruction within the Department of Justice criminal investigation of Hunter Biden, the Biden family business dealings. They testified that Hunter Biden should have been charged with a tax felony, not a misdemeanor. Hunter was saved by Merrick Garland's decision to change the department's long-standing policy to charge the most serious offense that can be proven. This paved the path for Hunter Biden to attempt to plead guilty for 2 tax-related misdemeanors rather than any of the 6 felonies recommended by the department's tax division. I've literally seen people in Tennessee be charged with more for traffic violations. Moreover, Mr. Garland's decision does not align with Chapter 10 of the Criminal Tax Manual, which prohibits prosecutors from allowing a defendant to plead to a misdemeanor when elements of a felony can be proven. David Weiss should have followed department policy and charged Hunter Biden with tax felonies. The Department of Justice should have ensured Hunter paid his back taxes just like any other person in this position. Hardworking Tennesseans shouldn't have to subsidize the Biden family's crime spree. I'd like to know that any of them paid any of their dadgum taxes. I yield the remainder of my time to my friend from Ohio, Jim Jordan.
As Mr. Biggs from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to put up on the board in just a second, but this is the entire transcript of the Devin Archer testimony I submitted to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much. So, in this particular colloquy that's going on, highlighted up there, you'll see that Mr. Archer says, let's start at the beginning. Let's go somewhere else. He says, the question is, did Hunter talk about how bringing his dad, Joe Biden, either to Ukraine or using his dad as vice president would add value in the eyes of Burisma officials? Answer, yes. How did it come up? He says, well, we were business partners. It just came up. We were business partners. We're business partners. Okay. What kind of leverage was Hunter trying to get by using his dad? Answer by Devin. I think it's more defensive, defensive leverage, that the value is there in his work. Also in this same document, I asked him, I said, the brand, he said, what is it? You keep talking about the Biden brand. I said, is it Dr. Jill? Is it Brother Jim? No. He just looks at me like I'm an idiot. He says, of course it's Joe Biden. Of course it's Joe Biden. Then you go back and you see Tony Bobulinski. What does he say? Quote, the Biden family aggressively leveraged the Biden family name to make millions of dollars from foreign entities, even though some were from communist-controlled China. And who is the Biden family asset? Is it Dr. Jill? No. Brother Jim? No. Any of the grandkids that got money from foreign companies? No. None of those folks. None of those folks. Then you get the stuff released from Ways and Means yesterday. This is Hunter Biden saying to his uncle Jim, BS, Jim, all around BS. Explain to me one thing Tony Bobulinski brings to my table that I so desperately need that I'm willing to sign over my family's brand. What's the brand? Joe Biden. And pretty much the rest of my business life. Why? Because that's the only product I got. Joe Biden, the vice president at that time. It's plain English. I'm cleaning it up a little bit. There's a lot of swear words in there. Why would I give this marginal bully the keys to my family's only asset? Oh, okay, so but we're told that there's nothing linking him. So I got to ask this question. Mr. Turley, I'm going to ask you a question. If the brand and what you're selling is Joe Biden, the then vice president, and if Joe Biden or his family is receiving some kind of benefit by the sale of access or, you know, I'll leave it there, selling of access or even the illusion of access to Joe Biden, what does that lead you to conclude?
Well, if you look at actual cases that I've cited in my testimony, benefits to family members can be viewed as a benefit to the principal. So there's not much debate about that. The issue of the inquiry is whether there's been, let me stop say, there has been progress in the last few weeks in that many people after the Archer testimony said, yeah, I get it, it's influence peddling. Some have said it's the illusion of access, which is...
That's the new defense.
Yeah.
Is that illusion?
But I think that calling it by its correct name is important, and it is a form of corruption. The benefits to the family members can be attributed to the principal, even under the higher standard of criminal cases. So what remains is the question is, did the president know that, direct that, participate in that?
Well, we know that he made 20 calls to business associates. We know he's having dinners with those associates, which leads me to the follow-up question, which I think is critical here, because these guys are looking for the gold bars or the cash stuffed in the Menendez coat. That doesn't happen very often, in my experience, having tried a lot of cases. So my question for you is, tell us about when you have circumstantial evidence vis-a-vis direct evidence. What's its value? Can you rest a conviction on circumstantial evidence?
You can. One of the things I point out, though, in my testimony is the Supreme Court has narrowed some of the elements on things like bribery, denial of honest services. Those elements are now narrower than they were. But it is notable in the Menendez indictment that they brought the conspiracy on honest services, that they still believe that these types of gifts obviously can be based on a conspiracy theory. But you're clearly correct. I mean, if the allegations against Senator Menendez are true, that's really sort of old school bribery. Not since Jefferson and his freezer have we seen that type of raw evidence. Today, it's a lot more sophisticated. I think everyone in this room has to acknowledge that influence peddling is the favorite form of corruption in Washington. I think that's unassailable, and it's much more sophisticated than handing over gold bars or whatever is alleged in the Menendez case.
Mr. Chairman, I have a document I'd like to get in. I appreciate that my colleague trusts the American people, and the CNN poll that says the majority of Americans believe Joe Biden as vice president was involved with his son's business dealings. Submit that for the record.
Without objection, so
Mr.
ordered.
Chairman, I have another unanimous consent motion. I'd move with unanimous consent to introduce an order from the Supreme Court of the State of New York from Tuesday where the Trump Organization was found liable for fraud, and it's specifically on page 28 where there's a paragraph entitled, quote, "The Trump brand premium that was increased the value of Trump assets by 15 or 30% according to the Trump Organization."
Without objection, so ordered.
The chair will now recognize members for 5 minutes each for questions. We'll begin with the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. Thank you for talking about the positive solutions the Republican conference has put forward, like H.R. 2, addressing this serious problem. Gateway National Recreation Area was created by Congress in 1972 with, quote, "the dream of bringing a national park experience to the New York metropolitan area." Think about that, bringing a national park experience to the New York metropolitan area. But what we have under the Biden administration is exactly the opposite. It's bringing a New York metropolitan experience to the national parks. And I shouldn't be surprised about the hypocrisy of the Biden administration. The purpose of the Bureau of Land Management, for instance, is to maintain working land, but a few weeks ago we found out that the Biden administration wants to lock up working land under conservation easements. The purpose of a resource management plan is to manage public resources, but the BLM in Colorado, my state, has proposed a withdrawal of 1.6 million acres of land that was adequately planned and prepared under a resource management plan. So now to the topic at hand, the National Park Service in New York City wants to house thousands of migrants on park land. Ms. Ariola, I have a question for you. Does the general management plan for Gateway National Recreation Area include provisions for migrant housing?
At a recent hearing last Thursday discussing the migrant crisis and different HERCs and shelters, I directly asked the administration if there was a plan in place if the National Park at Floyd Bennett Field should become a migrant base camp. The first answer was, it's evolving.
So
I pushed further,
no, they don't have an existing,
correct.
yeah.
When I pushed further, the answer was no.
Thank you. And so where did they get the authority to house migrants on Park Service land, not to mention the arbitrary waiving of environmental regulations?
Without a proper plan in place, this would never work. It's an ill-conceived plan, and there are no measures that are being taken place. This is an area that does not have any sewer system. So therefore, anything that's brought in, sewer and provisions have to be brought in. And it doesn't have any type of water source. Okay. So you'd have to bring water in, but you can't have propane tanks.
Thank you.
So it would be cold water.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to my next question. Section 8623 of the 2018 Farm Bill allows the Forest Service to lease federal land for administrative functions. We're wondering in Colorado if that includes temporary housing for agency employees. So Ms. Acer, I have a question for you. Do you believe that administrative site leasing or employee housing should be construed to be open to housing migrants?
Thank you very much, Congressmember. I'm actually not an expert on parks or the law that governs them, and I'm here today to talk about solutions relating to protecting people seeking asylum in the United States. So I do not have that expertise, but...
So you can't speak as to whether this could become a template for other parks all over the United States and the other 49 states?
No, I really would like to stick to the areas that I know best because I'm testifying in front of Congress and really do want to be completely accurate. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. But that is a big concern to us. I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on that. My next question, in October 2021, Eric Adams, mayor of New York City, stated, quote, "We should protect our immigrants, period. Yes, New York City will remain a sanctuary city under an Adams administration," end quote. However, you see the quote behind me here. He said, "This issue will destroy New York City." So a lot can change in 2 years. Mrs. Williams, I have a question for you. What do you think changed the mayor's mind over the last 2 years?
As we come before you, it's about Floyd Bennett Field, our national park. The mayor, he would have to answer that question. He said what he said. But on this day, we are here to talk about the misuse or the intent to house 2,000 plus single men at Floyd Bennett Field, our national park.
And my concern is that New York City, a wealthy part of our country, if it's having trouble with this housing crisis, what about all the other communities around the country in our border states or other states? How are they going to be able to cope?
Absolutely. I don't have the answer for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen's time has expired.
Without objection. Mr. Speaker, last month, more than 400,000 illegal immigrants crossed the Darien Gap into Central America on their way to our southern border, nearly double the number that had arrived in all of 2022. Let's put that number in perspective. 400,000 is more than double the populations of Altoona, Johnstown, Chambersburg, Lewistown, Breezewood, Gettysburg, Waynesboro, Mifflintown, Newport, McConnellsburg, Greencastle, Huntington, Shippensburg, and Bedford, all of those combined. It is clear that President Biden's border policies, which welcome illegal immigration, have created a national security crisis, a public health crisis, a humanitarian crisis, all due to the porous southern border. Since Joe Biden took office, there have been a total of 7.6 million encounters at our southern border. And for the third year in a row, Americans now are on track to see the worst border crisis in our nation's history. This year, we've seen public schools used as holding facilities for illegal immigrants, instead of being used for American students who are already suffering from historic learning losses following Biden's prolonged school shutdowns. While an influx of illegal immigrants has strained the food banks, the shelters, and the hospitals along our southern border, this administration continues to turn a blind eye and refuses to assist the communities that are threatened and the communities that are in need. It is time for the Senate to pass the Secure the Border Act, which would, first, force the Biden administration to restart construction of the border wall, second, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, third, end catch and release, and finally, deploy the new technologies that our Border Patrol agents have requested in order to help secure our southern border. President Biden's failure to address this crisis is simply unacceptable. And report after report from Eagle Pass, San Diego, and McAllen show that this crisis will only continue to worsen each and every day. We can't afford business as usual from Washington, and we cannot abandon our Border Patrol agents who deal with this problem. It is time for Democrats in Congress to join us and deliver real solutions and not more empty promises to the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized. How much time?
What he consumes.
So much as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious time. And my mind immediately goes to the young deputy from Cochise County who 2 nights ago, while trying to apprehend a runaway vehicle smuggling humans across the border, suffered major injuries, transported to Pima County, where he's in a Tucson hospital fighting for his life. I'm talking about a border that remains wide open, where drugs come through the Tucson sector, the most gotaways known and unknown of any sector along the border. Terrorists coming in, people conducting criminal conduct coming in, criminal gang members, human smugglers, sex traffickers. They're coming across our border to the tune of hundreds of thousands every month. Now, I appreciate my colleagues and their position, but I would suggest something. I don't think you can just skip to last weekend and say, oh my goodness, a CR came out last weekend on Saturday. I think we need to go back to January. I'll say this body came together on the Republican side and we passed a good border security piece of legislation, H.R. 2. That's good. And then last week we passed the DHS bill and the DOD bills, which had funding for our CBP, ICE, military leaders, military men and women. But why were we successful in doing that? What happened to motivate us to get there? Well, for one thing, we didn't bother to pass the 12 appropriations bills as required under the Budget Control and Impounds Law of 1974. We didn't do it. And you know how many times that's not been done? 25 years in a row. And you know how many CRs this body has passed in that same period of time? 130. You know what that gets you? a $2 trillion plus structural deficit like we had in fiscal year 23. You know what that leads you to? A $33 trillion national debt, which is where we sit today. Leads you to somewhere north of $700 billion in interest payments. And you know why that happened? Because this body is entrenched in a suboptimal path and refuses to leave it. Refuses to leave that path. You cannot change if you're unwilling to change. We had every opportunity to change. We were promised change. We were promised we were going to go ahead and we were going to get those 12 bills done. And if we got those 12 bills done, do you know why you do 12 bills? Because it allows you to reduce spending, get rid of wasteful, duplicative programs. It allows you to set an agenda to restore fiscal sanity. We chose to not do it again. We were promised we'd do it. That's why at the end, some people said, we'll vote present. We'll go ahead. We're going to put our trust in Mr. McCarthy to become the Speaker. That didn't happen. I suspected that would be the case. That was my struggle. That was my struggle last November and December. I iterated it to this body, our conference anyway. When we got to the debt ceiling, again, that seemed to spring upon everybody like a surprise. And when that happened, I was in there for some of those negotiations on where that number would be. And I was astonished how that 1.5 trillion number was negotiated. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I will tell you this. To his credit, the Speaker told us one thing that I believe to be true. He said that's basically the ante in a poker game. He can sit down at the table. And I told my colleagues who supported that $1.5 trillion in 8 months, that you're willing to raise the debt ceiling, that's the opening marker. And indeed it was. And now projections are many $1 trillion above that. Yes, I think it's time to make a change. I'm not the only one. And that's it's somber. Thus it is somber. But what have we failed to accomplish? Why didn't we get this stuff done? When we're campaigning, we're talking about an extension of the debt ceiling to January of 2025. We're talking about additional Ukraine funding. Is that going to be, maybe that's good in your districts. Maybe it's not. But that money's not offset. We're not paying for it. We haven't designated how we're going to pay for that. The same with the disaster package. The IRS remains 80% increased. And I would tell you, I could go down the list, but I will just tell you why this happens. When you don't do your 12 budget bills, and you rely ultimately on a CR, and I'll get to the calendar in a second, what happens is you cannot leverage this administration to actually enforce the border laws that you need to have enforced. This is a lawless Biden regime. They will not enforce border laws. And we can pass them till we're blue in the face. But until you leverage the budget and the spending, you will not see enforcement by this administration. So now take a look at the calendar that we were just provided last week. We're supposed to finish by November 3rd our 12 bills. By November 17th, that's when we're supposed to see that the conference committees have come together, both sides, and we've resolved this. I don't believe that that's going to happen. It wasn't going to happen before. You were betting on the come again. At some point, I'd urge you to stop betting on the come and bet on the reality. That's why I can't support the Speaker any longer. I'll be voting for the motion to vacate. Yield back.
Reserved.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida.
Reserved.
Thank you, Professor Turley. Could you tell me, would it be illegal or certainly unethical for elected officials to utilize the resources in their office, utilize their staff to financially benefit their family member's business or their own?
They would. Part of the problem with the reason I think the illusion defense is sort of illusory is that if the president was involved in that influence peddling scheme, it would still involve using his office as a commodity for corruption, right?
Yes.
Even if you didn't follow forward, and I think that itself would become an issue of public corruption we'd have to discuss.
Thank you. In fact, on multiple occasions, he claimed that he was not involved in his family business dealings. However, the work of this committee, the reports that we've had from the Treasury Department, suspicious activity reports, the IRS testimony, all tell a different story, all from different sources. And even his own staff didn't get the memo that they weren't supposed to communicate with his son's business. This email, dated December 4th, 2015, shows that Vice President Biden, through his communications staff director, Kate Bettenfield, coordinated a response to reporters when they questioned about the conflict of his involvement with Ukraine and his son's involvement with Burisma. She coordinated with not just Hunter, but Hunter Biden's business associate, Eric Schwerin. Okay? Why is the staff of the President of the United States communicating with a business associate for the president's son? Mr. Schwerin, who served as the executive of Hunter Biden's Rosemont Seneca Advisors, was intimately involved in the Biden family business dealings. And he visited Joe Biden's residence 36 times while he was vice president. So in this email exchange, he actually says to her, "Will you call me when you get a chance? I'm in the office or on my cell." And 47 minutes later, this email that was seen on the screen was sent, and the email clearly was a coordination of talking points between the president's office and the business. In fact, what's really striking is that this interaction occurred on the same day. Wait, back up. So the other thing that's really interesting to note is not only did they have an interaction, but in the email it says the VP signed off on this. The VP signed off on the shared communication. The timeline of this is that this occurred on this very same day that the board of Burisma had requested Hunter to help alleviate pressure that it was facing from the prosecutor Shokin's investigation. Let's turn to another email. We have a staff member from Vice President Biden's office emailing Joe Biden about a scheduled call with Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko. Not only was this email sent to, which I think found strange, to Robert L. Peters. We all would think that that would be strange, that Biden is using that alias. But the more strange thing about this email is who is CC'd in the email. Hunter Biden, and not just his personal email, his business email account. So you have, again, a staff person coordinating a meeting with the president and using those resources to coordinate that with Biden's business. So if our president is believed to whenever he says he was not involved in his son's business ventures, then why is his son copied on the email? Mr. Chairman, I ask, before I forget, that these emails be added to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
What the American people need to be asking is the question, why in the world would the vice president coordinate with a business associate of Hunter Biden? Why would he direct his staff to coordinate with the business associate of Hunter Biden? And why does Hunter Biden need his father's approval to sign off on alleged separate business dealings? And why would President Biden lie about his involvement in his family's international business dealings? The analogy that was made before about Hunter using his father's car to get a speeding ticket is an absurd analogy. A more accurate one would be Hunter, if Joe Biden threatened the job of the prosecutor or the officer who is issuing the speeding ticket to his son. And with that, I yield back.
Speaker, I'd like to yield another 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Bob Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman, Mr. Grothman. I rise in support of this legislation to protect our students' access to hunting, archery, and similar programs across the country. Virginians are passionate about these outdoor sports, and school programs are a wonderful way to cultivate that passion while teaching aspiring outdoorsmen how to safely exercise their Second Amendment rights. That our action is necessary today to fight back against the radical activist Department of Education is a testament to how much the Biden administration hates our constitutional rights and wants to use every means possible to restrict those rights and impose gun control on law-abiding citizens. Currently, the leftist Department of Education interprets the law to restrict funding for hunting and archery programs in the schools. But Congress never intended this, and we shouldn't even have to clarify it to the agenda-driven, unaccountable bureaucrats in the Biden administration. Nevertheless, today's bill provides that clarification and ensures that federal dollars can continue to go to schools with hunting and archery programs. The genesis of this problem comes from a law that I opposed last Congress, the so-called Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was actually a gun-grabbing effort by the left that prevents states and districts from hardening schools to protect their students, teachers, and staff. We should do more to repeal and reverse the harmful impacts of this legislation that's had on our schools. If we permit teachers to be armed and trained, it will discourage the threat and reduce the potential impact of bad guys with guns attacking our schools. So instead of blocking funding for defensive training, we should support training teachers and staff to use the Second Amendment to protect our children. I believe our schools will be safer if we prosecute criminals, support our law enforcement, including SROs, and support teachers and staff who want to be trained and permitted to conceal carry in schools. Federal investment and school resources can play a key role, but Congress must also reduce and eliminate federal legal barriers so that states and communities can protect their own students in the most effective way possible. So I support the legislation today because it's a step in the right direction, but we should go further and also permit teachers to be trained or defend their students in schools, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 5110. I yield back.
Recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. And thanks again to both of you. Let me just start with you, Mrs. Hanna, and just have a few questions about different countries. Do you know how many countries President Biden has visited since he assumed office? He's been to 32 countries. And do you know how many countries in Latin America, or I should say in South America, he has visited? 0. 0. And do you know how many times Chairman Xi Jinping has visited South America? 8 times. So what message do you think that sends to the region? I understand that you're telling me that you have great plans and wonderful ideas, but perception is reality. So if you don't go visit your neighbors, what does that say?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman. I can say that the Secretary of State has traveled to the region 11 times in the last 2 years.
Yeah, but that's the Secretary of State. That's not the
Secretary
President.
of State. It is not the President. It is the Secretary of State, and he has deeply engaged in diplomacy in the region. Additionally, President Biden has met with numerous leaders at various events, including UNGA last week, where we are able to conduct important diplomacy.
Well, we're going to talk about how many Latin American presidents the President of the United States has invited to the White House, but I'm going to get to that later. Now, have you, as one of the top officials dealing with Latin America in the State Department, have you advised the Biden administration, hey, you have to go to Latin America?
I can offer that any regional bureau would ask that the President visit their region. Of course, we would love for the President, for the Secretary, for every principal.
Why do you think, what makes you believe that he hasn't been able to go? I mean, we're pretty close.
Yeah, I can't speak to the President's travel schedule, but I can say that it's still a top priority.
But have you advised them regularly? Have you advised the White House to take that step, to visit Latin America?
We continually advocate for robust diplomatic engagement with our leadership in Latin America. And
you know that there was a visit to Brazil and Chile for October, but the trip was canceled. Why? Why was it canceled?
Well,
Do you know?
No, I don't know, I'm sorry.
Well, you know why it was canceled? Because there's no interest. Because Chile is only eight hours away, and Brazil is 9. But, that doesn't really send a good message. Now, let's go to Honduras. President Xiomara Castro is the wife of Mel Zelaya. Mel Zelaya was a friend of Fidel Castro and told Fidel, and we know this, that capitalism was the most repugnant system he knew and that he had a profound aversion to the United States. President Biden celebrated her election, Xiomara Castro, who is the actual president of Honduras, sending Vice President Harris to her inauguration. Something that this White House denied to President Lasso of Ecuador, President Chavez of Costa Rica, President Peña of Paraguay. Those 3 administrations are conservative. But Mel Zelaya's wife received the honor of having the Vice President of the United States at her inauguration. What do you think what type of message that sends?
I think that we engage with every democratically elected government. Our participation in the inauguration of Honduras demonstrates the incredibly important bilateral relationship that we have with Honduras, addressing a whole range of issues that they continue to work with us on, including migration.
I'm just asking you specifically, the White House sent the Vice President to Honduras, and it did not do that with Lasso in Ecuador, who's a conservative. It's very clear to see the difference in treatment to these 2 countries.
What I can say is just yesterday I participated in a meeting with the foreign minister of Ecuador as we signed a SOFA between the United States and Ecuador. So our robust diplomacy continues with all countries, regardless of travel. I think we demonstrate continued commitment to all of those countries you named.
Did you know that the president of Honduras was going to break relations with Taiwan and recognize communist China?
So I was in Honduras in 2022 raising the issue of the value of a relationship with Taiwan as a democratic partner to the region. Countries make their own sovereign decisions about the relationships they had, as Honduras did in this case. But we continue to advocate strongly for Taiwan to maintain international.
But they decided to part ways with Taiwan and embrace China. That has been decided already. And apparently we did not have any type of influence over her decision. Now, do you know that in Honduras, like you said, is such an important ally, so close to the United States, they have been implementing the Chavista agenda, meaning Venezuela's Chavez agenda, expropriating businesses, defending Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela at the United Nations, and creating something called the colectivos, which are a nefarious word because those are the gangs that are enforcing the socialist government agenda. Are you aware of that?
I can offer that we continue to engage with Honduras at the highest levels about all of the issues that you're raising.
And what do they say? What do they say back to you?
I cannot. I'm not in those conversations personally, but I.
Do you think that you're making any inroads? Because it's very worrisome that Honduras, which is so close, and like you said, it's most of the migrants that are coming to the United States through Central America have to go through Honduras, and Honduras is really not doing anything in order to stop that flow. On the contrary, they are charging those migrants to make it easier, and the government doesn't have Honduras, according to our sources in Miami, the district that I represent, where we have hundreds of thousands of Hondurans. Now the government of Honduras is using the desire to come to the United States as a business proposition. Are you aware of that?
I am aware that Honduras continues to partner with us closely to address irregular migration. I know that we remain...
Partner with us? In which way they're partnering with us? If they're charging $25 for every migrant that goes from point A to point B.
Yeah, I can't speak to that particular scheme you're describing, but I can say that we continue to work closely with the government of Honduras as well as the rest of the Central American countries to address migration and to find solutions to try and reduce the flow of irregular migrants. I will also offer that we remain the preferred partner of the Honduran people. And I think time
People,
will
of
tell.
course.
And I think
the
time
people
will
of
tell.
Venezuela and the people of Nicaragua and the people of Cuba. Of course, the people always side with the Americans. No doubt about it. But I'm talking about the people that make the decisions, the governments.
And we continue to engage with the government at the highest levels. We've raised our concerns about the switch to PRC recognition and the potential for, buyer's regret. We've seen other countries in the region switch recognition from Taiwan to the PRC, and we see how that plays out.
Now, I'm going to, I don't want to fatigue you. Let me go to Guatemala, next door neighbor. The Biden administration attacked President Giammattei for being too conservative. How do I know that? Because the president himself told me. He is on his way out. Everything indicates that Mr. Bernardo Arevalo is going to be the next president of Guatemala, and he has expressed interest to increase ties with communist China. Have you had any conversations with the president-elect about engaging with China and leaving Taiwan behind?
I have not personally had conversations with President-elect Arevalo, but I know that we are in conversation with the democratically elected president, and that Taiwan remains, promoting Taiwan as a responsible and democratic partner in the region is one of the topics of conversation that we have.
Thank you. I'm going.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for convening this very important hearing today. Under this administration, every community has now become a border community. The failed policies of this administration have forced Americans to suffer the disastrous consequences, no matter how far they live from our borders. It's shameful to see this has extended as far as our national parks and other lands. I proudly served my community as a member of the Duluth, Minnesota Police Department for over 2 decades, 23 years. I am very concerned that the Biden administration's migrant crisis has impacted the safety of our law enforcement and our communities. Since the spring of 2022, over 100,000 migrants have arrived in New York City. And over that same time, the city manager describes the average response time for crimes in progress when people call the police, they're delayed, and sometimes it's violent crimes that are delayed. Councilwoman Areola, with the New York PD clearly overburdened with the increase in crime across your city, are you concerned that the growing migrant crisis will further overextend resources for the NYPD?
Absolutely.
Are you concerned about response times for people that are calling for help?
Yes.
And so what effect will this have on the safety of your constituents?
It will absolutely adversely affect the safety of our constituents and any migrants that would be placed on Floyd Bennett Field.
As a victim of a violent shooting myself, I remember getting on the radio and calling for help. And help arrived within 30 seconds because I was in the downtown area. In my mind, when I was interviewed, I thought it was several minutes. When you need help by law enforcement in critical times, you need it now, not 3 or 4 minutes. And I'm sad that your constituents have to go through this because of this disastrous border policy. What are you hearing from your constituents regarding the increase in response time for those crimes in progress, for those small businesses, for those people that are walking and being assaulted and robbed on the street?
Absent the migrant crisis, we're hearing great concern from our constituents for those very reasons. We're always asking for more police to be placed at our precincts, more patrols on our streets, more beat cops on our residential and our commercial strips, and it's just not able to be done
How is
because
the
we don't
morale?
have the manpower.
How is the
morale is extremely low.
Mr. Spencer, I imagine that hosting a camp for 2,000 migrants at Floyd Bennett Field in temporary housing will make it much more difficult for the Park Police and NYPD to do the job. Can you explain the additional law enforcement challenges that will come with the migrant camp at Floyd Bennett Field?
Thank you, Congressman. Well, basically right now, we're already struggling day to day to meet our mission requirements with what we do.
Speaking of that, tell us your day-to-day duties as a U.S. Park Police officer. And does migrant and refugee population management fall into the regular duties of U.S. Park Police officers?
Not directly, sir, but anything that falls on our jurisdiction in the national parks and public lands that we patrol will definitely be our responsibility. But our concern is our staffing level right now. For instance, over the last year, we had 511 officers sworn total since last June. Over that time, today, we've hired 68 officers. We've only yielded 15 total because of our attrition and our retention problem. So to that end, to answer your question, we have, like I said before, 2 officers usually patrolling that area. To add 2,000 migrants in a camp is going to definitely strain our operations.
Do you think non-migrants who wish to visit Floyd Bennett Field, do you think that that number will be diminished once the migrant population enters?
I really don't know if that'll happen or not, sir. I do know that there is a youth sports complex nearby. I do know that there's a child petting zoo and some other it's a playground. I know they do hay rides for children in that area. We are concerned about that.
Finally, if the Biden administration secures our open southern border to reduce the number of migrants flooding communities across the country, including New York City, at a record pace, will it help alleviate some of the law enforcement issues facing the NYPD and Park Police?
I would agree that the homeless problem in general, if it was reduced in our parks, would definitely help out the law enforcement situation.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, we also have a northern border. Last year, we had an incident up north where 5 migrants came over. We don't know where they are. They came across a northern lake, and the reason we weren't able to apprehend them because our Customs and Border Patrol agents were ordered to in-process, in their offices, in-process the illegals coming across our southern border, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday's Arthur Laffer and Stephen Moore of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity revealed that Biden was accelerating poverty. The recent Census Bureau report on income and poverty in 2022 was god-awful. The supplemental poverty rate rose in 1 year by nearly a record amount. The child poverty rate doubled. Almost every income group, old people, young people, males, females, and residents of every region of the country lost ground. Meanwhile, median income fell by 2.2%. The average family is roughly $2,000 poorer than when Biden entered office, following more than a $6,000 raise in the middle class incomes under Trump. Instead of the JFK aspiration of the rising tide lifting all boats, we now have a falling tide that is capsizing all boats. Biden's failures are a useful reminder that putting equity over prosperity leads inevitably to equal misery. I am very grateful for the leadership of Speaker Kevin McCarthy promoting border security as national security. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose is the gentleman?
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming. Ms. Hageman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this incredibly important hearing and for you being willing to come in today to talk about these serious issues. Councilmember Ariola, we are very interested in learning more about the public consultation process for migrant camp at Floyd Bennett Field. Just 2 weeks ago, the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee heard testimony from the Democratic witness about how important it was to, quote, facilitate meaningful public engagement in decision-making, end quote, and especially in, quote, communities of color, end quote, and, quote, low-income communities, end quote, during the NEPA process, because it will lead to, quote, better decisions for the entire community, end quote. Councilmember Ariola, please briefly describe the public consultation process to host thousands of migrants at Floyd Bennett Field.
There was no public consultation no public consultation. There was a letter written to the president by our governor asking for Floyd Bennett. We then asked for a meeting with the governor's office. The governor's office did comply. A meeting was held. The governor was not present. We sent questions beforehand. None of the questions were answered. We followed up 2 weeks later for another meeting. That was on a Thursday. They told us no changes have happened. We don't need another meeting. And on Friday, the lease was signed.
That does not sound to be very meaningful in terms of public engagement or decision-making. Then are there communities of color or low-income communities in the area around Floyd Bennett Field and Gateway National Recreation Area that were consulted?
No, there were no areas at all, whether areas of color, low income, middle income, no areas, no communities, no elected officials. We found out like everyone else did.
So across the board, the Biden administration has totally failed at communicating and working with the community to address the crisis that the Biden administration has created. Is that fair?
It is fair to say he actually visited our city and flew in and out without meeting with the mayor or visiting a shelter.
So I would say that he is not engaged in a meaningful public engagement process. In the process, it seems to me that the Biden administration has also failed to engage with local communities of color, as we've already discussed, and other groups that are impacted by this throughout the area. Is that also fair?
That is correct.
Okay. As a result of the Biden administration not engaging in a meaningful consultation process, they reached a decision that harms your community and has caused great suffering for not only your community, but the people that they're bringing in. Isn't that true as well?
Yes, it is.
You know, Councilmember Areola and Ms. Williams, you've quoted the NEPA handbook where it says that, quote, actions taken in response to an emergency are not exempt from NEPA review, end quote. Now, as a NEPA attorney, I don't agree that this is the way that it should be. I think that there are many situations in my home state of Wyoming where we could have prevented a wildfire, a catastrophic wildfire, for example, if we had not been held up by the NEPA process. But I think it's worth highlighting the double standard that we're seeing here in relation to the invasion on the southern border and the invasion of our cities, such as in New York. If we want to respond to emergencies related to immediate risks of severe forest fire that devastate communities and people throughout my state, we can't expedite the process. Yet when the politics of the situation is magnified enough for the world to see the disaster that has been created by the Biden administration, then what happens? Exactly what's happening with the National Park Service and what you're suffering through in New York. How do you see the politics of this situation creating a double standard for the National Park Service, particularly as it relates to NEPA?
I think that they've given it no thought, no cause, and they're talking about protecting people, but they're not protecting the people that they want to place on Floyd Bennett Field without having these safeguards in place.
One of the things that I think has been so shocking to the American public is in watching the invasion on the southern border. And the southern states, Arizona, Texas, California, and even in my area, have been dealing with this crisis for quite some time. It is now visiting upon other areas, and it is exploding across our country. It isn't just affecting one national park. It's affecting every community, it's affecting every state, and it's affecting the nation as a whole. It's tearing apart the fabric of our society because of these failed policies. I am sorry for what the Biden administration has done to you, and I am sorry for what the Biden administration has done to our country. They should be ashamed of themselves. I very much appreciate your willingness to come here and tell us about the crisis they have created. Thank you.
Young lady's time's expired.
7, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
The amendment before us would prohibit any of the funds in the Defense Appropriations Bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Our military should be, as I've stated in these other amendments, focused on deterring and, if necessary, defeating our adversaries. President Biden wants to continue to sacrifice the strength of our defense in deference to the climate cult. In 2021, Department of Defense spokesman John Kirby refused to say China was a bigger national security threat to the United States than climate change. He called them, quote, equally important, and said it doesn't do anybody good to make a relative assessment of national security issues. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has said, quote, climate change is an existential threat to our nation's security. Secretary of State John Kerry literally travels to China to discuss climate change, not China's increased aggression against Taiwan, not its expansion in the Pacific, not its oppression of its people. Biden's executive orders have served as the catalyst for massive reforms in the Department of Defense that compromise and undermine national security to advance a climate fetish. The Department of Defense's climate adaptation plan includes radical proposals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the expense of our warfighting capabilities. According to the plan, the Department of Defense has identified climate change as a critical national security issue, and it contains mandates on, quote, environmental justice, because why miss an opportunity to push such an ideology? The Department of Defense says it will transition to 100% carbon-free electricity, meaning America's war machine will literally depend on the wind and the sun, unless they're going to be moving, I guess, nuclear power, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have not been all too quick to help us move. Meanwhile, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants and is building close to 2 a week. We've been building 0. We've been constraining the development of natural gas-fired electricity. And we have only recently finally had 1 nuclear plant get launched, I think, for the first time since the mid-'70s. The DoD has mandated that all non-tactical vehicles be EVs by 2035. It's fair to say the tactical vehicles we need to win wars are not far behind. That means our defense will become wholly dependent on Chinese batteries and other critical minerals. I always wonder why my colleagues are not too bothered by the fact that 80% of these batteries are using cobalt, and they're being mined heavily by slave labor, often child labor. There doesn't seem to be any concern about what that means by continuing to perpetuate a mandate to send us down that road when it won't dent CO2 production. It's living in a fantasy land. If you eliminated the internal combustion engine in the United States tomorrow, you might dent all of worldwide CO2 production by about 1.5%. Meanwhile, China and India are pumping it out in mass volumes. Yet we're going to inject this directly into the veins of our national security. That is why I offered this amendment and believe it is critically important so that we can again have our military focused on a core mission, defending this country. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise? Seek recognition.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The fact is our Earth is warming. The fact is our climate is changing. And it's unprecedented. I've been to Alaska several times. The last time I was on some of our bases in Alaska, we're dealing with permafrost now not being reliable to land planes on the runways that we've constructed. The Army Corps of Engineers up there trying to figure out what they do about what's happening with the permafrost and the thawing that they're seeing to make our buildings be resilient and sustainable, and how do we build buildings in the future to address this? That's just in Alaska, and I won't even talk about what's happened with some of our radar facilities sliding off into the ocean. The start of the hurricane season has begun, and it's historic. Hurricane Hillary brought Southern California its first tropical storm watch. That's new. We know that these weather events are worldwide, and we know that they know no boundaries, and it's evident by the recent Canadian wildfires. The U.S. has already set a new world record for the number of weather disasters this year that could cost $1 billion or more, 23 so far. And I'm going to refer again to what I had in my opening remarks. This is Tyndall Air Force Base. We flew planes out of there because we knew it was coming. but we weren't able to protect the infrastructure. We are spending billions and billions and billions of dollars. Thank you. The other thing I mentioned was what happened in Guam with the recent storms there. The Air Force alone in Guam is saying $40 billion. So we have to wake up here. We have to wake up and do what we can to mitigate these costs. Now, the Department of Defense is the largest and most wide-reaching government agency. It can make a huge difference by climate-friendly changes in the way that they operate. And I'm proud of the fact that we've worked on them in the defense bill. This amendment is needless, and it makes it difficult for the Department of Defense to achieve its climate goals. It jeopardizes our military readiness when we have bases, like the one I just showed in Tinsel, on what has happened in Guam. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, testified that climate change is a serious threat that's facing our country and one that the military must take into account. He went on to say that climate change has a significant effect on military operations. And I quote, "Climate change is going to impact natural resources. It's going to impact the increased instability in various parts of the world, and it's going to impact migrations." Yes, it's a problem not only here at home on our bases with resilience, but it's a problem with people fleeing climate change and what has happened in their lives and in their countries. Each of these situations increases the instability in different regions, which could trigger more hostilities that we have to respond to protect ourselves. Each of these situations can increase different regions in very, very different ways, even in our own hemisphere. So we need to ensure that our military is aware of the problems climate change could cause, and if they can play a role in either resilience of buildings or different energy sources that they use so we're not burning as much fossil fuel, I think we should do that. Now, obviously, the gentleman disagrees, but I'm looking to the future. I'm not looking to the past. I'm looking for a stronger, more flexible, more resilient, and more economically empowered United States, because the dollars that we put into much of this climate resilience and that is also transferable into the private sector, and the work that the Department of Defense is doing to reduce its energy costs, whether it's in materials that it's building, whether it's in use of, with all the equipment that our soldiers are having to carry, ways in which we can solar power some of the equipment that they use, so we're not bringing these huge oil trucks in that we all watched every night for how many weeks of our soldiers, many of them dying in front of our own eyes transporting fuel. I think it can be a win-win. And we need to look at it as a win-win. We can't always be looking at it as a loss-loss. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I would just note, recently China's military sent 103 warplanes toward Taiwan in a 24-hour period in what the island's defense ministry called a recent new high. 40 of these planes crossed the symbolic median line between mainland China and Taiwan. There's a lot going on in the world. We're going to have debates about Ukraine. I hope we'll have a debate about Ukraine rather than just tacking on a continuing resolution and jamming it through to the American people, but that's a debate for another day. The question here is just simply whether or not we're going to have, in the gentlelady's words, a strong military, resilient military, and a strong economy on the back of that, or wrapped around that, when in fact what we're doing through the Inflation Reduction Act is spending almost $1 trillion, according to the Wall Street Journal, in massive subsidies going 90% to billion-dollar corporations, heavily to the most elite, rich, frankly, usually white liberals in this country, driving around their EV-powered cars, and we're subsidizing the crud out of that while we're decimating the natural gas strength of this country, which puts us in a much stronger position from a national security perspective vis-a-vis Russia, vis-a-vis China, rather than empowering China by saying, sure, please, let us please buy all of your solar panels and all of your batteries so that we can transfer our military to something that isn't even remotely ready to be transferred to. So with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I'll yield back as well, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman yields.
I ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare recess at any time during today's hearing without objection. So ordered. I also ask unanimous consent that members not on the subcommittee be permitted to sit with the subcommittee today at this hearing and ask questions without objection. So ordered. As a reminder, if members wish to insert a document into the record, please also email it to documentsti@mail.house.gov. I now recognize myself for the purposes of an opening statement for 5 minutes. Good morning, and thank you to our witnesses for being here for today's hearing. Much of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee's activities this year have focused on efforts to address the nation's supply chain crisis, and rightly so. The pandemic exposed the fragility of our supply chain. Labor shortages and shutdowns, most notably of cities, factories, and manufacturing hubs in China, as well as demand changes, decimated our logistics system and economy. And the administration has only pushed policies that have led to historic levels of inflation and sky-high gas prices, further exacerbating the supply chain problem and pain in our pocketbooks. As part of our efforts, we have received testimony and considered proposals to strengthen our supply chain, in part by addressing the unprecedented challenges facing our nation's trucking industry and truck drivers. This subcommittee understands that truck drivers are critical to our supply chain and economy as a whole. They provide the necessary connectivity between different modes of transportation, such as ships, trains, and planes. Over 8.7 million commercial motor vehicle drivers operate in the United States, traveling billions of miles each year, serving every community in our country. In fact, more than 70% of our nation's freight tonnage is moved by the trucking industry every year. And more than 80% of our communities get their goods exclusively by truck, despite the fact that we have an estimated shortage of 78,000 truck drivers today. Workforce needs are only expected to continue to be a challenge. It's estimated 1.2 million new drivers will need to be recruited over the next decade to keep pace with growing demand and an aging workforce. Therefore, it's fitting that we're holding this hearing in the middle of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week as we celebrate these valued professionals who work every day to deliver products to every community in the country. During our hearing today, we'll explore the benefits realized from the deployment of automated commercial vehicles, or CMVs. First, autonomous trucks can increase safety on our nation's roadways and save lives. The National Traffic Safety Administration estimates that 42,795 people die in all motor vehicle accidents in 2022. Despite the great progress we've made over the years incorporating safety features in all vehicles and infrastructure, strengthening traffic safety laws and reinforcing them with public and driver education, improving healthcare outcomes, traffic fatalities have not fallen below 2004's rate of 1.08 per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. The good news is that we know the major source of these crashes. A whopping 94% of serious crashes are due to driver factors such as speeding or driving while fatigued, impaired, or distracted. AV trucks, like AV cars, help us with anticipating road dangers and mitigating or removing human error from the chain of events that lead to a crash, thereby reducing the number of accidents caused by human error. In addition, autonomous trucks can strengthen our supply chain. Arkansas's own Tyson Foods just announced last week that it's partnering with Gatic AI in a multi-year collaboration to deploy refrigerated box trucks in Northwest Arkansas to support fast product movement, ensure supply chain continuity, and guard against continued workforce shortages. AV trucks can increase the efficiency and productivity of logistics and transportation operations and enable route optimization, which in turn would reduce delivery times. They can improve fleet utilization and efficiencies. Productivity and operation saving result in lower fleet rates that would be passed on to consumers and provide solutions to supply chain bottlenecks. Autonomous trucks also can help address environmental concerns and improve air quality. Roadway capacity increases, less congestion, and fewer crashes would result in reduced fuel consumption and lower emissions. In addition, this can improve the quality of life for truck drivers as it makes driving a big rig less stressful, more enjoyable, and safer. The improvement in a driver's quality of life will help attract new employees to join the industry, which is desperately needed. AV deployment will also create new high-paying jobs in the trucking industry. We need to incorporate employee development and training programs to upskill our workforce so that they can take advantage of new jobs that AVs will create. And while I remain confident about the potential for this technology, I'm also confident that if you choose to become a truck driver today, you will have the ability to retire as a truck driver. While there are many autonomous trucks operating with safety drivers on the road today in certain parts of the country, there is still a long way to go before we reach full commercial deployment. There are also some issues that need to be considered as this expensive technology is safely integrated into existing fleets. For example, we need to discuss if any rules and regulations at the federal level need to change to reflect that a driver may not always be in the cab, how trucks can continue to be safely inspected. While many have called for a federal regulatory framework, such a framework would not be only overly prescriptive, but instead create guardrails for the industry to grow with safety at the forefront. We must avoid stifling innovation as the technology develops, and striking this balance is vital for America to continue its global competitive edge in this industry. Make no mistake, the Chinese Communist Party, the biggest geopolitical threat our country faces, is moving aggressively into this space. The CCP will scheme to use the power of their state-owned enterprises to undercut American businesses and manipulate the market. I look forward to hearing from today's panel of stakeholders who offer a unique perspective on the benefits of autonomous trucks and how AV truck technology is developed, brought to market, and safely incorporated into existing transportation companies and networks.
As we all woke up Saturday to the horrific scenes of innocent civilians being murdered and slaughtered by a terrorist attack from Hamas, I watched with horror of what was transpiring. As many of you know, ever since I've been in Congress, I would lead a delegation to Israel every term. When I took over, I made sure it was bipartisan and joined with then leader Steny Hoyer to get a clear understanding. As Speaker, my very first trip internationally was to Israel. I spoke at the Knesset in honor of the 75th anniversary of the creation of their country. At this moment in time, I think about what I said inside their chambers. I said, our values are your values. Our heritage is your heritage. Our dreams are your dreams. America is grateful for our friendship with Israel. We are a better nation because of it, and we must never shy away from defending it. Now is the time for action. America needs a 5-point plan to meet this moment, to help our ally Israel, and to strengthen our own future. The very first thing we need to do is rescue the American hostages. President Biden's #1 priority right now must be finding out how many Americans have been taken hostage and get them home. From last night to this morning, the number of American deaths have doubled from 4 to 9. This administration must also make clear that harming any American will result in the wrath of the United States. We cannot repeat what happened in Afghanistan. It must be clear that we do not negotiate with terrorists, and no American will be left behind. Biden's policy on appeasement, including money for hostage deals, must come to an end. His policy has only emboldened terrorists, and handing over $6 billion to Iran only helps the cause. In explaining that to members of Congress, they said they had provisions to refreeze the money if Iran has done something wrong. They should freeze the money back today. Secondly, the leader of Hamas is reported to be sitting in a 5-star hotel cheering, watching women, children, grandparents being slaughtered and murdered in the streets. President Biden should demand his extradition now. Second, we must be there for our friend Israel. And what that means, it means action now. You see, I've been down to Gaza many times. I've sat next to the Iron Dome in a bipartisan group of members from both sides of the aisle. When we talked to those soldiers and asked them what they feared, is to be overwhelmed. See, a battery of an Iron Dome would go up and knock out a missile. It would first calculate where that missile was going and go next to it and knock it out. But it only has about 20 missiles at a time. We're watching 5,000 go. We always knew their plan was to build enough missiles to overwhelm, and that first set of missiles to be dumb missiles until you took out all the ability in the Iron Dome to knock them down. Then you send the precision-guided long-range missiles to go to larger populations. We need to resupply Israel where they have no doubt that they will ever be overwhelmed.
Gentleman yields back. One thing I didn't hear from my friends across the aisle in their never-ending defense of the Bidens is what exactly the Biden family did to receive the $20 million. Not one thing. Today's hearing title is the basis for an impeachment inquiry of President Joseph R. Biden. My Democrat colleagues have used this hearing to talk about impeachment, not an inquiry, but actual articles of impeachment. We aren't talking about impeachment today, and they know that. Unlike Democrats' investigations, this committee, under my leadership, does not launch investigations based on predetermined conclusions. We have entered an impeachment inquiry because, as our witnesses have testified, the evidence justifies that. This is how an investigation is supposed to work. I know that some are confused about congressional investigations because Democrat investigations in the past have been about saying a conclusion first and cherry-picking evidence to fit that narrative. The bottom line is that the committee has shown the Bidens alone have brought in over $15 million in their foreign influence peddling, over $24 million if you account for their associates' earnings from the schemes. We have established in the first phase of this investigation where this money has come from: Ukraine, Romania, Russia, Kazakhstan, China. It didn't come from selling anything legitimate. It largely went unreported to the IRS. It was funneled through shell companies and third parties to hide the Biden's fingerprints. This deserves investigation. This deserves accountability. The American people expect this committee to investigate public corruption. Now, we know much of the money goes to Hunter Biden, Haley Biden, James Biden, Sarah Biden, other Biden family members and their business entities. What we need to understand is where it goes next. That is the question this committee seeks to answer, and the evidence supports that next step. Joe Biden showed up, met with, ate with, talked with, shook hands with, and had meetings with, including in the White House, the foreign individuals sending millions of dollars to his family who sold access to him. This was no illusion of access. They got access. My Democrat colleagues wanted to spend this hearing defending the president against an impeachment that is not announced. I do wonder if they have predetermined the president's level of participation in these schemes. 2 days ago, this committee revealed a wire for over $250,000 was sent to Joe Biden's home address. As of yesterday, we know Joe Biden was named on a search warrant that was quashed by a Department of Justice employee. For my colleagues to say there is no evidence of Joe Biden's involvement is not only wrong, but it fails to acknowledge that investigators have been shut down when attempting to explore avenues that led to the president. That's what the Ways and Means Committee released yesterday. The witnesses today have all identified the evidence the committee has uncovered as deserving further inquiry. And that is what this committee will do, no matter where that evidence leads. I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony today. It confirms the evidence compiled by this committee justifies the investigation of Joe Biden's role in his family's international business schemes and justifies the next step of this investigation. One of those steps is gaining insight into where the Biden's foreign money ended up, for what purposes. Therefore, today, I will subpoena the bank records of Hunter Biden, James Biden, and their affiliated companies. And with that, I yield the...
Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to start by thanking our witnesses who took time to be with us today when we had other witnesses not show up. And it just, I think, says a lot about how much you care about this issue. So thank you very much for being here. It also says a lot about the people who did not show up to speak to this issue. The numbers are staggering, and I don't think I need to repeat some of the headlines and words of my colleagues about human trafficking, drug trafficking, crime. The number of illegal immigrants crossing our border, 6 million. It's the size of the population of Denmark or Singapore. I mean, it's really, since Biden took office. So you think about that. And so I'm a person that likes to think of the problem and take 10 steps back. Well, how can we prevent this problem? And you all have presented so eloquently, and been great advocates for your national park, but this is a problem in the park. So what can we do to prevent the problem? Well, I think step one, it would be great if we could just acknowledge that there is a problem at the border. There is a crisis at the border, and depending on who, but there's something that need to be done at the border. I went to the border twice. I represent Virginia's 2nd congressional district, so I'm not a border state, but we all are becoming border states. But just to see in real life and talk to those ranchers and talk to those homeowners and talk to the small business, talk to the Border Patrol, talk to law enforcement. I mean, the stories were shocking. And to listen how few of them there were, the amount of problems they deal with on a daily basis. I cannot understand why our current administration doesn't even acknowledge that there is a problem at the border. So that now we're talking about how it's bled into places on the East Coast, like Virginia, like New York, like Floyd Bennett Field, costing $12 billion over the next 3 years, 100,000 migrants coming to New York City since spring of 22. You talked about the 2,000 migrants and some of the security concerns, and I want to know what the infrastructure and kind of quality of life looks like. I can't imagine it's real good there. It's like a tent city, I'm imagining. I haven't seen it, but what are these people doing? What are these children doing? What are the adults doing during the day? What is the plan of action? Is there one? Or what are we doing with these people?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'm sorry I don't follow your question. Are you asking about what the local community does there on a day-to-day basis?
What do the people there do?
Right, it's a recreational area, so there's nature trails, there's bird watching areas, there's beaches, and
The immigrants specifically, I'm sorry.
the immigrants specifically?
The immigrants that are
I mean, they're going to
housed
be
there.
part of that. They're going to be able to come and go as they please. There is going to be I don't exactly know what the facility is going to look like. From what I hear, it's going to be a tent, and that's the way it's described in the lease. But they are going to be able to come and go as they please. So they're going to be intermingling with the local community and being able to engage the park just like anyone else would.
So I can't imagine that everything is going to go super smoothly. And you talked about some of the crime issues and, again, security issues. So what will happen if there's an arrest or multiple arrests? Is there a place that we're going to house them, a place that we're going to hold arrested migrants over other arrested people in your city? Or what are the plans for that?
So that's part of what kind of baffled me with this lease agreement. As I stated before, we really weren't consulted on the operational plan as far as the law enforcement aspect of it goes. And from every time we have a special event or some type of incident outside of normal day-to-day operations, our agency comes up with an operational plan, an ops plan, to make sure that that special event or First Amendment activity, whatever it may be, is handled appropriately. Usually that makes, canceling days off for the officers that are on their day off to bring in extra officers to handle that kind of event. There has been no plan in place on what we're going to do with this.
It's frustrating to hear you speak about your recruitment retention and the quality of work that your officers. So please thank them for us. I know they're doing heavy lifts right now. Is the National Park Service or anyone else addressing any of the infrastructure problems to prepare for the migrant shelters at Floyd Bennett Field that we know of?
I'm unaware of any.
Okay. And will the migrant camp hurt or help the quality of the park and the services that are currently offered to visitors? And likewise, we talked a little bit about the migrant camp impact on the national parks ecosystem. I can't imagine that there's not going to be a big impact on that as well.
There will be absolutely a major impact on the park's ecosystem.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Chairman, Mr. Turley, Professor, we're going to be moving quickly here. Let us retract from the absurdities of 21st century Twitter. Let's go back to 1787. shall we, Article 2, Section 4, the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. But high crimes and misdemeanors is not and never has been limited to indictable criminality. Mr. Turley, Professor, please tell us briefly, sir, what was the actual meaning in 1787 of high crimes and misdemeanors?
Well, this has been a matter of obviously robust debate for many decades. What we do know is that there were various terms that were offered and were rejected, the most famous being maladministration, and James Madison was uncomfortable with that. But they were also uncomfortable with limiting it to like treason and bribery.
Exactly. It was never designed to be limited by writ of statute. Was it, Professor? Would Madison argue that, quote-unquote, betrayal of trust to foreign powers is an impeachable offense?
There are references to that type of betrayal of trust, but also if you take a look at past impeachments, they have gone to the violation of public trust, including the use of office to perpetuate false accounts or to obstruct this body.
Agreed. So impeachment is a mechanism of our congressional authority. It's not a criminal proceeding, is it, Professor?
It's not. What I've said previously is that I happen to believe you should start with the criminal code and look at things that would be crimes for others, because those resonate the most in terms.
And those criminal code violations would be revealed through the investigative effort of the congressional endeavor to inquire into impeachable offenses like this hearing. Would you agree?
That's right. This is the
moving
start.
quickly. There's one of the gentlemen said there's no credibility to this evidence. Let me say, as an investigator, there's perhaps no category of evidence that's more credible than bank records. And bank records is what we're working with. The House Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, Ways and Means Committee are investigating highly suspicious money transactions from foreign powers through shell companies to Biden family members. There's nothing more credible in an investigative effort, good sir, than bank records. I'm going to read from an email from Assistant United States Attorney Wolf, released by the House Committee on Ways and Means yesterday, identified as Exhibit 202 of the IRS whistleblower investigation. This email shows Ms. Wolf prohibiting the investigation team from looking into political figure one. Let me clarify that during that investigation, political figure one was the pseudonym agreed upon by the investigative team, the FBI, the DOJ, and IRS investigator. Political figure one is not a pseudonym created by Republicans or Democrats. Political figure one is President Biden, is Joe Biden. Leslie Wolf, as a priority, someone needs to redraft Attachment B. There should be nothing about political figure one in here. This is a response to an email delivered by Joshua Wilson, FBI agent, that said, please see the attached draft for a Blue Star search warrant. Blue Star Strategies is a longtime Democrat lobbying firm that Hunter Biden used to put pressure on U.S. government officials to end the investigation and protect Burisma. The Department of Justice was investigating Blue Star for these activities and allowed to retroactively register as a foreign agent. Today, no one has been held accountable at Blue Star. That happened during 2020, just months before your presidential election, America. You should be very concerned about this. Mr. Turley, based upon the constitutional parameters of the House of Representatives, do you agree that our Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, and Ways and Means Committee should be judiciously investigating reasonable suspicion of impeachable actions by President Joe Biden?
I do. I think it is your duty to get answers to these questions and to see if the president was involved in what I think is a confirmed corrupt influence peddling effort.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired. I yield.
Nice gentleman from Idaho for 5 minutes, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Ms. Ariola, thank you for the testimony, and welcome to the fight on the challenge to secure the southern border. New York's got some geography between it and the southern border, and so does my home state of Idaho. And like you, we are impacted as well. And in my state, our governor recently designated a National Fentanyl Awareness Day, as opioid-related deaths have nearly doubled in Idaho over the last decade. In 2022, there were 358 overdose deaths, and 50% of those was from fentanyl. From July to August of this year, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized more than 25,500 pounds of fentanyl, compared with 12,800 pounds over the same period in 22. And just as a reminder, that's in Idaho. It's a fair distance from the southern border. But nevertheless, it's impacting us as well. I can only imagine the drastic impact on states closer in proximity. I have been to the southern border as well, and this is just a drastic situation that we've got to do something about. I do have a question for Mr. Hankinson. In your testimony, you pointed out 5 major ways in which illegal immigration hurts America. I would just want to ask, with your research and given the negative impacts of fentanyl, like in my state, what are some of the steps that we can take to try to deal with that crisis?
Well, one thing we could do is put the Border Patrol back on the border. And one of the reasons they're not there in large numbers is because they're being pulled off to do processing of illegal, inadmissible aliens who are then being moved into the rest of the country. So we need to address that flow. We know that about 85% of them are not going to qualify for asylum because they're here looking for a job, which you can't blame them for doing, but you can certainly ask them to wait their asylum process in Mexico under the migrant protection protocols, or in a country where they've previously gained asylum or protection, right the way down through South America. And when we dismantled that and we accepted that every person asking to get in would be dealt with after they already were in the United States, we had to divert resources off the border. So one thing that could be done, a concrete thing, is to reinstate the migrant protection protocols and safe third country agreements and ways in which to process people outside the United States so that Border Patrol can get back to patrolling the border.
Thank you for that. And I shared with you, Mr. Hankinson, just a little snippet about some of the impacts we've seen in Idaho. And I know you've looked into this in depth. Are we unique, or you see similar ramifications in other local communities that have impacted other local communities?
Well, New York is obviously the biggest example, but across our big cities, Washington, D.C., there are over 1,000 people in Washington, D.C. shelters that are displacing people from Washington. There are tents all over this town. We've all seen them, including outside my apartment. There are 400 people living in Chicago Airport's bus terminal who are inadmissible aliens who've been let into the country, presumably to claim asylum at some point. Chicago is scrambling to figure out what to do with them all. El Paso has seen people released into its streets, sleeping on the sidewalks, more than, I think, 2 or 3 times since this crisis started. And then I was hearing yesterday that in Boise, there is a homeless population down by some sensitive areas in the river that used to be recreational grounds that everybody could enjoy. And the homeless populations all over the country are being exacerbated enormously by indigent illegal immigrants coming to the country who have to be taken care of by local communities.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I do have more questions, but I'm going to use the rest of my time just for a statement because Mr. Hankinson kind of covered a portion of the next question that I had. This is a result of this administration's policy. No more, no less. Not only is it critically unfair to Americans, this is horrifically bad for the immigrants. We legally immigrate more than every other nation in the world combined on an annual basis. To take the border and open it up, I would argue absolutely for political purposes, is a travesty. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you to the
I want to thank you all for being here, and thank you to my colleagues. You know, the American people are sick and tired of funding the priorities of Washington elites. The American people are sick and tired of a woke and weaponized Justice Department. And the American people are sick and tired of a border that is so porous that we have hundreds of thousands of people coming across monthly. We have 85,000 children that are unaccounted for. I was just in Tucson, and I went south to the border. You have miles and miles of fence. And roughly every quarter of a mile, our government has cut holes in the fence. The so-called deer crossing, there was no deer tracks. I'm a country boy from Tennessee. There was footprints, there was carpet shoes used by the cartel, and there was paraphernalia. I found birth control of a woman who couldn't afford to pay her fare, so she had to work it off on her journey. These feckless policies of this inept, corrupt administration, we will not fund. It is time that we draw a line in the sand and say, hell no. This economy is like the Titanic. It's on a course. There's a collision ahead, and if we don't correct course, the outcome will be catastrophic. I yield to Rosemary.
Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for the inclusion of H.R. 5826, the No Paydays for Hostage Takers Act, in today's markup. The dictatorial regime in Tehran, which oppresses its citizens of Iran, has increased its inhuman policy of hostage-taking in recent years as it looks for ways to fund its murderous terrorist activities and oppression of the people of Iran. In 2021, Mohsen Razi, the former commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, former vice president of Iran for Economic Affairs, said, quote, "We'll take 1,000 American hostages. America will have to pay billions to get every single one freed. This is how we can solve our economic problems." End of quote. How clear could it be? Their threats of death to Israel, death to America. Taking hostages is a murderous tactic in the war between dictators of rule of gun, opposing democracy's rule of law. The axis of evil, Putin, Raisi, and Xi, must be stopped by peace through strength. Sadly, the September 11th announcement of all days of the release of $6 billion to the terrorist regime in Tehran in exchange for 5 Americans detained confirms this tactic works. American policy should be what was declared in 1797 by South Carolinian American Ambassador Charles Cotesworth Pinckney to France. Millions for defense, not a penny for tribute. This bipartisan legislation deters the regime from hostage-taking and imposes penalties by requiring strict line-by-line accounting and oversight of the $6 billion should it be irresponsibly released. Limits the ability for Iranian diplomats to travel at the United Nations, reiterates the ability of the U.S. to restrict the use of U.S. passports of travel to Iran to protect Americans. The horrific terror attacks on Israel by Iran-backed Hamas further underscores the barbarity of the regime as it seeks to fulfill its mandate of death to America, death to Israel. The Tehran regime must be held accountable for their murderous destabilization and barbaric, heinous crimes against humanity. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further?
Next up, Representative Graves for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Witnesses, I want to thank you for being here today. Good to see a few of you again, and great to meet a few of you for the first time. So first of all, I want to ask Mr. Fauché, there was talk about Louisianians not benefiting from energy production in terms of jobs and economic activity. As I recall, I think 1 in every 7 jobs in the state of Louisiana is tied back to the energy industry. Is there a benefit to our economy, to the state's economy?
Congressman, I would point out that more than a quarter of the state's economy is based in the energy industry and the oil and gas industry. And you are correct. You don't have to go far in any Louisiana community to find multiple generations of people who have built families, careers, and livelihoods on the oil and gas industry. Louisianans want this industry. They've supported it and look forward to continuing to be able to see future generations of their families participate in it.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I continue to just be so confused by statements that I hear out of members of this committee and then facts. And so let's go through a few things. I've heard over and over again about how greenhouse gases are a priority in terms of reducing greenhouse gases. So when I look at BOEM's own assessment, I'm going to quote, "In a net zero world, as the demand for fossil fuels declines, domestic oil and gas production from lower carbon intensity fields, such as those in the OCS, because those are the lowest carbon intense barrels, could play a more important role in meeting that demand than they do currently. OCS fields could also help ensure U.S. energy security by reducing import reliance from foreign producers, most of which tend to also be higher carbon emitters than the U.S. Said another way, we need to be producing more in the OCS, not less. Going back to the Carter administration, they put out for lease 100 times more acres than have been done under this administration. You're talking about 3 lease sales. They did 36 lease sales, and again, for higher acreage, larger acreage as well. And so all of this stuff, and we keep hearing all of these policies, and this is all about greenhouse gases. When the reality is, Trump, greenhouse gases went down, Biden went up this year, last year, they're going up again. This year, they're probably gonna go up again. So we're failing on emissions. Let's be very clear. We're failing on the environment. Your own analysis says that actually using more OCS production would be better for the environment. Now let's take it a step further. Because what's happening with the individual family members? When President Biden took office, the average gasoline prices in Louisiana were, the lowest gasoline prices in Louisiana were $1.74 a gallon. $1.74. National average today, I believe, is $3.57. In Louisiana, the lowest price today is probably around $2.96. Not $1.74, but $2.96. According to the Census Bureau, and I've seen all sorts of statistics, but according to the Census Bureau, 1 in every 4 American families have been unable to make ends meet. Since Biden has taken office, when you take things like inflation, higher interest rates, higher grocery costs, higher utility and gasoline costs, $700 per family per month. These are the people that we're all here to represent. Let me say it again. As a result of this administration's policies, $700 per family per month is the higher cost that they're paying. We have the ability to bring prices down, just like our chairman noted in the opening statement. All of this is a result of squeezing supply. Demand is not changing. Prices are skyrocketing as a result. And then let's take a look at who's benefiting. Now, we've heard a lot of folks have been talking about Iran and this $6 billion negotiation. The $6 billion that we freed up in funds giving to Iran when Iran is out there funding terrorists like Hamas. So here's reality. What's happening when we don't produce energy? Iran ends up filling the void. You know the $6 billion that I'm aggravated about? Let me tell you what I'm really pissed off about. I'm pissed off about the fact that this translates to $60 billion in additional funds that Iran has profited from as a result of the ignorant energy policies of this administration. $60 billion, 10 times the $6 billion that the administration released for Iran, giving it to Iran. What are they doing with Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, Houthis, and Hamas with $60 billion in additional profits? We failed on affordability, we're empowering terrorists, and we're failing on the environment. This is absolutely incredible. These policies make no sense based upon math and science. None. And based upon your own analysis. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent. The ranking member noted Wildfires in Louisiana, she's exactly right. Unfortunately, she left out the fact that they were actually caused by arson. I'd like to submit for the record a statement.
Without objection.
And secondly, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, the Bonacary spillway, which is our pressure relief valve for the Mississippi River when river levels are too high, was normally opened every 10 years. It was opened in 2016. It was opened in 2018. For the first time in history, it was opened twice in 2019, and it was opened in 2020. Therefore, this whole drought thing on the Mississippi River, we had record high water. Normally opens every 10 years, opened 5 times in 6 years, the highest in history, showing that water levels were actually excessive in recent years as well. Yield back.
Thank you for your testimony. Before we go to questions and answers, I do want to recognize our full committee chairman, Chairman Jason Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman LaHood, Ranking Member Davis, and thank all the witnesses for being here and taking time out of your busy schedule. Today's hearing is on the surface about an issue that otherwise might draw very little attention with average day Americans, but a discussion over how the government chooses to define one of various metrics it uses to allocate resources is not likely to reach the front pages of America's newspapers. And yet, as this hearing will show today, this issue will have a profound impact on millions of Americans and the communities, particularly rural communities where they live and work. As my colleagues are aware, numerous social services and child welfare programs base their eligibility requirements on what's known as the official poverty measure that the Census Bureau produces annually. Federal resources are then targeted towards states and communities with higher instances of poverty. But now the Biden administration is considering unilaterally discarding that standard and using a new metric that will result in an estimated $124 billion in new welfare spending over the next decade. But even more concerning is that this change will divert resources away from America's rural communities. Under the supplemental poverty measure that the administration is considering using to redraw the poverty line in a high cost of living state like California, the poverty line for a family of 4 would be as high as $47,000 and as low as $32,300 in the state of Alabama. That means families in rural states and communities have to be poorer than families in places like California in order to access SNAP and Medicaid benefits. This is about robbing resources from rural America and rewarding coastal elites, all under the cloak of a recommendation from a National Academy panel that is overwhelmingly liberal. Instead of focusing limiting funds on politically charged research, we should focus our attention on support that helps families in poverty gain the employment skills they need to lift themselves out of poverty. I also cannot help but mention that the metric the administration recommended is a useful tool for our Democrat colleagues because it inflates the actual benefits of massive federal spending through programs like the so-called America Rescue Plan Act. It gives them the ability to decry the loss of that sugar-high spending as soon as the money runs out. It's a not-so-clever attempt to demand more federal spending at all times, at all cost. Also troubling is the way in which this change is measuring poverty can come about. Under current law, the White House's Office of Management and Budget has sole authority to change the metric that is used. In other words, an executive agency can make a dramatic change in how federal tax dollars are spent, impacting millions of our fellow citizens without an ounce of input from Congress. It seems appropriate that this committee should consider whether leaving that power in the hands of unelected bureaucrats is as foolish as it sounds. After all, the Constitution gives Congress the power of the purse, not the executive branch. That question is made all the more important considering that we are talking about programs that have a direct impact on millions of individuals and families struggling to just get by. Thank you, Chairman LaHood, for holding this hearing, and I yield back.
First of all, I'd like to submit for the record 3 articles here, one on these topics, one from Heritage Society, one from Newsweek, and one from the Providence Journal. And then Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee's interest in protecting people of faith abroad. Sadly, this administration's persecution of Christians here at home strips them of any credibility whatsoever in fighting religious discrimination abroad. The Department of Justice under this administration has indicted at least 34 people of protesting outside abortion clinics under the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrance Acts. Many pro-lifers face years behind bars. One man, Mark Hoke, was arrested in front of his wife and 7 children in an unnecessary and brutal raid where FBI agents brandished their weapons at the family. Multiple FBI field offices worked together to construct a memo that encouraged the infiltration and targeting of Catholic worshipers. The DOJ threatened states that passed laws protecting children from mutilation and harmful chemical infusions. Biden signed a law last year that perverted the federal definition of marriage. The U.S. military refused to grant thousands of brave service members a religious exemption to the COVID-19 vaccine. Health and Human Services is seeking to limit the ability of employers to oppose to providing contraceptive coverage for religious reasons to refrain from violating their conscience. January 6 prisoners have claimed that federal prison officials have prevented them from attending religious services. Meanwhile, rioters who destroyed property to the tune of $2 billion in the Summer of Love and pro-abortion terrorists who firebombed pro-life pregnancy centers roam free. This administration should start with itself when it comes to eradicating religious freedom. Now, question, Mr. Curry, does the persecution of Christians here at home by this administration undermine the ability of advocates to help prosecute Christians abroad?
Congressman, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. My expertise is on international persecution.
Dr. Patterson?
Do you mind saying the question one more time?
Yeah, does the persecution of Christians here at home by this administration undermine the ability of advocates to help persecute Christians abroad?
I'd say that the persecution of people of faith at home does undermine our efforts abroad.
Would you agree, Dr. Mobbs?
I would agree, yes.
Ukraine has taken procedural steps to ban their Ukrainian Orthodox Church over alleged ties to Russia. Zelensky has sanctioned several leaders of the Church of Ukraine. Ukraine's constitutional court unilaterally changed the name of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. A government body meddling in the affairs of a church to the extent of renaming should be utterly anathema to any person of goodwill. A Christianity Today article from just a couple of days ago claims that the Ukrainian National Police, known as the SBU, have accused 68 Church of Ukraine priests of collaboration, treason, and other offenses. The Ukrainian citizenship of 20 of these priests was revoked. Are you concerned, Dr. Mobes, that the Ukrainian government is violating the religious liberty of its citizens?
I would say anytime you have any violation of anyone's religious liberties, we should be concerned.
How about you, Dr. Patterson?
I agree with that statement.
Since it's international, Mr. Curry?
Yes, both the Russian side and the Ukrainian side are using religion as a wedge, and it's unacceptable.
I see the same thing. You're exactly right. The Ukrainian Security Service orchestrated a raid on the Russian Orthodox Christian monastery in Kiev in November of 2022. Is this what a democratic country that respects freedom of religion looks like, Dr. Mobbs?
Unfortunately, I don't know anything about that raid, sir.
Okay, how about you, Dr. Patterson?
I don't know about that specific case.
No? Okay. Well, the Media Research Center recently broke a story detailing how the Department of Homeland Security approved of a grant to Dayton College under a program meant to fight all forms of terrorism and targeted violence. Money from the grant was used to produce a seminar where a DHS agent included the Christian Broadcasting Network, along with other conservative entities like the Heritage and Fox News, in a pyramid of far-right radicalization. Another presenter of this group was an Antifa member who admitted proudly that his group often breaks the law. I'm curious to get the panel's take on how protecting religious freedom at the home will complement congressional and executive pressures to protect the people of faith abroad. Could you comment on that, Dr. Mobbs?
I think that it's very clear that what we do here echoes elsewhere. So in order for us to be a model around the world, we have to ensure that we're doing what we're doing here at home, which is allowing religious freedom and protecting all of the constitutional rights enshrined in our Constitution.
How about you, Dr. Patterson?
I agree with that statement, and it's particularly worrying when people glorify lawlessness and violence as if that is somehow something that's positive. We can't hand that on to our children.
Well, I applaud the lady from the gentlelady from California, because she's right on target with where this needs to go. Because we have to look at home as well as abroad, and our law enforcement agencies are no similar person. They have to be looked at very intensely. With that, I yield back.
Without objection, the chair may declare the committee in recess at any point. Without objection, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence, Mr. Pfluger, and the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Magaziner, will be afforded 5 minutes each to make opening statements. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony on the threats posed by the Iranian regime to the homeland. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. There is no doubt that the Iranian regime poses a significant threat to the United States homeland and to our allies. This threat is real and it is growing. Tehran continues to furnish weapons, funding, and training to its surrogates across the globe who engage in heinous acts of terror. On October 7th of this year, which coincided with the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, the world witnessed the horrific and grotesque atrocities that occurred in Israel. Hamas, a genocidal terrorist organization backed by the Iranian regime, launched this deadly, multi-pronged land, air, and sea attack inside Israel, with terrorists infiltrating Israel's southern border and firing thousands of rockets from Gaza. Over 1,400 Israelis were killed, with a significant number being innocent civilians, women, children, and the elderly. More than 2,800 Israelis have been wounded, including some in critical condition. At least 32 Americans were killed in Israel, and an unknown number of Americans are also being held as hostages by Hamas. The sheer brutality of these acts of terror is horrific. It's hard to watch the videos. Hamas terrorists hunted down hundreds of young people innocently celebrating at a music festival to murder and rape them. They killed a grandmother and then used her phone to post her murder on her own Facebook page. They murdered a young man, and his girlfriend filmed the murder on the man's phone and texted the barbaric video to his mother. They raped and murdered women and then paraded their bodies in the streets. These monsters murdered and burned helpless babies. They massacred whole families. These innocent people were killed for merely living in the state of Israel and being Jewish. Let me be clear to anyone who's listening. Hamas isn't motivated by some territorial dispute. Much like Nazi Germany, these terrorists are driven by a deep hatred of the Jewish people. Their stated goal, as mentioned in their charter, is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the extinction of the Jewish people. As we are currently seeing, Hamas routinely uses civilians, women, and children as human shields. The whole world must see and hear exactly what happened. It is disgusting and appalling that so many apologists have not condemned these barbaric acts of terror. I've been shocked at the horrifying anti-Semitism being displayed in some of our cities, on our college campuses, and even in the halls of Congress. Anything but a complete condemnation of Hamas and their brutal atrocities is unacceptable. We must stand with the state of Israel and give our unwavering support as Israel defends itself against the heinous attacks by Hamas. We also must condemn the forces behind Hamas, the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime is the muscle and the money empowering this reign of terror. For years, the Iranian regime has provided financial, military, political, and diplomatic support to various proxies, including Hamas. They use these terrorist groups to attack Israel and Americans and our interests across the globe, even in our own backyard. The Iranian regime and its surrogates maintain a presence in the Western Hemisphere. Just this year, the Iranian Navy docked warships in Rio de Janeiro, and the regime held high-level meetings in the capitals of Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba. Iranian-backed Hezbollah also maintains a presence in the region. The terror group has operated throughout South America for decades and has carried out attacks on Israeli targets in Argentina. Hezbollah has also worked closely with the drug cartels in Latin America to traffic drugs across the globe and launder money for these transnational criminal organizations. These threats are closer than most Americans realize. And that's because of our porous southwest border. Under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, the volume of known got-away crossing our border has skyrocketed. And so has the number of individuals who appear on the known or suspected terrorist watch list, and the number of special interest aliens, which are people from countries identified as having conditions that promote and protect terrorism or possibly present a national security threat to this country. I'm extremely concerned that terrorists will exploit these glaring vulnerabilities at our southwest border to attempt attacks inside the United States. Just a few weeks ago, one human smuggling group with significant ties to ISIS moved Uzbeki nationals into the United States, and some of these individuals smuggled into our country still remain at large. This should concern every single one of us. This administration's policies and its misguided decisions have appeased tyrants and created significant national security vulnerabilities. The Biden administration's display of weakness on the world stage, from the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, weak posture towards Russia before the invasion of Ukraine, to reckless negotiations with Iran, threatens our homeland security and our national interests. History's clear. Appeasement doesn't work. While the Biden administration was busy cutting deals with the Iranian regime, Hamas was preparing for its attacks. Kowtowing to tyrants and their proxies is always a mistake. This administration is continuing to repeat the same mistakes of the past. The Trump administration was right to remove the United States from the flawed Iran nuclear deal and to reimpose sanctions. It was also right to eliminate Qasem Soleimani, who was responsible for the deaths of thousands, including hundreds of U.S. troops in Iraq. My friends, these decisive actions told the Iranian regime that real consequences come when you threaten the United States. That message has been lost under this administration, and our adversaries know it. As I indicated at the onset, the Iranian regime's threats to the homeland are real and are growing. They've sought to conduct cyber attacks on our state and local governments and private industry. The regime continues to pursue an opportunistic approach to cyber warfare, which makes the United States and our allies' critical infrastructure susceptible to that attack. They've plotted to target and assassinate individuals inside the United States, including former Trump officials. They've also sought to abduct or assassinate Iranians living in the United States who are critical of their regime, such as Masih Alinejad, an Iranian-American journalist testifying before the committee today. The Iranian regime is becoming more determined and more adept in its malicious activity. We must remain vigilant. Now I'd like to deviate for a second from my script and just say to the Iranian people who are freedom-loving, we know of your suffering, and you are in our prayers. Thank you all, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here this morning. I look forward to your unvarnished testimony, your objective perspective about the threats the Iranian regime poses and what actions we need to take to counter these threats.
Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Dr. Mobbs, it's been 2 years since the Taliban seized control of Afghanistan amid the Biden administration's chaotic and deadly withdrawal from the country. It's been reported that the status of women and girls' rights in Afghanistan has reverted to that of the pre-2002 era when the Taliban last controlled the country, effectively erasing progress on women's rights in the intervening 20 years. Had the Biden administration taken any actions to preserve the gains made for women in Afghanistan?
Unfortunately, no, they have not, ma'am.
Thank you very much. The United States spent nearly $1.8 billion on programs supporting Afghan women and the rule of law. Was that money totally wasted? And are there any efforts the U.S. can take to protect Afghan women and girls that don't involve providing money to the Taliban?
As a U.S. veteran who served in Afghanistan, it's difficult for me to ever comment on the use of funds during our time in Afghanistan, because I don't want to say my time or any of our service time members' time was wasted in Afghanistan. However, unfortunately, the way that we allocated and utilized money in Afghanistan ended up being wasteful and was in pursuit of goals that we could not accomplish. Unfortunately, currently the aid that's also being provided does not have enough protections on it to ensure that it's actually going to humanitarian goals and reaching the people that need it, like starving children and also the education of women and children.
Thank you very much for your service, by the way. Again, Dr. Mobbs, last week, President Biden announced the U.S. would send $100 million in humanitarian assistance to provide humanitarian aid to Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. The president also warned Hamas not to steal or divert the humanitarian aid that countries around the world are funneling into the region. In your opinion, is there any way to ensure effectively that U.S. taxpayer funds will not be siphoned off by Hamas for its military operations?
The reality is what we've seen is, unfortunately, there's not a highly effective way, as the bulk of humanitarian aid that's gone to Palestine has unfortunately been siphoned off to Hamas through a variety of different means. There's false charities, there's bank accounts set up to do so. It is extremely difficult to do so, and certainly sending out such a large amount of money in a short period of time prevents what would be substantial oversight to ensure it's actually going to where it needs to go, which is with the human rights for the children and the women.
In the current conflict between Israel and Hamas, has Hamas targeted women and girls in its attacks, and how is it targeting them?
Yes, ma'am, of course. They targeted women and children in Israel. They also use schools and hospitals and children as human shields.
Yes, it's really disgusting what is going on there, and I think we should speak out more and more and more, but no one should be assassinated or kidnapped for his or her religious beliefs. No one, I don't care, or their chosen gender or their race or for any reason. And what is happening in Israel, the atrocities committed by Hamas, every member of Congress should speak out against those. Mr. Curry, a country of particular concern is a designation by the Secretary of State of a nation engaged in severe violations of religious freedom under the International Religious Freedom Act. The Trump administration had designated Nigeria as one country of particular concern. However, the Biden administration removed Nigeria from that list. Why did the Biden administration remove Nigeria from the list, and do you believe that the move was warranted?
I do not believe it was warranted. The waivers that are often used on countries of particular concern don't require a reasoning behind it, and I haven't heard any justification as to why Nigeria was removed. But I think that we have to look at these waivers as a whole, because it really weakens the law that was passed that really would allow us to put pressure on these countries that allow religious extremism and persecution.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr.
From Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 38, H.R. 4394, which would prohibit the use of taxpayer funds from going to the Department of Energy's implementation of its proposed industrial decarbonization roadmap. The Industrial Decarbonization Roadmap identifies and targets 4 different categories of so-called CO2 emitters: residential, commercial, industrial, and transportation sectors. In other words, pretty much every aspect of our lives. What does this portend in the real world? Well, we're already experiencing the consequences of this administration's decision to target residential carbon emissions by attacking those home appliances that actually work, from gas stoves to washer and dryers to water heaters, thereby causing the price of these critically important appliances to skyrocket, while also reducing their availability. We are also suffering through this administration's decision to target the transportation sector by imposing tailpipe emission requirements, fuel efficiency standards, and propping up the electric vehicle industry, thereby causing the price of our cars and trucks to skyrocket, while also reducing their availability. What is the outcome of these misguided efforts? Government-imposed wretchedness, of course, but that is what this administration does best. It is no wonder that automobile repossessions are at an all-time high because of bad policies imposed by bureaucrats who are shielded from both accountability and having to suffer the consequences of their bad decisions. But real Americans suffer every day. This roadmap is bad policy, and I urge the adoption of my amendment. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd invite the gentlelady to come into any pulmonary ward in this country and see the cancers that attend to people who have suffered from carbon ingestion in their careers. This amendment prohibits funds to implement the Industrial Decarbonization Roadmap published by the Department of Energy in September of 2022. The purpose of the roadmap is to develop a strategic approach to decarbonizing the nation's industrial sector. I come from industrial America, while simultaneously creating good-paying jobs for American workers, spurring economic growth, developing U.S. leadership in these new technologies, and creating a cleaner, more equitable, and healthier workplace for all Americans. The industrial sector represents 30% of energy-related carbon dioxide emissions in the United States. To address the climate crisis, we must address these emissions. And you know, we got a lot more people living in this country now. When I was born, there were 146 million. Today, we've got about 335. It's going to go up to 400 million people. We have to think about our way of life and how we meet the demands of a new era. In addressing these emissions, we will also dramatically improve air quality and reduce millions of early deaths in our country and around the world. The roadmap focused on proven steps for energy technology innovation, advancing early-stage research and development. America's always been about the future, investing in multiple process strategies, and scaling through demonstrations and integrating solutions, including on the factory floor and places where equipment is repaired. A successful industrial decarbonization strategy is critical to supporting the existing over 11,400,000 workers in American manufacturing and a growing future workforce in the clean industry transition. And there's a lot of training that has to be done there. How is it that our firefighters across this country, just in the last few years, have discovered the cancers that attend to working in that extremely dangerous and important patriotic service to the people of our country? Their equipment is important, and what happens to their lungs and their bodies is really important. Again, I invite you to come with me into the hospitals of this country and meet the workers that have died, and their families, and the people suffering because of carbon ingestion. While it is clear we need an all-of-the-above energy strategy that taps domestic oil and gas and invests in clean energy, we must continue to promote energy innovation, a cleaner workplace in all sectors of the economy and in the American home as well. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
The administration's roadmap targets those key industries that significantly contribute to the stability of our nation's economy and supply chain, namely the petroleum refining, chemicals, iron and steel, cement, and food and beverage industries. Instead of helping our American businesses, families, and communities, the roadmap requires the use of substantially less efficient, less reliable, and more costly energy resources, including so-called clean energy, hoping to ultimately replace our ability to access our very own domestic, affordable, and reliable energy resources. One of the goals mentioned in the roadmap is to, quote, prepare the existing 11.4 million American manufacturing workers and future workforce for the, quote, clean industry transition. When I hear that this administration seeks to, quote, prepare the existing 11.4 million American manufacturing workers for the clean energy transition, and then watch as they attempt to shut down our mines while exporting manufacturing jobs to countries with dirtier products and less effective environmental policies led by dictators and despots, I admit I'm more than skeptical as to what preparing actually means. This administration's roadmap is unworkable and will bankrupt our country. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, you know, mining's a really difficult industry. Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee. Oh, all right. I yield back my remaining time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Another goal highlighted in the roadmap supports a transition to no carbon fuels. Mr. Chairman, Americans see through these goals. The reality is that no carbon fuels are not only no such thing, and only a charlatan would argue otherwise, but they receive 4 times the amount in federal subsidies while producing less than 1/5 of the energy as compared to our legacy industries. These fuels are not only unreliable, even with the ridiculous amount of taxpayer subsidies, but environmentally destructive and require massive amounts of land per unit of energy produced. They kill birds and other wildlife by the millions. These unreliable projects simply cannot compete with our traditional and reliable energy resources, a fact borne out by their need for massive federal subsidies to be viable at all. Figures from the U.S. Energy Information Administration show that renewables received $15.6 billion in subsidies during fiscal year 2022 and an estimated $1.2 trillion from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, being the largest recipient of such subsidies. It is thus entirely foreseeable that the second largest recipient of subsidies, according to the Energy Administration information, are lower-income families who struggle to pay their utility bills, proving that this administration is hell-bent on imposing energy poverty on every sector of our society. And why are they struggling? They are struggling because of rising energy prices and rising utility fees as the result of this administration's forced energy poverty. We simply cannot afford to pursue this energy transition imposed on us by radical leftists. As the sole representative of a state whose main industries have been hijacked by the federal government in the name of this pie-in-the-sky transition, I voice my strong opposition to this roadmap. And I ask my colleagues to join me in defunding the Department of Energy's implementation of this proposed industrial decarbonization roadmap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I reserve.
Time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The question is on the
gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Tim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been over a month since the House Oversight Committee launched our impeachment inquiry into the Biden family's domestic and international business dealings to determine whether these activities compromise U.S. national security and, more importantly, President Biden's ability to lead. We've documented over $20 million in payments to Biden's from fees from Ukraine, from Romania, from China. The list goes on. There have also been many whistleblowers alleging improprieties on behalf of the federal government, what seems to be a two-tiered system of justice. So this committee's investigation is doing the job that the DOJ, IRS, and FBI were supposed to be doing. We initially were told there was no communication between President Biden and Hunter Biden about Hunter's business dealings. That was later determined to be false. Then we were told President Biden never communicated with Hunter Biden's business associates. That was determined to be false. Then we were told that President Biden did communicate with Hunter Biden's business associates, but it was only about the weather. That was probably my favorite one, also later determined to be false. Then we were told that President Biden may have communicated with Hunter Biden's business associates, and discussed business on multiple occasions. But President Biden never received a benefit. He said, "Show me the money." And we recently have direct evidence of a $200,000 payment from Jim Biden to his brother Joe. But this is the new one. That's just a loan repayment. And as the White House seeks to continue feeding the American people a narrative that the president has done nothing wrong, perhaps a little advice. Give this committee the loan documents, show us the interest rates, and provide evidence that $200,000 was transferred from President Biden to Jim Biden in the preceding months or years. Document this alleged offense. And if you can do that, then help us understand how it is ethical, legal, or at all appropriate for the president's brother to leverage the president's influence to get hundreds of thousands of dollars from a distressed company while dangling a possible bailout from a Middle Eastern investor. As the White House tries to show the American people that the president did nothing wrong, Do not forget that the Oversight Committee has received thousands and thousands of pages of bank records and fully expect thousands more as we uncover even more and more nefarious activities. This payment is the first of what I anticipate will be millions of dollars to the president. So now, to Commissioner Warfel, I simply have one question for you. Do you promise to act in a nonpartisan manner? Pursue justice no matter where it takes you.
I do.
Thank you. But between the Lois Lerner scandal and multiple whistleblowers alleging improprieties within the IRS, it seems we have a problem. And we need to restore the American people's faith in our institutions. The Oversight Committee is doing the job that the DOJ, IRS, and FBI refuse to do as it relates to Hunter and Jim Biden and possibly President Biden's activities. And we will continue to move forward, but we need your help to restore faith in our institutions. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much.
Resolution 756. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, as a member, will have 5 minutes, and the member opposed will also have 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unfortunate that we have to be here to talk about this, and as a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, as a representative of one of the most important energy production areas in the country, this is a national security issue. The Biden administration's assault on our baseload dispatchable generation of electricity has resulted in record high prices for consumers, looming resource inadequacies throughout the country, and have threatened our grid reliability. Just a few weeks ago, the Department of Energy's Assistant Secretary for Electricity, Mr. Rodriguez, testified before our committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, regarding policies to enhance the reliability and the efficiency in powering American homes. And at this hearing, and I'm sad to say this, Mr. Rodriguez, who is the head of electricity at the Department of Energy, had no idea how much electricity the United States uses annually each year, and stated that the reason he was chosen for this position was not because he was a subject matter expert. And it saddens me to be standing here, but that's just not an acceptable position. And this glaring lack of knowledge is not okay. It's unacceptable from the head of the Department of Energy's Electricity Division. This administration has worked every day to transform energy industries and to push a green agenda that doesn't work, that's not reliable, that doesn't take into account reliability. And their own named assistant secretary doesn't know how much electricity we use. And so when you look at examples of what they've pushed for, a substantial increase in electric vehicles and other policies, you have to ask the question, if they don't know how much electricity we currently use, then will they know how much electricity we would require with their mandates for electric vehicles? In Texas alone, if all of our cars were electrified today, just as an example, the state would need approximately an additional 110 terawatt hours of electricity per year, the average annual electricity consumption of 11 million homes. The added electricity demand would result in a 30% increase over current consumption. So that is the kind of example that I expect Mr. Rodriguez and others within the Department of Energy to know. This is a gigantic increase in demand. This administration continues to put American producers and consumers in a bad situation. It's critical that we have good leadership at DOE. And let me make this clear. I want the Assistant Secretary to be successful. We should all want these people in leadership positions to be successful. If he succeeds, our country wins. But when you're the Assistant Secretary for Electricity and you don't know every detail about electricity in the United States, then you're not succeeding. And so it's for that reason that I recommend this amendment to reduce the salary to $1 and remind DOE of their core mission, which is to help Americans with reliable and affordable energy. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The lady is recognized.
This amendment raises serious constitutional issues and may amount to an unconstitutional bill of attainder. This is not the way to handle policy disputes with Mr. Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary for Electricity at the Department of Energy's Office of Electricity. He has very impressive credentials. with over 2 decades of work in industry in California, in Arizona, parts of our country that understand the new pressures on producing power. We look at the forest fires that have occurred out there and the stresses on the environment that caused millions of people not to have electricity. He's actually lived in places in our country that have experienced it first. He has impressive degrees in the law and obviously in business. So I don't think they're being fair to this gentleman, and this is certainly not the way to handle this. So this amendment prioritizes legislative theater over the American people. It has no chance of becoming law, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I yield to my colleague from Tennessee.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
If you have nothing.
Okay. I thank the gentleman for yielding to me. Mr. Chairman, I hold my dear colleague and friend from Texas in the highest esteem. I think he's one of our brightest and best members, and he has served so well on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and it's a pleasure and privilege to serve with him. I play baseball with him, and candidly, he's a much better baseball player than I am. I trust his judgment, but respectfully on this issue, I want to be consistent. I have opposed the reducing of salaries to $1 in the previous amendments. He articulated his issues very well, but I do think this causes a dangerous, difficult precedent. And in that regard, I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back.
And
Gentleman from Ohio.
I yield back my time as well.
Lady. Question is on the amendment offered from the gentleman, by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say yea. Those in favor, no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 40 to H.R. 4394, which prohibits the use of funds to finalize, implement, administer, or enforce the tyrannical, unnecessary, and wrong-headed, quote, energy conservation standards for consumer water heaters. In late July of this year, the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy proposed a rule to enforce strict conservation standards for consumer water heaters, holding affordable and reliable home appliances hostage to the will of a bunch of unelected bureaucrats in the federal government. All of this is being done in the name of the allegedly reducing global emissions and enforcing an energy transition that will do nothing to actually change global temperatures, either in the short or long term, but will absolutely cause a substantial increase in the cost of our appliances. We are facing some serious crises in this country: an open border, over 8 million illegal aliens invading America, a broken supply chain, bone-crushing inflation, China spying on us from above, a war in the Middle East, etc., etc., etc. And what does this administration focus on? Making all of us poorer in order to force us to use costly appliances that don't work. This administration is incapable of addressing the real issues that are important to the American public. So what do? They target the home appliances, tools, and vehicles that actually work, from gas stoves to water heaters, from air conditioners to lawnmowers, from internal combustion engine to reliable vehicles. This nonsense needs to stop, and I encourage the adoption of my amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
First, I'd like to oppose the amendment because the Department of Energy is charged with implementing congressionally directed energy efficiency standards. So they're implementing the laws we passed. The Department of Energy drafts energy efficiency regulations with the full participation of the manufacturers and the public at large. And they do issue their guidelines and regulations for review, but the end result is people save money. They save money on water heaters. They save money on what it costs to wash clothes at home, the refrigerators. When these standards are set forth, they also promote innovation. We get a lot of new inventions across the country, and we can see the results of that every day. The benefits are real. As a result of the Department of Energy's efficiency actions in the past, cost savings for American families and businesses are projected to reach nearly $2 trillion by 2030. It not only makes sense for the consumer, frankly, it makes sense for the country because it means that the systems to supply the energy are also more efficient. It drives us to be better at what we do. And it's estimated per household, the energy efficiencies achieved already have amounted to over $6,000 of savings for every American every month when you pay every one of those bills, your gas bills, your electric bills, everything you have to pay for in the house. The Department of Energy estimates that this specific rule would slash household utility costs by over $11 billion annually to save consumers $198 billion on their energy bills over 30 years. When we look at the whole, And with population growing, we got to do a better job of trying to save resources in order to make sure that everyone has the ability to access them. Stopping the Department of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing energy efficiency standards basically is bicycling backwards and will only create uncertainty for manufacturers and consumers. And for consumers, costs go up when we don't pay attention. So with respect to the proposed energy efficiency standards for consumer water heaters, I urge my colleagues with concerns to participate fully in the rulemaking process, as I have done, with respect to my concerns about the proposed energy efficiency standards for distribution transformers. That is appropriate. It's a response people can take to the proposed rule and companies can take, and Congress has vested the Department of Energy with the authority to promulgate these rules. So let us fully participate in the process. Let's make America better. Let's modernize America. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
In this latest proposal, the administration is intentionally attempting to force an increase in the cost of water heaters for consumers and to take those water heaters that actually work off the market. What did I call that a few minutes ago? Oh yeah, government-imposed wretchedness. The cost of home appliances is skyrocketing, all because of this administration's war on prosperity. New regulations, government-imposed market uncertainty, and intentionally disrupted supply chain, there is certainly a method to their madness. And a new word and concept has been born. This administration and the radical bureaucrats running it have one goal in mind, and they call it de-development. Let that sink in. Throughout most of modern history, our political leaders have sought to improve our standard of living, to improve prosperity, to make out our everyday goods and needs more affordable, not less so. Yet that is where we are now. The Biden administration is intentionally seeking to make us all poorer, to make us more dependent on the government, to take away our ability to feed, clothe, and house our families. It is the concept of de-development that underlines the very purpose of the energy conservation standards for consumer water heaters. And it is for that reason that we must make sure that such standards never go into effect. More than 9 million water heaters are sold in the United States every year. What water heaters we use should be a matter of personal freedom and economic choice. Our water heater manufacturers have built the most efficient and environmental-friendly products in the world. But that isn't enough. Oh no, not when the goal is not to make our necessary appliances more affordable, but when the goal is to use regulations to change human behavior. I will say it again. When government-imposed wretchedness is not a byproduct of agency action, but the purpose of the action itself, you know that you have an out-of-control government that must be starved of money. And that is exactly what my amendment does. It starves these new standards of the lifeblood that they need to be weaponized against the American people. The bottom line is this: the Biden administration doesn't care about personal freedom or economic choice, and Democrats are cheering every opportunity they get to intervene in the day-to-day lives of Americans. Congress has the authority and responsibility to challenge the extent to which these proposed standards are both technically feasible and economically justified, and they are neither. This administration's strategy to destroy everything that works is causing energy poverty in vulnerable communities, while powerful clean energy companies are reaping the benefits of billions and billions of dollars in federal taxpayer subsidies. The consumers are bearing the burden of the costs. Many Americans are already struggling to heat their homes, pay their utilities, and put food on the table, primarily because of this administration's failed energy policies. This proposed rule only worsens those problems while solving absolutely nothing. I ask my colleagues to join me in support of freedom and economic prosperity by supporting my amendment to defund this administration's proposed rule by preventing them from finalizing, implementing, and enforcing rulemaking pertaining to energy conservation standards for consumer water heaters. This is tyranny, and it needs to stop. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Now I'm going to recognize the full chair, Representative Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stauber. Thank you to the witnesses. I'll try to be brief. Director Klein, the department issued the 24-29 through 29 5-year plan. For the first time since 1996, there won't be a sale. There's no sale proposed in 2024. Why is that?
The proposed lease sale schedule that the Secretary included in the proposed program after she evaluated all the factors that she's required to under Section 18 of OXLA determined that those sales best meet our nation's energy needs while balancing the range of factors she's required to consider.
So it was an administrative failure. The Inflation Reduction Act requires the Secretary to hold an offshore oil and gas lease sale within a year before offering a single offshore wind lease. That's not an interagency memo. That's not a directive from the White House. That's a law passed by the House, passed by the Senate, and signed by the President. With only 3 offshore oil and gas lease sales scheduled to occur by 2029, what led the administration to abandon the goal of deploying 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030?
Well, thank you very much for that question. We have a robust list of projects in the queue right now, and additional offshore wind lease sales scheduled for next year. We feel confident in meeting the target.
How are you going to do that if you don't have how are you going to follow the law and do that if you don't have a gas or oil lease by then?
Yes, no, thank you for that question. We have an oil and gas lease sale scheduled to take place on November 8th, so we'll have another year to hold offshore wind lease sales.
November 8th of this year?
Of this year. And then we have a full year to hold additional offshore wind lease sales.
So you're going to have a lease sale
year.
on November 8th and award a sale?
We have lease sale 261 in the Gulf of Mexico is scheduled for November 8th, yes.
How will having only 3 more lease sales hurt the goal of 30 gigawatts of wind by 2030? Or how would it help that?
Thank you. We have projects in the queue right now, a number of which are under environmental review. Our estimates show at least those projects alone will reach 27 gigawatts by close to 2030. We have additional projects that we expect to be proposed to us in the coming months. And so we feel confident we're going to hit our 30 gigawatt offshore wind goal by 2030. Excuse me, 30 gigawatt goal by 2030.
So in Table 8 of your plan, it concluded that having 5 lease sales emits fewer carbon equivalent emissions than no lease sales because we're substituting dirtier foreign produced energy sources and not having to transport them halfway around the world. It then concludes that having 10 lease sales emits fewer carbon emissions than having none. It's also better for national security, better for jobs, and better for the economy. So why are we not having 10 sales or 5 sales if you have a goal of reducing global emissions?
Well, thank you for that question. I think the analysis shows that when you consider the full life cycle greenhouse gas emissions from the no sale option versus other potential scenarios we've outlined in the proposed plan, that the emission scenarios look very similar and don't fully account for the administration's goals of meeting net zero pathways by 2050. And so, as I mentioned, the Secretary determined that the 3 lease sales that we've scheduled in the proposed final program best meet our energy needs, fully consider the whole range of factors under OXLA,
Yeah,
and
I
will help
have
us
to-
meet our climate goals.
And I believe when you cut through all the administrative jargon that the American public and certainly this committee, at least part of this committee, realizes that this administration has an all-out attack on domestic energy and on domestic mining, which is illustrated in the policies that you're putting forth and which American consumers are paying the price for. Mr. Moses, can you provide some background on what the Cook Inlet means to Alaska energy security and how the governor sees Alaskan natural resources and their role in American energy and national security?
Thank you for the question. Again, the Cook Inlet region supplies the vast majority of natural gas to the majority of Alaskan citizens, and it's critical to our energy costs for our citizens. And to go a little further, for our mineral development, that's also another problem we're having with the Ambler mining district, which is under law supposed to have access to.
Mr. Moses, my time's expired. I'm going to yield back.
Thank you.
I want to welcome everyone to our subcommittee hearing for work and welfare. The title of today's subcommittee hearing, Measuring Poverty, How the Biden Administration Plans to redraw the poverty line, and rob resources from rural America. I want to welcome our witnesses here today and thank you for joining us for today's hearing on measuring poverty. My name is Darren LaHood. I represent the 16th District of Illinois, which covers much of central and northwest parts of the state. The purpose of today's hearing is to highlight the potential executive overreach and major policy and budgetary implications of changing the nation's poverty measure, which drives decision-making about how federal funds are distributed to families in need. In May, as many of you know, the National Academy of Sciences report recommended the Biden administration replace the official poverty measure with what is called, quote, supplemental poverty measure, unquote, as the nation's headline poverty statistic and adopted as the nation's principal poverty measure. This report is concerning, as changing the measure would have profound implications for how federal assistance is distributed to millions of Americans across the country. For years, National Academy of Sciences reports have been quietly used as the basis for updates on how the federal government measures poverty. For example, two reports in 1995 and 2005 called for the creation of the supplemental poverty measure, which was later published for the first time in 2010 under the Obama administration. Numerous federal benefit programs tie eligibility to the official poverty measure, and federal dollars are often distributed to states based on the number of families in poverty to target dollars where is the highest need. Some of the programs tied to the current official poverty measure include Medicaid, SNAP, Head Start, Social Services Block Grant, and the National School Lunch Program. In addition, the Biden administration recently proposed tying TANF funds to the official poverty measure. Because of the structure of the supplemental poverty measure, elevating it would dramatically alter the poverty line, ultimately increasing spending on means-tested programs. Only looking at two programs, Medicaid and SNAP, the American Enterprise Institute estimated government spending could rise by more than $124 billion over the next decade if the supplemental poverty measure was adopted. It would also result in the redistribution of funds from low cost of living in rural states, low cost of living in rural states to high cost of living in states. For example, California would see their poverty rate increase by nearly 6%, while Mississippi would see their poverty rate drop by nearly 4%. Alarmingly, President Biden, through the Office of Management and Budget, has sole authority to act on the National Academy of Science recommendation and change the official measure without congressional approval. This would not be unprecedented. Earlier this year, the Biden administration acted unilaterally to update USDA Thrifty Food Plan, abandoning a 45-year cost neutrality policy, and hiked food stamp benefits by 27%. The CBO, or the Congressional Budget Office, estimated that the change will cost $250 billion over the next decade alone. It is Congress's responsibility to set the poverty line and ensure government benefits are delivered fairly and equitably to those who need them most, not the administration or unelected bureaucrats. In particular, our rural communities depend on the resources and programs Congress provides to deliver necessary services and fight poverty on the ground. Redirecting resources away from rural communities would have a devastating effect. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today on the history of how the United States set the official poverty measure, problems associated with the supplemental poverty measure, and how the Biden administration could fundamentally change program eligibility and the allocation of federal resources with the stroke of a pen. This issue deserves our immediate attention to ensure Congress is responsible for defining poverty and delivering resources to our citizens who need it most. Again, I want to thank our witnesses today and our guests for being here, and I look forward to your testimony. With that, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I want to thank the members for their amazing testimony today. And I agree with the Ranking Member. I think there's a lot of good stuff, especially in these opening statements from every witness on what we can do from a legislation standpoint. And I'll look forward to working with the Ranking Member to put some of that to pen to paper and get something done. As we've heard from our witnesses, the threats posed by the Iranian regime remain significant to the United States homeland and our allies like Israel. The regime is the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism, utilizing its surrogates like Hezbollah and other terrorist proxies to conduct nefarious activities. The regime remains committed to develop proxy networks inside the homeland, which should concern us all. Mr. Warwick mentioned that the Iranian regime has not effectively connected with the drug cartels yet. They failed in their efforts, as I understood, but his implication of that is because of that, it shouldn't be a concern for us. I think that's foolhardy. Iran hasn't dropped a nuclear device into the United States, has not used a nuclear device in the United States. Because of that, that doesn't give us an excuse to just write off that as a threat, because it hasn't been done yet. I think that reasoning is flawed. I believe that our open southern border, coupled with the threats from abroad and from within, are a significant concern. In fact, I think they're a significant national security threat. Mr. Warwick also mentioned that the greater threat is from recruitment inside the United States, and I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. And you can look at our college campuses in the past week since this attack, and it looks like there's a pretty large pool of people to recruit from. That is also concerning to me, and I appreciated your testimony on that. I want to talk a little bit about policy for just a second, because we talk about how policy doesn't have an impact. If you give $6 billion to a terrorist regime, and then it's supposed to be humanitarian, we've got all these guarantees that it's humanitarian, and then a couple of days after the transaction, the very president, the leader, the supreme leader of Iran says, well, we'll use that for whatever we want, and then you don't take it back, then, that emboldens enemies. And, you take, for example, the insistence on the JCPOA, just continuing to negotiate this deal with Iran, who really, from my perspective, has been an enemy since '79 in the United States. When they took Americans and held them hostage for 444 days. Unbelievable. The Khobar Towers, the Beirut bombing, we just recently, I think, celebrated, it was the 40th anniversary of those Marines who died. All of that, Hezbollah, Iranian-backed proxies, you can't turn a blind eye to that and go cut a deal with somebody, because it does nothing but embolden them. A lot like the way we withdrew from Afghanistan, I believe emboldened Vladimir Putin to think that he could get away with invading Ukraine. Weakness is like it's provocation. It's like slapping your enemy in the face. And that's what I see from the policies of this administration, and I have to call it out. I'd be irresponsible if I didn't. We've also heard today from Ms. Alinejad that Tehran continues to target current and former U.S. government officials, dissidents, journalists right here in our country, and this is unacceptable. Additionally, we have to secure our southwest border. As I've said, there's no doubt that the regime and its terrorist proxies could exploit the glaring vulnerabilities there. We know for a fact we've caught terrorists trying to get through, and that number has exponentially grown. Is it just, are we to expect that the terrorists are intentionally going only to the crossing sites to get caught? I mean, that's defies logic. In that 1.7 million gotaways, let's say it's just the same percentage. That's still one too many. We've got to secure our southwest border if we want to protect America. And I appreciated the comments about cyber. One of the initiatives we've taken is to try to get to a whole of government approach on cyber. I formed, with the approval of then Speaker McCarthy, to have all of the cyber subcommittees come together in a quarterly meeting. We've passed cyber legislation here. Our cyber subcommittee, led by Mr. Garbarino, has done some amazing work. And I agree, our cyber border is just as vulnerable and just as important as our southwest border. That cyber subcommittee is tackling the issue of workforce. We're 500,000 jobs short in cybersecurity. I noted some other recommendations in here on cybersecurity, and we're going to take those and go forward with them. And I appreciate the witnesses bringing that up. But we've got to remain vigilant to counter all of the threats, not just the cyber threats, but also the southwest border and the threats from folks being recruited here in the United States. I couldn't agree more. I too want to say to the U.S. members of the Jewish community, we will fight anti-Semitism with our last breath. And it should not and it ever be tolerated. And the members of Congress who are reticent or whatever it is to sign on to a resolution condemning Hamas, I cannot make an excuse for that. It is inconceivable to me. The members of this committee may have some additional questions for the witnesses that they will submit in writing, and the witnesses have 10 days in accordance with our rule, Committee Rule 7D, to get that back to us and into the record. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From day one of his administration, Joe Biden has declared an all-out war on American energy production and exploration. He has made it clear that he cares more about appeasing the radical climate change activists than protecting the millions of oil and gas workers and producers in America. I was disappointed but not surprised this July when the Biden administration filed this proposed rule entitled Fluid Mineral Leases and Leasing Process, which mandates provisions from the partisan so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which increased the royalty rate for production on federal lands while also increasing the creating new fees for domestic energy producers. This fluid mineral leasing rule is further proof that Joe Biden is using every tool in his administration to dismantle American energy production. It codifies pieces of the highly partisan so-called Inflation Reduction Act and makes major non-statutory changes to the BLM's onshore leasing program. It increases bonding levels for production on federal lands and proposes ending nationwide bonding and increasing the minimum bond amounts for individual lease bonds and statewide lease bonds from $10,000 to $150,000 and from $25,000 to $500,000 respectively. This significant increase will tie up capital that would otherwise be put back into production and is unjustifiable as there are only 37 orphaned oil and gas wells on BLM-managed lands. These increases will impact smaller producers who can't afford to operate in this market. These additional fees will ultimately harm returns and reduce revenues to state and local governments by disincentivizing development on our federal lands. The proposed rule also introduces the idea of using preference criteria to inform the BLM's selection of lands for lease sales. BLM's rationale for this change is to avoid conflict areas with, quote, sensitive cultural, wildlife, and recreation resources, end quote. This means the BLM field offices could avoid leasing in all areas with endangered or threatened species, critical habitat, and or nearby recreation areas, a move that would greatly limit leasing on federal lands. With the wars happening in the Middle East and in Europe, and with OPEC significantly lowering oil production, we can't rely on other foreign nations to control our energy supply. This is why I introduced the Restoring American Energy Dominance Act to terminate this proposed rule and to protect American energy producers. America makes the cleanest, most reliable, most affordable energy in the world. American innovation, in particular, fracking, has allowed America to be the global leader in reducing emissions since the year 2000. We need to stop buying oil and gas from Russia, stop begging OPEC, Venezuela, and even Iran to produce energy for us and start producing more energy responsibly right here in America. I have always been a strong supporter of oil and gas workers, certainly in my district in Colorado, as well as across the country. I look forward to working with the committee to openly push for the increased production to unleash American energy now. We must restore America's energy security, energy independence, and pursue energy dominance. Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield.
Thank you very much.
That the gentlelady from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, who is also the vice chair of our Foreign Affairs Committee and the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee here on Financial Services. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this very past anniversary of 9/11, the Biden administration announced this reckless and extremely dangerous deal with Iran, a state sponsor of terror. President Biden's decision to release $6 billion in Iranian funds is nothing short of a windfall of cash and economic relief for Tehran to use for its military and to fund terrorist proxies like, as we've spoken, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. This was a shameful payout to a regime that is responsible for countless deaths, including Americans. Less than a month later, Hamas and Iran-funded terrorist group launched the deadliest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Let's be clear about Iran's role in the Middle East. It is the world's worst state sponsor of terror, and it is bent on attacking U.S. and Israeli interests with every resource it can muster. This money should never have been released in the first place. And now the U.S. must claw it back to ensure that they cannot be used to further in efforts to further by Iran or Hamas to target Israel. Mr. Noronha, the Biden administration has mentioned a, quote, quiet understanding with Qatar regarding the $6 billion in Iranian funds exchanged in the hostage deal. What does a quiet understanding look like in practice?
It means nothing at all, because a quiet understanding has no legal basis. It does not legally prevent Qatar from distributing those funds to Iran in the future. And more importantly, in my mind, it does not prevent or discourage Iran from taking, say, Qatari or American hostages to say, okay, now you really have to turn that spigot back on. We've made this practice now of saying you can get cash for hostages. And now that that practice has been exemplified to the Iranian regime, they will use and abuse that. as long as this is
Thank
a
you.
possibility.
Thank you. And Mr. Goldberg, the Biden administration said that the $6 billion in accounts in Qatar could only be used for humanitarian purposes. Can you explain why that is impossible to ensure, given the fact that we all know that money is fungible?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. They also said this about the $10 billion going to Oman, the same language used by Mr. Miller at the State Department. So that's why we should take a close look at what's been spent there, too. Obviously, money is fungible. So even if they say this is all for non-sanctions goods, by the way, which is wider than what we traditionally think of as humanitarian, because there's all kinds of debts that can be paid off in that respect as budget support, even if you accept that, we also know and have documented, Mr. Noronha went through yesterday, so many times in history when Iran has filed paperwork that's fraudulent, front companies, false transactions that have gone to money laundering, that have gone to the IRGC, gone to Assad in Syria, Hulk Bank in Turkey. Remember that massive scandal still being prosecuted today? That was all based on humanitarian transactions, billions of dollars of a scheme that Iran had cooked up and nobody caught it.
Let me press on. Mr. Noronha, approximately how much money does Iran provide to Hamas each year? And would the terrorist attacks that Hamas perpetrated on October 7th have been possible without that Iranian support, including financial support?
They historically provided $100 million. During maximum pressure, they had to institute an austerity plan. They had to lay off a bunch of fighters. They were really struggling on budgets. That since 2021, that funding has increased as much as $350 million. And my view is their strategic surprise would not have been possible.
So the sanctions were working when we had forced them into their austerity plan, so they could not, in fact, fund these terrorist proxies to the extent that they are currently. One other question, because it just rubs me wrong, Mr. Goldberg. Why was the foreign minister of Iran, why does he have a visa to be in New York City right now? I was reading about it earlier today. It's absolutely unbelievable to me that this man who was working on plotting with Hamas an attack against Israel has been given a visa and is currently, this foreign minister is in New York City, sir.
Completely shameful, ma'am. There are Americans held hostage. Iran is complicit. There are Americans dead. This man should not be in the country.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all of our energy producers for making all of our lives better. I just want to correct one thing that has been said repeatedly in this room today, and that's talking about renewables. They aren't renewables, they're unreliables. And it's part of the reason that we have skyrocketing energy costs in this country. President Biden has been at war with the oil and gas industry since day one of his presidency. According to the Institute of Energy Research, this administration has taken 125 actions by November of last year against oil, gas, and coal. That number went up to about 150 by April of this year and reached 175 just last month. All of this is being done to appease a radical environmental base and is resulting in increased fuel cost, decreased access to reliable energy sources, and more energy poverty in America. Inflation has skyrocketed since Biden took office as a direct result of his failed energy policies. According to a spokesman for the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, the active rig count in the state now sits at 25, a decrease from 30 active rigs just a few years ago. Many pending leases have been stagnant in the state with no promise of protection from serial litigation. New leases are practically non-existent, and existing frameworks such as the multiple use framework outlined under FLPMA are being abused to the creation of new uses that interfere with activities that actually generate revenue. On top of this, we're seeing the federal government seek to eliminate accessibility of small businesses to the surety market through this fluid mineral leasing rule, making it harder for small oil and gas companies to operate on federal lands. Mr. Kropatch, oil and gas development in Wyoming contributes a significant portion of state and county revenue to pay for critical government programs and other essential services like fire protection, medical services, landfills, airports, roads, courthouses, law enforcement, etc. Can you briefly touch on the long-term impacts this proposed rule will have on oil and gas development and the state's ability to generate revenue to provide these services?
Yes, thank you. As you mentioned, the state does receive
significant revenue and taxes from the oil and gas industry and the production in Wyoming, both on federal and private lands, used for public education and other infrastructure and other services. And so as these companies are forced out of business, not only will the state and the local governments lose that revenue, they're going to lose the jobs that are supported by those companies. And so the local communities are going to lose citizens, they're going to lose the supporting jobs that go along with the oil and gas companies and the work they do, and so lose revenue in addition to lose revenue through those jobs in addition to the revenue they're losing from the taxes on the oil and gas production.
It has a cascading ricochet effect through our entire economy when you adopt energy policy as the Biden administration has done since he was elected to office. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. The U.S. Department of Interior's Natural Resources Revenue data reports that federal lands in the state of Wyoming produced $1,656,396,384 in the year 2022. $785 million of that went to the state of Wyoming and primarily came from oil and gas production. This was an increase in proceeds from previous years, but not because of increased production. The increase in proceeds came about because of increased oil and gas prices. In other words, intentional energy poverty imposed by this administration. Production consistently fell between 2019 and 2022 and continues to fall, although I'm sure that every one of you used some form of oil and gas to arrive here today. Mr. Kropatch, again, has the Biden administration policies contributed to the increase of oil and gas prices?
Yes, it has. Reducing and forcing production off of federal lands, for example, as they admit to do in this rule, decreases the supply that's available and therefore increases the price. And also without any of the environmental benefit, because we're doing it better than anyone else in Wyoming. And so when you force it out of Wyoming, then we're increasing the price and decreasing the environmental benefit.
Thank you for that. And my last questions, we have heard from the administration and those on the other side of the aisle many times that regulations like this and land withdrawals will only impact federal lands and minerals. Can you explain why that is not the case, why there will also be an impact on private lands?
Sure, and I touched on it in a previous answer, but in Wyoming, the way the land ownership pattern works, paired with horizontal drilling, almost eliminates the ability to drill a private or state well without encountering federal minerals. And so then when you can't get a permit or a lease to drill those federal minerals, you also cannot drill the private or state lands that are in that general area.
Well, I appreciate the work you do. Again, I appreciate the people who work to make our lives better rather than to make them more expensive. Thank you all for being here today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Hagman. I will now...
756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, my amendment is similar to what we talked about before on the DEI lunacy. My amendment would prohibit funds from being used by the Interagency Working Group on the social cost of greenhouse gases. The social cost of greenhouse gases. The Interagency Working Group was originally convened by the Obama administration before being disbanded by the Trump administration and reimposed through Biden's Radical Climate Executive Order 13990. Democrats use the social cost of greenhouse gas metrics to justify sweeping climate policies and the strict regulations. I would add that President Biden, when asked about what the main concerns and threats for America, he put climate change. We've got people being blown up over in Israel, and his focus is climate change now. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and ensure we don't waste valuable tax dollars and resources to fund the Biden administration's radical climate agenda. And the other thing I would add is we have got to put dollars on that are just vaguely named in these bills and see where the money actually goes. I think America would be astounded. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, please.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment would prohibit funds for the Interagency Working Group on the Social Cost of Greenhouse Gases. In my part of the country, we recognize what greenhouse gases are. We have to contain methane at many landfills that have let that stuff belch out into the atmosphere. The satellites that take photos of the Earth from a distance away can show us that when we weren't conscious of greenhouse gases, we were breaking through the ozone layer and creating, and we've been able to heal that now over time with concerted effort. So those who care to know about greenhouse gases have plenty of evidence around us, and we know that the work of this particular group is crucial to making sure the government accounts for the potential impacts of government actions on the climate. Now, I just left a group of farmers back in Ohio, and I can tell you what, their fields are being washed out because of added rainfall at a level they've never seen before. We've got the salt water creeping up the Mississippi River right now. I was just talking to one of the members on your side of the aisle, sir, yesterday, concerned about Baton Rouge and what is happening to the ocean and to the salt water coming north. Never before. This is very unusual. So whether it's gases in the air, I can think of Canada this past summer. In my part of the country, we never had the kind of, I call it, fog that came from those forest fires and came down into our region, even made it here to Washington, D.C. and down into the Panhandle. This is all new. This is all new. So as I've said, it's undeniable that we are witnessing growing weather events stemming from climate change occurring in real time, even to the point where we can see it with our own eyes. As of the end of August, there have been more than 23 disasters in 2023 alone, costing at least $1 billion each, and we know that the costs of trying to pick up after these terrible events, whether talking Hawaii or other places in our country that have been hit hard, our Homeland Security and disaster assistance accounts have tripled because of what is going on. So we know that the events this year have exceeded the previous record set in 2020, and we still have a few more months to go before this year is out. So we don't have the luxury to pretend that climate change isn't impacting us, whatever name you call it, or that our actions aren't somehow related to it. Tell the American citizens who lost businesses or homes and loved ones from hurricanes and wildfires and other recent natural disasters, and those who continue to face unrelenting flooding in the Midwest, that there are no costs from climate change, because there sure are. And it is already past time for aggressive action to address climate change and its impact. The truth is that it is having catastrophic social and economic impacts here in the United States and across the globe, and these are real and they are unrelenting. Pretending that it doesn't exist simply won't make it go away. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and would enjoy talking to the gentleman at any time about my part of the country and what we endure. And from what I see in your part of the country, you've got issues there as well. I yield back my remaining time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm glad you mentioned forest fires. If you talk to any forester, this is something we could have a direct impact on. You know how much thatch that is causing a lot of these fires? Thatch, in a lot of cases, is this high. And the environmentalists won't let them cut some dead trees, and it won't let them take the thatch out. Now, how stupid is that? It defies logic. Now, you mentioned the oceans. You try to explain to anybody in this country how a man is going to control the oceans. We're all for clean water and clean air, but the price tag that is put on these programs that are paying some bureaucrat to give his opinion. And it's lunacy at its height at a time in this country that Americans cannot afford it. And I promise, if you, in your district, if you talk to your constituents and put the price tag on it, I think they would have a different opinion than your president saying that climate change is the biggest existential threat in this country. There are far greater things than that. I yield back to balance my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by a gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye.
Thank you. This time, the chair recognizes Mr. Jimenez for 5 minutes for his questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Salinajad, I think that the people of Iran and the people of my home country of Cuba, when they go out and they protest on the street, they probably say the same thing, maybe a different language. People of Cuba say freedom. Is that what the people of Iran say? Exactly. All right. Everybody seeks the same thing. It's freedom. All these apologists that know they want food, or they want this, or they want a little bit kinder regime. We want regime change, because that's the only thing that will help us. Exactly. As far as border wall is concerned and security at I may have a difference of opinion with my colleagues. I actually don't think any funding helps whatsoever. We can put $1 zillion into the southern border and nothing will change because the policies won't change. It's the policies that have caused the crisis at the border, the policies of this administration. There wasn't any difference in funding from January 19th to January 21 of 2021. It was the change in policies that have caused the crisis at the border. There wasn't any more wall. It's the change in policy. And this administration has absolutely, they have no will to change their policy. They like what's going on. You can't be this dumb. It's on purpose. Now let's get back to something else. Hey, do you know what cybersecurity, rockets, drones, rifles, bullets, paragliders, anti-tank missiles, terror cells, spies, misinformation campaigns, a whole bunch of different other things. You know what they have in common? Funding. Money. So, Mr. Greenway, I want you to talk to me about how the Biden administration is helping Iran get more of the funding that it needs to conduct its terror operations around the world, including the United States. And the difference between this administration and what was happening in the previous administration, and how that's pouring billions of dollars into this regime that's funding all the terror and the chaos we see around the world. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Thanks for the question, Congressman. I can. At the conclusion of the Trump administration, as Ambassador Sales pointed out, Iran's foreign accessible reserves were at $4 billion, which was the equivalent of Haiti. They were exporting about 400,000 barrels of oil a month, which is what you can do under smuggling circumstances and with little else. They were committed to acquiring resources rather than the conduct of terrorist organizations and terrorist activity. At the moment, their accessible foreign exchange reserves are north of $40 billion, on their way to $70 billion. Their oil sales are approaching 2 million barrels a day. And it's important to note that oil is now north of $90 a barrel. So they're making more and selling more. This has all breathed life into the organization. The defense budget has increased by 14%. That's just what goes to the IRGC itself. And all of that goes then to surrogates and proxies, who now are no longer worried about resources. They have flush amount of resources and capital. They're now able to focus their time and activity on terror servers.
So by my calculation, that's a 500% increase in oil production, or actually the selling of oil, Iranian oil, 500% increase, plus the increase in the oil prices. A lot of it's caused by this administration because they refuse to let American energy produce more oil and gas, which actually makes Iranian oil much more expensive, which gives them more money to do the things that they do. So tell me, how serious is this administration, really, in helping our allies or helping the United States security, when they're actually funding the same people that are trying to destroy us? By the way, does Iran want to destroy the United States? When the leaders say they want to destroy the United States, does anybody here think that's just, hey, they're just kidding? You know, do you think they're kidding?
They're not known for their sense of humor, Congress.
Okay, what about you, ma'am?
I mean, absolutely, they mean it, and they don't even care whether you're Republican or Democrats. They hate America, and they want to destroy America, democracy, Israel. That's why they hate people like me who say that, America, get ready to see an Iran without Islamic Republic. Because you don't have any policy to see that, that's why you stick with wrong people who say, let's reform this regime.
I need to get the other two. Do you believe that Iran wants to destroy the United States?
They do.
And Mr. Warwick, do you think they would want to destroy it?
Iran wants to dominate the Middle East, and they see the United States as the chief impediment to that goal.
Do they want to destroy us?
They know they can't destroy us.
Do they want to?
That's
There's the problem. See?
No.
Folks, there's a problem. Do you think they want to destroy Israel? Do you have any doubt they want to destroy Israel?
Oh, on that I agree with you.
Well, very good. So we agree on one thing. All four of us do. Okay, very good. And this administration is giving them the money to let them do it. Thank you. Now yield back.
With that, gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this very important hearing, and certainly thank you to our witnesses. Appreciate your information very, very much. It's pretty serious stuff. So the Biden administration, Mr. Goldberg, had secretly made available to Iran since May $50 billion for nothing more than a promise that Iran would not provoke an immediate nuclear crisis by producing weapons-grade uranium. This package did include the $6 billion transferred to Qatar. So when I met with the IAEA last year, they were very clear that Iran was in all kinds of violations, and they were making a trip there within about a week to express to them that they're in complete violation of any sort of, the so-called deal that was being made, the Iran nuke deal. So, what are your thoughts there? Why would the administration continue to work with some sort of deal? By the way, a member, a colleague in the hearing yesterday, if you remember, stated that would go down in history as one of the greatest flaws ever, that the previous administration had gotten out of that. I don't know what kind of agreement there is when one side just blatantly doesn't follow it, doesn't allow surprise inspections. You give them a month's notice to show up, and then they can tell when the uranium was moved and how much was actually extracted from the area. Yet, this Biden administration continues to try to work with this Iranian terrorist state. So why do you think that is?
Congressman, listen, as a staff member to people who voted many years ago, when I wrote both of the sanctions laws we're talking about, and they passed 100 to nothing and 94 to nothing in the Senate and unanimous consent here in the House, and I thank everybody who voted on it at the time and the staff that worked on it.
Yeah.
I would say that at that time we had a bipartisan consensus that more money for the Islamic Republic of Iran was bad, and that we should continue to pressure, contain, roll back that regime across all of its malign activities. That changed during the JCPOA. We've gone into camps. It's ideological. It's political. And we advise the administration.
It's amazing the level of Iranian sympathizing that's taking place. I hear you. And now, you wrote, I think, we now see the results of policies of appeasement and that enrich the world's leading state sponsor of terror. And then we just go on. And I want to talk to Mr. Naranja and Thomas as well. I mean, there's no debating that things such as, the increase of exports, 1.5 million barrels per day, the highest monthly rate since 2018. There's no getting around those facts and the level of funding that's coming into Iran, the sponsor of terror, that is clear and known to Democrats and Republicans. That's happening. And yet at the same time, they're selling it to China at discounts, right? And we know this, and it's also stated there is no way for Iran to boost its exports to this extent without the White House ordering the non-enforcement of U.S. sanctions and providing clear signals to Beijing that U.S. sanctions will not be enforced. What is going on here? Mr. Naranja, I ask you.
$150 million a day in Iranian oil revenue is currently what's happening. And that does not go to the Iranian central budget. That goes to the IRGC's budget. They have a special deal. They get the Iranian oil revenue. Respectively, sir, that's exactly what's happening. It's a funneling for terror financing across the Middle East that reaches to Washington, D.C., because there are assassination attempts here in this capital ongoing.
So, Mr. Thomas, let me, allowing the missile embargo on Iran to expire grants international legitimacy to Iran's transfer of armed drones to Russia, who we're sending billions and billions of American taxpayer dollars to the Ukraine, and yet we're allowing this to help fund Russian drones and ballistic missiles. What do you think about that?
So the sunset that you're referring to that happened this week did draw condemnation from a number of members of Congress. It also drew attention in Europe, which has been the focus of a number of members who have sought to have European partners of the United States join U.S. efforts to continue those restrictions.
I want to ask you a question. Do we have any documentation or any reason to believe, or is there any facts or connection to the idea that there may be a transfer of funds from Iran to any member of the Biden family? Anybody have any information on that? If you do, please let me know. I yield back.
Gentleman can pose that question in writing if he so chooses.
Just in time, you are recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the witnesses who are here today. I appreciate you all and your time. First, to start off, Mr. Kropstash, how do I say your name? I'm sorry.
Kropatch.
Kropatch, thank you. Would you mind elaborating on the impact of the fluid mineral leases and leasing process proposed rule, if finalized, will have on the oil and gas industry and smaller energy producers? So could you just elaborate on that impact?
Sure. At least in Wyoming, it'll force operators off of federal lands and off of the private and state lands that are adjacent due to the nature of horizontal drilling and the location of those lands. It'll also, due to the bonding requirements, force many of the small businesses in Wyoming, the small operators, out of business because they can't afford the increased costs in bonding in the time frame that's allowed.
Yes, thank you, and that's exactly right. I've heard several concerns from operators in my district on the western slope of Colorado that the increases mandated in this proposed rule will impact smaller producers who can't afford to operate in the market. These additional fees, as you know, will ultimately harm returns and reduce revenues to state and local governments by disincentivizing development on our federal lands. Now, the additional fees required by the proposed rule will reduce revenues and state and local governments. This is by disincentivizing development on these federal lands. Can you expand on the negative impacts the proposed rule will have on western states?
Yes, I think similar to Wyoming and the land ownership patterns, it'll force the production off of those lands. It'll reduce revenue and taxes that the states use to fund the local governments. In Wyoming, and we use those revenues and taxes to fund public education, infrastructure, emergency services, and things like that.
Yes, very important revenues going to those areas that will be lost for sure. The BLM and the Interior Department have stated increasing these fees will supplement the orphan well program. However, there are only 37 orphan wells, the gas wells on BLM managed lands. Now, do you think that their conclusion is unjustified?
I think the costs associated with that program are a very small percentage of the total revenue generated by the program, the onshore federal minerals program, and due to the processes BLM has to get those wells plugged by other record title owners and the previous operating rights holders. And so there's a very small number of orphan wells as a result of the federal program.
I agree, and the BLM has only utilized bonds to plug wells on federal lands 40 times over the last decade. These significant increases will tie up capital that would otherwise be put back into production. This is clearly another tactic from the Biden administration to de-incentivize domestic energy production. He would rather beg OPEC, Venezuela, and Iran to produce energy for us instead of relying on the American roughneck. Now, Mr. Kropatch, the opposed fluid mineral leasing rule introduces the idea of using preference criteria to inform the BLM's selection of lands for lease sales. Given the administration's poor track record with respect to issuing lease sales and their lack of timeliness on drilling permit approvals, do you think that this new criteria could be problematic?
I think the new criteria will likely just eliminate further leasing and defer more parcels. The only criteria they'll really be able to use, the only expertise that they would have would be to just lease parcels that are in proximity to current oil and gas production. And what that does is it discourages exploration. And every basin that currently produces oil at one time was an exploratory basin. So if we discourage that, we're going to essentially eliminate any oil and gas production off of those lands.
Thank you. And Mr. Kropatch, final question. The BLM director, tree spiking, Tracy Stone Manning, said in a statement that the proposed rule, quote, aims to ensure fairness to the taxpayer and balanced responsible development as we continue to transition to a clean energy economy, end quote. Do you think that the proposed fluid mineral leasing rule will do the opposite in many instances and actually prevent responsible domestic energy production?
Yes, I think if we're forcing in, as BLM by their own admission in the rule, that they would force production off of federal lands, it's likely to be forced into production somewhere else that doesn't do it as cleanly and as efficiently as we do in Wyoming or in the United States.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kropatch, and thank you to the rest of the witnesses here today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the witnesses for all their
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 756, a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Nuclear Security Administration's Pantex plant in Amarillo, Texas is one of our nation's most valuable and vital military assets, as it is our strategic forces' only nuclear weapons assembly and disassembly facility. The saying within the military's nuclear enterprise is all roads lead to Pantex, because this site in my district is a mandatory stop for every single nuclear weapon within our inventory. This amendment will prohibit the Biden administration from halting construction of the much-needed high-explosive synthesis, formulation, and production facility at Pantex. This major construction project will enhance our nuclear deterrence capability by allowing the NNSA to modernize and scale its high-explosive production capabilities to meet pressing and urgent stockpile requirements. Right now, we rely on a single external vendor for large-scale synthesis, formulation, and blending for high-explosive products. There have been repeated issues with this vendor, including lack of prioritization and even late deliveries. This presents a single point of failure in the nuclear enterprise, which jeopardizes our nuclear weapons production. Once this new facility is constructed at Pantex, NNSA will be able to meet all long-term high-explosive material needs for the weapons stockpiles while successfully mitigating nearly all risk associated with production. Given the threat environment we face in the world today, many people might assume that the federal government has made adequate investments in Pantex and modernized appropriately. Those assumptions would be dead wrong. Many of the facilities at Pantex plant were built in the 1940s and the 1950s. Today, in 2023, you're required to wear a hard hat when entering some of the buildings because the ceiling is crumbling down on top of the workers that work there. Since I've been in Congress, I've ensured that adequate funding has been provided each year to maintain the facility's modernization efforts. While I have disagreed with the Biden administration nearly every step of the way on just about every issue, one of the only things they seem to be doing right was prioritizing modernization of our nation's nuclear enterprise. Then, just when I thought this administration grasped how critical it is to ensure the viability of our nation's nuclear deterrent, I opened the budget request for this year only to see that they had completely zeroed out this project. Now this administration wants to let our nuclear forces erode while they continue to pump billions of dollars into woke, green, and social initiatives. This cut was rejected by both the House and Senate Armed Services Committee, as well as House Appropriators, because we can all see what President Biden apparently cannot. The United States must be the unquestioned leader in the ability to project peace through strength. The House has successfully authorized and will soon appropriate the funds for Pantex because we all understand how critical it is to modernize the facilities where our nuclear weapons are made. We must take our nation's nuclear enterprise out of the crosshairs of the Biden administration. The world is a dangerous place at the moment with global threats from China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. We must provide adequate investment in our nuclear deterrence capability to ensure these bad actors never doubt our strategic readiness, and the Pantex plant in Amarillo is a key component of that. I urge all members to support my amendment to prohibit the administration from halting construction on this critical modernization initiative. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, I've long been a champion of ensuring that the United States maintains a safe, secure, and credible nuclear deterrent while addressing the threat of nuclear proliferation and terrorism. And I wholeheartedly agree with Chair Fleischman that the National Nuclear Security Administration needs to improve its program and project management, given that more than half of its projects are over cost or behind schedule. But we must also face the realities of future defense caps and begin making important decisions to prioritize within this program. As one step in the prioritization process, the National Nuclear Security Administration proposed pausing, not phasing out, pausing construction of this facility to focus resources on high priority items necessary for nuclear weapons modernization efforts. Only through strategic prioritization can the program achieve success in meeting the needs of stockpile requirements and maintaining the nation's nuclear deterrent. We should not prohibit the NNSA from pausing certain activities, especially since those issues will be resolved through conferencing funding levels. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman. Oh, okay. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate having the support of all of my colleagues on this amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It's yes.
Recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to inform the House of Representatives that the Oversight Committee has indeed brought forward the receipts in our impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. Through our investigation, we have uncovered a check to Joe Biden for $200,000. This comes from foreign funds from a country in the Middle East through a struggling company, and you can see the check is directly made to Joe Biden. This is what money laundering looks like. We've also uncovered and released today another check to Joseph R. Biden for $40,000. This $40,000 is a check written to him by his brother and sister-in-law, Sarah and James Biden, and this check comes from funds directly through money laundering through the CCP. No president of the United States, no vice president, no office holder should ever engage in money laundering, receiving money, selling out their office, selling out their power.
The gentlewoman's time has
expired. And getting paid from foreign countries.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Members are reminded.
I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina and the chairman of the Subcommittee on Oversight, Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two of the most stunning moments I've had sitting on any committee in Congress are in November of last year when I asked Christine Abizaid, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, whether the uncontrolled entry into the country of, I guess it's in excess of 1.7 million, if I remember, was the number that Judiciary Committee recently documented in a report of gotaways. That is to say, people who never encountered anyone from any United States agency as they entered the country, was not an obvious risk for egregious risk for criminal or terrorist threats on the homeland. I want to know if anybody Ms. Abizaid told me it's not, that they don't believe that's it, because historically that's not how terrorist threats have developed in the homeland. That seems to me to be unimaginably stupid. And today we've heard members on the dais essentially repeat that is an unfair attack on the Biden administration. I'd like to know if anybody sitting on the panel believes that allowing 1.7 million into the country during the Biden administration without any vetting of any kind, no connection to or encounter of any government official, presents an egregious threat of terrorism to the homeland. Does anyone disbelieve that who sits on this panel? Thank you. Is it a threat to the United States homeland if there is an Iranian government influence operation functioning at the highest levels of the United States administration? Does anyone on the panel believe that that would not present a threat to the homeland? Is anyone on the panel familiar with this reporting in Semaphore that there was this Iran experts initiative operated by the Iranian government that had contact not with only Robert Malley, the Biden administration's special envoy, who's now, I understand, suspended, but I can't figure out this one. There's a woman named, I think, Ariane Tabatabai, if that's how you pronounce it. Ms. Ahmadinejad, perhaps you could correct me if that's the wrong pronunciation, but she's the chief of staff to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations, a classified operation, a classified position. Has to have a security clearance to be in that position, obviously. And there's documentation of her 2014 email correspondence with Zafari, is that the name? Zorani, I believe it is, who's adjacent to the Iranian Foreign Ministry. This is in the Biden administration. As far as I know, she's still there, and I don't even hear any major mainstream reporting on that. Is there anyone on this panel that can enlighten the American people in this hearing about the details of that situation? Ms. Ahmadinejad.
It was shocking for you, but not for us Iranians. I was the one actually launched a petition against Rob Malley right after the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini, because he was the one actually came out and saying that Iranian people want respect from its government. But that was not the fact. Iranian people sacrificed their life. More than 700 people got killed. More than 22,000 people got arrested. They had only one demand. They wanted to end this regime. They don't want respect from this government. After 40 years, we, the people of Iran, know that this regime is not reformable. Whether you like it or not, we want to have a regime change. So, but Rob Malley actually stopped the Biden administration to meet with people like me and other Iranian Americans who say clearly we want an end for gender apartheid regime. So that's why he had like his own people trying to say that, you know, protests, like Ariane Tabatabai was one of them, saying that it's became part of the culture of Iranians. It's not. So that is why we've been warning the US government and we've been ignored. But that's information launched by Iran International and Semaphore is correct.
Oh, thank you.
They were the same people trying to say that Qasem Soleimani was a national hero. Here we are.
Thank you. And in the last 25 seconds I want to make one last comment. I'm sorry Mr. Magaziner has left, Mr. Chairman. But in the beginning of this, when he was talking about the vicious, horrific anti-Semitism that we've seen in this country, he repeated a smear of the former president. Whatever you think about the former president, I'd urge you to go to USA Today about that continued claim that he said that anti-Semites, that neo-Nazis were fine people on both sides. It is a lie. It is a gutter lie. And you cannot maintain bipartisan support for rejecting anti-Semitism in this country when you equate saying that, when he went on to say, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis. They should be condemned entirely. He was talking about people who were protesting the removal of a Confederate statue in the previous events to that Charlottesville event. And for that to be repeated over and over again by members on this dais, when even liberal organizations recognize that that is a smear, that's got to stop in order for this bipartisan rejection of anti-Semitism to succeed. I yield.
I want to take a moment and express my unwavering support for the nation of Israel. The civilized world watched in horror as Hamas terrorists carried out brutal, barbaric, unprovoked attacks against the people of Israel. I stand with our great ally as they fight to eliminate the dire threat to their survival posed by the Iranian-backed terrorists. While the full extent of Iran's involvement in the October 7th attack is not yet known, this much is clear. Iran was complicit in the attacks, having provided financial, material, and logistical support to Hamas for years. I'm proud that House Republicans have unified and unequivocally in support of Israel, and I thank the chairman for holding this important and timely hearing to examine the threat of Iran, which extends far beyond the Middle East. Over the last few days, we have seen 13 separate attacks by Iranian-backed proxies on U.S. service members. As a member of this committee and the House Armed Services Committee, I find it completely unacceptable that the administration has not responded forcefully. Ambassador Sales, what steps would you advise the president to take to deter this type of aggression?
Well, Congressman, I think actions speak louder than words. We've heard just yesterday from the Secretary of State the right message, which is that if Iran harms American service members, we reserve the right to respond forcefully to defend our people, to defend our interests. But it's not an if. It's already happened. Reportedly, more than 24 American service members have been injured in the course of this rocket and drone campaign by Iran-backed proxies over the past week. What are we waiting for? How many more have to be injured before we restore deterrence? Do we have to wait for people to die before we establish deterrence? The way to avoid an escalatory situation in the Middle East, the way to avoid being dragged into a war, which we all want to avoid, is to enforce red lines with actions, not simply rhetoric.
Thank you. As my friend from Mississippi highlighted earlier, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence 2023 Annual Threat Assessment states Iran will continue to threaten U.S. persons directly or by way of proxy attacks. Particularly in the Middle East, Iran also remained committed to developing surrogate networks inside the United States, an objective it has pursued for more than a decade. Mr. Greenway, can you explain to the committee how Iran develops terror networks within the United States?
Thanks for the question, Congressman. For decades, and as I mentioned in oral and written testimony, the first assassination attempt conducted by the Islamic Republic in 1980 was in the United States, just outside the Capitol. And they have since built an infrastructure built on their surrogates and proxies to conduct operational activity, espionage, foreign influence, and now cyber attacks. All of that is expanded, and all of that, it seems, has been deprioritized, again, in the change in administration policies, and I think we're exposed as a result of it.
Thank you. Mr. Greenway, when you were at the National Security Council, what steps did the previous administration take to dismantle Iranian-backed terrorist networks, and how does that differ from what we're seeing with the current administration?
Thank you, Congressman. First, we denied access to all resources available through exports, through foreign accessible exchange, and through trade balances. And that, in essence, deprived them the resources to constitute and sustain these networks. Second, we prioritized law enforcement in order to conduct operations in the United States that would aggressively pursue these threats and apply the full range of law enforcement options against them. Third, we employed a strong and robust relationship with partners and allies to do the same. We didn't incentivize the taking of hostages. We penalized the taking of hostages. And so we didn't require the exchange of resources to obtain them.
Did you happen to see the statement of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres? And I quote what he said this morning: Hamas attacks had to be seen in the context of years of suffocating occupation. What are your thoughts on that?
I think if we had heard a similar sentiment after 9/11, we'd have been offended, and I think many here today were offended by his remarks. The only appropriate response to the terrorism we saw from Hamas is condemnation and an absolute offense.
Do you believe he ought to be removed from the United Nations?
I don't see why he should stay in his office after making those comments.
I totally agree. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ineffective, unreliable, and dangerous. That's what we're here to talk about on this amendment. This amendment strikes the $28 million in this bill to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's renewable energy program that promotes the administration's reckless goal of creating 30 gigawatts of offshore wind production by 2030. Now, the promotion of rapid expansion of offshore wind is particularly misguided considering offshore wind's high levelized cost, the significant lack of reliability, the impact on flight safety and national defense, and the threat to endangered ocean wildlife from offshore wind activity. Offshore wind is one of the most expensive energy sources available. The Energy Information Administration estimates the levelized cost of energy for offshore wind at $136.51 per megawatt hour, which is 3 times as much as even onshore wind, which is still way more expensive than the traditional forms of energy that are clean and that we rely on to turn these very lights on in this chamber. The heavy reliance on offshore wind is a contributing factor to the United Kingdom having one of the highest electricity prices in the world. In addition to being expensive, wind power is notoriously unreliable. Intermittency is a fact of life for wind power and one that cannot be overcome or ignored. More simply put, if the wind stops blowing, the power goes out. You don't have a backup because we're shutting down all the backups across this country. One of the significant contributors to the European energy crisis in 2021 and 22 is a flatlining of offshore wind production. Investing federal resources in this expensive and unreliable technology is economically ill-advised and unaffordable, as we are $33 trillion in debt. Beyond the economic problems with offshore wind, these projects actively threaten national security, maritime safety, and flight safety. The Department of Defense has identified most of the eastern U.S. Atlantic coast as a wind exclusion zone for defense and defense training, including activity and currently leased wind farm areas. The DOD, the people we rely on to keep us safe, has said, no, we don't want this. The Interagency Wind Turbine Radar Interference Mitigation Working Group has raised concerns that these offshore wind farms will create radar interference that will impede air traffic control, homeland security, national defense, and weather forecasting. Despite these concerns and the grave implications of radar interference on the military, the maritime and aviation industries, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has recklessly pursued these offshore wind projects without addressing any of these issues. The Bureau's renewable energy program is recklessly greenlighting wind energy projects without accounting for any of the concerns I just raised. Congress must end the funding for this misguided program and protect American taxpayers from the funding of this, again, ineffective, unreliable, and dangerous form of energy. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
As I said, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management manages the development of energy and mineral resources of the Outer Continental Shelf along our nation's coastlines. I understand the intent of the gentleman's amendment is to eliminate the Renewable Energy Office in BOEM. I'll first note the base bill already cuts funding for the renewable energy account by nearly $15 million, or almost 35%. So about a third of it's gone in our base bill. But I am also concerned that completely eliminating funding runs counter to the all-of-the-above energy approach that is necessary to ensure a mix of affordable and reliable energy sources for our constituents and businesses and to reduce our dependence on foreign countries, some adversaries for our energy. Additionally, I have heard from some in our conference about their support for offshore renewable activities, which would not move forward without this BOEM office. Therefore, I must oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to someone on the front lines who's dealing with this and their energy bills, and with his bosses, his constituents, my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman, how much time does the gentleman wish to yield?
As much as he shall consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania for yielding, and I want to thank him for his leadership on this very important issue. Mr. Chairman, it would be hard to find a district that has been more of a petri dish for the experiments of the Office of Renewable Energy at BOEM than mine. I live it every single day. You know, before I go on and talk about this, just from the heart, the projects that are coming up, and fortunately one of them, Ørsted, some of you may have heard of it, has now left, have received billions of dollars of funding from state and federal government. They themselves admit it would reduce our tourism industry, but they minimized it and said the company itself, it would only reduce it approximately $1.1 billion. It would kill our fishing industry. It would really create very serious situations in our national defense and our national security. It would increase utility rates, again, according to the company itself, so it is probably much worse than I say, 2 to 3 to 4 times as much as we currently pay. It is a plan that would rely upon foreign countries to supply our energy. How stupid is that? It has been a painful process, and thank God we won the first step when this huge multinational Danish company decided they couldn't take it anymore. We had a movement in South Jersey at our shore. Our shore counts. We have a beautiful, clean, pristine environment. And it was an organic movement. It was the people. We had rallies. I myself produced 5,000 signs saying, "Stop wind turbines, renew and keep our beautiful shore." This is from the heart. This was a bad plan that would industrialize the areas that they are focused upon and would cost a great deal of money. So, do I have more time, Mr. Chairman?
Time has expired.
Can you yield?
Gentleman from Pennsylvania's time has expired.
I yield.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I yield to the gentlelady from Maine.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the chair for yielding to me. Look, let's just remember, we are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, the drought, the flooding, the severe storm, the wildfire events that we are experiencing. Climate change has reached a crisis point, and we have to take bold action to avoid a major irreversible catastrophe. That means we have to invest in renewable energy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are proposing this amendment that would focus all of BOEM's resources on conventional energy. Well, if my colleague from New Jersey wants to talk about the tragedy of what could happen to our states, I represent Maine, of course we care about our beautiful coastline, we're worried about offshore oil drilling and the fishermen's impact, the potential impact of tourism of an oil spill, all of the things that we have seen happen in other places. And we want to invest in renewable, in wind energy. To say that it would reduce our tourism industry down to zero is ludicrous. To say that it would do this to our fishing industry without careful management, that would be ridiculous. I've been to visit the countries of Norway and Denmark. I've talked to the people from Scotland about their offshore wind projects. It hasn't eliminated tourism or reduced their fishing industry. This is misinformation made up because people want to stick to their dependence on oil and gas and the things that we have to eliminate. I oppose this amendment. It has nothing good about it. We should not reduce the funding from the renewable energy programs, and we should continue in the way we are. I yield back.
Gentleman from Idaho.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, I oppose this amendment. It is contrary to what we on this side of the aisle have been preaching for a number of years, and that is the all-of-the-above energy program. It's going to take nuclear, it's going to take coal, it's going to take oil, it's going to take, yes, wind and solar. It's going to be a part of the mix. That's just the reality. We don't mean that every mile of offshore area ought to be available for wind towers in the ocean, but there are some places that are. So I would oppose cutting the BOEM Renewable Energy Office completely. And I would urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's great to see you. House Republicans are unified and hitting the ground running under the new leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson. After earning unanimous support on the House floor, Speaker Mike Johnson has truly hit it out of the park in the People's House, and we are proud to stand with him on this leadership team. House Republicans overwhelmingly passed our resolution showing our unequivocal support for Israel on the House floor, and both Speaker Johnson and Majority Leader Scalise were widely praised for their strong statements over the weekend at the Republican Jewish Coalition in Nevada. Let us be clear, House Republicans will always stand by our precious ally Israel, and we will speak loudly and clearly when it comes to standing against the heinous rise in anti-Semitism, both at home and abroad. We proudly stand with Israel instead of Joe Biden's army of IRS agents, and shame on Joe Biden for threatening to veto this critical Israel aid package. In addition, House Republicans passed multiple conservative appropriations bills in less than 1 week, and we're working to bring more bills to the floor in the coming days. So many of the press said it couldn't be done, and yet House Republicans continue to deliver. And I also wanted to take a moment to highlight the bombshell evidence damning Joe Biden uncovered by our Oversight Committee. Bank records showing Joe Biden received $40,000 in laundered money from communist China in a form of a personal check from the account of his brother direct to Joe Biden. Remember when the White House desperately said that Joe Biden didn't discuss business with his family, and then they had to clean that up? And then they desperately corrected, saying that they were not involved in this family business. Both statements are false and should be reported as such. Joe Biden is clearly compromised, and the American people know it. House Republicans will continue to follow the facts to ensure accountability for the American people and deliver legislative results under this new era of leadership with Speaker Mike Johnson. With that, I'm honored to turn it over to my colleague, our whip, Tom Emmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know the job description of member of Congress is real short. It's to take care of your constituents and to have oversight of the federal government. This amendment deals with the oversight portion. It's oversight of an unauthorized federal agency, of which we have over 1,200 unauthorized agencies. And an unauthorized agency is one that was simply not approved by Congress. In this case, the agency was approved through the executive branch to help with overseeing the implementation of NEPA back during the Nixon administration. Since then, it has become one of the rogue, woke, climate control warriors for the Biden administration, pushing rules and regulations. As a matter of fact, the budget for this unauthorized agency was around $3.75 million. Happened to grow during the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act to over $62 million. Now, the Council on Environmental Quality is just one of a long list of unauthorized agencies in this federal government. During recent oversight hearings as well, on 4 occasions, Director Brenda Mallory was requested to come and testify. Y'all, she only showed up one time. One time. And during that time, she decided that she would refuse to answer questions. She didn't have to answer our questions on any subject. Let me make that even clearer. She wasn't refusing to answer my questions or the committee's questions. She was refusing to answer to the American people, the very taxpayers that foot the bill for that agency. You see, they've gotten to where, like other agencies, like the ones that was just mentioned, they feel they don't have to answer to us. They don't have to answer to the American people. They're beyond that. It's beneath them to have to explain what they do. This amendment does one simple thing. $3.75 million is their annual budget. It simply takes that from this woke climate change warrior style agency, and it moves it over to the national parks, to their construction fund. And what that does is that's going to help, Mr. Chairman, that's going to help with the backlog of deferred maintenance that's in that national parks. National Parks is running a deferred maintenance because of members from the other aisle using their funds on the national parks for pet projects. So with that, I urge the passage, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment completely eliminates the Council on Environmental Quality. This important office is responsible for coordinating the federal government's efforts to improve, preserve, and protect Americans' public health and the environment. These are very important tasks. It also works to ensure that environmental reviews for infrastructure projects and federal actions are thorough, efficient, and reflect the input of the public and local communities. This proposed amendment would hobble the office and result in significant delays to infrastructure projects across the country at exactly the wrong time. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a prime example of another rogue, unauthorized agency out there that is implementing rules and regulations for which they were not set up. It also is an agency that was issued $62 million for the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act. Therefore, they have plenty of cash over there. This simply takes $5 million and moves it over to help with the deferred maintenance on our national parks. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Maine.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the chairman of this chairman of this committee, Mr. Simpson. Sorry.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. While I understand the concerns from my colleagues about CEQ's actions under this administration related to the environmental review process and other issues, I believe that the CEQ has a valuable role to play in leading efforts to strike a balance in ensuring our environment is protected while also promoting economic development and job growth. It is important to have an agency lead coordinated efforts across the administration on issues such as conservation and preservation to our natural resources. I would say this, though. Republicans liked what CEQ did under the previous administration. We actually liked what they were doing. The way to change policies of an agency is by voting in a different administration. And next year, we'll have that opportunity to see how the American people feel. I would say that we've rescinded those funds that were given to CEQ in this bill also. So they don't have all those funds that are left there, and we've actually reduced their funding. So I would rise in opposition to the amendment, but I understand the gentleman's concern under this administration. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Maine.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. So the gentlelady has the only time. The gentleman from Georgia yielded back time.
No.
You yielded back. Do you need? Is there unanimous consent for the gentleman to reclaim his time?
Consent to reclaim my time.
Is there objection?
I thought I
Seeing
reserved.
none, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that $62.5 million was given to this agency in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed into law. Any bill that is out there that rescinds that money has not been signed. Therefore, it's still there. I'm simply saying take the $3.75 million, which is our duty as a member of Congress to have oversight, especially over an agency that was never authorized by Congress. I don't care which administration it is. Wrong is wrong. This agency is not authorized by this body. Therefore, I'm asking for the funds to be moved over to the national parks for deferred maintenance. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I do yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I just want to say that this is a terribly misguided amendment to completely defund and eliminate the Council on Environmental Quality. And I appreciate the remarks by the Chair that while in different administrations we may feel differently about the kinds of decisions or the tactic that they take, but we understand the importance of this particular agency, and defunding it would be absolutely the wrong move. I appreciate the gentleman who sponsored this amendment, his desire to fund the national parks, and we have a way to do that. Just go against the cuts that are made in this bill, vote against the Interior Appropriations Bill, and we will make sure that in a future iteration of this bill, we fully fund the national parks, and I appreciate his understanding the importance of making sure that funding is available. But as to this amendment, this is a bad amendment. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, we've had an active 2 weeks.
in which we've been passing appropriation bills, and that the Speaker should be commended on that. Unfortunately, all the activity with regard to the new Speaker and appropriation bills has caused the press to have an excuse not to pay attention to what's going on at the border. In recently released figures with regard to September, one more time, we see record numbers of people coming across our southern border. Compared to a year ago, the number of what we call gotaways, which I think is the most dangerous of the immigrant groups, that is shot up from 58% to 69%. Almost a 20% increase over last year's already high figure, and last year they shot up to 49%. I think as well, not only do we have a huge problem with people coming across the border that shouldn't be coming across, but we should also be paying attention to the viewpoint of the people coming across. John Adams warned that our Constitution was fit for a moral, religious people and totally unfit for any other kind. We have got to, particularly as the United States has to take sides around the world in conflicts, we should be paying particular attention to how our new wave of immigrants thinks. Thank you.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration has been quite focused on destroying the American energy industry. This entire insane focus on allegedly protecting a species of whale in the Gulf of Mexico has been used by the Biden administration to attempt to deeply restrict oil and gas actions in the Gulf of Mexico. Whales, Mr. Speaker, they wanted to stop vessels from moving at night. They wanted to stop vessels from moving over 10 knots. It's insane. Americans are struggling. Inflation is crushing us. American energy industry should be unleashed, not oppressed. I rise in support of my colleagues, Representative Graves' amendment, and I urge all members to support this amendment in support of an American energy industry that should be dominant worldwide. I yield.
Whip Emmer, the House is off to another busy start. But if you just look at the first 24 hours under Speaker Mike Johnson, we started off passing a very strong, overwhelmingly bipartisan resolution supporting Israel. It was an important, I think, first statement that this is the focus of our new Speaker, getting the House open for business again. We followed that up just a few hours later, passing an appropriations bill, getting that process back on track. Because now, if you look at last night's action, coming in, passing more pro-Israel resolutions, as well as passing yet another appropriations bill yesterday, two more teed up this week, we will be at over 80% of government funding passing the House of Representatives. And yet the Senate is finally starting to take action because they realize that the House is serious about getting this appropriations process back on track. And our Speaker has made that very clear to our Senate colleagues as well as to the President about what's at stake and about what the focus of the House is on. If you look at today, really important pieces of legislation that we have, not just the appropriations process, but supporting Israel. Of course, we have a critical piece of the funding structure for Israel, bringing the bill to make sure that Israel has the tools it needs to fight and defeat Hamas, whether it's replenishing Iron Dome, some of the other strategic weapons systems that their leadership has asked our administration for. These are things that have gone through a very strict vetting process. We've been working with the leadership of Israel as well to make sure that in a very targeted package, we're going to pass a bill, hopefully very bipartisan, that gives Israel the funding that they need to continue to make sure they can defend themselves from these vicious attacks that Whip Emmer described. We've all seen the horrid details. This is not a time to sit idly by. The House is going to take strong action today to send that message and send that bill over to the Senate as we continue other focuses. And this is an area where the administration has been incredibly weak, and that is standing up to Iran.
The House is not going to be weak in that regard today. You're going to see a strong bill to come to the House floor to say that we will put sanctions again against Iranian oil to diminish the role that Iran has played in this. As we've seen from the Biden administration over and over these last few weeks, when it's been well chronicled, how closely Iran has worked with Hamas, not just for weeks, months, but even for over a year to plan these attacks. It's not just the planning and the coordination, but the funding primarily comes from Iran. And yet last year alone, Iran, by most estimates, made about $80 billion selling their oil on world markets because Joe Biden dropped sanctions that used to be in place. $80 billion going to Iran to sell oil at a time when he's blocking American oil, President Biden. How psychotic of a policy when you're blocking American-made oil, which is the cleanest in the world, made by Americans, and allowing Iran to sell their oil on world markets, generating over $80 billion for their economy that they use to fund terrorism like Hamas. And so the House will bring a bill today to reimpose strong sanctions so Iran cannot sell their oil on world markets, sending a message all around the globe that you don't need to go buy Iranian oil. You don't need to put money into the hands of the largest state sponsor of terrorism. Get your oil from stable sources like America, but don't fund what is the largest source of revenue for Hamas and other groups all around the world, Hezbollah, so many other terrorist organizations. That will come to the floor today as well. We need to continue to send that strong message, and we're not going to slow down in the House because we've got a leader now who's gotten the House back on track, who's gotten the House open for business, and sent a strong message to our allies around the world and to this administration that we're serious about conducting the people's business, fighting for those families who are struggling and standing with our allies, and that is our Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, the New York Times quoted Spencer Weiss, a Pennsylvanian, an electrician, who said, "The world is falling apart under President Biden." As prices spiral out of control, as illegal immigrants continue to surge at our southern border, and adversaries like China and Iran spread their influence abroad, President Biden has failed to lead. President Biden has failed to keep Americans safe. Instead of working across the aisle to fight inflation, Joe Biden has proposed millions of dollars in new spending. Instead of passing critical legislation like the Secure the Border Act, Joe Biden has welcomed illegal immigrants into towns and cities across our country. And instead of standing with Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, Joe Biden has threatened to veto legislation that would resupply the Iron Dome and keep Israeli citizens safe from Hamas rockets. Mr. Speaker, it is now more clear than ever that President Biden's policies have failed our families, failed our communities, and ultimately failed our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentlemen, will come to order. Before I begin my statement, I want to ask us to begin with a moment of silence. Our good friend, ranking member, Mr. McGovern, is with his daughter, who's going through some cancer screening, as I know many of you know. And just in whatever way is appropriate to you, I just would ask that we give a moment of silence to ask for a blessing on our very good friend and his family at a very difficult time. Good afternoon. Under President Biden's direction, we've watched life get hard for Americans. A once booming economy is now ailing. Stronger wages have been replaced by emptier wallets, and the optimism that families and small businesses felt for the future has diminished under the crushing weight of inflation. This reality is no accident. It's the result of Democratic policies that have radically expanded government and skyrocketed deficits. There are three consistent factors that have been the core of their agenda, each of which we must confront. First, excessive spending. Just last Congress, President Biden and congressional Democrats spent trillions of dollars through entirely partisan bills, and Americans are paying a steep price for it. This out-of-control spending has burdened people with sky-high inflation and saddled taxpayers with an even more staggering debt. Second, a relentless expansion of government power at the expense of everyday Americans. Last year's grossly misnamed Inflation Reduction Act included tens of billions of dollars for the IRS to create a new army of tax agents empowered to harass and intrude upon the lives of hardworking families, and thorough abuse of the regulatory process. President Biden's administration has issued countless excessive rules and regulatory actions that insert the heavy hand of government into places where it does not belong. From the Securities and Exchange Commission's climate disclosure rule to prohibitions against gas stoves, this White House is trying to intrude itself into directing every aspect of the American way of life. House Republicans have committed to changing this state of affairs. Today's measure, H.R. 4664, the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act for the fiscal year 2024, takes steps to change our trajectory and ensure that we have a government that works for the American people. H.R. 4664 is a fiscally responsible measure. It cuts spending by 20% from the previous fiscal year and rejects billions of dollars in requests from the White House. The bill right-sizes federal agencies and eliminates spending and bureaucracy. It rescinds $14 billion obligated to supercharge the IRS and repurposes it toward priorities that support Americans. The legislation includes measures to strengthen entrepreneurship and financial markets, fight opioid abuse, bolster anti-terror defenses, counter China, and safeguard First Amendment rights. It also ensures the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau will be subject to congressional oversight, bringing much-needed accountability and transparency to that organization. Finally, H.R. 4664 terminates overregulation efforts issued by the Biden administration. It ends rules that would kill jobs, limit consumer choice on everyday items like gas stoves, and implement radical climate activism. It also retains long-standing bipartisan pro-life protections. The bill is good for the nation, and I look forward to considering it both in our hearing today and on the floor this week. I'll now yield to our acting ranking member, my good friend, a gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Excuse me.
House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member of the opposition will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Director of Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Elizabeth Klein, to $1. Ms. Klein is a radical environmentalist and a partisan hack comprised by special interests and mired in ethical conflicts. Her conflicts of interest were so severe that even Senator Manchin voted to block her nomination as Deputy Secretary of the Interior. As Deputy Director at the New York University School of Law State Energy and Environmental Impact Center, Klein placed and paid the salaries of legal fellows in state attorneys general's offices to advance Michael Bloomberg's radical environmental agenda. The use of private money to conduct public business is ethically flawed. And Indiana's Attorney General categorized Ms. Klein's program as a, quote, arrangement through which a private organization or individual can promote an overtly political agenda by paying the salaries of government employees, end quote. In just the first year of the program, SEEIC fellows participated in filing at least 130 regulatory, legal, and other challenges to President Trump's policies. Now, Ms. Klein is working for the federal government and on the other side of lawsuits that she helped file. Under President Biden's own ethics rules, she should be prohibited from participating in matters involving her former employer. During her testimony to the House Committee on Natural Resources, I questioned Ms. Klein about her failed nomination to become Deputy Secretary of the Interior. I asked if she had been provided with a recusal list and formally requested that she provide this list to the committee. Ms. Klein told the committee that she was happy to provide the list. Shamefully, it took a letter from the committee and this aggressive committee questioning for Ms. Klein to send the committee a very delayed recusal list that should have been in place almost immediately after her hiring. Ms. Klein spent several years funneling money from Michael Bloomberg to sue the Trump administration and pay for the Green New Deal lawyers she had placed in attorneys general's offices across the country. Given her myriad of federal lawsuits and conflicts, there should be little to nothing Ms. Klein is allowed to work on at any sub-agency within the Department of Interior. Senior federal employees are required to be transparent in their ethical obligations and act impartially, placing their sole loyalty to the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Ms. Klein's history of infiltrating state governments with Michael Bloomberg minions and supporting lawsuits against the federal government makes it impossible for her to meet the ethical obligations that her position of public trust requires. Ms. Klein's continued employment as director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has been ridiculed with a controversial and extensive history of ethical conflicts and is a stain on the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Radical partisan extremists have no place in the federal government, especially those in charge of our energy industry. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to restore integrity to the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Mr. Chair, with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is petty and punitive. Rather than pursuing grudges against public servants and spewing inaccurate and disrespectful information, my colleagues across the aisle should focus their energy on negotiating with the Senate on a bill to fund the government. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the upcoming meeting between President Joe Biden and China's President Xi Jinping. President Biden and President Xi are expected to meet later this month during the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. Leading Biden cabinet members have been meeting with high-level officials from the Chinese Communist Party in recent months. The focus of these meetings has been framed as, quote-unquote, engagement. While that might sound nice, the Biden administration's approach has weakened America's position in relation to China. The CCP respects strength, and America must project it if we're going to succeed in this new area of competition. If President Biden wants to find success in this policy area, he needs to be willing to communicate clear principles around national security, trade, and human rights as he meets with their president. Failure to do this will only mean America's ability to compete against China will fade away. I wish President Biden all the best as he takes on this challenge. I hope he's up to it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss my priorities for protecting America's future. We need to reduce and reprioritize government spending, secure the border, and end the weaponization of the federal government. The Biden administration's spending has created massive inflation and increased our national debt to $33 trillion. $2.4 trillion of that debt has accrued over just the last 365 days. That's over $76,000 every second. The Biden administration's spending is out of touch with what Americans want, and it's crushing our economy. We're all feeling it, especially in middle America, where new, costly regulations are forcing small businesses to close, gas is nearly $4 a gallon, and people's paychecks are overtaxed. House Republicans have offered common-sense solutions to these problems. We passed Limit, Save, Grow Act to stop wasteful taxpayer spending, reclaim unspent COVID relief money, and promote pro-growth economic policies. We must stand firm in our commitment to reducing and reprioritizing government spending. While the Biden administration is burning through taxpayer dollars like there's no tomorrow, there's also a humanitarian crisis raging at our southern border, and it's getting worse every day. This is a national security emergency. As we speak, fentanyl is flooding American streets. Victims of human trafficking rings are getting abused and killed, and our brave Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed. The funding to secure the border has already been appropriated by Congress before President Biden even took office, and then he killed the completion of the border wall by executive order. In response, House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which would force the Biden administration to resume construction of the border wall, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, protect unaccompanied children from human trafficking, and terminate catch and release policies. We also passed the Schools Not Shelters Act and the Halt Fentanyl Act. We must keep pressing to secure the border and protect Americans. In addition to wasting taxpayer dollars and ignoring the border crisis, the Biden administration is overseeing and directing an unprecedented weaponization of the federal government. President Biden's Department of Justice refuses to apply justice equally, and House Republicans are constantly fighting back against overreaching government regulations that are hurting agriculture producers and small business owners. Even the Supreme Court had to step in and declare the Biden administration's definition of waters of the United States was unconstitutional. When government grows, freedom shrinks. So we must stop the weaponization of the federal government to protect our freedoms. The appropriations process is a critical opportunity to address all of these concerns. We must restore fiscal sanity. Americans deserve to have their taxpayer dollars used wisely, and giving the president endless, no-limit credit cards is no way to govern in a democracy. It's hard for me to imagine how anyone would love $33 trillion of debt, or love the open border, or love losing to China, or love $200 billion of unaccounted for COVID relief dollars so much that they'd be willing to shut down the federal government to maintain them. We have 10 days to pass the remaining appropriations bills in a fiscally responsible way. We owe it to the American people to work tirelessly toward that end and to get our country back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.